Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 159 to Chapter 233. Rumble. High up in the sky, a thunderous voice suddenly rang out. The heavenly Tao was even angrier. The black clouds turned rapidly. Huge thunder mountains fell like snowflakes. Humph. Yi Yin snorted and his body shone brightly. At this moment, he was like an invincible god. His body was crystal clear and he exuded a terrifying wave of energy. Yi Yin punched up with his bare hands. This punch caused the void of the greater world to tremble and countless thunder mountains shattered in an instant. After Yi Yin punched out, he punched out a few more times in succession, and forcibly shattered all of the thunder mountains. The remaining fragments of the thunder mountains surged in all directions. The protective mountain array of the countless forces of the Kamikaze dynasty collapsed instantly. Countless cultivators screamed and were drowned by the lightning. All the sects of the Kamikaze dynasty fell. Even the most powerful Umatsu sect collapsed at this moment and nothing was left. Yi Yin's expression was indifferent. In the eyes of a divine lord, all living beings were like ants. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, all living beings were worse than ants. The heavenly Tao did not care about the life and death of any living beings below. Rumble. A huge face suddenly appeared in the violently rolling black clouds. A pair of cold eyes stared at Yi Yin as if it wanted to tear Yi Yin into pieces. Do you still want to fight? Yi Yin looked at the huge face and said coldly. Die. The huge face suddenly uttered a word. Two sharp rays of light condensed in its cold and emotionless eyes and shot toward Yi Yin. In an instant, all the cultivators in the entire Tsunnan continent felt a huge sense of horror at this moment. They could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Even the cultivators in the eternal realm knelt on the ground, not daring to move. Oh my God, who was going against the heavenly Tao? Could it be a true God who broke through? This is too scary. The eternal realm and life and death realm experts were secretly speculating about various possibilities. This was especially true for those eternal realm cultivators, who couldn't help but recall the terrifying fluctuations that had appeared a while ago. Therefore, everyone connected the two events together. It seemed that a true God realm cultivator had indeed appeared in the Tsunnan continent. But who was this true God stage cultivator? At present, no one from the eternal level sects came forward to announce this news. Yi Yin's pupils contracted slightly as he looked at the two sword lights that shot out from the heavenly Tao. He could sense an unimaginable destructive energy contained within them. Yi Yin reached out and touched his wrist. His primordial spirit immediately entered the warehouse where he stored divine weapons and Dharma treasures. This warehouse was incomparably huge and boundless. Terrifying divine weapons and magical treasures were floating in the air, radiating all kinds of light. Their numbers were as vast as the sea, uncountable. However, these divine weapons were arranged according to a certain rule. The higher the level of the divine weapons and magical treasures, the deeper they were in the warehouse. When a wisp of Yi Yin's divine consciousness suddenly surged in, all the divine weapons and magical treasures shook and shone brightly, illuminating the entire warehouse. Some of the divine weapons and magical treasures had yet to give birth to complete spiritual intelligence, but they were also shaking their bodies frequently, trying to get Yi Yin to choose them. Some of the divine weapons and magical treasures deeper in the warehouse had illusory figures floating out, constantly waving at Yi Yin. Master, take me out quickly. It's so boring here. Yes, Master, let me go out and help you conquer the world. Kill all the people in this world who refuse to obey you, including the heavenly Tao. Master, I can destroy the entire era. Can you take me out to destroy it? Haha. The weapon spirits in the divine weapons and magical treasures roared excitedly. Yi Yin shook his head helplessly. Some divine weapons and magical treasures could never be released. Once they were released, the aura emitted by their unattainable levels would cause the entire world to collapse. By then, the entire Tsunnan continent would no longer exist. At this moment, Yi Yin glanced around and saw a long silver sword. This long sword emitted a terrifying aura, but it was like a puppy, desperately shaking its body at Yi Yin. You. This time, you will slash the heavens with me. Yi Yin recalled the origin of this sword and reached out to grab it. This sword was called the Heaven Slashing Sword. It had once slashed the heavenly Tao in a certain universe. Quality, super divine. This sword was just what Yi Yin wanted now. Holding the sword in his hand, Yi Yin was ready to leave this place. Master, you're leaving so soon. I haven't seen you in a long time. Let's sit down and have a chat. A red-clothed boy floated over with a grin and actually reached out his hand to grab Yi Yin's arm. Next time. Yi Yin reached out and touched the little boy in red's head, revealing a gentle smile on his face. This little guy was also amazing. He was not a sword, but a furnace. The true sun furnace. Once released, the blazing true sun fire was enough to destroy a universe. It was an extremely dangerous type. Therefore, Yi Yin would never bring him out. Yi Yin left the warehouse. When his primordial spirit returned to his body, there was an additional silver heaven-slashing sword in his hand. The entire process seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it was in an instant. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao's attack landed. Yi Yin slashed out with his sword. A shocking sword light was released from the sky-cleaving sword. The Heavenly Dao's attack shattered with a bang. That shocking silver sword light was emitting an incomparably terrifying light at this moment, slashing towards the huge face in the sky. The Heavenly Dao's pupils suddenly widened. It actually felt a trace of the threat of death. The Heavenly Dao turned around and left without hesitation. The shocking sword light flashed and disappeared. Suddenly, the Heavenly Dao let out a miserable cry. Half of its face was chopped off. A small half fell down from the sky, while the other half drilled into the clouds and disappeared. Rumble, more than half of the Kamikaze dynasty was blasted out of a huge crater. This small piece of the Heavenly Dao directly smashed into the depths of the ground. Tens of millions of feet deep. Looking at the Heavenly Dao fleeing in a panic, Yi Yin smiled carelessly. The heaven-slashing sword was worthy of being the heaven-slashing sword. This time, it almost drained 2/3 of his magic power. In addition, 1/5 of Yi Yin's boundless vitality was also drained. That was why this sword was so earth-shattering, injuring the Heavenly Dao too. The black carriage was already suspended in midair. And at this moment, an unimaginably huge abyss had already been smashed out below the carriage. The big black cat lay on the side of the carriage, looking at the huge abyss that was like a world-destroying behemoth. It clicked its tongue and exclaimed, "Too terrifying." Master's sword actually cut down a portion of the Heavenly Dao. Yeah. It's really too terrifying, too terrifying. Even the big black horse, who had seen great storms and waves, was trembling all over at this moment, emitting waves of cold air from its body. Master's strength, he could even defeat the Heavenly Dao. This was simply too terrifying. The big black horse and the big black cat couldn't stop trembling. This earth-shattering duel had truly frightened the two demonic beasts to death. In the sky, Yi Yin put away the Sky Splitter sword. The Sky Splitter sword had performed extremely well in this battle. He liked this sword very much. However, Yi Yin didn't use this sword at all, so he put it back in the warehouse. After putting away the sword, Yi Yin looked around and discovered that the entire Kamikaze dynasty had been completely destroyed. There were no signs of life. The entire territory of the Kamikaze dynasty, which spanned tens of millions of miles, had become a huge abyss. Within the abyss, the Heavenly Dao fragment was torn apart and broken. Yi Yin quietly stared at the Heavenly Dao fragment. Suddenly, he grabbed with his hand, and an unimaginably vast force immediately grabbed the fragments of the Heavenly Dao. These fragments of the Heavenly Dao had a certain level of will, and they were still struggling in his hand. Die. Yi Yin's black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was sparkling and translucent, and his vitality was like the ocean. He activated the Zhu Long bloodline and used all the strength in his body to forcefully knead the Heavenly Dao fragment into a small ball. The will of the Heavenly Dao inside was also forcefully obliterated by him. Big brother Yun, you're really too strong. Where have you been all these years? Xianxia was in Yi Yin's palm. She witnessed with her own eyes how he displayed his might and forced the Heavenly Dao to retreat. Then, he forcefully crushed the will of the Heavenly Dao fragment into a ball. She was extremely shocked. All these years, I've been living a life worse than death, Yi Yin sighed. Only the system knew how hard he had been living. Signing in for 100,000 years was simply inhumane torture. However, Yi Yin casually mentioned these things. he wasn't prepared to tell Xianxia the details. Big brother Yun, this will of mine won't last long. I'm afraid it will dissipate in less than 1,000 years, Xianxia said sadly. Don't worry, I will definitely resurrect you again. Yi Yun said in a deep voice. Speaking of which. Yi Yun looked at the sphere of heavenly Tao in his hand, and a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Perhaps he could create a heavenly Tao body for Xianxia. This way, the sphere of heavenly Tao would be useful. However, it was not that easy to create a heavenly Tao body. What he needed now was for Xianxia to regenerate her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls and possess a powerful primordial spirit. Then, she could enter the sphere of heavenly Tao as a soul cultivator. Then, with his help, she could create a new heavenly Tao body. Once she succeeded, the benefits Xianxia would obtain would be unimaginable. At the thought of this, Yi Yun's eyes lit up. A strand of his primordial spirit brought Xianxia into the warehouse. This warehouse was filled with all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth. Therefore, the warehouse was exuding an unimaginably exuberant life force. Big brother Yun, what is this place? Xianxia felt as if she was filled with vitality after being soaked in the powerful life energy. She looked at the unrecognizable treasures of heaven and earth, and her heart was filled with shock. This is my warehouse. Yi Yun smiled and did not explain further. Following which, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of a lightning pool. This was a golden lightning pool. This lightning pool exuded an unimaginably terrifying aura. If the big black horse was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it. This was the reincarnation lightning pool that Old Master had bestowed upon it. The reincarnation lightning pool contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, but it also contained an unimaginable amount of life force. Here, destruction and rebirth had reached a dynamic balance. Greetings, Old Master. A little girl in golden clothes suddenly flew up from the lightning pool and knelt in front of Yi Yun. Rise. Yi Yun smiled. This little girl was the reincarnation lightning pool. The reincarnation lightning pool had already developed intelligence and was far more powerful than an ordinary lightning pool. Xianxia widened her eyes and looked at the little girl in front of her in disbelief. At this moment, she guessed the little girl's origin. This is my girlfriend. Now, she only has a strand of consciousness left. You have to take good care of her and let her slowly be reborn in the reincarnation lightning pool. Yi Yun looked at the little girl and said with a smile. Old Master, don't worry. I will take good care of this beautiful sister with all my heart. The little girl said obediently. Good. Yi Yun nodded with satisfaction. During the 100,000 years of check-in, the system had given him too many good things. Whether it was divine pets, divine weapons, or treasures of heaven and earth, as long as they had intelligence, they would listen to his words and be loyal. They would definitely not have any ulterior motives. Therefore, he was very relieved. Yi Yun let go of his hand and let Xianxia appear beside the lightning pool. Then, he waved his hand and a golden piece of wood flew over from afar. This is the soul-nurturing wood. You just have to live on it and it will continuously strengthen your soul, Yi Yun said with a smile. Big brother Yun, Xianxia could only say these 2 words before she started sobbing again. Silly girl, you have been looking for me for almost 100,000 years. No matter what, I will revive you again. Don't worry, from now on, you will never be wronged again. Yi Yun raised his hand gently and stroked Xianxia's illusory body. His eyes were also sparkling with tears. Xianxia nodded her head firmly. She could also see that big brother Yun, who had been missing for 100,000 years, was no longer the same as before. His foundation was ridiculously strong. She couldn't even recognize a single one of the treasures of heaven and earth in this warehouse. Whoosh, Xianxia turned into a ray of light and lived on the soul-nurturing wood. The little girl in golden clothes carefully hugged the soul-nurturing wood and sank into the golden water of the reincarnation lightning pool. Yi Yun stood silently at the side for a while. Seeing that there were no problems, his heart calmed down and he left the warehouse in a flash. Xianxia would revive sooner or later. Now, he would let her live in the reincarnation lightning pool and slowly nourish that strand of consciousness until she was reborn. This might take a long time. However, time was the most worthless thing to Yi Yun. He was willing to wait. Yi Yun landed on the carriage again. Old Master, The big black cat was trembling all over as it called out in a trembling voice. What are you afraid of? I remember that you dared to spit at the heavenly Tao just now. Yi Yan smiled. To think that this big black cat would be so frightened by him. It seemed that his heaven-cleaving sword had left an indelible impression on these ordinary demon clan members. Yi Yan looked at the big black horse again. The big black horse's reaction was still normal. After all, this guy had been in the warehouse for a long time and had seen the world. Its mentality was more stable. At this moment, Yi Yan's demonic eyes lit up. The big black cat slowly closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, a certain memory in its mind suddenly disappeared without a trace. Little horse. Yi Yan's expression changed as he suddenly called out. Master, please give me your orders. The big black horse immediately perked up. I have to leave for a while, but I'll be back soon. Take the carriage and wait for me in the Celestial Empire, Yi Yan ordered lightly. Yes, master. The big black horse nodded quickly. Yi Yan glanced at the void in front of him. The void suddenly split open. He stepped into it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The big black horse galloped, pulling the black carriage as fast as lightning, leaving the lifeless kamikaze dynasty. Yi Yan tore through the void, crossed a distance of hundreds of billions of miles, and descended near an abyss shrouded in black gas. Standing in the void, he looked at the primordial demonic abyss in the distance, which looked like a huge behemoth, and felt a sense of familiarity. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yan, Xianxia, and Nangongyu formed a team to explore the primordial demonic abyss. The Xiangnan continent had a long history, from ancient times to the present. There were many mysterious places in the territory. Few people knew about these places. Only those who had reached the level of a super sect were qualified to know about these mysterious places that were listed as forbidden areas. The primordial demonic abyss was one of them. It was a mysterious forbidden area that had been passed down from ancient times to the present. There were many primordial giant demon corpses everywhere in the primordial demonic abyss. No one knew who killed them. In the deepest part of the primordial demonic abyss, where the chi of grinding was the densest, there was a small number of primordial giant demons. There were a total of 18 iron pillars around the primordial demonic abyss. The surface of the iron pillars was covered with various mysterious runes, which forcibly locked the primordial giant demons and the demon chi inside. Even a life and death realm cultivator would die if he rashly entered this place. Even an eternal realm cultivator would die if he was careless. The scattered corpses of the primordial giant demons had undergone all kinds of strange changes. In addition, there was still a living immemorial giant demon, whose strength was comparable to an eternal realm great cultivator. Yi Yan had once fought with an immemorial giant demon, but that immemorial giant demon was no match for him. After it was injured, it fled without a trace. The primordial giant demon, as its name implied, was hundreds of feet tall. It was extremely strong and had a strong physical defense. No matter if it was a divine weapon or a divine skill, it was difficult to cause any serious damage to the primordial giant demon. Fortunately, the primordial titan demons did not break out of the 18 iron pillars seal. Otherwise, the entire Xiangnan continent would be doomed. This place was deserted. Even eternal level sects wouldn't let their disciples train here. Back then, Yi Yan was also a bold and skillful person. He was bored, so he brought 2 of his close female friends to explore this area of the ancient demonic abyss. It could be considered a small gain. Yi Yan flipped his palm and an immortal slaughtering nail appeared in his hand. This blood-red nail was harvested from the ancient demonic abyss. Back then, he had given it to Xianxia. What he didn't expect was that because of this tiny immortal slaying nail, a wisp of Xianxia's obsession had lasted for 100,000 years. Yi Yan sighed in his heart. If it weren't for the trip to the ancient demonic abyss, he wouldn't have obtained the immortal slaughtering nail. He was afraid that after he died, Xianxia would have died long ago. Yi Yan had a lot of doubts in his heart. Xianxia and Nangongyu were like sisters, and they had a very good relationship with each other. Why would Nangongyu attack the Shenlong sect, and Xianxia's final death was also due to the appearance of the primordial giant demon. This made Yi Yan suspicious. 100,000 years have passed. Nangongyu must have left this world long ago, right? Yi Yin whispered to himself. To be on the safe side, Yi Yin took a few elixirs to recover his magic power. Then, he spread out his terrifying divine consciousness and began to scan the entire Cangnan continent. 100,000 years ago, Nangongyu was at the peak of the 10th level of the life and death realm. If she was still alive, she would be an eternal realm great cultivator. But an eternal realm cultivator couldn't have lived for so long. In order to eliminate the doubts in his heart, Yi Yan's terrifying divine consciousness swept through all the eternal realm cultivators in the entire Cangnan continent. After a while, he opened his eyes and a faint doubt appeared on his face. Nangongyu didn't appear among all the eternal realm cultivators, which meant that Nangongyu was no longer in this world. Why did she attack the Xianxia sect back then? Was it because Xianxia discovered this, so Nangongyu attacked and sent the primordial giant demon to kill Xianxia? But the two of them have always been like sisters. What kind of deep hatred did they have for her to do such a thing? Thinking of this, Yi Yin cast his eyes on the ancient demonic abyss. To solve the mystery, he had to find the primordial giant demon. He took a step and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he entered the ancient demonic abyss surrounded by demon chi. Black demon chi, like a thick black snake, wandered around, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. Once it encountered a suspicious life, it would desperately pounce on it. Yi Yan's body exuded a faint white light. When the black demon chi saw him, it immediately screamed and fled in fear. Yi Yan nodded. When he entered the ancient demonic abyss, he was just an eternal realm cultivator. At that time, it was far from as easy as it was now. Now that he was in the divine monarch realm, it was easy for Yi Yan to flatten the entire ancient demonic abyss. But this time, he came mainly to find clues, so naturally, he wouldn't flatten the ancient demonic abyss. Through Qianyao's description of this matter, Yi Yan soon made a new discovery. Although the 250th sect master of the Xianxia sect had once offended a huge force and had been suppressed by that huge force. But in fact, it seemed that after his death, an invisible mastermind had begun to retaliate against the Xianxia sect and the people around Yi Yan. Back then, Yi Yan had offended too many people. He couldn't think of anyone who had the courage to do so. If even Qianxiao was retaliated against, then it was very likely that his other confidants had also been killed by the mastermind. Yi Yan thought of this. A ball of anger rose in his heart. But too much time had passed. It had been 100,000 years so far. Many people were basically gone. If he wanted to find the truth in history, Yi Yan knew that it would be very, very difficult. It was much more difficult than finding the mastermind behind the suppression of the Xianxia sect for nearly 10,000 years. Interesting, there are two masterminds behind the scenes. Yi Yan smiled faintly, broke through the turbulent demon chi, and flew inside. The ancient demonic abyss was shrouded in thick demon chi all year round. And it was a scene of chaos all around. There were white bones everywhere, as well as all kinds of broken weapons and magic weapon fragments. No ancient sect in the Cangnan continent knew about the records of the ancient demonic abyss. Yi Yan had been here once, so he naturally knew that an indescribable tragic battle had taken place here. There were not only many human practitioners who had died here, but also some huge skeletons, all of which belonged to the fallen demon clan. There were also some primordial giant demons. These primordial giant demons were dismembered extremely messily, with broken arms and limbs everywhere. But after the primordial giant demons died, they were wrapped in demon chi, so the speed of their decay became very slow. In this way, these giant demons' body fragments would give birth to many strange consciousnesses. Those broken arms, heads without bodies, or a leg could often be seen flying around in the black demon chi of the ancient demonic abyss. Yi Yan flew in the black devil chi. When the devil chi encountered him, they all avoided him. However, the fragments of the giant demon's corpse were stupid and stiff. They pounced on Yi Yan fiercely. Yi Yan glanced at them indifferently and activated the firmament illusory eye. Those broken limbs turned into ashes and dissipated. Not long after he flew in, Yi Yan was surprised to find a few figures in front of him. They were trembling in fear in the demon chi. His eyes narrowed slightly. Through the demon chi, he saw 3 peak 10th level life and death realm cultivators. They were searching for something. They really don't want to die. Life and death realm cultivators dare to come here to train. Yi Yin shook his head and smiled, a helpless expression on his face. However, seeing that the three cultivators were not in danger for the time being, he immediately flashed past them. I seem to have seen something. Did you see it? Among the three cultivators, there were 2 men and 1 woman. The middle-aged woman looked in a certain direction with a shocked expression. She clearly saw a white light flash through the demon chi just now. I didn't see it? Could it be that your eyes are playing tricks on you, sister? The other middle-aged man frowned and said. It can't be wrong. That white light flew past quickly. There seemed to be a figure inside, the middle-aged woman recalled. If you fly fast in the ancient demonic abyss, you'll attract the attacks of those strange ancient giant demons' corpse fragments. This is a very dangerous action, another middle-aged man, who was slightly longer, said nonchalantly. He didn't believe that anyone would come to this damned place. This place was too terrifying. Forget it, let's continue searching. The middle-aged woman shook her head and walked forward. The 3 of them walked carefully. While dispelling the demon chi, they also had to be wary of the ancient giant demon's corpse fragments. It was extremely difficult along the way. Yi Yin ignored the 3 insignificant human cultivators. He flew all the way to the deepest part of the ancient demonic abyss. He was very fast. In a few breaths' time, he arrived at a valley with an unusually dense demon chi. Yi Yin's entire body was blooming with resplendent divine light. The dense devil chi all retreated upon seeing him. Yi Yin clasped his hands behind his back and carefully observed the valley. He saw a 1,000-foot-tall primordial giant demon lying in a deep sleep in the valley. Time to get up. Yi Yin flicked his finger and a beam of light shot towards the primordial giant devil. Whoosh, the primordial giant devil suddenly woke up and stood up. That pair of huge blood-red eyes were the size of 2 or 3 millstones. That bloody mouth seemed to be able to swallow a small mountain when it opened. This primordial giant demon had a body full of thick black hair. There were 2 long horns on its head that emitted a black luster. Who dares to awaken me? The primordial troll let out a furious roar towards the sky. Demonic chi billowed, and a huge sound wave spread out in all directions. Yi Yin's eyes moved slightly, and the sound wave disappeared in an instant. The primordial giant demon was stunned and its eyes widened. Only then did it realize that there was a white-robed man who was radiating divine light not far away. This white-robed man gave it an extremely terrifying feeling. Do you know this woman? Yi Yin gently tapped the air with his hand, and Nan Gongyu's figure suddenly appeared. I'm going to kill you. When the primordial giant demon saw Nan Gongyu's figure, it suddenly pounced towards Yi Yin. Its fist, which was the size of a small mountain, whizzed towards him. Yi Yin raised his fist and gently blocked it. 2 completely disproportionate fists met in midair. Rumble, the surface of the primordial giant demon's fist suddenly shattered, and its huge body was forcefully sent flying by a vast force. After smashing a mountain, the primordial giant demon's huge body finally stabilized. However, the primordial giant demon was currently in a frenzy, and it continued to pounce towards Yi Yin without any regard for its life. Yi Yin was slightly stunned. Why did this guy become so frenzied when it saw Nan Gongyu's figure? In his impression, although the primordial giant demon was brutal, it was also extremely cunning. Under normal circumstances, if it was not a match for him, it would definitely not act rashly. But now, this primordial giant demon seemed to have lost its mind. And completely gone crazy. At this moment, star-like runes flickered in Yi Yin's demonic eyes. In an instant, the primordial giant demon stood on the spot and fell into a dreamlike state. Yi Yin began to browse through the primordial giant demon's memory. After a few seconds, Yi Yin's face turned pale. This primordial giant demon actually participated in the attack on the Shenlong sect and the operation to kill Xianxia. And the one who drove the primordial giant demon was Nan Gongyu. She used the heavenly fiend ancient zither. Why did Nan Gongyu do this? What's her motive? Yi Yin frowned as he racked his brains to recall. Nan Gongyu had already died long ago, but the clues pointed to Nan Gongyu. All of this was like nothing, and it was completely useless. On the contrary, it made the whole thing even more confusing. Xianxia was right. There was indeed a huge force in the dark that had been targeting the Shenlong sect and dealing with the Shenlong sect. At this moment, Yi Yin wished he could turn back time to 100,000 years ago. He wanted to see who it was that dared to set up such a scheme behind his back. Yi Yan's eyes lit up slightly. The primordial giant demon in front of him, which was comparable to an eternal realm cultivator, suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. After reading the memory, the primordial giant demon no longer had any meaning to exist. Yi Yan looked in another direction. In the mountains in the deepest part of the primordial demon abyss, some primordial giant demons had been sleeping. The lifespan of these primordial giant demons was much longer than that of human cultivators, especially when nourished by rich demon qi. They could usually live for a long time. Yi Yan glanced around and found a familiar primordial giant demon. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yan had a great battle with the primordial giant demon. Of course, he won that battle. However, Yi Yan did not manage to kill this primordial giant demon in the end. 100,000 years later. This primordial giant demon was still alive, but now it was in a deep sleep. Yi Yan quickly flew over. In the primordial demon abyss, he did not use the divine ability to tear the void. The 18 sky pillars were engraved with mysterious runes and suppressed the primordial demon abyss. The space here was unbelievably strong. Unless Yi Yan used the dragon rebel art, he could not tear the void here by force with Zulong's body. However, Yi Yan did not need to do so. It only took him a few breaths to fly. Yi Yan was prepared to study the 18 sky-piercing iron pillars after leaving this place. After his experience in the secular immortal land, Yi Yan now had a rough idea. It was possible that these 18 sky pillars were made by a powerful figure in the divine land. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yan came to the edge of a cliff, and below the cliff lay a huge black primordial giant demon. There was a huge sword scar on the shoulder of this black primordial giant demon. This was what happened 100,000 years ago. The mark that Yi Yan left on this primordial giant demon had not faded even now. This time, Yi Yan landed on the primordial troll's forehead without hesitation. He lightly stomped his foot. Buzz, the primordial troll was dizzy from the shock and stood up abruptly. Who attacked me? The primordial troll quickly stood up. It looked around but found nothing. There was only thick demonic aura rolling around. It did not realize that a person was standing on top of its head. Long time no see. It's been 100,000 years and you're still alive. I have to say that you primordial troll clan have such a long lifespan. Yi Yan stood on top of the primordial troll's head with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile. So it's you? The primordial troll heard the familiar voice and immediately gritted its teeth. 100,000 years ago, it was severely injured by this guy. 100,000 years later, it did not expect this guy to still be alive. The primordial troll almost reflexively reached out its hand to grab the top of its head. But it did not expect to grab the air. Yi Yan's figure flashed and appeared in front of the primordial troll. At this moment, his body was crystal clear and emitted wisps of divine light, giving off a godlike feeling. The primordial troll's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Your cultivation has reached the divine lord realm? The primordial troll said with a shocked face. Yi Yan nodded. He looked at the familiar primordial troll and asked with a smile, do you still remember her? With that said, Yi Yan used his magic power to condense the image of Nangongyu. How can I not remember? Isn't that your companion? The primordial troll snorted coldly. Although it admitted that it could not defeat Yi Yan now, the pride of the primordial troll clan made it unable to lower its head. Later on, were you driven by her using the heavenly fiend ancient zither to besiege the Shenlong sect or others? Yi Yan asked again. At that time I was injured and did not participate in that operation. It was the other troll clan members who left with that girl, the primordial troll said angrily. There are 18 heaven-reaching iron pillars outside. How did your fellow clansmen get out? Yi Yan asked with narrowed eyes. Previously, he had not realized this problem. Just now, a flash of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he suddenly thought of a very important point. Even if Nangongyu had the heavenly devil ancient zither and could control some ancient trolls, how could she bring the ancient trolls away from this place, for nearly 1,000,000 years? He had never heard of the ancient giant demons being able to leave the ancient demon's abyss. How did Nangonyu do it? In the memories of the other immemorial troll, there was no memory of how they left the ancient demonic abyss. It seemed to have been washed away. At the thought of this, Yi suddenly felt that this matter was getting more and more complicated. I don't know either. You humans are always scheming against each other. How would we know? The primordial troll snorted coldly. Yi smiled faintly, and his eyes shone with a strange light. He once again activated the heavenly illusory eye and pulled the immemorial giant demon into the illusion and began to read its memories. The immemorial giant demon did not lie. Because its injuries were too serious, it did not participate in that operation. So it was not clear about many things. Yi retracted the heavenly illusory eye and woke the immemorial giant demon up again. What did you do to me? The immemorial giant demon shook its huge head and stared at Yi with its eyes wide open. At that moment, it seemed to be in a trance for a moment and felt that something was wrong. Yi shook his head and smiled. You continue to sleep. I'll go and ask the others. With that, Yi left the place. The immemorial giant demon looked in the direction that Yi disappeared and trembled all over. It's too scary. This guy actually reached the Divine Lord realm. I'm afraid that in his eyes, he could kill me with one finger. The immemorial giant demon's black hairy face showed a lingering fear. Then, it quickly lay on the ground, closed its eyes, and did not speak again. This time, it was very smart. It directly told everything that it knew. That was why it was spared its little life. Or else. The immemorial giant demon reckoned that it would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. Yi constantly shuttled back and forth in the thick demonic chi of the immemorial devil abyss. The memories in every immemorial giant demon's mind were read by him. All the immemorial giant demons that participated in that turmoil were killed by him on the spot. All the memories were sorted out. Yi discovered that all of this was planned by Nangonyu. As for why Nangonyu could bring the immemorial giant demon out of the immemorial devil abyss, it was still an unknown mystery. Could it be that Nangonyu understood the runes on the 18 sky-piercing iron pillars? Yi suddenly thought of this possibility. His figure flashed and flew out. He was prepared to take a look at these runes and seriously study them. Let's see if we can find any clues. Seeing that he was not far from the exit of the immemorial devil abyss, Yi suddenly heard a huge fighting sound coming from a certain direction. It was also mixed with some people's miserable screams. Could it be that those 3 human cultivators were attacked by the immemorial giant demon's corpse fragments? Yi looked in that direction. Sure enough, 2 huge immemorial giant demons' head, 3 arms, and 1 leg were crazily attacking the 3 10th level life and death realm cultivators. Whether it was the head, arm, or leg, the fragments of the giant demon's corpse were completely different from before. The strange corpse fragments had already changed into strange shapes and were extremely terrifying. The 3 human cultivators desperately fought against these strange giant demons' corpse fragments. For a moment, they were surrounded by danger. Sister, I'll block them. You guys quickly run away. A middle-aged man controlled a resplendent sword light, blocking the attacks of the giant demon's corpse fragments. Another man took out a few magic treasures, which bloomed with terrifying light, and smashed them into the distance. The beautiful middle-aged woman's face revealed a hesitant expression. At this moment, if she ran away first, she could indeed survive. However, her 2 brothers would most likely be buried in the immemorial devil abyss. Sister, don't forget the ancestors' teachings. Only if you survive will we have hope, the middle-aged man controlling the sword light anxiously shouted. The beautiful middle-aged woman's face revealed a struggling expression. In the next second, she suddenly turned around and flew toward the exit of the immemorial devil abyss. You strange giant demon's corpse fragments, today I'll die with you. The sword-wielding middle-aged cultivator let out a loud cry and charged over in an extremely solemn and stirring manner. White light flashed. A white-clothed youth suddenly appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly stopped. Then, his eyes widened and his jaw almost fell to the ground. He saw that the white-clothed youth's body was emitting a faint white light. He casually waved his hand, and the fragments of those ferocious giant demons' corpses immediately turned into ashes and disappeared. What kind of cultivation base is this? This is too terrifying. The two middle-aged men looked at each other, shocked like stone statues. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. The two middle-aged men quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed sincerely. Yiyan turned around with a calm expression on his face. He had saved their lives for two reasons. Firstly, it was because of the deep friendship between the three siblings, which was quite touching. Secondly, Yiyan wanted to know what their ancestral teachings were and what the three siblings were looking for in the primordial demonic abyss. Get up. Yiyan looked at the surging demonic energy around him. With a wave of his sleeve, a force lifted the two of them up. Then, Yiyan looked into the distance and saw that the beautiful middle-aged woman had escaped to the exit of the primordial demonic abyss. He grabbed the two middle-aged men in front of him and left the place in an instant. Out of the primordial demonic abyss. Yiyan put the two people on the ground and waited quietly for the beautiful middle-aged woman to come back. In a few breaths of time, the beautiful middle-aged woman's face was pale and she finally escaped from the primordial demonic abyss. When she saw her two brothers appear in front of her unharmed, she was shocked and speechless. Sister, it was this benefactor who saved us. A middle-aged man quickly came forward and told the beautiful middle-aged woman the reason. Thank you, Senior. The beautiful middle-aged woman was extremely touched and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. She immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Yiyan. Get up. Yiyan smiled slightly. Although he could directly read the memories of the three people, under normal circumstances, he would not do so. After all, Yiyan was a transmigrator and he knew that everyone had their own privacy. Moreover, Yiyan was never interested in other people's privacy and he did not like to look at it. At this time, Yiyan smiled and asked, What are you looking for in the primordial demonic abyss? The middle-aged woman stood up. She was in a dilemma when she heard the senior's question. Sister, Senior is a peerless expert. Now that it has been almost 100,000 years, there is nothing to hide. Just tell me, the middle-aged man transmitted his voice with a stern look. Just now, when that senior was surrounded by holy white light and easily saved them, he had a shocking gas in his heart. The aura emanating from this senior was definitely not of the eternal realm. After all, as a life and death realm cultivator, he was no stranger to the aura of the eternal realm. Therefore, he was able to deduce that this senior might very well be a true god. He was the true god who had resisted the terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth today. Such an outstanding figure had suppressed the entire Sungnon continent. If Senior really had evil intentions, would the three of them still be alive? Moreover, a true god realm great cultivator was already a legendary existence. They had heaven-defying methods. Wanting to search the memories of the three of them was simply too easy. The middle-aged woman also came to her senses. She hurriedly cupped her fists, bowed, and said softly, Senior, we are looking for a zither. Guqin? Yiyan was slightly stunned. At the mention of the zither, he immediately thought of Nangong Yu's heavenly fiend zither. It's a zither. My ancestor used it tens of thousands of years ago, but before she died, she threw this zither into the Archean demonic abyss, the middle-aged woman explained in detail. Yiyan blinked and looked at the three of them again. As if thinking of something, he asked again, Does this zither have a name? The middle-aged woman said, Senior, this zither is called the heavenly fiend zither. It is said that it once came from the Archean demonic abyss. Before my ancestor died, she sent it back to the Archean demonic abyss. Yiyan's breathing was a little rapid. He looked at the three people in front of him with a trace of indescribable excitement in his heart. These three people were actually the descendants of Nangong Yu. This was simply too inconceivable. 100,000 years later, he actually met the descendants of Nangong Yu on his first return to the Archean demonic abyss. The ancestor you are talking about should be Nangong Yu, right? Yiyan calmed down and said lightly. The three of them were shocked. Their ancestor had been dead for more than 90,000 years, and no one outside knew about it. How did the senior in front of them know? Senior, could it be that you know our ancestor? The middle-aged woman plucked up her courage and asked. Yes. Yiyan nodded. He suddenly felt a little dispirited and didn't want to ask any more. With his hands behind his back, Yiyan looked at the Archean demonic abyss in the distance. Small star-like runes began to change in his eyes. Yi Yun began to look for the heavenly fiend zither. The three siblings stood next to him, feeling a little uneasy. They saw the senior staring in the direction of the arcane demonic abyss without saying a word. They didn't know what they had said to offend this senior. Dozens of seconds passed. Yi Yun withdrew his gaze and shook his head. The heavenly fiend zither is not in the arcane demonic abyss. You don't have to look for it in the future. It should have been taken away by someone. The three of them were shocked. They didn't expect that the relic left behind by their ancestor had been taken away by someone else. The mood of the three people immediately fell. Especially the middle-aged woman, her eyes were red and she was about to cry. Yi Yun suddenly sighed. At this moment, his sky disillusionment eyes was activated again. The three descendants of Nangongyu immediately entered the disillusionment domain. Yi Yun read the memories of the three people. Qinyao's matter was of great importance, and all the clues so far pointed to Nangongyu. Yi Yun didn't want to miss out on anything. Therefore, he finished reading the memories of the three people in order to find some new clues. After reading their memories, Yi Yun was pleasantly surprised and sad at the same time. His heart was extremely complicated. The pleasant surprise was that Nangongyu didn't marry in her life. Instead, she adopted a child who had the same surname as her. This child could be considered the true ancestor of the three siblings. When this child grew up, he also became a life and death expert. He set a rule, which was that his adoptive mother, Nangongyu, was the ancestor of the Nangong family. Then, generation after generation, it was passed down for almost 100,000 years. What made Yi Yun sad was that Nangongyu suddenly went crazy for a period of time. Her mental state fluctuated between good and bad, and she would always mumble some inexplicable things. Later on, when Nangongyu was awake, she sealed herself. This seal lasted her entire life. Only when her time was almost up did she leave behind her last words and left the Nangong family. She went to the ancient demonic abyss alone and placed the sky devil zither inside. Then, she disappeared as well. As for where she went, she didn't say anything in her last words. She only told her descendants to enter the ancient demonic abyss again 10,000 years later to retrieve the sky devil zither. This was because her last words were left in the sky devil zither. Nangong family passed it down from generation to generation. However, only those who reached the peak of life and death realm were allowed to enter the ancient demonic abyss to search for the sky devil zither. This generation of the Nangong family was very powerful, having produced 3 peak life and death realm experts. Therefore, the 3 of them traveled together to find their ancestor's sky devil zither. Unexpectedly, they just happened to run into Yi Yun. Figuring out some past events from the 3 people's memories, Yi Yun could not help but sigh. Nangongyu was indeed a big problem. But it seemed that she was just a puppet, and the real mastermind was still hidden under the ice. The only important clue, the heavenly fiend ancient zither, was also missing now. Yi Yun sighed. Although his strength was exceedingly high, more than 90,000 years had passed. Time flew by, and Songnan continent had long changed. The difficulty of tracking down again was really too high. And the mastermind had always been careful and was good at scheming. Every step he took was extremely cautious. After the incident, many clues had already been erased. Yi Yun withdrew the firmament disillusionment eye. Taking a step out, he flew in front of the 18 sky-piercing iron pillars. Whoosh, the 3 people seemed to wake up from a dream and exchanged glances with each other. The 3 of them discussed for a while. Since that true God Realm Senior had already helped them search the ancient demon abyss and confirmed that there was no heavenly fiend ancient zither in it. Then, there was no point in them staying. The 3 of them bowed in Yi Yun's direction with respectful expressions, then turned around and left. Yi Yun just smiled faintly at these 3 people leaving. They just met by chance. Although they were Nangongyu's descendants, they had nothing to do with Yi Yun. It was purely coincidental that he saved them once. In the future, if there were no special circumstances, Yi Yun would probably not have any contact with them again. Yi Yun's gaze fell on the sky-piercing iron pillar, carefully sizing up the runes on this sky-piercing iron pillar. Now that he had entered the Divine Lord realm, Yi Yun's knowledge was already very different from before. Looking at these runes, his eyes gradually emitted a faint light, These runes recorded the laws of heaven and earth, great Tao, extremely mysterious. Yi Yin stood quietly on the spot. After comprehending for 3 days, he finally understood these runes. After comprehending the runes on the first sky-piercing iron pillar, comprehending the other 17 sky-piercing iron pillars was very easy. In just 4 days, Yi Yin had finished comprehending all of them. Haha, this is a sky-piercing iron pillar personally made by a divine king realm expert to suppress the ancient demon abyss. His eyes flashed. Yi Yin softly said to himself. These runes also vaguely contained the aura of a divine king realm expert. In the Xianxia continent, there had never been a divine king realm expert, so Yi Yin speculated that the 18 sky-piercing iron pillars must have come from the divine land. How interesting, why not imprison the ancient demon abyss in the divine land? Why are you imprisoned in such a remote place like the Xianxia continent? Yi Yin let out a cold laugh. Humans were selfish. Even at the level of gods, it was difficult to change the selfishness of the human heart. It was likely that the primordial giant demon had caused a great disturbance in the divine land, so the godly king had sealed the primordial giant demon here. These 18 sky-piercing iron pillars, after nearly 1,000,000 years, had lost much of their power. Fortunately, most of the ancient demon abyss were in the eternal realm. If one of them broke through to the true god realm, these 18 sky-piercing iron pillars would not be able to stop it. True god realm, thinking of this, Yi Yin's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have thought of the key. Could it be, back then, a true god realm expert helped Nangongyu to bring the ancient demon abyss out of the 18 sky-piercing iron pillars? Thinking of this, Yi Yin frowned. In his era, there was no true god realm expert. Could it be that this true god realm powerhouse also came from the divine earth side? If so, the mastermind behind this was very likely to be from the divine land. Yi Yin could not figure it out. If it was really someone from the divine land, why would they do this to the Shenlong sect, which did not even have a true god realm expert? What was the motive? Yi Yin looked at the ancient demon's abyss again. He only felt that there were clouds of fog in front of him. It was confusing and extremely chaotic. This is good. Now that I'm invincible, I'll play with those people, so that I won't be bored. Thinking of this, Yi Yin laughed softly with his hands behind his back. He could release a peerless fierce beast from the warehouse, or release a weapon that surpassed the heavenway grade, and he could destroy this world. But, what was the use of that? It was great to destroy the world with absolute power, but in the end, where should he go? For Yi Yin, who had unlimited resources, what he was most afraid of was loneliness. Being invincible was often the main reason for loneliness. Therefore, Yi Yin did not want to continue on the lonely old road. Now that there were a few opponents hiding in the dark, he could take this opportunity to play with them. Thinking of this, Yi Yin broke the void and left the ancient demon's abyss. On a mountain road in the Celestial Empire, a black carriage stopped by a running river. A big black horse lowered its head and wagged its tail in boredom. On the carriage, there was a big black cat lying on its stomach. Uncle Ma, how many days has Master been gone? Why isn't he back yet? The big black cat raised its head and yawned. During this period of time, it had been concentrating on comprehending the heavenly illusory eye. This remarkable power consumed a lot of divine sense. Often, after cultivating for half a day, the big black cat would start to feel sleepy. It had to sleep first, then it would have the energy to continue cultivating. The big black horse was much better. It was cultivating tirelessly every day, and its energy did not decrease. In the blink of an eye, 6 or 7 days had passed. These two demon beasts were a little anxious. In their hearts, Master was invincible in the world. He could tear the void and come and go as he pleased. It would not take long at all. To be able to delay Master for 6 or 7 days was already very long. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the space. A figure in white stepped out and landed on the carriage. Master, you're back. The big black cat jumped up excitedly and circled around Yi Yin's legs. Let's go. Yi Yin glanced at the big black horse and ordered lightly. Yes, Master. The big black horse was very happy and pulled the carriage away from the river. Yi Yin flashed into the carriage and sat down. This time, entering the Celestial Empire was also an opportunity for the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect to gain experience. When he was in the Kamikaze dynasty, he originally wanted to go to the Umatsu sect and the Chichen Jianzong sect. However, after the battle between Yi Yun and Tian Dao, the entire Kamikaze dynasty was gone. Therefore, he changed the place to gain experience to the Celestial Empire. The Celestial Empire was stronger than the Kamikaze dynasty in terms of strength. The large sects in this place had already reached the middle grade. Compared to the 3 low-grade sects in the Kamikaze dynasty, they were much stronger. As Yi Yun was not in a hurry, the big black horse did not go too fast. Instead, it rode slowly on the mountain path. Yi Yun wanted to give the 3 juniors more time to cultivate. At the same time, he also began to cultivate seriously. When he was comprehending the 18 sky-piercing iron pillars in the ancient demon's abyss, Yi Yun discovered the aura of the Divine King. This made him feel a sense of urgency. Yi Yun was anxious to break through to this realm. He had unlimited resources and outstanding talent. It was not difficult for him to break through to this realm. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. On this day, the big black horse pulled the carriage slowly on the green mountain path. In the dense forest in the distance, suddenly, there was an extremely loud noise. You disciples of the Xianxia sect are too overbearing. We saw this 1,000-year-old dragon blood ginseng first, but you want to take it away. A young man's indignant voice was heard. Haha, strength is king in this world. No matter what, our Xianxia sect is only an inferior sect. Your white tiger sword sect isn't even a great sect. How can you compare to us? The other young man laughed arrogantly. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Your Xianxia sect is so arrogant. Sooner or later, you will get your retribution. The young man from the white tiger sword sect snorted coldly. Immediately after, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the dense forest. He must have left. Xianxia sect? The big black cat, who was lying on the carriage, scratched its ears and looked in a certain direction. It said in surprise, Uncle Ma, did I hear wrongly? There's a second sect called Xianxia sect in this world? The big black horse pursed its lips and said with a frown, you didn't hear wrongly. There is indeed a Xianxia sect in the Celestial Empire. This must be an impostor. The big black cat cursed angrily. It couldn't calm down. It was a demon beast of the Xianxia sect. Now that someone was pretending to be a member of the Xianxia sect, it was extremely unhappy. Don't act rashly. Old Master hasn't said anything. The big black horse saw that the big black cat was about to go berserk. It quickly said to calm it down. The big black cat nodded silently. It was most afraid of Old Master. After hearing the big black horse's words, it immediately lay on the carriage obediently and didn't move. Inside the carriage, the corners of Yi Yun's mouth curled up into a smile. He didn't expect that there was a second sect called Xianxia sect in this world. Could it be a coincidence? Little horse, stop here first. Yi Yun suddenly ordered. The big black horse quickly stopped the carriage by the side of the road. This Xianxia sect is quite interesting. Why don't you two go and investigate? Yi Yun said with a smile in the carriage. He was currently at the juncture of breaking through to the second-level Divine Lord realm and just happened to need to enter closed seclusion to cultivate for a few days. As for the 3 younger generations of the Divine Dragon sect, they were also cultivating. It would be better to let this pair of buffoons investigate the background of the Xianxia sect and give them a vacation. After all, for more than half a month, the big black horse had been pulling the carriage without complaint. It had been very tiring. Master wants us to investigate the Xianxia sect. The big black horse was stunned. This was the first time that Master had given it such an interesting task. And this time, he could bring the kitten with him. It hurriedly said in surprise, Master, don't worry. I will definitely find out the background of the Xianxia sect. Yes. Yi Yun nodded. He thought of something and added, just investigate in secret. Yes, Master. The big black horse agreed with a smile. It gave the big black cat a look and turned into 2 streaks of black light, leaving the carriage. They flew to the dense forest at the side. The big black horse and the big black cat turned into their human forms and hid behind the crown of a big tree. The 2 of them looked into the distance through the gaps in the leaves. They saw a young man in a blue Taoist robe squatting down and digging out 1,000-year-old dragon blood ginseng from the ground. What a treasure. After eating this 1,000-year-old dragon blood ginseng, my cultivation will definitely break through to the celestial bridge realm. The blue-robed young man said happily. He looked around vigilantly and found that there was no one around. Then, he carefully put the 1,000-year-old dragon blood ginseng in a jade box. After eating this 1,000-year-old dragon blood ginseng, he would immediately enter closed seclusion to cultivate and break through to the celestial bridge realm. All of this could only be done when he returned to the sect. Little cat, does he look like someone from the Xianxia sect? The big black horse narrowed its eyes and sent a telepathic message. Uncle Ma, how would I know? The big black cat replied with a sad face. Looks like we need to test him and see if he knows the divine dragon sword technique. The big black horse's eyes lit up and suddenly thought of a good idea. Uncle Ma, leave this to me. I'll test this brat. The big black cat volunteered. Your cultivation is too high. Don't accidentally kill him. You have to remember Master's words and let us investigate in secret. The big black horse glanced at the big black cat and scolded it. The big black cat blinked. What did his Uncle Ma mean by this? Although his cultivation was high, it wasn't as if he had no sense of propriety. It was just the two of them now. If Uncle Ma didn't want him to go, could it be that Uncle Ma wanted to go himself? The big black cat's heart quivered and suddenly understood. When they were at Jilei Mountain, Uncle Ma liked to pretend to be weak. It was still the same now. It seemed that Uncle Ma would have to take this opportunity to test the waters himself. He could only watch from the side. Uncle Ma, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Why don't you make this trip? The big black cat said bitterly. Young man, you have a bright future. The big black horse patted the big black cat's shoulder and revealed a set of snow-white teeth. He was about to rush over when he suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at the big black cat and said, Look at me. Do I scare children easily? The big black cat shook its head quickly. Although this black-faced man wasn't very good-looking, he was powerful and majestic. He couldn't say anything bad about him in front of Uncle Ma. So the big black cat could only shake its head. I think you look good in this disguise. This time I secretly investigated according to Master's orders. It looks like you need to have a good appearance. The big black horse chuckled and changed its form. He turned into a handsome young man dressed in black. Uncle Ma, your appearance is really amazing. I'm afraid you'll attract a lot of young girls. The big black cat's eyes lit up and quickly flattered. Go to hell. Your Uncle Ma only likes horses. Dragons are fine too. The big black horse laughed and disappeared into the canopy in a good mood. The young man in blue was about to leave when he suddenly saw a black light break through the air and land in front of him. Why do I smell the scent of dragon blood ginseng? Brother, did you dig it out? The big black horse looked at the small hole in the ground and deliberately let out a dissatisfied laugh. Who are you? The young man in blue looked at the strange man with a vigilant look on his face. The opposite party's cultivation was the same as his, at the 10th level of soul sculpting realm. I am from the Iron Sword sect. This brother, where are you from? The big black horse cupped his fists and said with a smile, as if he was from Jianghu. I am from the Xianxia sect. The young man in blue said with a proud face. He had never heard of the Iron Sword sect. So he didn't put this black-robed young man in front of him in his eyes. In the entire Celestial Empire, their Xianxia sect also belonged to the sphere of influence of the big sections. Generally, the quasi-first-class sects simply couldn't be compared with the Xianxia sect. So you are from the Xianxia sect. The big black horse deliberately showed a trace of surprise. Since you know that we are from the Xianxia sect, then this dragon blood ginseng should not be meddling in our affairs. The young man in blue said with a sneer. Above the canopy. The big black cat stared at Uncle Ma's performance with its mouth agape, its heart filled with joy. Grandpa Ma's acting skills as a weakling were really extraordinary. He was so good at acting. It seemed that he had not cultivated enough. No wonder he could not reach the eternal realm. It was the same thing. If the big black cat went alone, it would definitely snatch the dragon blood ginseng. just as the big black cat's imagination was running wild. Phew, the big black horse exhaled, slowly drew out a sword, and said solemnly, although I don't want to be your enemy, I am determined to get the dragon blood ginseng. After all, I have a brother who is seriously injured and needs the dragon blood ginseng to save his life. When the big black cat in the distance heard this, it was so agitated that it almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle Ma's acting was too realistic, even a fate state cat like Su Ping had been included in the plan. The big black cat suddenly started to let his imagination run wild. He wondered if he should play the role of a terminally ill brother to cooperate with Uncle Ma's performance. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. Uncle Ma's skill level had already reached the point of perfection, and there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. What does your brother's life have to do with me? Don't cause any more trouble here. Otherwise, my sword won't show any mercy. The young man in blue drew out his sword and said with a stern face. The big black horse was delighted. But it still said with a straight face, in that case, I have no choice but to exchange a few moves with you, brother. Humph. Go to hell. The young man in blue roared and rushed toward the big black horse. A ray of sword light came. The big black horse narrowed its eyes. It was relieved to find that this guy did not have the divine dragon phantom on his back. He hurriedly dodged to the side and stabbed his sword at the blue-clothed youth. The blue-clothed young man was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect his opponent to be so fast. He hurriedly manipulated the sword light, turning it into a rain of swords, covering the sky and covering the earth. Bang bang, the big black horse countered every move and began to fight with the young man. He also wanted to test his opponent's swordsmanship, so his expression was extremely solemn, without any intention of underestimating him. For a moment, the two of them were fighting fiercely. The young man in blue from the Xianxia sect used all his skills. His sword light flashed like a tsunami, and its momentum was astonishing. This guy's swordsmanship is completely different from that of the Xianxia sect. The big black horse was delighted. He was still able to accept this outcome. If there really was a specious Xianxia sect, he really didn't know how to accept it. After all, in his heart, the only three juniors left in the Xianxia sect were Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Su Wani. And the current leader of the Xianxia sect was Luoli, seeing that the battle was in a stalemate. The blue-clothed young man suddenly became angry. He jumped out of the circle, pointed his sword at the other party, and said, I'll give you one more chance. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll use my Xianxia sect's signature swordsmanship. Signature swordsmanship? The big black horse was surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be hiding his signature swordsmanship. Brother, the dragon blood ginseng is very important to me. Why don't you part with it? The big black horse still kept a straight face and refused to let go of the topic of the dragon blood ginseng. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for killing you. The blue-clothed young man sneered. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly. At this moment, the shadow of a golden dragon appeared behind him. This golden dragon wasn't big. It was only about 5 or 6 meters long and as thick as a bowl. Its golden dragon tail wrapped around his waist. The big black horse almost vomited blood when he saw the shadow of the golden dragon. No matter how good his acting skills were, he couldn't continue acting at this moment. Was this also the dragon god swordsmanship? Although it was a little rudimentary, there was a huge gap between them. One was in the sky and the other was on the ground. The difference was like heaven and earth. In the distance, the big black cat on the treetop snickered secretly. He rubbed his eyes. Then he looked in the direction of the battle in the distance and said with a smile, This dragon god is so impressive. It's the Xianxia sect indeed. After the blue-clothed young man carried the golden dragon on his back, his aura changed drastically. His sword chi became even sharper. His sword-like eyebrows were raised and his eyes were cold. He charged toward the big black horse. His sword radiance also contained the shadow of the dragon god. In an instant, the power of his swordsmanship increased by several times. After the big black horse parried more than 10 moves, it saw some clues about the swordsmanship. It pretended that it was no match for the blue-clothed young man and quickly fled. You're overestimating yourself. How dare an unknown Disciple of a small sect challenged the ultimate technique of the Xianxia sect. You're really courting death. The blue-clothed young man sneered. He quickly rose into the air and left the dense forest. Above the treetop, a black light suddenly fell, revealing the figure of the big black horse. Little cat, did you see that guy's swordsmanship clearly? The big black horse looked in the direction of the blue-clothed young man and asked thoughtfully. I saw it clearly. Uncle Ma, that guy's swordsmanship is somewhat similar to the dragon god swordsmanship of the Xianxia sect. The big black cat said seriously. How is it somewhat similar? The big black horse patted the big black cat's head and scolded, it's good enough that it's somewhat similar. The big black cat felt a buzzing sound in its head after being slapped. It felt wronged. Uncle Ma, should we report to Old Master? Old Master is now in seclusion. Let's not disturb him. Now we have to secretly make a trip to the Xianxia sect and see what kind of sect it is. The big black horse's eyes flashed as it spoke. Although the swordsmanship of the blue-clothed young man was only slightly similar to the dragon god swordsmanship, it was still not to be underestimated. Perhaps it was related to the Xianxia sect. If it was, it would be a good opportunity to find out and contribute to the sect. Uncle Ma, let's follow that guy to the Xianxia sect and see where the sect is, the big black cat said with an embarrassed smile. The big black horse nodded. The two flew up and followed the blue-clothed young man from a distance. One of them was an eternal realm great monster, while the other was a heaven's mandate great monster. Following a human cultivator in the soul-sculpting realm, it was naturally impossible for them to be discovered. The blue-clothed young man flew for a day. At night, he found a cave to rest for the night and continued flying the next morning. Then he flew for another day. At night, the blue-clothed young man landed in a dilapidated temple and rested for the night. The big black horse and the big black cat hid in the distance and cursed in their hearts. It was not a long distance, yet this little guy rested for 2 nights in a row. Wasn't his spiritual power too little? Uncle Ma, do you want me to beat him up? In the dark night, 2 sneaky figures were hiding behind a big tree. At this moment, the big black cat's eyes shone like stars and contained 2 balls of anger. We shouldn't alert the enemy, the big black horse smiled calmly and shook his head. There was a look of denial in his bright black eyes. He naturally understood the big black cat's intention. He wanted to beat the blue-clothed young man up and force him to tell him the whereabouts of the Xianxia sect. This was the fastest and most effective way. But the big black horse had his own ideas. It was not easy for his master to give him a holiday. How many days had it been? If he completed the task so quickly, wouldn't he lose a lot of fun? He usually pulled the carriage conscientiously, and his life was as dull as water. There was no fun in it. It was probably because the old master saw how lonely he was that he arranged this mission to investigate the divine dragon sect's background. Therefore, the big black horse swore in his heart that he would not let his master down. This task could not be completed in a simple and violent way. After all, it was too easy for an eternal realm great demon like him to investigate a sect in a small place like the Celestial Empire. He could do it in minutes. It was such an easy task, yet old master had given him the task. He must have wanted him to play for a while more. Uncle Ma, then let's keep waiting. The big black cat said helplessly and lowered his head dejectedly. He really could not understand Uncle Ma's mentality. Slap, the big black horse slapped the big black cat on the head. Little cat, look at you. You're like a resentful woman all day long. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for me to investigate a small, low-ranked sect? Why don't you think about your master's thoughts? The big black horse scolded him. Oh. The big black cat blinked its eyes, carefully digesting Uncle Ma's words, and gradually came to a realization. Next. The two of them sat cross-legged behind the tree and practiced the heavenly illusionary eyes. The next day, early in the morning, the blue-clothed youth got up and continued on his way. The other 2 followed closely behind him. At noon, a towering mountain stood in their line of sight like a huge dragon. The blue-clothed young man lowered his body and landed on a mountain top. We're finally here. The big black cat shaded its eyes with its hand and looked at the various pavilions and buildings on the distant mountain range with an excited smile on its face. The plaque above the mountain gate was engraved with 3 simple and unadorned characters, Xianxia sect. Uncle Ma, what should we do next? The big black cat asked hurriedly. Let's go to the scripture depository first and see what kind of cultivation techniques they have. The big black horse rolled its eyes and immediately had an idea. Uncle Ma, there are Fate Realm cultivators in this sect. I'm not strong enough. How about, you take me in? The big black cat's face showed a distressed expression, and it scratched its head with its hand. The Divine Dragon sect was a low-rank sect with a Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator overseeing it. It was only at the 3rd level of the Fate Realm. It was afraid that it would be discovered as soon as it landed in the Xianxia sect. Okay, I'll take you there. The big black horse agreed readily. It restrained its aura, rolled up a ray of light, and pounced at the Xianxia sect at lightning speed. As an Eternal Realm monster, the big black horse was naturally not simple. After it entered the Xianxia sect, there was no reaction from the mountain guarding array. None of the Fate Realm cultivators could sense his presence. The big black horse glanced around and landed at the entrance of the scripture depository. There was no one at the entrance. The big black horse blew gently at the door and it opened. He grabbed the big black cat and rushed in. The door closed again. At this time, an old man raised his head and suddenly saw 2 black-clothed youths barge in. His eyes immediately widened. You are... Before he could finish his sentence, his head suddenly tilted and he fainted. The old man guarding the scripture depository was only at the 3rd level of the Fate Realm. He was far from the big black horse's Fate Realm monster. Therefore, the big black horse's half-baked heavenly disillusionment directly knocked the old man out. You're finally here. The big black horse smiled and put the big black cat on the ground. There are many cultivation techniques here. Let's split up and look for them. If there are similar cultivation techniques, we can take them all, the big black horse said with a smile. Uncle Ma, why don't we take all the cultivation techniques in the scripture depository? The big black cat said excitedly. Do you want to die? The big black horse immediately slapped it and scolded, why take them all? Do you want to show them to master? That's not what I meant, the big black cat shook its head guiltily. Master asked us to investigate, so we have to look like we're investigating. There are many cultivation techniques here. We'll only look for the useful ones. Those useless ones. You might like them, but I don't like Uncle Ma. The big black horse said arrogantly, then slapped the big black cat's head. The big black cat scratched its head and couldn't help but grimace. Fortunately, it reacted quickly. In a flash, it rushed to the bookshelf and began to flip through the books. The big black horse didn't stay idle either. It picked up a cultivation technique and quickly flipped through it. The sound of pages being flipped could be heard in the scripture depository. The 2 of them were very fast. Especially the big black horse. The speed at which he flipped through the books was more than 10 times faster than the big black cat. Found it. This movement technique seems to be similar to the Dragon God movement technique. The big black cat raised a book. It was a secret manual that was slightly yellowed. Put it away first. The big black horse ordered. He continued to flip through the other cultivation techniques. Soon, they finished reading all the cultivation techniques on the 1st floor of the scripture depository. The big black horse also found a sword technique that was 30% similar to the one used by the blue-clothed youth. There were a few words written on the manual. Flying Dragon Sword Technique. You call this the Flying Dragon Sword Technique? What an arrogant name. The big black horse pouted and put the manual away. The 2 of them went up to the 2nd floor. The scripture depository of the Xianxia sect had 3 floors. On the 2nd floor, the 2 of them also found 2 or 3 manuals that were similar to the sword techniques of the Xianxia sect. Of course, there were less than 10% of the similarities. It was still not the sword technique that the blue-clothed youth had mastered. Looks like it's on the 3rd floor, the big black horse smiled hopefully and brought the big black cat to the 3rd floor. On the 3rd floor, there weren't that many cultivation techniques. There were a total of 3 cultivation techniques placed on the table. The big black horse's bright eyes swept over them. Dragon God Mantra. Dragon God Movement Technique. Dragon God Sword Technique. The big black horse was stunned when it saw the words on the manuals. Damn it, why was it called the same as the 3 secret techniques of the Xianxia sect? Uncle Ma, this, the big black cat's eyes widened. It was so shocked that it couldn't speak. It didn't expect that the 3rd floor of the Xianxia sect's hidden scriptures hall would contain 3 books of the Xianxia sect's secret techniques. They were exactly the same as the secret techniques of the Xianxia sect. This was simply too shocking. The big black cat's mind went blank for a moment. It thought that it had found another legacy of the Xianxia sect. The big black horse's eyes widened. It rubbed its chin and was speechless. Luckily, I didn't kill that guy or beat him half to death. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face the sect leader. The big black cat had a guilty conscience as it mumbled to itself. This was like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. They were family, but they didn't know each other. Let's take a look at these 3 secret techniques first. The big black horse took a deep breath and ignored the big black cat's words. Instead, he walked forward and picked up the 2nd book of the Divine Dragon Body Technique. He didn't know much about the 1st book of the Xianxia sect's mantras. However, he had seen the 2nd and 3rd books of the Divine Dragon Body Technique and Divine Dragon Swordsmanship many times. Therefore, he could tell the difference. After flipping through a few pages, the big black horse's expression changed. The body technique in this book was quite similar to the real Xianxia sect's body technique. He quickly placed the book on the table and picked up the Divine Dragon Swordsmanship. After flipping through a few pages, the big black horse placed the swordsmanship book on the table as well. The big black cat was standing beside him at this moment. It picked up the Divine Dragon Body Movement Technique manual and started reading it. This is really strange. The techniques in this book are similar to the real Xianxia sect's techniques, but there are also many differences. Could it be that this is really another legacy of the Xianxia sect? The big black horse muttered to himself. After the big black cat flipped through the 2 books, his expression became serious. He frowned and said, Uncle Ma, these 2 books seem to be of the same origin as the Xianxia sect's techniques. I know. The big black horse nodded. It grabbed the 3 books and put them away. He was going to give these 3 cultivation methods to his master when he returned. After all, as the lord of the Xianxia sect, the lord had a more thorough understanding of the 3 unique skills. It was far from what the 2 laymen could see clearly. Uncle Ma, shouldn't we go back and report to master? The big black cat was pleasantly surprised when it saw that the mission was completed. What's the hurry? The big black horse glared at it and gave the big black cat a knock on its head. It laughed and said, This Xianxia sect is a little strange. We have to investigate it carefully. Uncle Ma, these 3 unique skills are enough to explain the problem, right? The big black cat rubbed its head and said sadly. No. This place still feels a little strange. We have to investigate it carefully and not miss any clues. If we report it carelessly, Master might scold us for being unreliable. The big black horse said thoughtfully. Since Old Master had asked them to investigate in secret, there must be a deep meaning behind it. Perhaps Old Master already knew everything. So, the big black horse would not return so hastily to make a report. Instead, he would turn the entire Divine Dragon sect upside down. The big black horse pulled the big black cat and left the hidden scriptures hall in a flash. Uncle Ma, where are we going next? The big black cat whispered. Let's see if the other disciples have the bloodline of the Divine Dragon, the big black horse thought for a while and said. So, he took the big black cat and quietly sneaked into a mountain. The Xianxia sect was located on an endless mountain range. There were many mountains here, and many disciples lived on each mountain. The big black horse, an eternal realm demon, appeared in this place and no one could find him. After all, there was only one fate realm cultivator on each mountain. This Xianxia sect is really strange. Little cat, did you find anything suspicious? After investigating a mountain, the big black horse touched its chin and said with flashing eyes. Uncle Ma, there doesn't seem to be anyone with the bloodline of the Divine Dragon here, the big black cat said in surprise. Yes, there are about 4,000 to 5,000 people on this mountain, but no one has the bloodline of the Divine Dragon. This is a bit strange. The big black horse said in a low voice, according to Master, most of the cultivators in the Xianxia sect have the bloodline of the divine dragon. Only those with the bloodline of the divine dragon can make the Xianxia sect's unique skills exert the strongest power. This is also the foundation of the Xianxia sect to become an eternal sect. But now, this Xianxia sect is full of fake. Uncle Ma, could it be that after so many years, cultivators with the bloodline of the divine dragon are almost extinct in the Cangnan continent? Is that why the Xianxia sect can't find any disciples with the bloodline of the divine dragon? The big black cat thought for a while and said, "This speculation is not impossible. How about this, let's go to the other mountains and take a look." The big black horse's eyes flashed and left with the big black cat. Next, they quickly swept past dozens of other mountains, trying to find cultivators with the bloodline of the divine dragon. But to their surprise, after searching all the mountains in the Xianxia sect, there were tens of thousands of cultivators, but not a single one had the bloodline of the divine dragon. This made the big black horse and the big black cat a little depressed. They originally thought that this might be a close relative of the Xianxia sect, but there was not a single cultivator with the bloodline of the divine dragon. Such a relative, wasn't this too ridiculous? The two of them stood on a mountain peak. The big black cat looked at the tall and low buildings in the distance in a daze. The big black horse's eyes kept moving. After all, he was the main executor of the mission this time, and the big black cat was purely here to be a bystander. So he absolutely could not go back and report to Master. Just now, he and the big black cat had quickly scanned all the cultivators on the mountains in the Xianxia sect, but there were still many places in the Xianxia sect that they had not been to. The big black horse decided to take the next step and start sweeping through these places. He would turn the Xianxia sect upside down to see if there were any new clues. He looked into the distance and suddenly found a place, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Every sect had a treasure trove, and there might be some clues in the treasure trove. At this thought, the big black horse grabbed the big black cat and left. The treasure trove of the Xianxia sect was located in a large mountain. There was a powerful protective array around it. In front of the array, there were 3 Fate Realm cultivators guarding it. A ray of black light fell from the sky. The 3 Heavens Mandate Realm cultivators fainted without any warning. "Grandpa Ma, your celestial disillusionment eyes must have reached the pinnacle of perfection." The big black cat clicked its tongue in admiration. "I've only just started, and it can only be used to deal with these small fries." The big black horse laughed, walked to the array, and gently poked with his hand. A hole appeared in the array. After breaking the array of the treasure vault, the big black horse walked to the door of the treasure vault. Over 100 seals were affixed to the quaint gate, and they were all glowing with a golden divine light at the same time. The big black horse stared for a few seconds and sighed when he realized that the seals were not broken. His celestial disillusionment eye was still not strong enough. If old Master was here, he would have broken it with one look. There was no other way. The big black horse could only poke at the seals with his hand and break them one by one. He opened the door and walked in. The big black cat followed closely behind. After entering the treasure vault, the big black cat's eyes widened. He was almost blinded by the glowing treasures around him. No wonder it was a large sect, there were so many treasures hidden in the treasure vault. The big black cat's eyes shone brightly. He couldn't wait to move everything in the treasure vault. The big black horse said cautiously, "Little cat, don't do anything rash. This might be a distant relative of the Xianxia sect. Don't touch anything inside." "Don't worry, Uncle Ma. I know my limits." The big black cat chuckled and lowered his head awkwardly. The two of them walked in slowly. As they walked, they kept looking around. Although there were many treasures of heaven and earth, they were nothing in the eyes of the big black horse. He just wanted to find things that could be connected to the Xianxia sect. Along the way, he found a few swords. They had a faint aura of the divine dragon. It must have been added to the divine dragon's blood when they were forging. That was why they had such an aura. These swords did not mean anything. The big black horse did not put them away. The two of them walked all the way to the depths of the treasure vault. They did not find any treasures worth their attention. "Uncle Ma, it seems like we didn't find anything in this place either?" The big black cat shook his head. What's that? Could it be that there's another mechanism? The big black horse's eyes lit up. It suddenly realized that there was a keyhole in the deepest wall of the treasury. The aura of some kind of restriction came from the keyhole. The big black horse's interest was piqued. Perhaps, there were even more important treasures hidden inside. He walked up to the keyhole and put his finger in. He tried it a few times, but there was no response. Then, the muscles on his face twitched twice, and he suddenly poked hard. The wall suddenly creaked, and then a door opened. There's actually a hidden door? The big black cat's eyes widened. He suddenly thought that there might be some kind of treasure hidden behind this secret door. Swish, the big black cat rushed in first. The big black horse also walked in. It walked calmly and steadily. After entering the secret door, there weren't any heaven and earth treasures that they had imagined. What came into view was a stone table with a small red bottle on it. What's this? The big black cat curiously picked up the bottle and shook it in front of his eyes. He looked at it a few more times, but he couldn't see anything. The big black horse snatched the bottle, opened the cork, and smelled it. A look of shock appeared on his face. This was divine dragon blood essence, however, there wasn't much divine dragon blood essence in this small bottle. There were only 20 to 30 drops in total. Uncle Ma, this can't be divine dragon blood essence, right? The big black cat's nose twitched twice as he smelled a special scent. Then, he said in shock. The big black horse nodded solemnly and put the cork back on the bottle. This Xianxia sect had some tricks up their sleeves. They actually hid a small bottle of divine dragon blood essence. It was extremely difficult to find divine dragon blood essence in the Cangnan continent now. I have to take this away and let Master decide. The big black horse thought for a while and carefully put away this small bottle of divine dragon blood essence. Let's go. After the big black horse finished speaking, he turned and left. Suddenly, the big black cat shouted from behind, Uncle Ma, look at the wall behind the table. There's a painting hanging on the wall. The big black horse turned his head and looked at the painting. This painting looked a little old, and the paper was yellowed. It depicted the back of a young man. This young man wore a black robe and carried a sword on his back. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he had the demeanor of an immortal. However, compared to the painting in the 5-colored dragon carps collection, this was a far cry. The main character of the painting in the 5-colored dragon carps collection was none other than Master. That white-robed man stood on the cliff with unparalleled elegance and power. He gave off the feeling that he was invincible. The big black horse had already seen this painting, but he didn't take it to heart. The big black cat rolled his eyes and said with a smile, Uncle Ma, this painting is actually placed here. Perhaps there's some meaning to it. Why don't we take it with us? What's the point of a painting? If it was, it would have been placed there long ago. Why would it be hung on the wall? The big black horse shook his head disapprovingly. The big black cat said, Uncle Ma, the person in this painting might be an elder of the Xianxia sect. Perhaps it has some reference value. Why don't we take it back? The big black horse thought for a while and felt that this made sense. Thus, he reached out and rolled up the painting and took it away. The two of them walked out of the treasury. On the way, the big black cat asked, Uncle Ma, where are we going next? The big black horse rolled his eyes and looked around. He pondered and said, let's go to the ancestral temple and take a look. Ancestral temple? The big black cat's eyes instantly lit up. Usually, ancestral temples were dedicated to the ancestors of the past. That place might be able to tell the origin of the Xianxia sect. Let's go to the ancestral temple and see if there's a memorial tablet for the master. The big black horse chuckled, grabbed the big black cat, and left. The ancestral temple of the Xianxia sect was located in a valley. This place was also protected by a large array. Outside the array, there was a thatched cottage with an old man living inside. This old man was also a big shot of the Xianxia sect. He was responsible for guarding the ancestral temple. A ray of black light fell from the sky and turned into two young men in black. The big black horse glanced at the old man in the cottage. The old man with a cultivation level of the 4th level of the Fate realm fainted immediately. The big black horse walked to the large formation, poked it with his hand, and broke it. Then, he swaggered in. The big black cat followed behind with a fanatical look in his eyes. When would he be able to cultivate to the eternal realm? If he could cultivate to the eternal realm, he would be able to be as domineering and straightforward as Uncle Ma. No one would be able to do anything to him. The big black horse pushed open the door of the ancestral temple and walked in. The ancestral temple was dimly lit, and rows of memorial tablets were placed there. The big black horse knew nothing about the ancestors of the Xianxia sect. He only knew the master. So, he began to look for the memorial tablets at the front. When he found the 13th memorial tablet, the big black horse's eyes suddenly widened. He was in a trance. A line of words was clearly written on the 13th memorial tablet. The 13th sect leader of the Xianxia sect, Yi Yun. This memorial tablet looked extremely ancient and had been there for quite a few years. The handwriting was very clear. But in the eyes of the big black horse, he felt as if he was in a trance. He could not see clearly. "Little cat, look at that memorial tablet. Is that master's name written on it?" The big black horse pointed in a direction and said in a trembling voice. The big black cat was still looking around at the memorial tablets. When he heard Uncle Ma's call, he immediately looked in the direction he was pointing. When he saw the words on the memorial tablet, he was stunned. Master's name was written on it. That was incredible. Could it be that this was really another branch of the Xianxia sect? Why else would it have Master's name? Moreover, there were hundreds of memorial tablets in this ancestral hall. They were probably the memorial tablets of the previous sect leaders of the Xianxia sect. Uncle Ma, we have done a great service this time. This Xianxia sect is definitely another branch of the Xianxia sect. The big black cat's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. The big black horse nodded heavily. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. This time, they had gained a lot from secretly investigating the Xianxia sect. If this low-level sect was another branch of the Xianxia sect, it would be a joyous occasion for the Xianxia sect. The big black horse quickly took out 3 incense sticks from the chopping board and lit them. He bowed deeply to the memorial tablets in front of him. His expression was extremely solemn. Then he inserted the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner. He was also a member of the Xianxia sect. When he saw these ancestors, he naturally had to burn a few incense sticks to express his respect. The big black cat followed suit and hurriedly did the same. After burning 3 sticks of incense, he looked at the big black horse and asked, "Uncle Ma, should we go back now? Why are you so impatient?" The big black horse wasn't too anxious. It was already set in stone that this was the other inheritance of the Xianxia sect. But it was still early. He did not want to go back in such a hurry. In any case, the 3 young masters were all cultivating, and the old master was also in seclusion to make a breakthrough. He might as well continue to search this place and see if there were any new discoveries. After carefully retreating from the ancestral hall, the big black horse left with the big black cat. The big dark horse had gained a lot this time, but he still decided to stay in the Divine Dragon sect for a few more days. The big black cat had no choice but to accompany his Uncle Ma. Next, the 2 of them turned the Xianxia sect upside down, but they didn't find any new clues. At this moment, it was already late and night had fallen. The big black horse stood on a mountain peak and looked at the rolling mountain range, silently thinking about the next step of his plan. He could actually go back now. He and the big black cat had searched the Xianxia sect inside and outside. But the big black horse was not satisfied. After all, he was too efficient. Before the day had even arrived, he had already finished investigating the entire Xianxia sect. "Uncle Ma, what are you looking at?" The big black cat stood by the side and looked at Uncle Ma's frowning face and asked softly. "I'm looking." Just as the big black horse said this, his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had seen something extraordinary. His pale golden pupils could see some things that ordinary people could not. As night fell, the world fell into darkness. The big black horse was surprised to find a faint black gas slowly drifting out along the mountain range. This black gas shrouded the entire mountain range of the Xianxia sect. "What is this?" The big black horse was shocked. This black gas looked inexplicable. If it weren't for the special ability of his pupils, especially for some evil things, he wouldn't have seen it. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator, he might not be able to see it. Uncle Ma, what did you see? The big black cat stared at the side and looked around, but found nothing. I don't know what it is. I've never seen this thing before, the big black horse muttered to himself. Uncle Ma, what should we do next? The big black cat looked confused and a little nervous. Uncle Ma was already an Eternal Realm great demon, but he said that he had never seen this thing before. It must be extraordinary. Don't worry. Let's observe the situation first. The big black horse frowned and said in a deep voice while looking at the black gas. The big black cat nodded repeatedly. The two of them stood on the mountain peak and watched for the whole night. When the sky turned white, the big black horse found that the black gas had dissipated naturally, as if it had returned to the ground. How interesting. Could there be something underground? The big black horse said to himself. Little cat, let's go down to the ground and find out. The big black horse gritted his teeth, grabbed the big black cat, and turned into a black light, plunging directly into the depths of the mountain range. After sneaking tens of thousands of feet underground, the big black horse found that there was a large array deep underground, emitting a black light, blocking him outside. There's really something strange underground? The big black cat stared at the large array in front of him, feeling a little scared. Suddenly, the big black horse punched the large array. Boom, the large array made a loud noise, and the big black horse's fist bounced back. The big black horse was shocked. His punch did not break the large array, which showed that the power of this large array was not to be underestimated. The big black horse thought for a moment, and a small golden sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This sword, the big black cat's breathing quickened. He had heard Uncle Ma mention it before. His master had once given him a thick bolt of reincarnation lightning, and turned it into a small golden sword. This should be the one in front of him. This small golden sword was indeed very terrifying. As soon as the big black horse took it out, an indescribable aura spread out. The big black cat trembled all over, as if he did not dare to face the sword. The big black horse stabbed the sword into the large array. Poochie, he immediately poked a small hole in the great array. Haha. The big black horse laughed, put away the small golden sword, and turned into a black light with the big black cat, entering the small hole. The small golden sword formed by the reincarnation lightning was indeed very powerful. It was 100 times more powerful than his physical attack. The big black horse did not want to continue refining the small golden sword. If he used it as a combat weapon, no one in the Eternal Realm would be his match. After passing through the large black array, the two entered a huge space. It was dark all around, with only specks of starlight twinkling. A huge black dragon lay on the ground, as if in deep sleep. It's actually a dragon. The big black cat's eyes widened when he saw the huge black dragon. His breathing quickened and his blood boiled. What's so strange about a dragon? You look at it every day. Can't you get enough of it? The big black horse pursed his lips, revealing a row of big white teeth. He gave the big black cat a knock on the head without holding back. The big black cat blinked continuously. Uncle Ma, what did he mean by that? What did he mean by looking at it every day? Could it be, thinking of this? The big black cat turned to look at Uncle Ma and said in a trembling voice, Uncle Ma, are you not a horse but a dragon? Let's not talk about that. I'll leave you with a little mystery. The big black horse chuckled and descended from the sky without a care. The big black cat scratched its ears and cheeks. It was very upset that it did not get the answer it wanted. But since Uncle Ma did not say it, it could not force Uncle Ma to say it. After all, he did not have the strength to do so. The big black cat also hurriedly descended from the sky. The two of them sized up the black dragon. Uncle Ma, this black dragon seems to have been dead for a long time. The big black cat observed for a moment and came to this conclusion. The big black horse nodded and did not say anything. The black dragon in front of them had indeed been dead for many years. But why was there a large array under the mountains of the Shenlong sect? And why was there a black dragon in the array? What was the purpose of this? The big black horse's gaze constantly scanned the black dragon's body. Suddenly, his gaze shifted and he discovered that there was a small black arrow stuck in the top of the black dragon's head. Could it be that this small arrow killed the black dragon? the big black horse thought to himself. He put his hands behind his back and slowly walked around the black dragon. Although he walked very slowly, each step covered a few hundred feet. This was also a type of earth-shrinking divine ability. The big black cat didn't know how to do that, so it could only fly behind the big black horse. After one round, the big black horse was shocked to find that there were 7 small black arrows in the black dragon's body. It was as if these 7 small arrows were the culprits that took the black dragon's life. The big black cat followed beside Uncle Ma and also noticed the 7 small swords. He clicked his tongue and said, "Uncle Ma, this black dragon is too pitiful." After it was killed, it didn't even pull out the 7 small arrows. "I'm afraid things aren't that simple." The big black horse's expression was gloomy. It rose into the air again and looked down from above. Only then did he realize that the black dragon's body was curved, and the 7 small arrows seemed to follow the black dragon's body, forming the shape of the Big Dipper. "This is a formation?" the big black horse muttered to himself. He now suspected that the 7 small arrows were stuck in the black dragon's body after it died. The big black cat stood beside him and was shocked when it heard Uncle Ma's words. It was as Uncle Ma said. The 7 small arrows formed a Big Dipper array. "Uncle Ma, this place is too strange. Should we pull out the 7 small arrows?" the big black cat said with bright eyes. "Don't worry. Let's wait for the sky to turn dark before we make a decision." The big black horse shook his head and said. He had some guesses, but he still needed time to verify them. The big black cat hurriedly nodded, and the 2 of them sat cross-legged in the air and waited quietly. The day passed quickly. When it was night time, the dead black dragon's body suddenly emitted a black chi. It floated through the formation and floated towards the Xianxia sect. "It's really like that," the big black horse's expression was grave. Although he still did not understand, he knew that this was no small matter. It seemed that he had to return and report to his master. The big black cat looked around, but could not see the black chi. "Uncle Ma, do you see that thing?" he hurriedly asked. "I see it. Its source is this black dragon." The big black horse nodded solemnly. He grabbed the big black cat and quickly flew upwards. What surprised him was that the hole in the formation had automatically repaired itself. The big black horse could only take out the small golden sword and poke a hole in it before flying out. After flying out from the ground, the big black horse did not stop. In a breath's time, he had returned to the side of the carriage. He sensed for a moment and found that his master had not moved. He did not dare to disturb him, so he sat on the ground and waited. When the big black cat saw the carriage, it shook its body and returned to its cat form. Then, it landed on the carriage and began to cultivate. 7 days later, there was an extremely slight fluctuation in the carriage. Yiyan opened his eyes with a smile on his face. He had broken through to the 2nd level of the Divine Lord realm. Seeing that the cat and the horse had returned, Yiyan smiled, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and walked out. "Master." The big black horse hurriedly stood up and bowed respectfully. He was still in his human form and had not turned into a black horse. "How did the investigation go?" Yiyan said with a relaxed smile. "Master, that place is very strange." The big black horse hurriedly recounted the entire process of his investigation. Then, he took out all the cultivation techniques and the picture scroll. Yiyan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that the Xianxia sect in the Celestial Empire would be so closely related to him. Could it really be a branch established by the disciples of the Xianxia sect in the future? Yiyan opened the books and took a few glances at them before he understood what was going on. These cultivation technique manuals were very crude. Only the 3 cultivation techniques on the 3rd floor of the Hidden Scriptures Hall could catch his eye. If he cultivated according to these 3 cultivation techniques, he would be much more powerful than ordinary practitioners. But compared to the 3 unique techniques of the Xianxia sect, he was still far behind. Yiyan felt that this situation was easy to understand. After all, 100,000 years had passed. The inheritance that Luo Li and the others received was not very complete, let alone this branch of the Xianxia sect. But Yiyan also felt that the big black horse's description of the black dragon underground in the mountains of the Xianxia sect was a little strange. "Kitten, you stay here and watch," Yiyan ordered. Then he broke through the void with the big black horse and descended directly to the Xianxia sect. Yi Yun's first stop was naturally the ancestral shrine. The big black horse used the same trick again. First, it used the heavenly disillusionment eye to knock out the old man guarding the ancestral shrine. Then it landed on the ground and opened the door of the ancestral shrine. Yi Yun smiled slightly. The big black horse's aptitude was not bad. It used the heavenly disillusionment eye well. Yi Yun walked in with his hands behind his back. What entered his eyes were the rows of memorial tablets on the altar table. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly. He did see some familiar names. For Yi Yun, the ancestor of the Xianxia sect from 100,000 years ago. Those juniors, except for Luo Li and the others, he basically didn't know the others. However, Yi Yun was very familiar with the Xianxia sect leaders before Yi Yun. He had a very deep impression of them. He first found his memorial tablet. With a slight movement of his eyes, the memorial tablet turned into light smoke and dissipated. He was a living person. He didn't need to accept any incense from the juniors. Yi Yun looked at the 12 memorial tablets in front of him again. They were indeed the 12 leaders of the Xianxia sect. The names were correct. Master, is this a branch of the Xianxia sect? The big black horse asked in a low voice. Let's see, Yi Yun just smiled and didn't give the big black horse a definite answer. Luo Li's Xianxia sect was so miserable because of the mastermind behind the scenes that it almost lost its inheritance. This branch of the divine dragon sect's inheritance had actually developed to such a flourishing state. This seemed to have seriously deviated from the intention of the mastermind behind the scenes. The mastermind behind the scenes had always been very resourceful. Why could he sit and watch the development of the Xianxia sect of the Celestial Empire? This obviously didn't make sense. Yi Yun had doubts. Therefore, he had to go underground to take a look. Glancing at the memorial tablets one by one, Yi Yun found that the memorial tablets here were not complete. There were no more tablets after the 251st generation. Yi Yun's eyes turned and looked at the 250th memorial tablet. He remembered that Luo Li once said that the 250th leader of the Xianxia sect had offended a huge force. Since then, the Xianxia sect had been hunted down in all kinds of ways. The 250th leader of the Xianxia sect, Xianxia sect. A line of words was written on the memorial tablet. Yi Yun nodded faintly. It turned out that this guy was called Xian. His name was not bad, especially his surname. It was very compatible with the Xianxia sect. Not only did Yi Yun remember this Xian, he also remembered the names of all the previous sect masters of the Xian. Then he walked out of the ancestral hall. The big black horse carefully closed the door of the ancestral hall and stood behind Yi Yun. Let's go and take a look at the field, Yi Yun said. He tore open the void again and went deep underground. Yi Yun looked at the black array formation silently for a second before taking a step forward. The black array formation naturally tore open a hole in it. Yi Yun stepped in. The big black horse followed closely behind. As expected of the old master, he easily broke through this great formation. The big black horse was extremely envious. Standing in the dark void, Yi Yun looked at the huge black dragon below with a glimmer in his eyes. The black dragon's bloodline was not pure. It was cultivated from a black flood dragon and had been dead for tens of thousands of years. The 7 small arrows on the black dragon's body were like the Big Dipper sword formation, nailed to its body. Yi Yun stretched out his hand and gently grasped at the void. Suddenly, a wisp of faint black gas appeared in his hand. Yi Yun looked at it and a trace of malice suddenly appeared in his eyes. What a vicious technique, Yi Yun said in a deep voice. Old master, what is this? The big black horse asked nervously. This is the evil spirit that plucks the luck, Yi Yun said faintly. My Xianxia sect is an eternal sect and carries the great luck of the Cangnan continent. When the luck is prosperous, 100 billion miles of purple luck suppresses the continent like a divine dragon. Oh, the big black horse nodded. He seemed to understand the meaning of the old master's words. The divine dragon sect was an eternal level sect that carried great fortune. It would be extremely difficult to completely annihilate it. Not only did they have to kill the disciples of the Xianxia sect, but they also had to constantly suppress and plunder the invisible luck of the Xianxia sect. The black dragon in front of them seemed to be plundering the luck of the Xianxia sect, while the big black horse's imagination was running wild. Yi Yun pointed with his hand. Whoosh, the gigantic black dragon immediately flipped over, revealing 7 deep black holes beneath its body. Each black hole emitted a faint black gas. The big black horse looked at the 7 black holes in shock and found that the 7 black holes were bottomless and went deep into the earth's core. This black dragon has been cast with the divine ability of fate and represents the luck of the Xianxia sect here. As for the Big Dipper arrows, they formed a formation called the Big Dipper Dragon Formation. Every night, the formation automatically operates and emits an invisible evil spirit that pervades the Xianxia sect above and plunder the luck of the Xianxia sect. The 7 black holes inject the plundered luck back into the earth veins of the Cangnan continent. Yi Yun looked at the black holes and said calmly. Hearing this, Zhang Wuji nodded. The big black horse suddenly felt frightened. What kind of person could possess such a powerful technique? An ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator would never be able to do this. This also involved the concept of luck. Only a great cultivator who was proficient in the divine ability of fate could do such a big thing. Who on earth did our Xianxia sect offend? Who dares to hate us so much that they want to destroy our Xianxia sect? Yi Yun's faint voice reverberated throughout the entire void. The big black horse shivered. In a trance, he also felt the power of the invisible black hand. It seemed to come from the 9 heavens and was controlling this place from a different world. Master, I'll destroy this black dragon and break the 7-star fiend dragon formation. The big black horse said angrily. It's useless to break it. Yi Yun suddenly smiled and said with a mysterious expression on his face. The big black horse was stunned. He didn't understand his master's words. This black dragon represented the Xianxia sect. The 7-star fiend dragon formation emitted a fiendish aura from the black dragon and absorbed the luck of the Xianxia sect every day. It then flowed into the depths of the earth through the 7 small holes under the black dragon. Day after day, year after year, it had been consuming the luck of the Xianxia sect. Shouldn't it be destroyed? Yi Yun turned to look at the big black horse and said with a faint smile, in fact, the Xianxia sect above should be destroyed more. His words were earth-shattering. The big black horse felt as if a heavy hammer had hit its head and made a buzzing sound. At this moment, it was completely dumbfounded. What did his master mean? Why should the Xianxia sect above be destroyed more? Wasn't the Xianxia sect above a branch of the Xianxia sect? Why should it be destroyed? Could it be that he didn't want the 7-star fiend dragon formation to continue consuming the luck of the Xianxia sect? Yi Yun looked at the big black horse's expression and just smiled. He could understand the big black horse's feelings at this moment. If Yi Yun hadn't personally come to this underground world today, he wouldn't have imagined that the mastermind behind the scenes would be so sinister. The Xianxia sect above ground, which had a population of 70 to 80,000, was actually a fake Xianxia sect put together. Based on the original 3 unique techniques of the Xianxia sect, a new 3 unique techniques were put together. Using these 3 unique techniques to pass down the legacy. The mastermind behind the scenes had allowed the Xianxia sect to continue to exist in the Celestial Empire. That was because the luck of the Xianxia sect was endless. It was not something that could be directly cut off by human strength. A moment of carelessness could even cause the dragon to rise. In order to put an end to this situation, the mastermind behind the scenes, while constantly suppressing the Xianxia sect, also created a fake Xianxia sect, letting it inherit the luck of the Xianxia sect. On the one hand, he allowed the fake Xianxia sect to inherit the fortune, while on the other hand, he set up a large formation underground and used the divine ability to devour the fortune every day. The sinister intentions of the mastermind were really outrageous. Yi Yun was also very angry. However, his Tao heart, which had remained unchanged for 100,000 years, quickly suppressed this emotion. The mastermind was not simple. He had been planning for tens of thousands of years and had never revealed the slightest trace. All kinds of agents appeared in this world. The 7-star dragon fiend formation here had involved extremely profound divine ability, which was definitely not something an ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator could do. Perhaps everything pointed to the divine land. Yi Yun smiled softly. Things were really getting more and more interesting. When he returned from the primordial demon abyss, he had already felt that some clues came from the divine land. Now, this seven-star dragon fiend formation made him even more suspicious. However, Yi Yun was not in a hurry. As long as he led the three juniors of the Shenlong sect and rose to power, he would always attract the attention of the mastermind. The mastermind would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Yi Yun's invincible comeback after 100,000 years of signing in naturally revitalized the Shenlong sect and continued the glory of the Shenlong sect. He also wanted to regain control of the fortune of the Cangnan continent. In the process, he had to get rid of all the agents of the mastermind behind the scenes. He also had to have a good fight with the mastermind behind the scenes. At the thought of this, Yi Yun's face suddenly showed a trace of a proud smile. Finally, there was something more interesting to do. With such an opponent, Yi Yun felt very interested. The invincible life was no longer lonely. "Master, what should we do next?" The big black horse whispered next to him. "Let's go up and sit," Yi Yun smiled slightly. The big black horse was stunned for a moment, pointed at the black dragon's corpse, and said, "Master, what about the black dragon and the seven-star dragon fiend formation? Just put it away first." Yi Yun smiled and waved his hand, only to see the black dragon on the ground disappear in an instant. As for the 7 deep holes, they were also sealed. There was a small rune on each hole, flashing a few times and then disappearing. Yi Yun tore the void again and returned to the sky above the Shenlong sect. As he browsed through the rows upon rows of palaces below, his gaze finally locked onto one of the ancient halls. The next moment, Yi Yun and the big black horse appeared in the center of the hall. A black-haired old man wearing a red dragon robe was sitting in the middle of the hall, quietly cultivating. A faint shadow of a golden divine dragon appeared behind him. Yi Yun didn't say anything and just watched with interest. The big black horse smiled, not daring to say a word. "Little horse, this is the current sect master of the Shenlong sect. Go and fight with him. See how well he has mastered the 3 ultimate skills of the Shenlong sect," Yi Yun said casually. "Yes, master." The big black horse walked over excitedly. Playing the weak was his favorite thing to do. At the moment, Yi Yun had concealed his aura and stood in the center of the hall as if there was no one else around. He looked up at the exquisite patterns on the beams above his head. The big black horse slowly took a few steps forward, and its aura began to drop rapidly. By the time it was 10 meters away from the old man in red, it had dropped to the 3rd level of the fate state. The old man in red was at the 4th level of the fate state. "I'm 1 level lower than him. This way, he won't be frightened," the big black horse grinned and then laughed. This voice was not loud, but it reverberated throughout the hall. The red-clothed old man jumped in fright and quickly opened his eyes. "Who are you? How dare you break into the Shenlong sect? Don't be afraid. I don't mean any harm. I'm just here to learn from you." The big black horse stood where he was and waved his hand with a gentle smile on his face. The old man in red was stunned. He sized up the black-robed young man in front of him, only to find that he was only 1 level lower than him, but he was able to sneak into the clan hall without anyone noticing. That kind of ability was really amazing. If the young man had suddenly launched an attack, he would have been killed. Thinking about it this way, the old man in gray was not so hostile to the black-robed young man in front of him. "What is there to learn from? May I ask who you are?" he asked with a frown. The big black horse rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "I heard that the Shenlong sect has 3 unique skills that are famous in the Celestial Empire. So, I'm here to learn from them. Not just the Celestial Empire." Hearing the black-robed young man praise the Shenlong sect's 3 unique skills, the old man in red snorted and said, "Tens of thousands of years ago, the Shenlong sect was also an eternal level sect. The 3 unique skills were the best in the entire Cangnan continent." The big black horse almost vomited blood after hearing that. If the old man hadn't said that this was a fake Shenlong sect, he would have never believed that this was not the real Shenlong sect. Haha. Yi Yun rubbed his forehead as a rare wry smile appeared on his face. The next moment, a scene that shocked Yi Yun happened. The old man in red put his hands behind his back and looked at the big black horse proudly. He said arrogantly, "There's no need to compete. If we fight face to face, you're definitely no match for me. Why do you say that? The big black horse was stunned. The sect master of the Xianxia sect was too confident, wasn't he? Was it because the Xianxia sect was an eternal level sect 100,000 years ago? So you're from the demon clan. Suddenly, the gray-robed elder's eyes fell on the big black horse. He looked at it with interest and said confidently, no wonder you're so ignorant. To tell you the truth, 100,000 years ago, the sect master of our divine dragon sect, Yi, was the #1 expert of the eternal realm in the Xianxia continent. He was invincible throughout history and suppressed an era. The big black horse was shocked and speechless. Haha. Yi couldn't help but turn around and laugh. However, the sound was blocked by Yi's divine ability. Although Yi didn't reveal any aura, he was on the other side, so the old man in red didn't see him. The big black horse was stunned for a long time. Thinking of the task given by his master, he slowly drew his sword and said slowly, you're right, but I still want to fight with you. I have no problem with fighting, but I want you to back off. Fellow Taoist, think carefully about your sect. If it has an eternal level foundation, it won't be too late to consider fighting with me. The red-robed old man sneered with a mocking expression on his face. Nobody wanted to challenge him, the sect master of the Xianxia sect. Was he looking down on an eternal level sect? The big black horse lowered his head and pretended to be serious. After thinking for a few seconds, he raised his head again. He looked at the gray-robed elder with a serious expression and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I remember, I'm also from an eternal level sect, the big black horse said with a smile. Are you also from an eternal sect? The old man in red jumped up as if his buttocks were on fire and quickly fell down. He stood on the ground like a steel spear and stared at the black-robed young man in front of him. After staring for a long time, he shook his head and sneered. There's no such loser in an eternal sect like you. You came to a big sect to spar. You're obviously lying. The big black horse was exasperated. The anger in its heart exploded. It suddenly rushed forward and slashed out with its sword. He couldn't communicate with the old man in red anymore. He might as well fight directly. You're no match for me in a head-on fight. The old man in red sneered. Suddenly, an imposing golden dragon phantom appeared behind him. It was as thick as a bucket and as long as 3 feet. The golden dragon head jumped high and the dragon tail wrapped around the waist. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light contained the phantom of a divine dragon. Boom, the 2 swords collided in the air and made a loud noise. The big black horse took 2 steps back and pretended to be shocked. The divine dragon sword technique is indeed worthy of its reputation. Did you just find out? Don't forget that my Xianxia sect was also an eternal sect 100,000 years ago. The old man in red was proud. He roared excitedly and rushed over with his sword. Bang bang, sword light flashed and the 2 fought again. For a while, they were locked in a stalemate. The big black horse suppressed his strength to a level lower than his opponents in order to complete the task. In this way, the divine dragon sect master would be able to display his true strength. Yi watched quietly from the side. He didn't say anything and didn't stop the fight halfway. The fight lasted for about half an hour. The fight is over. Suddenly, the old man in red jumped out of the circle and carried his sword on his back. He said indifferently. He found that he couldn't beat his opponent. And his opponent seemed to be unable to beat him. It was better to stop here and give each other a way out. Thank you, fellow cultivator. The big black horse put away his sword and looked in a certain direction. He noticed that his master was slowly walking towards him. Master. The big black horse hurriedly bowed. Yi nodded and looked at the red-clothed elder. There's actually another person? The red-clothed old man turned pale with fright. He was a great cultivator at the 4th level of the Heaven's Mandate realm, but he didn't notice that there was a young man in white robes in the hall. Who are you? The red-clothed old man asked loudly. I'm Yi. Yi said with a smile. Yi? The red-robed old man was stunned. He blinked and immediately roared, Why are you called that? Is my master's name something you can slander? The big black horse glared at him from the side. Why can't I? Yi Yin gently patted the big black horse's shoulder and looked at the red-robed old man calmly. The big black horse was stunned. He didn't expect his master to be so patient. He couldn't help but admire him. The red-clothed old man looked at Yi Yin and said with a smile, "The 13th sect master of the Xianxia sect is called Yi Yin. He's a supreme figure who suppressed an era. I'm afraid you'll be punished by heaven for naming him like that." After hearing the red-clothed old man's words, Yi Yin said with a smile, "I didn't expect you guys to think so highly of yourselves. Do you really think you're the successor of the Xianxia sect?" Speaking of this, Yi Yin's eyes immediately flashed with tiny runes that were like stars, constantly changing between life and death. The red-clothed old man was immediately stunned. Not only the red-clothed old man, but everyone in the Xianxia sect was affected by Yi Yin's heavenly disillusionment eyes. Yi Yin read the complete memories of all the cultivators above the Fate realm in the Xianxia sect. The process was very fast. It only took a few breaths of time. The red-clothed old man suddenly turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated. Then everyone else in the Xianxia sect also turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated. Yi Yin smiled and looked at the hall around him. The hall suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. At this moment, all the buildings on the mountain were the same. The huge Xianxia sect disintegrated at this moment. In the blink of an eye, only a barren mountain was left. The big black horse exclaimed at the side. Master's heavenly disillusionment eyes were really powerful. 70 to 80,000 people from such a large sect had all disappeared. All the buildings were the same. This kind of powerful ocular divine ability was seriously too terrifying. Looking at the barren mountain, the big black horse suddenly asked in a low voice, "Master, did you find anything?" Yi Yin shook his head. Although he read the memories of many people, he didn't find any information he wanted. The Xianxia sect had been around for more than 10,000 years. This generation's sect master was only guarding some of the cultivation methods passed down by the old ancestor. The reason Yi Yin had annihilated the Divine Dragon sect was because they had stolen a large amount of luck from the Divine Dragon sect. There was no need to keep such a sect alive. Even if these people were innocent, they were in fact accomplices. Yi Yin couldn't forgive them. "Let's go." Yi Yin broke through the void and brought the big black horse to the carriage. He entered the carriage and the big black horse began to pull the carriage. On the way, Yi Yin fumbled around his wrist and suddenly took out some silver worms. He took out a small bottle and put them all in. Then he left one and flicked it. The little bug disappeared into the void. The silver worm soon appeared near the original mountain gate of the Xianxia sect and quietly hid in the vegetation. Yi Yin left the worm because he wanted to see if the mastermind would send people. If they did, he could capture them and interrogate them. This silver worm was best at hiding its aura and body. Even an Eternal Realm cultivator couldn't detect its existence. "Master, where are we going next?" the big black horse asked in front. Yi Yin thought for a moment and a sect called Tianxia sect appeared in his mind. He smiled and said, "Then let's go to Tianxia sect." The big black horse answered and slowly pulled the carriage to continue their journey. Yi Yin wasn't in a hurry. Along the way, the big black horse slowly drove to Tianxia sect. A month later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain of Tianxia sect. At this time, Yi Yin's cultivation realm broke through again and reached the 4th level of the Divine Monarch realm. He broke through 2 small levels in a month. Such an astonishing cultivation speed was unheard of even in the Divine Land. The improvement of the realm was as simple as drinking water and eating for Yi Yin. In addition, he had a large number of heaven and earth treasures to assist him. It was reasonable for him to have such a terrifying cultivation speed. During this time, although the 3 juniors of the Xianxia sect hadn't officially broken through, they were only one step away from breaking through to the 9th level of the Divine Bridge realm. This time, Yi Yin planned to let them break through a small level when they came to Tianxia sect. At the foot of Tianxia sect's mountain, the big black horse glanced at Tianxia sect and blinked. It muttered to itself curiously, "That's strange. Why are there only 7 mountains in this place?" The big black cat also straightened its body and looked in the direction that the big black horse said. It was true. There were a total of 7 mountains. Every mountain peak was not small in size. Each mountain had countless pavilions, towers, and buildings of all kinds. Uncle Ma, Tianheng sect's name is quite domineering, but there are only 7 mountains. How stingy. The big black cat curled its lips and said, "Little cat, when will you be able to learn more?" The big black horse glanced at it with disdain. "Uncle Ma, what did you find?" The big black cat's heart skipped a beat and asked hurriedly. "Look carefully at the 7 mountains. Doesn't it look like the arrangement of the Big Dipper?" The big black horse said in a deep voice. The big black cat took a closer look and suddenly showed a shocked expression. He said involuntarily, "It's true. It's a complete Big Dipper." It's like, at this point, it suddenly closed its mouth. The big black cat thought of the 7 small arrows on the body of the black dragon in the depths of Xianxia sect. At that time it also set up a Big Dipper array. Could it be that Tianheng sect was the same? You're right. This is also a set of arrays. The big black horse muttered to itself, but there are many arrays that use the Big Dipper. It can't be said to be intentional, Uncle Ma, you're right. The big black cat hurriedly flattered and said with a smile. At this time, although Yi Yun's eyes were closed in the carriage, he had already seen all 7 mountains of Tianheng sect. The big black horse was right. This was indeed a Big Dipper array. Yi Yun even specially probed the underground of the 7 mountain peaks, but did not find any special space. However, Yi Yun saw something familiar. On the square of the Tianheng sect, there was a huge green rock that was 20 to 30 meters tall. On the surface of the huge rock, there was a vivid and lifelike dragon engraved on it. That's really interesting. Who would have thought that this tiny Tianheng sect would actually want to restrict my Xianxia sect? Yi Yun muttered to himself as a faint trace of anger flashed in his eyes. If it was 100,000 years ago, this giant rock would have a name that would shake the entire Xianxia continent. Divine Dragon Monument. The Xianxia sect had 13 divine dragon steels in total. The Tianheng sect's piece in front of them was the 13th piece, and it was also personally carved by Yi Yun. There was no special meaning to it. Back then, the divine dragon sect's first-generation ancestral master had created a divine dragon steel. After that, the 2nd generation, the 3rd generation, until Yi Yun's 13th generation, every generation would create a divine dragon steel. Yi Yun didn't know at that time. Why would every sect leader of the Xianxia sect build a divine dragon monument? However, he now understood. Every divine dragon monument carried the luck of the Xianxia sect. The more divine dragon monuments there were, the stronger the luck of the Xianxia sect. Of course, the Xianxia sect didn't only carry the luck of the divine dragon monument, but also many other things. The divine dragon monument was just a symbol of it. The 13 divine dragon monuments were located on the main road in front of the Xianxia sect. They were arranged uniformly from top to bottom. Anyone who visited the Xianxia sect would pass by the divine dragon monument. Because Yi Yun was the #1 expert of the eternal realm in the Xianxia continent, the divine dragon monument he carved contained his spirit and will. Therefore, all the cultivators who passed by this divine dragon monument at that time would be frightened and their breath would be unstable. However, the divine dragon monument of the Tianheng sect had already lost its original spirit and will after 100,000 years. It was just an ordinary boulder. However, this stone monument still carried some of the luck of the Xianxia sect. However, the current divine dragon steel was being suppressed by the 7 stars grand formation formed by the 7 mountains. These 7 mountains weren't formed naturally. Instead, a powerful person changed the world and rebuilt the 7 mountains. This natural formation was used to suppress the divine dragon monument. Yi Yun smiled again. He suddenly realized that his previous idea was still a little thoughtless. For 100,000 years, many items of the Xianxia sect had been suppressed by many different forces. Let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about the 13 divine dragon monuments. At least 13 sects were suppressing the 13 divine dragon monuments. Yi Yun touched his chin. He thought of a problem. In the eyes of the gods on the divine land, the small Xianxia sect was just an eternal level sect. Was it worth it to suppress it so painstakingly? Could it be that there were some secrets of the Xianxia sect that he didn't know? Yi Yun smiled when he thought of this. As the sect master of the Xianxia sect, He didn't know that there were bigger secrets of the Shenlong sect. This was really ridiculous. Master, Master. Why didn't you tell me the secrets of the Shenlong sect? Don't tell me you don't know? Yi Yin said with a smile. His master was the 12th sect master of the Shenlong sect. He was very good to Yi Yin. He was like a master and a father. Logically speaking, he would never hide anything. But it was exactly so. After 100,000 years, after experiencing what he saw and heard along the way, Yi Yin realized that the Shenlong sect was hiding a huge secret. This secret. Perhaps only the first patriarch of the Shenlong sect knew about it. Later, no one in the Shenlong sect knew about it. But the person behind the scenes hiding in the dark knew it clearly. Interesting, interesting, Yi Yin laughed again. Then he summoned the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect into the carriage. Experience was the first priority. As for the Divine Dragon Monument, it was not too late to deal with it later. Greetings, Ancestor. Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Suwani hurriedly saluted Yi Yin. This time, your target is the Tianhing sect of the Celestial Empire. Just kill them. Don't leave anyone alive, Yi Yin said lightly. After hearing this, the 3 of them were a little surprised. Jun Maxiao hurriedly asked, Ancestor, is the Tianhing sect the culprit who destroyed our Shenlong sect? Yi Yin shook his head. Then he told the 3 juniors about the Divine Dragon Monument. There was nothing to hide about it. In particular, the current leader of the Shenlong sect was Luoli. He must let her know more about the Shenlong sect. Yi Yin didn't want to learn from the first patriarch of the Shenlong sect. He actually hid such an important secret, which led to the great disaster of the Shenlong sect later. Ancestor, I didn't expect that the Tianhing sect still has the Divine Dragon Monument of our Shenlong sect. We must take it back. Luoli stood up. 2 balls of anger appeared in her eyes. We must take back the monument of our Shenlong sect. Jun Maxiao's eyes were also full of killing intent. You guys just need to kill. Yi Yin smiled faintly and said, as for the Divine Dragon Monument, bring it over at the end, yes, Ancestor. The 3 of them nodded hurriedly. Go. Yi Yin waved his hand, and the 3 youths in front of him instantly disappeared. On the square of Tianhing sect, 3 rays of light flashed, and 3 figures appeared. They were Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Suwani. Time and space suddenly changed, and the 3 of them were a little dumbfounded. However, when they saw the divine dragon carved on the blue stone in the square, the 3 of them instantly understood. They were now in the square of Tianhing sect's main hall. That huge blue stone was the divine dragon monument personally carved by the ancestor 100,000 years ago. Looking at the lifelike divine dragon, Luoli's eyes actually flowed with tears. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. This divine dragon monument, which condensed providence, had been suppressed for 100,000 years. This made her, the 298th sect master of the divine dragon sect, feel an indescribable pain. Senior sister, junior brother, let's kill them. Luoli endured the pain, gritted her teeth, and suddenly pulled out her sword. A huge divine dragon phantom appeared behind her in an instant. Roar! The divine dragon phantom roared to the sky. In an instant, the entire Tianhing sect was shaken. Jun Maxiao also pulled out his sword. The sword intent all over his body was sharp and rushed into the clouds. Suwani was the same. Now, she was also at the 8th stage of the divine bridge realm, the same as her junior brother and junior sister. Moreover, she had also received the inheritance of the exquisite blood pagoda. That exquisite blood pagoda also had incredible power. However, the ancestor had warned her not to use it under normal circumstances, and only in a life and death crisis could she use it. Whoosh! At this moment, a group of disciples of Tianhing sect ran out from all directions. Each of them had a strong aura, and they were all cultivators of the divine bridge realm. There were more than 100 people. Who dares to barge into my Tianhing sect? A young man pointed the tip of his sword at the 3 of them and shouted loudly. Enemy! Luoli sneered and flew forward, waving out a sword light. This sword light was filled with hatred as it attacked. It contained countless illusory images of divine dragons and was filled with unimaginable power. The Celestial Bridge disciples of the Tianheng sect could only hastily meet the attack. Bang bang, the sword lights intertwined, creating a series of loud noises. In an instant, more than 10 people were injured. There was even one person whose body was directly cut in half. Blood splattered everywhere, dying a miserable death. These Celestial Bridge realm disciples of the Tianheng sect were at most elite disciples. They had joined the Tianheng sect for so many years, but they had never seen such an arrogant person who dared to wantonly kill people in front of the Tianheng sect's main hall square. For a moment, they were all stunned. Kill! Jun Maxiao and Suwani also charged over. In the time it took to take a breath, these Celestial Bridge realm disciples were slaughtered to the point of being thrown off their feet. The three of them charged into the crowd like three divine dragons, unleashing a frenzied massacre. When the others realized that something was wrong and rushed to the square to provide support, they found that only less than half of the 100 people were left. Where did these three guys come from? How can a Celestial Bridge realm cultivator be so fierce? In the main hall of the Tianheng sect stood several great cultivators of the Fate realm. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was the sect master of the Tianheng sect. The other 7 people standing next to him were the peak masters of the 7 peaks of the Tianheng sect. All of them were above the 5th level of the Fate realm. The sect master of the Tianheng sect had reached the 7th level of the Fate realm. Of course, there were more than 8 Fate realm cultivators in the entire Tianheng sect. There were also many Fate realm cultivators below the 5th level of the Fate realm who were cultivating in different mansions on the 7 peaks. Look at the swordsmanship displayed by these 3 teenagers. It seems to be the swordsmanship of the Shenlong sect. A Heaven's Mandate cultivator said. Shenlong sect? It's just a low-rank sect. Even if there are extremely rare geniuses in the sect, they would never dare to cause trouble in our Tianheng sect. Another Fate realm cultivator snorted coldly. Then what could it be? 3 youths actually dared to brazenly barge into our Tianheng sect? Who exactly is supporting them from behind? No matter who it is, we must punish them severely. Several Fate realm peak masters discussed one by one, each with an extremely angry look on their faces. The sect master of the Tianheng sect also frowned. He saw that the cultivation methods of these 3 teenagers were also from the Shenlong sect. However, the Shenlong sect was just a low-rank sect. They had always been polite to their Tianheng sect. It was absolutely impossible for them to do such a thing. But why did these 3 teenagers dare to directly attack the Tianheng sect? Their Tianheng sect hadn't offended any sect over the years. Let's go out and have a look. These 3 teenagers have killed so many people of our sect. We must kill them. The sect master of the Tianheng sect waved his hand and took the lead to walk out. At this time, Jun Maxiao, Luoli, and Suwani had been surrounded by many Nirvana realm cultivators. The smell of gunpowder on both sides was strong and a battle was about to break out. Kill them and avenge our brothers. A Nirvana realm disciple's eyes were red and he took the lead to rush towards Luoli. Under his lead, 80 to 90 Nirvana realm disciples all controlled the sword light to attack. In the blink of an eye, the entire square was shrouded in sword light like rain. In the face of such a fierce attack, Luoli and the others didn't meet force with force. Instead, they relied on the divine dragon movement technique to dash left and right, dodging wave after wave of attacks. Now that the 3 of them were fighting together, they could cooperate more than before. The 3 of them grew up in the Shenlong sect and often experienced all kinds of hunting. Naturally, their tacit understanding was extremely deep. In addition, the cultivation of the 3 of them were already synchronized. Therefore, after dodging this wave of sword rain, the 3 of them had a tacit understanding and launched a fierce attack on the Tianheng sect disciples in one direction at the same time. In this direction, there were a total of 10 Nirvana realm disciples whose cultivation was only at the 1st and 2nd level of the Nirvana realm. It was the weakest place. The 3 of them, who had rich combat experience, immediately saw this weakness and launched a wave of tide-like attacks. Chi, chi. Terrifying sword light, mixed with the roar of the divine dragon's shadow, shook the void and fell mercilessly. These more than 10 Nirvana realm disciples of the Tianheng sect didn't expect that the 3 teenagers would suddenly launch such a strong attack. They hurriedly met the attack, but they couldn't resist the simultaneous attack of the 3 people. Ah! Then, a series of screams sounded. These more than 10 disciples were all hit by the sword. Blood flowed out and they retreated backward. What a strong fighting quality! Several Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators who were watching the battle couldn't help but twitch their eyes when they saw this scene. These three teenagers really know how to seize the opportunity. After dodging such a powerful wave of attacks, they can still counterattack to the weak point and kill with one blow. They are really powerful. The sect master of the Tianheng sect immediately sent a sound transmission. Immediately, many Nirvana Realm disciples flew over from the 7 peaks. These Nirvana Realm disciples had extremely high cultivation. They had reached the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th level of the Nirvana Realm. They flew to the square and immediately joined the battle. But no one expected that. These Nirvana Realm disciples with extremely high cultivations, once they participated in the attack, their entire bodies seemed to be controlled, and their mental state fell into a state of madness. Their strength was also forcibly reduced to the 1st level of the Nirvana Realm. The whole square was surrounded by 2,000 to 3,000 Nirvana Realm disciples. So many people began to launch a massive attack on the 3 teenagers. The sword light that filled the sky could no longer see the figures of the 3 teenagers. But occasionally, in the gaps of the sword light, there would be a divine dragon shadow that flashed and disappeared. It proved that the 3 teenagers were still alive. At first, those Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators didn't realize the strangeness of the 3 teenagers. But in the time of 2 to 3 breaths, these people immediately realized the strangeness of the matter. Generally speaking, more than 2,000 Nirvana Realm disciples besieged 3 teenagers of the Celestial Bridge Realm. No matter how strong these 3 people were, they would never be able to withstand a round of attacks. But inconceivably, these 3 teenagers actually withstood such a fierce attack. Sect Master, something is wrong. An old man of the Heaven's Mandate Realm said with a frown. Indeed, the Nirvana Realm disciples of the Tianheng sect definitely wouldn't have such low combat strength. The sect master of the Tianheng sect sneered and immediately said to the old man next to him, "Senior brother, please make a move and directly kill those 3 teenagers." Okay. The old man nodded and immediately rushed over in a flash. But before he reached the center of the square, he suddenly felt that his whole brain was in a trance, and then he didn't know anything. Although he was holding a sword in his hand, he also attacked Jun Maxiao. But in fact, his cultivation had dropped from the 5th level of the Heaven's Mandate Realm to the 1st level of the Nirvana Realm. But he didn't realize it. The others couldn't notice it either. The old man roared and fiercely attacked Jun Maxiao. There were too many enemies. Jun Maxiao didn't fight with the old man in close combat. Instead, he dodged his attack. What's going on? The sect master of the Tianheng sect suddenly turned pale with fright. His senior brother of the 5th level of the Heaven's Mandate Realm attacked with a sword. The teenager actually dodged it. This was too inconceivable. His senior brother was a great cultivator of the 5th level of the Heaven's Mandate Realm, and the teenager was only at the 8th level of the Celestial Bridge Realm. Just when the sect master of the Tianheng sect was in great shock, a mysterious force suddenly invaded his mind. The sect master of the Tianheng sect, his eyes red, pulled out his sword, roared, and joined the battle. Kill. The other great cultivators of the Heaven's Mandate Realm next to him also did the same at this moment. They all looked crazy and roared as they joined the battle. There were many disciples of the Tianheng sect, as many as 100,000 people. At this moment, many people were watching this battle in the air. Now that the sect leader has made his move, he will definitely be able to easily kill those 3 youths. It isn't just the sect master. Even the 7 peak masters have made a move. The surrounding disciples were in heated discussions. These disciples had a variety of cultivation levels. There were Primary Sea Realm, Divine Bridge Realm, Nirvana Realm, and even some Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivators who were in seclusion. They were all suspended in the air to observe this battle. After all, the square was now packed with people and no one could squeeze in. They had no choice but to watch the battle from above. At the foot of Tianheng Sect's mountain, an ordinary-looking black carriage was quietly parked there. The big black cat in the carriage was restless. It kept standing up and stretching its neck to look in the direction of Tianheng Sect's main hall. The big black horse had its eyes closed, as if it was resting. "Little cat, why are you in such a hurry?" Do you want to go pick up the storage rings? The big black horse said calmly. The big black cat hurriedly nodded and said, That's right, Uncle Ma. Last time when Little Master was fighting, I was responsible for cleaning up the storage rings at the scene. This time, I want to do my part. Alright, go ahead then. The big black horse said with a laugh. The big black cat was overjoyed. It immediately turned into a black light and flew toward the mountain. However, it had just flown a few dozen feet when it was pulled back by a powerful force. Little cat, I don't have the final say. You have to ask Master. The big black horse laughed. The big black cat wanted to cry but had no tears. It quickly returned to the carriage and knelt down. It whispered, Master, shall I go and help the 3 little masters pick up the storage rings? Yian smiled indifferently in the carriage. These 2 buffoons really knew how to cause trouble. He waved his hand and said calmly, Go. The big black cat turned into a black light again and disappeared from the carriage. Master, there are too many disciples in Tianheng sect. There are at least 100,000 of them. The 3 little masters will probably take many days to kill. The big black horse said worriedly. The cultivators in the square now are enough for them to break through to the 9th stage of the celestial bridge realm. As for the rest, let them go back where they came from, Yiyan smiled indifferently. At this moment, his demonic eyes flickered with countless tiny runes that looked like stars. They were constantly changing, as if they were countless small worlds. All the spectating cultivators in the air turned into green smoke and dissipated into the air in an instant. The big black horse stared at them from the side. There were close to 100,000 people. Old Master activated the Sky Dome Disillusionment Eye and easily vaporized these 100,000 people. This mystique was simply too terrifying. The big black horse's firmament illusory eye was only at the beginner level. This eye technique differed from person to person. The greater the number of targets, the higher the cultivation level, and the greater the consumption of magic power. The big black horse analyzed in its heart. If its celestial disillusionment eye could be fully mastered one day, its dermic powers would not be able to support it. It would be able to evaporate 100,000 cultivators in an instant. Master is getting more and more terrifying. Now, he's already at the 4th level of the Divine Monarch realm. He's not far from the Divine King realm. I really don't know how terrifying Master will be when he reaches the Divine King realm. The big black horse thought to himself. It had recently made a breakthrough in its cultivation and was now at the 4th level of the Eternal Realm. Although its cultivation was not slow, compared to Old Master, it was still far behind. Little horse, if you absorb all the lightning from the reincarnation lightning pool, you can break through to the true immortal realm. As if he had seen through the big black horse's thoughts, Yi Yun's voice suddenly rang out in the carriage. The big black horse's face suddenly showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry when he heard Old Master's words. He said painfully, Old Master, this small golden sword is really too powerful. If I use it as a weapon, it would be quite suitable. I really can't bear to refine it. Yi Yun smiled at his words. He drew out a bolt of reincarnation lightning from the reincarnation lightning pool and condensed it into a golden axe. He threw it across the void. A hole opened in the void and a golden axe fell from it, floating in front of the big black horse. I'll give you another one. You can choose between the sword and the axe. Yi Yun said with a smile. The big black horse was overjoyed. He hesitated for a few seconds and said, I'll choose to refine the small golden sword. Yi Yun nodded. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The big black horse opened its mouth and spat out a small golden sword. It floated in the air and stood side by side with the golden axe. A small golden sword and a small golden axe. They were both condensed from the reincarnation lightning. But in comparison, the big black horse preferred the small golden axe. I placed a few runes on this small golden axe. If you properly comprehend and refine it, this weapon will be comparable to a divine-grade weapon. Yi Yun sent another message. Thank you for your kindness, Old Master. I'll refine it now, the big black horse said happily. It opened its mouth and swallowed the small golden sword and axe. It closed its eyes and began to refine the small golden axe. As its magic power flowed into the small golden axe, the big black horse noticed that there were 3 purple runes on the small axe. These 3 runes were mysterious and ancient. They had a strange style. Each rune was only the size of a fingernail, but in reality, each rune was like a vast world. So powerful, the big black horse was shocked. It hurriedly collected its thoughts and wholeheartedly tried to comprehend the 3 purple runes. Time passed quickly. A few hours passed very quickly. The battle in the square was still going on intensely. Although Yi Yan was cultivating with his eyes closed, he was also observing the battle in the square. His primordial spirit was precisely controlling the state of everyone's cultivation. When night fell, it was already night time. The 3 juniors of the Xianxia sect broke through to the 9th stage of the Celestial Bridge realm at almost the same time. Yi Yan nodded in satisfaction. His goal this time was for the 3 of them to break through to the 9th stage of the Celestial Bridge realm. It was extremely difficult to break through 2 stages in a battle now. After all, the aptitude of these 3 juniors was not top-notch. It was just that he forcefully changed it to Zhu Long's bloodline and gradually surpassed the other prodigies. After the 3 juniors of the Xianxia sect broke through, their combat power suddenly soared. They began to reverse the situation and launched a counterattack. The disciples of the Tianheng sect fell one by one. And the Tianheng sect leader was killed by Xianxia with a single strike. After he was suppressed to the 1st stage of the Nirvana realm, the gap between his combat power and the other disciples narrowed. After the breakthrough, Xianxia seized an opportunity and quickly killed the sect leader. There are so many storage rings here. The big black cat flew around the square and picked up many storage rings. It piled all the storage rings in a corner of the square. It piled up into a small mountain. Of course, these storage rings did not belong to the fallen Tianheng sect disciples on the square. 99% of them belonged to the Xianxia sect disciples who were killed by the old master in mid-air. After the 100,000 people turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated. The storage rings fell from mid-air and were all picked up by the big black cat and piled up in a corner of the square. There were too many storage rings. The big black cat could not put all of them on its head. The next day, when the sky brightened, everyone from the Tianheng sect fell into a pool of blood. No one survived. Senior sister, we finally killed them all. Xianxia panted. Although he had the support of Zhu Long's bloodline, the consumption this time was far more than the last time. After all, the opponents were completely different. The Tianheng sect was a middle-rank sect. Its disciples were extremely strong. That's right. Luoli was also covered in blood at this moment. Her beautiful little face was also covered in blood. She wiped the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, she saw a small mountain of storage rings piled up in the corner of the square. She was shocked. Little cat, why are there so many storage rings? I remember that we didn't kill that many people, right? The big black cat flew over and landed on the ground. It said with a smile, sect leader, the others were all killed by the old master. Luoli sucked in a breath of cold air. Suwani walked over and asked with a smile, little cat, how many people were killed by the old master? About 100,000. The big black cat said with a smile. 100,000, the 3 juniors from the Xianxia sect turned pale. They felt bitter. They had killed for a day and a night, but they had only killed 2,000 people. The old master killed almost 100,000 people with a single glance. This was too terrifying. After a while, Luoli walked toward the Divine Dragon Monument. Looking at the lively Divine Dragon on the huge blue stone, Luoli reached out her hand and gently stroked the tail of the huge dragon. An indescribable expression appeared on her face. Let's go home. You've been wandering outside for so many years. Luoli said emotionally. She raised her hand and prepared to put the Divine Dragon Monument into her storage ring. However, she didn't expect that the Divine Dragon Monument in front of her didn't move at all. It wasn't sucked into her storage ring. What's going on? Suwani also walked over. She suddenly reached out her hand and pushed the huge blue stone with force. However, the huge blue stone seemed to be rooted and didn't move at all. Xianxia pondered and said, could it be that the Divine Dragon Monument is still suppressed by the 7 stars formation? Junior brother, senior sister, let's give it a push together and see if we can move it. Luoli thought for a while and said. There's no need to push. This divine dragon monument is indeed suppressed by the 7 stars formation. With your strength, you can't move it. A white figure flashed and Yi Yun's figure appeared. Ancestor. The 3 of them quickly bowed to Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded and lightly tapped the divine dragon monument with his hand. The huge blue stone immediately rose into the air and floated in the air. On the ground below the divine dragon monument, a huge black hole could be clearly seen. Black fog was constantly gushing out from the black hole. At this time, a shocking scene occurred. The corpses and blood on the square were all sucked into the black hole. Is there some kind of monster below? Luoli's heart tightened. There's a little thing below the black hole. It has been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. Now, it's about to wake up and break free, Yi Yun said with a smile. After the black hole absorbed all the blood and corpses, light bloomed on the 7 mountains. These lights gathered together in the air and fell into the black hole. Boom, the entire mountain peak shook as if a huge monster was about to break free. Yi Yun smiled slightly. The person behind this scheme was really clever. This 7-star sword formation was not only suppressing the divine dragon monument. Under the divine dragon monument, an evil ghost was also suppressed. This evil ghost's cultivation had reached the eternal realm. A burst of thick black smoke suddenly emerged from the underground black hole. It gathered into a thick cloud of black gas in the air and kept rolling. Finally, it formed the head of an evil spirit. This evil ghost had no body, only a huge head. In the air, its 2 blood-red eyes were like millstones, flashing and emitting scarlet light. Ha ha ha. After being suppressed for tens of thousands of years, I'm finally free. The evil ghost laughed loudly, and the sound shook the surrounding mountains. After all, as an eternal realm ghost, its strength was also earth-shattering. Looking at this evil ghost without a body, Luoli stared and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. She had seen some ghosts in the 10,000 Ghost Ridge. However, those ghosts were not as terrifying as the one before her. Jun Maxiao's eyes were like lightning, staring at this evil ghost without a body. He had been lit by a sky lantern in the 1,000 Ghosts Ridge, so he had an innate hatred for ghosts. Suwani's face was calm and indifferent. Yi Yun looked indifferent. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the evil ghost in front of him. This evil ghost without a body had been sealed for at least a few years, but its realm was still above the eternal realm. Now it was at the first level of the eternal realm. Yi Yun speculated that this guy's realm was at least above the 3rd level of the eternal realm. Humph, there are 4 little humans here? The evil ghost floated in the air and suddenly saw the 4 little humans below. Among them, 3 were little practitioners in the celestial bridge realm. As for the other man in white, it couldn't tell what his cultivation was. He looked like an ordinary person. What I ate just now were all dead people. Now I'll eat some living people to satisfy my hunger. The evil ghost that had just escaped laughed and opened its mouth. Suddenly, a strong suction force came down. Yi Yun's pupils shrank slightly. In an instant, the evil ghost was fixed in the air and couldn't move. Who suppressed you in this place? Yi Yun asked faintly. The evil ghost suddenly felt that its body couldn't move. It suddenly widened its eyes and looked at the young man in white below in disbelief. Only then did it realize that the cultivation of the young man in white in front of it was far beyond its own. Was he a true god? Thinking of this, the evil ghost suddenly felt fear in its heart. This. I don't know what's going on. The evil ghost didn't deliberately hide. It looked around and suddenly showed a surprised expression on its face. It muttered to itself, is this not the divine land? Yes, this is the Tsungnan continent. Yi Yun smiled faintly. The next moment, the heavenly illusionary eye, the evil ghost's eyes, and motionless in the air. Yi Yun was too lazy to ask this evil spirit any more questions, so he simply seized its memories. Of the Tsungnan, of the celestial, of the divine, of the world. Of the evil, of the evil, of the evil, of the evil ghost, of the evil ghost, of the evil, 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 of the evil ghost. Rumble, the evil spirit's entire head exploded in an instant. An unimaginably huge explosive force exploded in midair. Petty tricks. How dare you display your slight skill in front of an expert? Yi Yin sneered. The celestial disillusionment. I twitched rapidly twice. The powerful explosive force was immediately frozen in the air and then dissipated. Yi Yin's face was somewhat gloomy. This evil spirit from the divine earth had some kind of powerful restriction placed in its mind. Once it wanted to touch its memories, the restriction would automatically activate and kill the evil spirit. Fortunately, he had already reached the spirit monarch realm. If it were an ordinary cultivator in the eternal realm, even if they didn't die, they would have suffered severe injuries. Ancestor, what's going on? Jun Maxiao asked with lingering fear, his face pale. This evil spirit suddenly exploded, and that unimaginable power almost scared him to the ground. Fortunately, the old ancestor acted and neutralized the aftermath of the explosion. Luoli and Suwani also looked extremely nervous at this moment. The aura of the Eternal Realm expert's explosion just now also made them feel agitated. They seemed to feel an indescribable great horror descending. It's nothing. You don't have to worry about it for the time being. Yi Yin said lightly. Yi Yin's idea was to leave the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect in the Cangnan continent. As for the enemies outside the divine land, he would deal with them. At this time, Yi Yin looked around. His eyes flickered with a star-like glimmer. All the cultivation methods and heaven and earth treasures in the Tianheng sect's treasury and the Sutra Depository Pavilion immediately flew over in a long line. Put them away. Yi Yin said with a smile. Now that the Tianheng sect had been destroyed, these cultivation methods and heaven and earth treasures had become ownerless. It was just right for the 3 juniors to put them into the storage rings. In the future, the revival of the Shenlong sect would require a lot of heaven and earth treasures. The resources accumulated by the Tianheng sect were just a drop in the bucket. I didn't expect there to be so many. Luoli looked at the heaven and earth treasures and martial arts methods piled up in the square, her eyes shining. Compared with the Shenheng sect, the foundation of the Tianheng sect was more than 100 times that of the Shenheng sect. Senior sister, you're the sect leader. You distribute them. Jun Maxiao rubbed his hands and said with a smile. Luoli waved her hand and said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Let's do as we see fit. Anyway, when the Shenlong sect is revived, we will unite them together. Okay. Jun Maxiao nodded repeatedly. The 3 of them began to divide the spoils. It didn't take long for them to divide up the spoils. At this moment, Yi Yin took out a silver bug and flicked it lightly, sending it flying into a nearby tree. That little insect was lying in the dense leaves obediently, not moving at all. The Tianheng sect was a middle-level sect. Now, the divine dragon tablet suppressed by the Tianheng sect had been taken away. In addition, the entire sect had been destroyed. With such a big commotion, Yi Yin guessed that the forces behind the scenes might come to investigate. If someone came, it would be a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. Yi Yin returned to the carriage with the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect. He arranged for Suwani to absorb Zhu Long's blood essence. After all, Suwani's blood essence concentration of Zhu Long had just reached 8%. It was still 2% away from Jun Maxiao and Luoli. It was a good time for her to absorb it. She would strive to keep up with Luoli and Jun Maxiao. Sitting in the carriage, Yi Yin looked in the direction of the Celestial Empire. Silently calculating, he found that there was still some time before the opening of the Heavenly Moon's secret realm. He immediately felt relieved. During this period of time, the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect should be able to break through to the Nirvana realm. In this case, they could enter the Heavenly Moon's secret realm to gain experience. Yi Yin also wanted to see who had arranged for the Shenheng sect, the Tianheng sect, and other sects to destroy the Shenlong sect. After withdrawing his gaze, Yi Yin scanned the territory of the Celestial Empire again. He wanted to see if there were any old objects of the Shenlong sect that had been suppressed. After scanning around, he found nothing. Yi Yin continued to expand the scanning range and began to scan other places. After scanning the few dynasties nearby, Yi Yin did not find anything else. Could it be that the other 12 divine dragon steels were destroyed? Yi Yin muttered to himself and suddenly thought of this possibility. Haha, so what if it's destroyed? Yi Yin sat in the carriage with a calm smile on his face. He didn't care. The three little guys in Xianlong's sect would grow up to be eternal realm experts who could sweep across the entire Cangnan continent. At that time, the luck of the entire Cangnan continent would crazily gather towards Xianlong's sect. Strength was always the most important thing. The strong always spoke with their strength. With an invincible ancestor like him here, Xianlong's sect would definitely be revived. Master, where are we going next? The big black horse, who was pulling the carriage, turned around and asked. Yiyan smiled and said, let's find a place with beautiful scenery. Yes, master. The big black horse agreed and began to pull the carriage. One day later, the car stopped in the middle of a beautiful valley. Let's cultivate here for a while. When the three little guys break through, we'll go directly to the Celestial Empire, in the carriage. Yi Yan's voice came out. The big black horse hurriedly agreed and beamed with joy. Master was giving it time to cultivate again. The three little masters were now at the 9th level of the Celestial Bridge realm. It would take more than a month to break through to the 10th level. This gave it more than enough time to cultivate. Yi Yan closed his eyes and began to cultivate seriously. During this period, he was preparing to break through to the 8th level of the Divine Monarch realm. At this time, Yi Yan still felt a sense of urgency. He was now at the Divine Monarch realm. If he wanted to reach the Divine King realm, there was still the Divine Venerable realm in between. While Yi Yan was cultivating. At this time, in a secret realm in Cangnan continent, a terrifying figure suddenly opened its eyes. Strange, what's wrong with the Tianheng sect of the Celestial Empire? Opposite the terrifying figure was a complete miniature map of the Cangnan continent. Somewhere on the map, one of the red dots had turned completely gray. According to the geography of the Cangnan continent, this place was the location of the Tianheng sect. Looks like I'll have to go out and take a look. What kind of power is so blind? He actually destroyed the Tianheng sect's grand formation. The terrifying figure suddenly dispersed its aura and walked out from the layers of light. This was an old man in green robes. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and an extraordinary temperament. That's not right. It's not just the Tianheng sect. Even the Xianlong sect is facing problems. He stared at the map for a while longer. A look of shock appeared on the old man's face. He took a step forward and disappeared from the secret realm in an instant. A beam of light descended from the sky, revealing the figure of a green-robed elder. He had teleported them from the arcane realms over thousands of kilometers away. Standing in the void and staring at the Xianlong sect that had disappeared, the cyan-robed elder's face was extremely solemn. The huge Xianlong sect disappeared just like that. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the depths of the ground. When he saw that the black dragon in the depths of the ground had disappeared, the cyan-robed elder's face was as gloomy as water. Who on earth was so bold as to take away the black dragon under the Xianlong sect? This was a huge black dragon. He came to check on it once every 1,000 years, afraid that something would go wrong. He didn't expect that there would be a flaw in his seclusion this time. The underground black dragon was actually stolen. There were 7 small arrows stuck in the black dragon's body. It was a formation. The cyan-robed elder didn't know what kind of formation it was. But he knew that it must be extremely unusual. After searching around the Xianlong sect for a while, the cyan-robed elder's figure disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Tianheng sect. The 7 mountains of the Tianheng sect were still in the same place and hadn't been damaged. All the buildings on the 7 mountains still hadn't changed. However, there was no one in the huge Tianheng sect. The cyan-robed elder's eyes flashed and suddenly found that the huge blue stone in the square had disappeared. It was a blue stone. In his memory, it must not be lost. But he didn't expect that. The blue stone carved with the divine dragon had disappeared. The formation wasn't damaged, but the blue stone disappeared. Who on earth could do this? The cyan-robed elder's face showed a thoughtful expression. In a big tree not far away, a small silver bell looked at him quietly. In the carriage, Yi Yan suddenly opened his eyes. His figure flashed and disappeared from the carriage. The void cracked. Yi Yan stepped out and looked at the cyan-robed elder's back. He said indifferently, "Sir, you seem to be very interested in the Tianheng sect?" The cyan-robed elder suddenly turned back. He looked at the young man in white who suddenly appeared behind him with a shocked face. This young man in white was as white as snow. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His facial features were deep and three-dimensional as if they were carved by a knife. There seemed to be thousands of stars changing in his eyes. His every move gave people a strong sense of confidence. It seemed that in his eyes, no one was a match for him. I know who you are. The cyan-robed elder let out a cold laugh and a look of realization appeared on his face. This guy, actually, knew him. Yi Yun was slightly stunned and then said with a smile, "When did you see me? Why don't I have any impression of you?" These days, the strange phenomenon in heaven and earth should be caused by your breakthrough to the true immortal realm, right? The cyan-robed elder sneered. Although the other party was a true immortal realm expert who concealed his aura very well, like an ordinary person, he was also a true immortal realm expert. However, he was also a true god. He came from the divine land and secretly guarded the Xianxia continent. Yi Yun nodded. The battle between him and the Tian Dao had caused a big commotion. Ordinary eternal realm experts probably knew what was going on. As far as I know, there are no true immortal realm cultivators in the Xianxia continent. May I know where you are from? Is it the divine land? Yi Yun lowered his eyelids and asked lightly. Haha, I didn't expect a nobody like you to know about the divine land. The cyan-robed elder was slightly stunned and sneered sarcastically. Shenlong sect and Tianhing sect were destroyed by you, right? What are you trying to do? Destroying these two sects was to test the waters and make a show of strength. I wanted to lure you out. Yi Yun looked up and quietly looked at the cyan-robed elder with a gentle smile on his face. Looking at Yi Yun's gentle smile, the cyan-robed elder felt a chill down his spine. He shouted loudly, "Who are you? You juniors don't even remember my name." It's useless to say that, Yi Yun smiled lightly. In his demonic eyes, the tiny star runes began to change and a force of disillusionment instantly acted on the cyan-robed elder. You're not a true immortal realm expert? The cyan-robed elder used all of his dermic powers to control this force. However, it was to no avail. Before he lost consciousness, he suddenly shouted out the guess in his heart. His opponent's cultivation was definitely not just at the true immortal realm. To be able to make him lose his resistance instantly, he was at least at the Divine Lord realm. Yi Yun's expression gradually turned solemn as he looked at the unconscious green-clothed elder before him. He had not read the green-robed elder's memories yet. With the precedent of the evil spirit's self-destruction, Yi Yun did not dare to rashly search the elder's memories now. He stood in place and thought silently for a moment. Yi Yun decided to give up on the idea of searching the elder's memories and changed his method. He released a trace of magic power to wake the green-robed elder up. The green-robed elder blinked and recovered from the lingering fear in his heart. He did not expect that the white-robed youth in front of him with a terrifying cultivation level would not kill him. I didn't expect you to be a divine lord expert. May I know which sect you are from? The green-robed elder asked with a serious face. A divine lord was also an unattainable existence in the divine land. I'm just a rogue cultivator, Yi Yun smiled and looked at the green-robed elder. He asked, May I know which sect you are from? I'm also a rogue cultivator, but I received a mission to guard the Xianxia continent for 3,000 years, the green-robed elder said with a smile. The white-robed youth in front of him was a divine lord, far stronger than him. His life was now in the other party's hands. There were some things that he did not need to hide. But in reality, he did not know much. He guarded the Xianxia continent only to guard against some unknown dangers. So it's a rotation every 3,000 years, Yi Yun smiled and understood a little. He could also tell that this true god realm azure-clothed old man in front of him did not know much either. According to a rotation every 3,000 years, the green-robed elder had stayed in the Xianxia continent for at most 2,000 years. It seemed that the mastermind behind the scenes had hidden very well in the divine land, using the mission to recruit true god rogue cultivators. How careful. Fellow cultivator, with your identity, you should be the guardian of the Xianxia continent, right? Do you know the details of the mission? If the reward is high, I don't mind accepting such a mission next time. Yi Yun looked up and asked with a smile. Fellow cultivator also has such a plan? The green-robed elder was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly cupped his fists and said, "In a place like the Xianxia continent, only true God realm itinerant cultivators would come here to complete missions. If fellow Taoist were to accept this mission as a divine monarch, I'm afraid your revenge would be doubled. Although Xianxia continent is lacking in spirit qi, it's not as bad as I thought, right?" Yi Yin asked with flickering eyes. He was born and raised in the Xianxia continent, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with this place. Why was the Xianxia continent so unpopular in the divine land? It seems that you don't know much about the Xianxia continent. This place is the forsaken land of the gods. It is said that there is an invisible curse that will cause the cultivation of cultivators above the true God realm to stagnate, so most people are not willing to come here. After all, no one wants to sever their cultivation path. The green-robed old man explained with a smile. At this point, an awkward expression appeared on his face. Seeing that Yi Yin didn't say anything, the green-robed old man continued, "As a rogue cultivator, I lack resources. I have no choice but to accept this mission, so that's how it is." Yi Yin nodded. It seemed that he could obtain a lot of information by chatting in such a relaxed manner. What he didn't expect was that the beautiful Xianxia continent was a forsaken land of the gods in the eyes of the divine land cultivators. What exactly was this so-called curse? Why hadn't he felt it before? Yi Yin's eyes twitched. He suddenly realized that the Xianxia continent seemed to have an extremely deep secret. Otherwise, the cultivators of the divine land wouldn't be so fearful of it. If the green-robed old man hadn't told him about the Xianxia continent's secret, Yi Yin really wouldn't have thought of it. Not only was he, an ancestor who had lived for 100,000 years, unaware, but everyone in the Xianxia continent was also kept in the dark. No one even knew the name of the divine land. Now that I've destroyed the Shenlong sect and the Tianying sect, how should I deal with them, fellow Taoist? Yi Yin said after some thought. Fellow Taoist, you're a divine lord. What can I do? The green-robed old man smiled bitterly and sighed. The reward will be cut in half, or there will be no reward at all, Yi Yin smiled. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry about that. When I go to the divine land, I'll take you with me and give you your reward. Fellow Taoist, I'm really touched by your kindness. To think that I, a mere true immortal realm itinerant cultivator, can obtain the promise of a divine lord. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. The green-robed old man cupped his fists again with tears in his eyes. In the divine land, the barriers of cultivation were very strict. With his cultivation base at the first level of the true immortal realm, there was no way he could establish any connection with a divine lord. Seeing the green-robed old man's reaction, Yi Yin smiled again. This little true immortal realm itinerant cultivator was really easy to deal with. He just needed to give him some small benefits. Of course. This was also because he was in the divine lord realm. The benefits from the status of a divine lord were often unexpected. Yi Yin thought for a while and asked tentatively, "Fellow Taoist, are there any specific sects that you're responsible for guarding the entire Xianxia continent?" To be honest, my mission is very simple. It's to ensure that all sects above the level of major sects don't have their legacies cut off. The green-robed old man sighed and smiled bitterly. As for the black dragon under the Shenlong sect, it seems to be a formation. I come to check it every 1,000 years. Are there any other sects like the Shenlong sect that have great mysteries under the ground? Yi Yin asked. There are a few more, but it's not convenient to tell you. After all, I've already made a heavenly oath. If I reveal it, my body and soul will be destroyed, the green-robed old man said helplessly. In that case, fellow Taoist, you don't have to say any more, Yi Yin smiled. He rummaged in the warehouse and took out a pill. I see that you've been stuck at the peak of true God realm for quite some time. Take this divinity pill as my gift to you. At this point, Yi Yin threw the divinity pill in his hand over. Divinity pill? The green-robed old man's eyes widened when he heard those words. When he took the divinity pill, his hands trembled. He was emotional and muttered to himself, "Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist." At this point, the green-robed old man actually burst into tears. Yi Yin was a little helpless. This green-robed old man's tears were too easily triggered. It seemed like he had a hard life and had many stories to tell. Thank you, fellow Taoist. After crying a few times, the green-robed old man quickly wiped his tears and bowed to Yi Yin. To be honest, the reward for completing a mission was a divinity pill. That's why I stayed in the Xianxia continent for more than 2,000 years, the green-robed old man held the divinity pill and said with a sigh. Isn't the person who issued this mission too despicable? Guarding the Xianxia continent for 3,000 years only to get one divinity elixir. It's too much. Yi Yan's expression changed slightly as he said with a common enemy. You can't say that, fellow Taoist. The divinity elixir is also extremely rare in the divine land. It's priceless. If I can't break through to the second level of the true God realm, I won't be able to live for long. Therefore, this mission is also a gamble. I didn't expect to meet such a kind fellow Taoist who actually sympathizes with me, an itinerant cultivator at the end of the road. As the old man in green spoke, he recalled the sad past and wiped his tears. Fellow Taoist, don't be sad, Yi Yan said with a smile. He realized that the old man in green in front of him was also an interesting person. He didn't seem like some kind of evil person. In his warehouse, there were countless divinity elixirs, almost piled up into a mountain. The divinity elixir that Yi Yan took out was the lowest quality divinity elixir. As for the supreme grade divinity elixir, he didn't take it out. Naturally, he was afraid that the old man would be too shocked. For the old man in green, an inferior grade divinity elixir was enough for him to break through. Boom, suddenly, the ground shook. There seemed to be a huge monster that was about to be born underground in a distant place. Immediately after, a bright light shot up into the sky. In midair, it formed a huge illusory palace-like building. Yi Yan looked at this illusory palace and his pupils constricted slightly as if he recalled something. The old man in green took a few glances at the illusory palace and his expression changed slightly. He exclaimed, I didn't expect that even the 9th Nether Underground Palace would appear. It really was the 9th Nether Underground Palace, Yi Yan smiled indifferently and nodded gently. He had heard of the 9th Nether Underground Palace 100,000 years ago. However, the 9th Nether Underground Palace only appeared once every 10,000 years. When Yi Yan was still alive, he didn't manage to catch it. Fellow Taoist, are you going to take a look at the 9th Nether Underground Palace? The old man in green looked into the distance and asked with a smile. I don't need to go, Yi Yan shook his head and said calmly. He didn't lack any resources, so what was the use of going to the 9th Nether Underground Palace? The green-robed old man's face immediately revealed a disappointed expression. He gazed into the distance with an envious expression and clicked his tongue. It said that there's a longevity immortal grass in the 9 Serenities Underground Palace. If one is lucky enough to obtain it, they can extend their lifespan by a few thousand years. I've heard of this before, Yi Yan's gaze flickered, and he smiled. But there's a formless restriction power in the 9 Underworlds Underground Palace. Any cultivator who enters will be suppressed to the Celestial Bridge realm. The old man's expression changed, and he sighed, You're right, fellow Taoist. Although the 9 Nether Underground Palace has the longevity immortal grass, it's not a place where ordinary people can enter. The higher a cultivator's cultivation base is, the greater the risk they will face inside. Once they die, the losses will outweigh the gains. That's right. Yi Yan nodded with a smile, his eyes full of meaning. It seemed that although the green-robed old man came late, he had a deep understanding of the Xianxia continent. The green-robed old man smiled awkwardly and explained, Fellow Taoist, I have a secret introduction to the Xianxia continent, so I know all this. Otherwise, how would a true immortal realm itinerant cultivator like me know so much about the Xianxia continent? That's good. Yi Yan nodded with a smile and did not say anything else. Fellow Taoist, I live in Mount Meru. If you're free, you can come over to my place and have tea with me. Wouldn't that be great? The green-robed old man invited with a smile. Alright, then you can go back first, Yi Yan said with a casual smile. The green-robed old man had been stuck at the peak of true immortal realm level 1 for more than 2,000 years. Now that he had obtained the divinity elixir, he was eager to go back and break through to true immortal realm level 2. Yi Yan did not want to delay him, so he asked him to leave. The green-robed old man was overjoyed. He thanked him profusely and turned to leave. The 9 Nether Underground Palace? Yi Yan looked at the illusory palace with a faint smile on his face. He was not interested in the so-called longevity immortal herb at all. However, he was interested in the abysmal underground palace. After all, Yi Yin did not have the opportunity to enter this place 100,000 years ago. He was also curious. Yi Yin broke through the void in a flash. In the next moment, he arrived at the bottom of the illusory palace. This illusory palace was just a projection projected by the enormous Nine Serenities underground palace underground. This heavenly Tao vision was also a declaration to the entire Sungnan continent that the abysmal underground palace had descended to the world. Yi Yin stood on the ground and looked at the huge mountain gate that was 100 meters tall. The mountain gate was extremely old and had a vicissitude architectural style. A layer of transparent ripples rippled on the vertical section of the mountain gate, emitting a strong spatial aura. Yi Yin did not step in. Instead, he came to the front of the mountain gate and gently pointed a finger at the center of the ripples. That wave of water was not able to stop Yi Yin's finger. When his finger entered the space behind the ripples, Yi Yin's expression changed. He found that the space in the abysmal underground palace seemed to be unstable. Yi Yin withdrew his finger. He shook his head and sighed. It seemed that his cultivation was still too high. He could not enter this place. How about I let Jun Ma Xiao go? Yi Yin stopped smiling, broke through the void, and returned to the carriage. He closed his eyes and did not summon Jun Ma Xiao. This was because the heavenly Tao vision of the abysmal underground palace was only a precursor. The appearance of the illusory palace announced to the entire Sungnan continent that the abysmal underground palace was born somewhere in the Celestial Empire. It would be a few days before it would officially open. As time went by, all kinds of forces began to descend in front of the mountain gate of the abysmal underground palace. Not only the major sects and families of the Celestial Empire, but even the nearby dynasties were alarmed. But this time, the opening of the abysmal underground palace was not as large as the major forces of the secular immortal land. Each force could only send one person at most. This was also an unwritten rule of the abysmal underground palace that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years. This was also to take some fairness into consideration. After all, there were many powerful forces. If many cultivators went in, then others would not have a chance. Therefore, each force could only send one person in. The abysmal underground palace had a set of strict screening methods. Anyone who wanted to cheat would be punished with their body and soul destroyed. Therefore, for hundreds of thousands of years, basically everyone politely followed the rules of the abysmal underground palace. On the 8th day, it is said that 9 days after the appearance of the abysmal underground palace, the portal will officially open. At that time, you can officially enter. Yi Yin looked in the direction of the abysmal underground palace and said with a smile. With a thought, Yi Yin summoned Jun Ma Xiao and told him about the abysmal underground palace. Ancestor, don't worry. I will definitely find the longevity immortal grass and give it to you. Jun Ma Xiao said with a solemn and excited face. What do I need your longevity immortal grass for? Keep it after you get it. If you have extra, give it to your 2 senior sisters. This time, I'll send you to the Jiuyou underground palace to gain experience. Yi Yin smiled and waved his hand. As the ancestor, he did not lack any resources. If the resources in Yi Yin's warehouse were taken out, all the cultivators in the world would be scared to death, and even the heavenly Tao would collapse. The reason why he sent Jun Ma Xiao to the Jiuyou underground palace was: firstly, he wanted to let Jun Ma Xiao have a good fight with the geniuses of the major sects while gaining experience. On the other hand, he also wanted to let a wisp of his primordial spirit reside in Jun Ma Xiao's mind like last time and see the real situation in the Jiuyou underground palace. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yin had a certain curiosity about the Jiuyou underground palace. This time, he let a wisp of his primordial spirit reside in Jun Ma Xiao's mind, which was equivalent to satisfying his original curiosity. All right, ancestor. Lord Grimm nodded with an embarrassed look on his face. Yi Yin waved his hand and sent Jun Ma Xiao out of the carriage. The next moment, Jun Ma Xiao appeared on top of a mountain, which was hundreds of miles away from the Jiuyou underground palace. Hey, the experience has begun. Jun Ma Xiao took a deep breath, and the expression on his little face suddenly became excited. This time, the ancestor sent him to the Jiuyou underground palace to gain experience, and he was still extremely excited. After all, in the Shenlong sect, he was the youngest junior brother. In the past, no matter what action he took, he would always follow behind his senior sisters. This time, he finally had a chance to act alone. After Jun Maxiao identified the direction, he quickly flew toward the Jiuyo underground palace. In the carriage. This little guy. Yiyan saw Jun Maxiao's expression at this time and smiled helplessly. It seemed that the emperor-level sword that he gave Jun Maxiao was still very necessary. As a man, he had to wrestle more. Before transmigrating, although Yiyan was an unmarried youth with no children, he knew that there was a popular saying on earth. Boys should be raised in poverty and girls should be raised in wealth. This way, she would not be taken away by others just because they were rich. Only by raising boys in poverty could they stimulate their competitive spirit and go further in their careers in the future. If a rich boy was raised, he would eventually become a rich second generation. This was something Yiyan didn't want to see. His experiences were complicated, and he had lived 2 lives. Naturally, he would not nurture Jun Maxiao in this direction. Therefore, Yiyan planned to beat up Jun Maxiao more in the future so that he could grow up quickly. After all, he was the only man among the 3 juniors in the Shenlong sect. Jun Maxiao flew all the way to the vicinity of the 9 Serenities underground palace, and found that there was already a sea of people here. All the ancient aristocratic families, sects, and even some royal families had sent people over. This showed how tempting the longevity immortal grass was to all the major forces. Jun Maxiao found a place with fewer people, landed from the sky, and stood there waiting quietly. Not long after, Jun Maxiao saw a golden light shoot out from the 9 Serenities underground palace. This light formed a golden picture scroll in the air. What was this? The crowd suddenly became restless, and everyone looked up. Everyone wanted to know what was written on the picture scroll. The 9 Serenities underground palace had never appeared in the world in such a special situation. At this time, the picture scroll slowly opened in front of everyone's eyes. A line of big words was written on it. This time, the 9 Serenities underground palace will no longer accept humans. Everyone's heads buzzed when they saw this line of words. What was going on? The 9 Serenities underground palace had a history of hundreds of thousands of years in the Sungnan continent. It had always been open to humans, and other races were not allowed to enter. Why was there such an exception this time? This time, there's no hope for our human race. This is too tragic. Could it be that the demon race will be in charge in the future? Let's all go back. This time we came for nothing. Everyone's face was full of depression, and some people even couldn't accept this fact, stomping their feet and beating their chests, feeling sad. Especially those cultivators who were extremely far away from here. In order to be able to come here, the sect spent a lot of resources to perform void transmission. But unexpectedly, the 9 Serenities underground palace played a joke on all the humans. Humans were no longer allowed to enter. Many cultivators were unconvinced and cursed at the 9 Serenities underground palace. Whoosh, a sharp light fell from the illusory palace of the 9 Serenities underground palace, and those cultivators were instantly blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Everyone kept quiet out of fear, and no one dared to curse the 9 Serenities underground palace. Jun Maxiao also sighed. He came here happily because he wanted to go through some training. But there was a sudden change. This time the 9 Serenities underground palace did not welcome humans. Sigh, Jun Maxiao flew back dejectedly. People left one after another. Not long after, the mountain gate of the 9 Serenities underground palace became empty. The changes in the 9 Serenities underground palace spread throughout the Sungnan continent through various channels. The entire demon race was in an uproar. Countless demon race were ready to move, and quickly rushed in the direction of the 9 Serenities underground palace. There were also some demonic cultivators and ghost cultivators who were extremely excited when they heard the news, and all of them rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms, rushing in the direction of the 9 Serenities underground palace at the fastest speed. Jun Maxiao was on his way back when he was suddenly swallowed by a powerful force of space, and the next moment, he appeared in the carriage. Ancestor, the 9 Serenities underground palace does not allow humans to enter, Jun Maxiao said dejectedly. If they don't let you in, then go back and cultivate, this is not a big deal. Yiyan smiled and sent Jun Maxiao back. He looked in the direction of the 9 Serenities underground palace again, and his eyes flickered a few times. This time, the sudden change of the Nine Serenities underground palace was also unexpected. After all, the rules had been followed for hundreds of thousands of years, and he did not expect that the rules would suddenly change this time. Could it be that the master of the Nine Serenities underground palace also wants to take care of the demon race and other races because of the human race in the past? Yi Yan thought for a while and felt that it was reasonable. After all, the demon race was also very strong in the Sunnan continent, but they did not enjoy all kinds of resources. It was reasonable that the Nine Serenities underground palace would give blessings and favors to the demon race and other races this time. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Yan still wanted to enter the Nine Serenities underground palace to have a look and satisfy his inner obsession. He looked at the big black horse and the big black cat outside the carriage. The big black horse was already in the eternal realm, and it was not suitable for him to go in. If there were some dangers inside, he might die. Why don't I let the big black cat go in? Thinking of this, Yi Yan walked out of the carriage. He looked at the big black cat and told it his idea. What? Go in to gain experience? The big black cat was shocked. Master actually asked it to go to the Nine Serenities underground palace to gain experience and find the longevity immortal grass. Not only that, after it found the longevity immortal grass, it could take it immediately and did not have to hand it over. This was simply a great thing. Thank you for your care, Master. The big black cat was so excited that it quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Yan. The big black horse turned its head, pursed its lips, and said in a bad mood, "Little cat, if you find the longevity immortal grass inside, don't forget to bring one to Uncle Ma." The big black cat gave a shudder, and immediately recovered from the state of being beside itself with joy. Uncle Ma, don't worry. If I only get one stalk of longevity immortal grass, I'll definitely give it to Uncle Ma first. The big black cat smiled sheepishly. Hee hee. The big black horse nodded satisfactorily. Looking at this pair of buffoons, Yi Yan felt helpless. Although Yi Yan was prepared to let a strand of his primordial spirit reside in the big black cat's mind, in reality, he wasn't prepared to constantly help the big black cat deal with unknown dangers. Yi Yan thought about it and decided to give the big black cat a treasure for escaping. At the very least, he couldn't let it lose its life in there. Yi Yan rummaged around in the warehouse for a while, then took out a pair of red leather boots. This is for you. See if it fits. Yi Yan tossed the red boots to the big black cat. This was a pair of divine travel boots, of overlord quality. Once magic power was injected into it, its speed would be unbelievably fast. The red leather on the divine travel boots was said to be made from the skin of an extremely powerful divine beast in a certain universe that had the gift of space magic. Thank you for the treasure, Master. The big black cat was wild with joy. It immediately stood up and transformed into a black-robed youth. He wore the two red boots on his feet, and they fit him perfectly. Master, what kind of treasure is this? The big black cat said happily. This is the divine travel boots, of overlord quality. Once magic power is injected into it, it will have unimaginable speed, Yi Yan said with a smile. Wow, it's an overlord weapon. The big black cat's eyes widened. It immediately squatted down and gently stroked the boots on its feet. It injected magic power and carefully felt it. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared on its face. This was a divine travel type overlord weapon. In the entire Sunnan continent, it had never heard of anyone who had such a treasure. The big black cat was overjoyed. It didn't expect Master to reward it with such a powerful treasure before it even entered the Abyss Underground Palace. The harvest this time was too great. There are still a few days before the Abyss Underground Palace opens. Hurry up and refine it, Yi Yan said, and then returned to the carriage. The big black horse looked at the red divine travel boots on the big black cat's feet with envy and jealousy. Cat, let's take them off and let your Uncle Ma wear them for 2 days. The big black horse grinned and said, baring its white teeth. The big black cat suddenly jumped out of the car like a frightened rabbit. Then, it squatted down and covered the boots of speed with its hands. It said embarrassedly, Uncle Ma, this is my life-saving tool. Look at you. Can't you lend it to me for 2 days? It's not like I won't return it to you. The big black horse pursed its lips and said grumpily. This is an overlord weapon. I have to refine it properly. Otherwise, I won't be able to unleash its power. Uncle Ma, I'll be leaving first. You should cultivate well. I won't bother you anymore. The big black cat laughed and immediately flew away. What a disloyal fellow. See how Uncle Ma will deal with you when you come back. The big black horse cursed angrily. It closed its eyes and began to cultivate. Although it was a bit jealous, it knew it couldn't be careless with master's orders. Therefore, it only played a joke on the big black cat. Seeing this pair of buffoons causing trouble again, Yin just smiled and didn't say anything. The big black horse had a sense of propriety. Yin trusted it very much. The big black cat ran all the way and soon arrived near Jiuyou Underground Palace. There were already some demon clan cultivators gathered here. Most of the demon clan cultivators were in the Celestial Bridge realm. A small number of them were in the Nirvana realm and Fate realm. As for Life and Death realm great demons, the big black cat didn't see a single one. The higher your cultivation, the more you cherish your life. Jiuyou Underground Palace has powerful restrictions. It's very easy to die here. Therefore, it's better to send some juniors to look for the longevity immortal grass. The big black cat chuckled, and very quickly found a place with fewer people to sit down. He was now at the 3rd level of Fate realm. Among the demon clan present, he was considered a top great demon. Therefore, no one dared to provoke him. The big black cat was also glad to find that the quick-step boots given to him by master seemed to have been treated in some way. There was no aura leaking out. This way, he would be able to refine in this place in peace. After a few hours, a big shot has come. I didn't expect Long Zun of 10,000 Dragon Ridge to come in person. He doesn't have any followers with him. Is he going to enter Jiuyou Underground Palace in person? There was a commotion among the demon clan cultivators. Everyone looked eagerly at a man in a yellow dragon robe flying over from afar. The man had a pair of golden dragon horns on his head. He was burly and his eyes were cold. He exuded the aura of Fate realm. Many of the demon clan cultivators present were from the Celestial Empire. Therefore, they naturally recognized Long Zun of 10,000 Dragon Ridge. Long Zun landed from the sky. Immediately, many small demons made way for him. Long Zun stood there with his hands behind his back, like a crane in a flock of chickens. He looked at the mountain gate of Jiuyou Underground Palace in the distance. No one dared to speak. There weren't many Fate Realm Demon Clan cultivators entering Jiuyou Underground Palace this time. After all, Demon Clan cultivators who could cultivate to Fate Realm cherished their lives very much. Although there was longevity immortal grass in Jiuyou Underground Palace, danger lurked everywhere. If they died, the loss would outweigh the gain. But there were also some Fate Realm cultivators who didn't care about this, such as Long Zun. As time passed, more and more Demon Clan cultivators gathered outside Jiuyou Underground Palace. There were countless Demon Clan cultivators in the Celestial Bridge realm. There were also many Nirvana realm cultivators. There were even hundreds of Fate realm cultivators. But there were no Life and Death realm Demon Clan cultivators. As for Eternal realm cultivators, there were none. It was impossible for Eternal Realm Demon Clan cultivators to enter Jiuyou Underground Palace and face the unknown dangers. The big black cat sat on the ground like an old monk in meditation, quietly refining the boots of immortality. Although he noticed Long Zun's arrival, he didn't even open his eyes. He didn't have any enmity with Long Zun. As for the 2 Saint Masters who hated him, Golden Eye and Silver Eye, they were already dead. 7 days later, the big black cat had refined more than half of the boots of immortality. There was a rumbling sound in his ears. At this moment, someone shouted, "Jiuyou Underground Palace is open." The big black cat opened his eyes. One by one, figures rushed madly into the transparent ripples in the mountain gate. The big black cat stood up and walked forward unhurriedly. Finding the longevity immortal grass depended on luck. Jiuyou Underground Palace was full of danger. Going in early was just courting death. Now that he had the boots of immortality, even if he was the last to enter, he would be ahead of everyone else. "This big brother, can I accompany you?" The big black cat had just taken 2 steps when suddenly a charming voice came from behind him. He turned around and found that it was a beautiful woman dressed in red. She was 18 or 19 years old. Her eyes were sparkling, and she was charming and charming. Are you talking to me? The big black cat was stunned. For so many years, no one had called him Big Brother. Especially a beautiful girl of the opposite sex. Big Brother, I feel a familiar scent coming from you. Are we of the same race? The beautiful and charming girl swayed her body as she walked over leisurely. Her big, watery eyes were brimming with an indescribable temptation. What's going on? Even the battle-hardened big black cat was taken aback. The big black cat narrowed his eyes and sized up the girl. Although she was very beautiful, she exuded the demonic aura of the demon clan. Her rank was not high. She was only at the 5th floor of Shenzhen. She could not be compared to a fate state monster like the big black cat. What kind of monster is she? The big black cat frowned. The big black cat did not have any special skills to see the girl's true form when she was in human form. The big black cat had not even reached the beginner level of the heavenly illusionary eyes. However, the big black cat had a good nose. On this beautiful girl, he smelled a scent that only cats of the same species would have. I didn't know that you were a heavenly spirit cat. The big black cat licked his lips. His eyes glowed with surprise. Heavenly spirit cats were as rare as the nine-tailed spirit cats. Heavenly spirit cats were not as famous as the nine-tailed spirit cats. However, the heavenly spirit cats were not to be underestimated when it came to cultivation potential. Unless the nine-tailed spirit cats could evolve to have 9 tails, they would not be able to compete with heavenly spirit cats. Sir, you are a heavenly spirit cat as well, right? The girl's charming eyes twinkled as she asked with a sweet smile. Her cultivation was still shallow. She could not tell the true form of the big black cat with her naked eyes or her scent. I am not a heavenly spirit cat. The big black cat shook his head. He did not tell the girl where he came from. The lady flirtatiously stroked the black hair in front of her forehead again. Her other hand shook slightly, and a look of realization suddenly appeared on her face. She said with a smile, Big Brother, don't pretend. I know you're a 9-tailed spiritual cat. Then you are wrong. The big black cat was surprised. He kept a straight face and denied it. This little girl, how good was she? The heavenly spirit cats were indeed more shrewd than foxes. In the world of the demon clan that had the intelligence of a demon and was comparable to that of a 9-tailed fox was the heavenly spirit cat. At first, the big black cat was very cautious and did not want to communicate with the little girl. But he didn't expect that. But this little girl could see through him with a single glance. I can't be wrong, Big Brother. Although my cultivation is low, the ancestor gave me a treasure when I went out this time. I secretly activated it just now, so I was able to recognize Big Brother's origin. Lin Fan said. The charming girl smiled sweetly and raised a small mirror. Oh. The big black cat looked at it and seemed to recognize the origin of the mirror. It pursed its lips helplessly. This was the heavenly spirit mirror. It was a treasure of the heavenly spirit cat clan. It was quite famous among the monster clan. It had many functions such as detection, void penetration, and attack. If she used this emperor-level treasure, it would not be difficult for her to see through the true identity of the 9-tailed spirit cat. Little girl, your heavenly spirit mirror is not bad. If you lend it to me for 2 days, I'll agree to go with you. The big black cat laughed mischievously. It was not that it did not want to suffer losses. It rolled its eyes and immediately set its sights on the heavenly spirit mirror. Big Brother, I can lend you the person, but not the mirror. The charming girl smiled sweetly. Her delicate body carried a fragrant wind as she rubbed against the big black cat. The big black cat jumped in fright. Was she trying to ruin his integrity in his old age? He had wandered the Cangnan continent for so long and had always kept himself clean. He had never had any improper thoughts about monster clan women. He did not expect to be targeted by a heavenly spirit cat on his journey today. The big black cat was about to push the girl away when it suddenly saw a black ray of light fly quickly from afar. Maubauer, how dare you hook up with another man? You're pissing me off. The black ray of light fell and a man in black armor appeared. He was burly and had a fierce face. He was full of monster energy. He was also a Fate Realm great beast. Big Brother. I'm sorry, but it seems that we can't go together. I'll take my leave first. The heavenly spirit cat called Cat Treasure gave the big black cat an apologetic look. She giggled and turned into a ray of light and flew into the mountain gate. She passed through the ripples and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What's going on? The big black cat blinked. He felt that he had been unjustly implicated. The heavenly spirit cat was as bad as the nine-tailed fox. The man in black armor walked over as soon as the heavenly spirit cat left. He sized up the big black cat and said, "So, you're a pretty boy. How dare you seduce my fiancé? Do you know what will happen to you? Don't talk nonsense. I don't know her. She was the one who greeted me." The big black cat sneered. He glanced at the man in black armor. The man was at the 6th level of the fate state, 3 levels higher than the big black cat. The big black cat rolled its eyes. The big black cat was trying to figure out what would happen if he fought with the man in black. The big black cat wasn't afraid of a fight. However, the man in black armor couldn't be an ordinary monster. Anyone who dared to mess with the heavenly spirit cats couldn't be easy to deal with. The big black cat was afraid that the fight would delay his training and affect his master's mission. While the big black cat was considering the pros and cons, the man in black armor suddenly burst into laughter. "I will teach you a lesson no matter what." As he spoke, he let out an evil laugh, raised his thick fist and smashed towards the big black horse. The big black cat quickly stepped back. However, the man in black was fast enough to catch up. The big black cat had no choice but to punch back. The two fists collided in midair. Bang! The big black cat felt a strong force surging toward him. His body actually flew in the direction of the mountain gate. Originally, he was only a few feet away from the mountain gate. Now, he was smashed into the ripples of the mountain gate. That guy is so strong. The big black cat was shocked. If he were to fight with the man in black, he wouldn't be able to win. The big black cat had suffered a small loss, but he wasn't going to let the man go. When he entered the ripples, he sneered and taunted, "I'm going to hit on your fiancé and piss you off, you son of a b***tch." As soon as he finished speaking, the big black cat's body disappeared. "You're too arrogant. I'll kill you sooner or later." The black-armored man could only watch helplessly as the gigolo disappeared into the wave-like spatial ripples. He roared again and again, stomping his feet in anger. He spun around twice on the spot and looked at the mountain gate of the Nine Serenities underground palace with a complicated expression on his face. He was already at the 6th level of the fate state. It wasn't easy for him to reach this level. Although the longevity celestial grass in the abysmal underground palace was very tempting, he was afraid that he would die there after his level was suppressed. He thought for a while. The black-armored man was so angry that he found it difficult to vent his anger. That guy at the 4th level of the fate state isn't scared. How can I be scared? The underground palace is dangerous, but my fiancé is still in there. I can't leave her alone, especially that pretty boy. If he has any bad intentions toward my fiancé, I can kill him. After thinking for a while, the man in black armor finally made up his mind. He flew up and plunged into the ripples, disappearing without a trace. After he disappeared, one after another, the demon race entered the Nine Serenities underground palace. The Nine Nether Earth Palace's official opening time was only 1 day, after which it would close. It had been like that for hundreds of thousands of years. It seemed that the master of the underground palace didn't want too many people to enter. "This is going to be interesting," Yi Yun's primordial spirit, which was residing in the big black cat's head, suddenly laughed. His soul witnessed the whole thing, while his true body in the carriage saw the black-armored man plunge into the mountain gate of the Nine Nether underground palace with his own eyes. That spirit cat was cunning. In order to escape the marriage, she didn't hesitate to borrow the power of the big black cat. The man in black armor chased after her and also entered the underground palace. The man in black armor was just a small black tiger. He was a golden-striped black tiger from the Tsungnon continent. This demon race was quite famous among the demons. They dominated a region and were almost as powerful as the supreme sex. Yi Yun found it interesting. He knew the big black cat's character well. It was a master who wouldn't suffer losses and even had some divine logic. He also wanted to see how the big black cat would react when facing the spirit cat and the golden-striped black tiger. I'm finally in. That big black guy didn't chase after me, did he? After the teleportation power disappeared, the big black cat appeared in the dark tunnel of the underground palace. It looked back. Seeing that the man in black armor didn't chase after it, it couldn't help but feel relieved. The big black cat quickly sensed its own cultivation and found that it was indeed restricted by a strange restrictive force. His current cultivation had already been suppressed to the 7th level of the Divine Bridge stage. This power is really strong. He's only at the 7th level of the Celestial Bridge stage, yet he can still survive in this place, the big black cat laughed proudly. He was wearing the quick-step boots given to him by his master and the black shield given to him by Uncle Ma. He had both speed and defense. In this place, it would not be difficult for him to survive. The restrictive power of the Joyo Underground Palace suppressed a great monster at the 3rd level of the Fate Realm to the 7th level of the Divine Bridge Realm. If it were the 6th level of the Fate Realm, what would it be suppressed to? The big black cat muttered to itself as it slowly walked forward. The power of the seal was strange. The black cat could not imagine how much the 10th level of the Fate state would be suppressed. At this moment, a wisp of Yi Yun's primordial spirit flickered a few times. He immediately understood what was going on when he sensed the taboo energy. This kind of suppression was similar to the one he had used before. It was as if there was a big hand behind it that was controlling it invisibly. As for how much it would be suppressed, it was completely up to the other party. It was possible that a great monster at the peak of the 10th level of the Fate Realm would be suppressed to the 1st level of the Divine Bridge Realm. This kind of extreme possibility also existed. What kind of existence would there be in this place? To be able to live for hundreds of thousands of years, I'm afraid it would be beyond the true God realm. Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. A meaningful smile suddenly appeared on the illusory face of his primordial spirit. There was indeed something strange about the Xianxia continent. It was called the Forsaken Land of the Gods. There was also an inexplicable curse. It was even said that this curse could actually block the realm of the Divine Land's cultivators. It was said to be a legend. However, Yi Yun, who was born and raised in the Xianxia continent, had no idea at all. Even the people in the abysmal underground palace had surpassed the true immortal realm. This was all beyond Yi Yun's expectation. He was getting more and more interested. There must be some kind of connection between the Divine Land and the Xianxia continent. He was now going to uncover this mysterious connection step by step. Yi Yun had a hunch. The destruction of the Shenlong sect might be inseparable from this connection. Yi Yun also knew that he had to take one bite at a time. He would slowly uncover the mysterious Xianxia continent. He didn't have to be too anxious. So Yi Yun closed his eyes again. This wisp of primordial spirit also quietly cultivated. He cultivated a great primordial spirit skill. The big black cat walked alone in the tunnel of the abysmal underground palace. He looked around but didn't find anyone. It was as if so many monsters had gone in before, but he didn't know where they were now. Does everyone come in from a different place? The big black cat guessed. The tunnel in the abysmal underground palace was extremely tall and wide. It was dozens of feet high and dozens of feet wide. The walls were piled up with black stones, and the stones were densely covered with small runes. He observed for a moment, but he didn't understand. It was very dark here. He couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. However, this didn't affect the big black cat much. In other words, monsters basically ignored this kind of darkness. The tunnel in the abysmal underground palace wasn't a straight path. Instead, it was a winding path that led to unknown places, like a complicated maze. The big black cat had just turned a corner when he suddenly found that the tunnel opposite was filled with thick black fog. This black fog slowly surged toward him. It's not poisonous, is it? The big black cat blinked. He took out the black shield given to him by Uncle Ma, blocked in front of him, and carefully walked a few steps forward. The fog slowly rushed over. After passing by him, the big black cat breathed a sigh of relief. This fog looked strange, but it wasn't poisonous. He raised the black shield, released his divine sense, and slowly walked forward. In the abysmal underground palace, his divine sense was only suppressed to a certain extent. It didn't completely disappear. What is that? The big black cat suddenly stood in place. He saw a huge object sitting in the fog. This huge object was like a huge white flower. The huge flower bud was blooming in the fog, swaying constantly. A lot of the fog came from this flower bud. What the hell is this thing? The big black cat stared, but didn't act rashly. He used his divine sense to scan, but he couldn't see the cultivation level of this huge flower. This should be those strange creatures in the abysmal underground palace, right? They don't have a cultivation level, but their combat strength can't be underestimated. They can deal a fatal blow to cultivators in the celestial bridge realm. The big black cat muttered to himself. He had also heard these words from his master. Although he had lived for thousands of years, the big black cat knew very little about the abysmal underground palace. After all, the abysmal underground palace only appeared once every 10,000 years. Many people didn't live to that age. Very light footsteps sounded. The big black cat scanned the fog. A slender figure in red slowly walked out of the mist from another passageway. Cat Bauer? The big black cat's gem-like eyes suddenly glowed red. Mother asterisk cur, your fiancé punched me outside just now, and I boasted that I would be able to get you. Now, isn't the chance here? The big black cat was someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. In front of the abysmal underground palace, he had been set up by this unmarried couple. The anger in his heart had yet to dissipate. Seeing Cat Bauer suddenly appear, the big black cat naturally would not let her go. For such a woman, he would beat her up first. A cold smile appeared on the big black cat's face. He quietly crept towards Cat Bauer's direction. Big brother, why are you here? What a coincidence, we meet again. Oh right, that iron fool didn't do anything to you, did he? Cat Bauer said in surprise and joy. At this moment, she was still holding the heavenly spirit mirror in her hand. The mirror showed the surrounding scene. A young man in a black robe was walking towards her. The distance was not far, so Cat Bauer shouted loudly. I've been discovered? The muscles on the big black cat's face twitched. He immediately showed an angry expression. He gritted his teeth and charged over. Strike first and gain the upper hand. The big black cat's fate realm cultivation level was suppressed, but he was still at the 7th stage of the celestial bridge realm. He was 2 stages higher than Cat Bauer. Moreover, he had the boots of lightning. Once he activated his speed, he was unbelievably fast. Big brother, you. Cat Bauer was shocked by the big black cat's actions. She suddenly turned the mirror in her hand and shone it at the big black cat. Whoosh, a beam of white light shot out. Like a bolt of lightning. The big black cat slammed into it. Boom, the big black cat was actually sent flying by the heavenly spirit mirror. You little b***tch, trying to kill as soon as you see me. The big black cat was furious. He held the black shield in his hand and charged over again. Cat Bauer was stunned by the 9-tailed spirit cat's aura. Could it be that her fiancé really beat this big brother up? However, when she thought about how her fiancé's cultivation level was higher than her big brother's, she was even more certain of this idea. Cat Bauer was a little scared. She suddenly widened her eyes and shone the mirror in the direction of the big black cat. Whoosh, another flash of light. Bang, when the light emitted by the heavenly spirit mirror landed on the black shield, it was actually reflected. Bauer was shocked. What was the shield in the 9-tailed spirit cat's hand? The heavenly spirit mirror's attack was actually ineffective. She hadn't reacted yet. A black shadow fell from the sky. The big black cat used its shield ferociously and smashed Bauer to the ground. He did not have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. Humph. The big black cat didn't hold back at all. It sat on Bauer's body and punched Bauer's butt with its fists. Bang 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 bang, a series of fists landed on the cat, causing her to cry out in pain. You little bitch, you're full of evil tricks. You tricked me outside the mountain gate, and now you're attacking me when we meet. Now that you've fallen into my hands, let's see what you can do. The big black cat laughed and showed a proud expression. The strength in its hands did not decrease at all, causing Cat Treasure to cry out in pain. Yian saw this scene and could not help but nod and smile. Although Cat Treasure's attack with the Heavenly Spirit Mirror had some misunderstandings, the big black cat could ruthlessly destroy a flower. This was something that ordinary people could not do. 100,000 years ago, when Yi Yun was an evil tyrant, if he saw a beautiful girl who dared to treat him like this, Yi Yun would not hesitate to spank her, but sometimes a spanking was a light punishment. As a transmigrator, Yi Yun could always think of various ways to punish the other party. Tenderness for the fairer sex did not exist in the heart of the #1 Eternal Realm expert, Yi Yun. Therefore, when he saw the big black cat's performance, Yi Yun showed a look of approval. "Big brother, please spare me. I didn't mean it. Just now, in this fog, you suddenly rushed over and gave me a fright. I was just reacting, Cat Treasures, but was in great pain." She cried and begged for mercy. Her eyes were filled with tears, making people feel pity for her. "You little bitch, your mind is like a demon. You're almost the same as that nine-tailed fox. Who would believe you?" The big black cat licked its lips. Its fists were still raining down like torrential rain. Poor Cat Treasure, this great beauty, was beaten up by the big black cat until her butt was swollen. The huge flower at the side was still emitting fog. The flower bud continued to open and many thin threads drilled out from the center. These thin threads were pale golden color, and their surface was covered with sharp barbs. They were like long snakes, hidden in the fog, and they coiled towards the two of them. The big black cat was so engrossed in his beating that he did not notice this change. When he noticed it, the golden snake-like thin threads had already curled in front of him. In a hurry, the big black cat could only block in front of him with the black shield. The black shield was injected with magic power and immediately became 3 feet in size, firmly protecting him. Bang bang, dozens of thin golden threads hit the shield and were immediately bounced back. Seeing this, the big black cat breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the black shield that Uncle Ma gave him was powerful. Otherwise, he would have been hit just now. He was a great monster at the 3rd level of the Fate State. If he were to die in the Abyss Underground Palace because of a woman, it would be too unjust. Whoosh, a black shadow flashed. In another passage, a muscular man in black armor appeared. Where the big black cat was, there were several passageways around it. They were connected in all directions. Therefore, it was possible that other demon clans would enter this place. "Cat Treasure, are you asking for help?" The muscular man in black armor shouted from afar. He was far away and his divine sense could not detect this place. With the thick black fog blocking, he could not see far. However, he heard a familiar scream. "That iron fool is here. Big brother, let go of me. Let's run." Cat Treasure immediately turned her head and said while enduring the pain. The big black cat rolled his eyes and sneered. "Don't try to fool me. I think you two want to deal with me together, right? Big brother. I'm serious. I don't want to marry that iron fool. He forced me to marry him. That's why I came to the Abyss Underground Palace to look for opportunities," Cat Treasure said anxiously. At this point, her eyes were red and a few drops of tears fell. "It's no use crying. Master Cat has always had a heart of stone. I've never been afraid of a woman crying." The big black cat smiled and did not care, but his hand stopped. He looked in a certain direction. However, his divine sense was limited and he could not see the other party. The fog was churning. It didn't take long for the black-armored man to reach the area. He released his divine sense, and what he saw caused his blood to boil with rage. That black-robed young man was sitting on his fiancée's back. "Ah! How dare you bully my fiancé? I'll kill you!" The muscular man in black armor roared and immediately rushed over. "That iron fool is here?" The big black cat was shocked. He grabbed the black shield and suddenly jumped down from Cat Treasure's back. Then, he grabbed Cat Treasure's neck. "If you want to live, don't move," the big black cat said in a low voice and looked fearlessly into the fog. Hundreds of golden snake-like filaments suddenly stretched out of the white bud of the unknown gigantic flower. Then, they swept toward the black-armored man in a fierce manner. "Heh heh, this strange flower is really attacking everyone." Seeing this, the big black cat curled his lips and laughed proudly. Hiss, hiss, hundreds of golden filaments attacked the black-armored man like vipers coming out of their holes. Covered by the thick black fog, they were as difficult to detect as ghosts. Fortunately, his divine sense wasn't completely suppressed. The black-armored man was shocked and quickly noticed the sudden attack. "Get lost!" he suddenly roared, and a thick layer of black light surged out of his body. At this moment, a silver saber appeared in his hand. The saber was thick, the blade was wide, and it was extremely long. As he shouted, a fierce saber light swept out. The saber light was fierce, like a falling river, and collided with the golden filaments in the thick fog. Rumble, the two collided, and there was a huge explosion. Almost all of the golden filaments were cut in half, and the rest were all retracted. "This iron simpleton is quite capable." The big black cat curled its lips and unknowingly changed the way it addressed the black-armored man. He felt that the name Iron Simpleton was very suitable for the black-armored man. That guy was at the 6th level of the Fate State, and after entering the Abyss Underground Palace, he was suppressed to the 9th level of the Celestial Bridge State. He was 2 levels higher than the black-armored man. This extinguished the big black cat's desire to compete with the Iron Simpleton. He had a heavy responsibility, and he couldn't let his mission be affected by a little heavenly spirit cat and an iron simpleton. At this moment, Mel Bauer's face showed a frightened expression, and she hurriedly urged, "Big brother, hurry up and leave. Once that guy goes crazy, no one is his match." "Why should I be afraid of him?" the big black cat said angrily. "You're helping the enemy's prestige and destroying our evil spirit. I really want to throw you to that big flower to eat." Mel Bauer's face turned pale. Thinking of that terrifying giant flower, she hurriedly explained, "Big brother, that flower is a giant magic taro flower. Once it drags you into the bud, you'll be corroded by the demonic liquid inside, and you'll instantly melt into nothing." "You can't do that, giant magic taro flower?" The big black cat was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Mel Bauer to know so much. However, when he heard the name giant magic taro flower, the big black cat shuddered. This was also one of the strange creatures. Just as he was thinking about this, the burly man in black armor rushed toward the giant devil taro flower like a madman. A thick blade light suddenly flashed in the air and slashed towards the giant konjac flower. "How dare you attack me? Go to hell!" the black-armored man roared angrily. The black light on his body was as dark as ink, but the saber light was as bright as silver. It illuminated the thick black fog. The giant devil taro flower seemed to know how powerful it was. In an instant, countless golden threads surged out of the flower bud, like countless long snakes flying out of it. Rumble, the invincible saber light fell on the golden threads, cutting off many of them. Puff, when more than half of the thin thread was cut, a thick liquid suddenly sprayed out from the flower bud. The liquid was black in color and emitted a strong nauseating smell. "Hee hee, this iron fool is probably in trouble." When Mel Bauer saw this, she clenched her fists and laughed. The big black cat squinted and asked coldly, "If your fiancé died here, would you be happy?" "Of course I would be happy. I don't want to marry him," Mel Bauer said with certainty. In the dark environment, her eyes were as bright as sapphires. The big black cat's eyes were similar. The two of them were of the same cat species, so the color of their eyes was very similar. Hearing Mel Bauer's heartless words, the big black cat sneered and licked his lips. "Big brother, what are you laughing at?" Mel Bauer smiled sweetly and turned to look at the big black cat. The big black cat raised an eyebrow. "I'm laughing at you for being too heartless. This iron fool is so strong." "You don't even like him?" "I don't like the strong type. I prefer the good-looking, handsome, and smart," Mel Bauer said with a smile. "You're not talking about me, are you? Why do I feel like I'm the person you're talking about?" The big black cat scratched his head and said shamelessly. After saying that, before Mel Bauer said anything, he laughed dryly. The big black cat was proud. After living for so many years, it was rare for the opposite sex to take the initiative to confess. Unfortunately, the falling flowers were in love, but the flowing water was heartless. Mel Bauer didn't finish her words. In the thick fog, the black-armored man who was suddenly attacked by the black liquid suddenly fled towards them. The black light on his body was as thick as ink. When the black liquid touched it, it instantly dissolved by more than half. The surface of his fist was even burned by the black liquid, and the back of his hand revealed white bones. "Good, you adulterous couple. How dare you talk about love here? I must kill you." The black-armored man suddenly heard their conversation while flying over. He angrily pulled out his sword and slashed over. Melbauer's face turned pale again. She knew this iron fool too well. Once he went crazy, he wouldn't recognize anyone. No one would be his opponent. "You iron fool, I want to pick up your girl. I'll anger you to death, you bastard." The big black cat laughed, grabbed Melbauer, and activated the boots of lightning. In an instant, he turned into a black light and entered another tunnel. Whoosh, a sword light slashed across the void, but it missed. The black-armored man landed from midair and looked at the two people who disappeared. His eyes were extremely malicious. This pair of adulterous couple hooked up so quickly. Especially this black-robed young man, he was really shameless. He had to kill him no matter what. As for the longevity immortal grass, he had no interest in it at all. He turned back to look at the giant devil taro flower and found that it didn't chase after him. His eyes revealed a trace of luck. This thing was too evil. If it wasn't for his fast reaction and his high cultivation, he would have been melted by the black liquid. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a lingering fear. It was as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. Everyone says that there are countless dangers in this abyss underground palace. It seems that it's true. I must be more careful and try to distance myself from this strange creature. I can't provoke it easily, the black-armored man muttered to himself. In a flash, he chased in the direction of the big black cat. That guy runs so fast. What is its original body? Could it be a bird? The black-armored man chased and cursed. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. His fiancée had always been shrewd and eccentric. If she really liked birds, it was possible. As for their golden-striped black tiger clan, although they possessed a certain speed divine ability, compared to the likes of flying birds, they were still somewhat inferior. After chasing for a few breaths, he completely lost his target. The abyss underground palace was connected in all directions. There were many paths at the entrance. If he didn't follow in time, it would be difficult to catch up. Humph. The black-armored man snorted coldly. He was about to punch the black stone wall next to him when he suddenly saw a weak ball of golden light flickering in an inconspicuous corner. What's this? The black-armored man's eyes widened. He quickly flew over. In the golden light, a palm-sized grass was emitting a faint immortal light and swaying constantly in the golden light. It's the longevity celestial grass. The burly man in black armor held his breath. Under his thick black eyebrows, his big, leopard-like eyes glowed with a fiery light. He did not expect to stumble upon the longevity celestial grass here. Feeling anxious, the burly man in black armor did not hesitate to reach out and pluck the longevity celestial grass. He brought the longevity celestial grass to the tip of his nose and sniffed it lightly. He instantly felt an indescribable aura entering his chest from the tip of his nose. His entire body felt comfortable. As expected of the longevity celestial grass, the burly man in black armor muttered to himself with an excited expression on his face. However, the longevity celestial grass is divided into different grades. This one is smaller, so its grade should be lower. The burly man in black armor thought of something and chuckled. He opened his mouth and swallowed the longevity celestial grass. Buzz, an unimaginable surge of vitality seemed to have exploded from his chest and surged out in all directions. At this moment, his body seemed to have been cleansed thousands of times. Every cell in his body had changed. His body seemed to be stronger than before. He could feel that the vitality in his body had been greatly enhanced. It was as if he had gained another 100 years of lifespan. Not bad. As expected of the longevity celestial grass. Hee hee. The burly man in black armor raised his hand. When he saw that the injury on the back of his hand had healed, he could not help but grin. Melbauer, you've lured me to a good place. When I'm stronger, I'll definitely snatch you over and kill that wretched guy. After letting out a sinister laugh, the burly man in black armor immediately turned around and left the place. He had changed his target now. Since the ninth underworld underground palace was as difficult to find as a maze, he might as well look for the longevity celestial grass first. As for Mao Bao, he would have a chance to meet her in the future. Somewhere in the ninth underworld underground palace. Whoosh, a swift black light descended from the sky. A black-robed young man and a red-clothed young woman appeared. Both of them were extremely handsome and of similar age. They looked like a pair of immortal couples. However, both of them had different expressions on their faces. It was as if they were enemies. I don't think I can catch up to that silly guy. The big black cat let out a long sigh of relief, and its expression relaxed. He didn't want to go head-to-head with that guy yet. His master had given him a mission. Now that he hadn't even touched a single stalk of the longevity immortal grass, he definitely couldn't fight with others here. To prevent any accidents from happening. The big black cat looked at the boots of immortality and raised its eyebrows. This emperor weapon consumed a lot of magic power. Just in case, the big black cat immediately tossed a pill into its mouth. This pill was bestowed to him by the old master. Its quality was unimaginably high. Big brother, what are you eating? Mao Bao's white jade-like nose twitched as if she had smelled something. I'll eat a pill to replenish my magic power, the big black cat said casually. As he spoke, he released his divine sense and began to scan the surroundings. The surroundings were filled with thick black fog. The big black cat scanned the area carefully, fearing that there were more terrifying giant konjac flowers nearby. To be honest, he was also a little afraid of the black liquid of the giant konjac flowers. It was too corrosive. The big black cat didn't want to use his black shield to go head-to-head with it. If the black shield was damaged, the loss would outweigh the gain. Big brother, I've never smelled the scent of your pill before. Can I take a look? Mao Bao's eyes turned, and her eyes lit up as she said sweetly. Her eyes moved, and she looked around like a peerless beauty. Her expression was intoxicating. She didn't bear any grudges at all. It was as if she had completely forgotten about the time when the big black cat had violently beaten her buttocks. That won't do. This was bestowed to me by the old master. The big black cat shook its head repeatedly. Who is the old master? Big brother, do you have any elders in your family? Mao Bao said with a chuckle. Of course I do. Don't ask, the big black cat turned around and said impatiently. He didn't believe anything Mao Bao said. If they believed a single word, they would probably be led into a ditch. Big brother, look. It just so happens that we're fated to meet. Why don't we travel together? Mao Bao was rebuffed, but she wasn't discouraged. She walked over with a smile and stretched out a jade-like hand to the big black cat. What was she doing, holding hands? The big black cat stared and took a few steps back. I'm looking for the longevity immortal grass. Don't delay my important matters. The big black cat gritted its teeth and waved its hand, unceremoniously asking her to leave. Big brother, I'm not interested in the longevity immortal grass at all. At the same time, I can help you find it. Don't forget, I have the heavenly spirit mirror, and the heavenly spirit mirror can search farther than divine sense. Mao Bao smiled charmingly and raised the heavenly spirit mirror in her hand with a smug smile on her face. The big black cat was suddenly speechless. This damned heavenly spirit cat was like a roundworm in his stomach. It knew that he was looking for the longevity immortal grass and used the heavenly spirit mirror to bewitch him. At this moment, the big black cat wanted to use violence and directly snatch the heavenly spirit mirror. But as soon as this thought appeared, it quickly suppressed it. The heavenly spirit mirror was a treasure belonging to the heavenly spirit cat clan. Only the heavenly spirit cat clan could activate its power. Even if he snatched it, it would be useless. Big brother, I'm just trying to avoid that iron fool. In fact, I'm not interested in the longevity immortal grass. Why don't we travel together? Big brother, your flying speed is fast. Even if we encounter any danger, you can quickly bring me away. We're really a match made in heaven. Mao Bao smiled sweetly and looked over with a seductive gaze. The big black cat sighed. The heavenly spirit mirror was really very attractive to him. Okay, then let's team up for now. I need your heavenly spirit mirror, you need mine. At this point, the big black cat quickly shut up. He almost spilled the beans about the boots of speed. This emperor weapon had been concealed by the old master's methods. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to imagine that this was an emperor weapon. He definitely could not reveal anything. Otherwise, if word got out, he was afraid that the demons here would attack him. After all, the attractiveness of an emperor weapon far surpassed that of the longevity immortal grass. Mel Bauer's pupils constricted slightly. She felt the meaning of the nine-tailed spirit cat's words. Her delicate eyes looked around twice, but she didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Big brother, I remember that the nine-tailed spirit cat clan's speed is not an innate ability, right? Mel Bauer asked with a smile. How is it not? What do you know? We nine-tailed spirit cats have a total of 9 tails, and one of them has a speed ability. The big black cat's eyelids drooped as he boasted, looking enraptured. Just as he finished speaking. He, in a dark passage, a woman's charming voice suddenly sounded. Who's there? The big black cat frowned and immediately became alert. That woman could discover him from far away. It seemed that she also had a divine sense detection type treasure. The great nine-tailed spirit cat actually hugged the heavenly spirit cat's soft white thighs. It's really unexpected, the woman's voice came from the depths of the passageway, drifting in and out. The big black cat and Mel Bauer looked at each other. Their faces changed in shock. The big black cat didn't expect that. The woman in the mist, who couldn't be seen, actually saw through his true form with a single glance. However, he felt that the woman's voice was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. The big black cat frowned. Mel Bauer nervously held up the heavenly spirit mirror and shone it around. However, the woman was too far away and the heavenly spirit mirror couldn't scan her. Mel Bauer, you don't need to use the mirror. I'm here. A white figure suddenly flew out from the depths of the dark tunnel. The white light landed on the ground and turned into a beautiful and enchanting woman in a white dress. The woman was about the same age as Mel Bauer. She had a voluptuous figure and a pair of white legs. In addition to her devilish figure, the woman's appearance was also extremely charming. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was devastatingly beautiful. It's you? The big black cat looked at the sexy woman in white in front of it and a look of shock crossed its face. Big brother, so you actually know this vixen? Mel Bauer glanced at the heavenly spirit mirror and a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. We've met once. The big black cat snorted in annoyance. The woman in white in front of him was the nine-tailed fox. 1,000 years ago, he and the nine-tailed demon fox had once fought over a stalk of immortal grass. Both of them fought fiercely, but his cultivation was slightly weaker than the nine-tailed demon fox. In the end, the stalk of immortal grass was snatched away by the nine-tailed demon fox. The big black cat had been brooding over this matter. Nine-tailed fox, you've got a good pair of white legs. This heavenly spirit cat is quite pretty. If I were a man, I might have married her immediately. The nine-tailed fox's gaze was misty as she giggled. Screw you. The big black cat glared at her. 1,000 years ago, his cultivation was a small level lower than the nine-tailed fox's. 1,000 years later, he didn't know which level of the fate realm the nine-tailed fox had reached. After entering the abysmal underground palace, the nine-tailed fox's cultivation was still a level higher than his. He had already reached the 8th level of the Divine Bridge stage. This made the big black cat very depressed. Was it going to be suppressed by the nine-tailed fox forever? However, the big black cat regained its confidence when it thought of the 2 treasures, the boots of lightning and the black shield. He had the confidence to compete with this nine-tailed demon fox again. Sister, this is also the first time I've met Big Brother. We're just traveling together. Please don't misunderstand. Mel Bauer explained with a smile. The big black cat quickly said, that's right, Cat Treasure is also someone else's fiancé. It has nothing to do with me. I think you're trying to seduce someone else's fiancé, right? The nine-tailed demon fox said with a smile. Her pair of watery peach blossom eyes kept jumping between the two of them. Nonsense, this cat has always been a maverick. When have you ever heard of me having a scandal? The big black cat puffed out his chest and glared fiercely at the nine-tailed demon fox. He forcefully resisted the urge to attack. They had just entered the abysmal underground palace and hadn't even seen a single immortal herb. The big black cat felt that it wasn't the best time to attack. He had a mission to complete. It wasn't the right time to fight with this nine-tailed demon fox. The nine-tailed demon fox was famous in the Xianxia continent. She was proficient in all kinds of ocular techniques and illusions. It would be difficult for her to fight. Alright, then I'll believe you. I'll take my leave first. I hope we won't meet again in the future. The nine-tailed demon fox smiled and turned to leave. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound coming from the tunnel. It was like the sound of silkworms eating mulberry leaves in the middle of the night. The three people's expressions changed slightly. The sound was extremely strange. It seemed to come from all directions like a tide. Mao Bauer raised the heavenly spirit mirror and looked nervously at the image reflected on the mirror. Below the fog in the tunnel, there were countless black tick-like insects crawling over. These insects were covered in shining shells. They looked ferocious. Each one was the size of a fingernail. They crawled quickly on the ground and made rustling sounds. What is this? The big black cat glanced at the heavenly spirit mirror in Mao Bauer's hand. His expression changed. This definitely wasn't a demon. If it wasn't a demon, then it must be a strange creature from the abysmal underground palace. This is a ghost louse. Mao Bauer screamed and grabbed the big black cat's robe. She suddenly shouted, "Let's run." This ghost louse is extremely difficult to deal with. Once it burrows into the body, all the blood in the body will be sucked dry. It will even eat the bone marrow. The big black cat was shocked. He didn't expect these small insects to be so powerful. He also felt numb all over. Grabbing Mao Bauer's arm, the big black cat turned into a black light and flew towards another tunnel. The pair of quick-step boots on his feet gave him unimaginable speed. He disappeared in an instant. We haven't seen each other for 1,000 years. How can this nine-tailed spirit cat run so fast? The nine-tailed spirit fox looked in a certain direction and stared blankly for a few seconds. Hearing the rustling sound getting closer and closer, her expression changed. She also turned and flew quickly towards the tunnel that the big black cat escaped to. Although she was also a Fate Realm demon, her cultivation was suppressed to the 8th level of the Celestial Bridge realm. Facing so many ghost louse alone, she had no chance of survival. There were many strange creatures in the abysmal underground palace. She had to be careful. After running for a while, the big black cat appeared in midair. He looked around and found that he was safe. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Big brother, I'm lucky to be with you this time. If I was alone, I would have lost my life. Mao Bauer looked at the big black cat's delicate face and said emotionally. We're just using each other. You don't have to say it so nobly. The big black cat laughed. He didn't seem to care. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Mao Bauer frowned with resentment. She casually raised the heavenly spirit mirror in her hand and shone it around. What's that? A golden light suddenly appeared on Mao Bauer's heavenly spirit mirror. It was very eye-catching in the tunnel. The big black cat took a look, and its face immediately lit up with excitement. This should be the longevity immortal grass? The big black cat patted Mao Bauer's shoulder and asked loudly, where is it? That tunnel is about 2,000 feet away. Mao Bauer stretched out her finger and said softly. You've done well this time, haha. The big black cat laughed loudly and flew in that direction. Longevity immortal grass? The nine-tailed fox's voice came from another direction. The big black cat's heart tightened. This little bitch had followed him so closely and also found the longevity immortal grass. This time, he had to get it first no matter what. Thinking of this, the quick-step boots on his feet suddenly activated. The distance of 2,000 feet was covered in the blink of an eye. The big black cat saw golden grass growing in the golden light. It emitted a faint immortal light. He abruptly reached out and plucked the longevity immortal grass from the ground. How dare you steal my longevity immortal grass, nine-tailed fox? A beam of white light came from afar, and an awe-inspiring sword light slashed towards the big black cat. You think I'm afraid of you? The big black cat gave an exasperated snort and raised the black shield in its hand. Boom, the white sword light was instantly reflected back. The nine-tailed fox's watery eyes flashed in midair, and a dreamy rainbow light floated out. At this moment, she activated an illusion attack. Oh no, it's an illusion. The big black cat was shocked. It immediately realized that the nine-tailed fox must have used her best illusion again. 1,000 years ago, it had suffered greatly from illusions before. The big black cat's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, it activated the heavenly illusionary eye that it had yet to learn. Fighting illusion with illusion. As the divine ability was activated, a strange power suddenly shot out from the depths of the big black cat's eyes. It was like a tide that extinguished a flame. The heavenly illusionary eye instantly broke the nine-tailed demon fox's illusion. Haha, as expected of the great magical power taught by Master. Seeing that the nine-tailed fox's illusion was broken, the big black cat laughed in its heart. It quickly activated the Fleetfoot boots and turned into a black light, disappearing from the spot. How is this possible? The nine-tailed fox roared in midair, its face full of disbelief. Although her cultivation level had been suppressed, she was still very confident in her eye technique. But why did the nine-tailed fox break free so easily? The nine-tailed fox was unwilling to give up. She quickly chased after the nine-tailed fox. 1,000 years ago, the nine-tailed fox was defeated by her. This time, she would make the nine-tailed fox lose to her again. The big black cat followed the dark and gloomy tunnel, flying continuously for about the time it took for an incense stick to burn before coming to a stop. I should have shaken it off now. The big black cat laughed and raised the palm-sized golden longevity immortal grass in its hand. Big brother. Mao Bauer called out affectionately and looked at the longevity immortal grass eagerly. What are you trying to do? Is your butt itching again? The big black cat raised the longevity immortal grass up high and stared at Mao Bauer warily. Big brother, don't misunderstand. I don't have any thoughts about the longevity immortal grass, Mao Bauer quickly shrugged and explained. Then shut up. The big black cat said domineeringly. It turned around to look at the longevity immortal grass. The longevity immortal grass was only as tall as a palm. It had 4 leaves, each with a faint golden glow and an indescribable immortal glow. A vigorous aura of life emanated from the 4 leaves. Just a light sniff was enough to make one feel refreshed. This is the first longevity immortal grass. I have to keep it for Uncle Ma. Who knows if there will be another chance to get it later. The big black cat rolled its eyes and muttered to itself. After saying that, he quickly put the longevity immortal herb into his storage ring. He had promised Uncle Ma a long time ago, so naturally, he couldn't go back on his word. When Yiyan saw this, he nodded to himself. The big black cat was loyal and affectionate. Yiyan did not expect the first longevity immortal grass to remain. When Mao Bauer saw the big black cat put away the longevity immortal grass, she was stunned. But she didn't say much. After all, she had already said that she wouldn't touch the longevity immortal grass. Rustle, 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 the sound of ghost louse came from all around again. The big black cat's expression changed. It quickly grabbed Mao Bauer and flew into the air. Then, he turned into a streak of black light and entered another dark tunnel. A golden human figure suddenly came out from the wall. It reached out a fist and smashed towards the black light. What is this? The big black cat was shocked. It hurriedly put the black shield in front of it. Rumble, the golden fist hit the black shield and made a loud sound. The big black cat was sent flying by a strong force. And the golden figure flashed and disappeared into the wall again. The big black cat did not dare to stay. It endured the feeling of its internal organs churning and quickly disappeared into the tunnel. It escaped for a while. After confirming that it was safe, the big black cat landed from the sky. Mao Bauer, that golden thing attacked me just now. Did you see clearly what it was? The big black cat frowned and asked. Mao Bauer's body trembled. Her face was pale. I saw clearly, big brother. I didn't think that we would meet the most terrifying golden human figure in the abysmal underground palace. Hearing Mao Bauer's words, the big black cat's heart jumped. It muttered to itself, golden human figure is the most terrifying strange creature in the abysmal underground palace? Yes, big brother. This golden human figure has a very low chance of coming out. But it's very strong. It's said that many cultivators would be killed by it in one punch. Melbauer said with fear. Yes. The big black cat nodded with a dark face. He recalled the power of the punch just now. He did feel an indescribable power. Luckily, he had the black shield that Uncle Ma gave him. This shield had unimaginable defensive power. That was why he was able to block the golden human figure's strange attack. If he didn't have this shield, that golden human figure's punch could have taken his life. Now that the big black cat thought about it, it felt a chill run down its spine, and a look of lingering fear appeared on its face. This abysmal underground palace was too terrifying. No wonder the stronger a cultivator was, the more they didn't want to enter this place. To be able to survive was already 8 lifetimes of good luck. Melbauer looked at the black shield in the big black cat's hand and said, "Big brother, your black shield is an incredible treasure." Of course. That golden human figure probably didn't feel good after being hit by my shield. That's why it didn't chase after us. The big black cat proudly puffed out his chest and looked around. He waved his hand and said loudly, "Let's go. Let's continue looking for the longevity immortal grass." Okay. Melbauer hurriedly agreed. The two of them continued on their way. This abysmal underground palace does indeed contain some secrets. I didn't expect that the golden human figure's body would contain a wisp of decaying true god's aura. No wonder people with higher cultivation levels don't dare to enter, in the big black cat's mind. Yi Yan's eyes flickered and a faint smile appeared on his face. As this wisp of primordial spirit did not go out, based on the current situation, Yi Yan discovered that there was indeed a cultivator above the true god stage in the 9U underground palace. However, true god realm cultivators usually didn't live that long. The abysmal underground palace had a history of hundreds of thousands of years in the Xianxia continent. Based on this, there was at least one divine venerable cultivator inside. At this thought, Yi Yan felt that something was amiss. A divine venerable cultivator was an awe-inspiring existence even in the divine land. Why would he come to a small place like the Xianxia continent? Moreover, he even built an abysmal underground palace. Could it be that the hierarch cultivator was on the verge of death, or was this divine venerable already dead when he came to the Xianxia continent? Yi Yan was getting more and more curious. If this divine venerable cultivator still had consciousness, he wouldn't mind having a good chat with him. A day passed quickly. Moving through the 9 nether underground palace, the big black cat did not find a second longevity immortal grass. Instead, he encountered several waves of ghost lice, but he managed to avoid them without any mishap. There's a giant konjac flower in front. Melbauer held the heavenly mirror in her hand and suddenly pointed in a certain direction. Then let's change paths. The big black cat hurriedly shook his head and prepared to walk towards another path. Melbauer pulled him back. What? The big black cat raised an eyebrow. Big brother, behind this giant konjac flower, there's a longevity immortal grass. Melbauer smiled sweetly. Is that so? The big black cat instantly became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. But when he thought of the corrosive liquid that the giant konjac flower sprayed out, he still felt a little scared. But under the temptation of the longevity immortal grass, the big black cat decided to take the risk. Wait for me here, the big black cat gritted his teeth and instructed Melbauer. He quickly turned into a black light and flew towards the giant konjac flower. Come on, be careful, Melbauer shouted from behind. Now that her life was tied together with the 9-tailed spirit cat, if anything happened to the 9-tailed spirit cat, then it would be very difficult for her to escape from this place. Although the big black cat's speed was very fast, when his entire body entered the black mist, he still startled the giant konjac flower. As if the mist was the giant konjac flower's feelers. Hiss, countless golden threads were like spirit snakes, trying to capture the black light. But that black light was too fast, the golden threads could not catch up at all. The big black cat was about to pass by the giant konjac flower when suddenly the flower bud opened and sprayed out a black liquid that covered the sky. The big black cat had always been on guard against this. He quickly adjusted his direction in midair and stuck close to the ground, quickly flying towards the hazy golden ball of light in the distance. The black liquid missed and landed on the ground, making a sizzling sound of corrosion. Whoosh! The countless golden threads of the giant devil taro waved wildly in the air, as if expressing its anger. Haha! The big black cat looked back in midair and saw that the giant konjac flower wasn't chasing after it. It couldn't help but laugh proudly. He could tell. The giant konjac flower couldn't move, so it could only attack from where it was. As long as he was out of range, the giant devil taro flower would not be able to attack. On the ground in the distance, there was a ball of hazy golden light, and within it was a stalk of longevity immortal grass. This longevity immortal grass had 6 leaves and was twice as tall as before. When the big black cat saw this, it was ecstatic. The quality of this longevity immortal grass was even higher than the previous one. Haha, I found a longevity immortal grass. At this moment, 2 figures flew over from the other passageway and pounced on the longevity immortal grass. You want to steal my longevity immortal grass? The big black cat was furious. It activated the boots of lightning with all its strength and turned into a ray of light that landed in front of the longevity immortal grass. He reached out his hand and grabbed the longevity immortal herb. He placed it in his storage ring. At this moment, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the big black cat. Hand over the longevity immortal grass, or we'll take your life. Seeing that the longevity immortal grass had been plucked out, one of the men said arrogantly. The big black cat looked at the 2 men. One of them was at the 7th stage of the celestial bridge realm, the same realm as it. The other was at the 8th stage of the celestial bridge realm. Do you want to die? The big black cat said coldly. You may be a fate realm cultivator outside, but here, you've also become a celestial bridge realm cultivator. What right do you have to be so arrogant? One of the men laughed loudly. He naturally recognized the black-robed youth in front of him at a glance. Because they had arrived earlier, when they were waiting outside the mountain gate, they saw the 3rd stage fate realm great monster sitting cross-legged on the ground. Outside, this great demon at the 3rd level of the Heaven's Mandate realm was a giant existence for small demons at the celestial bridge realm like them. However, inside the 9 nether underground palace, their cultivation was suppressed to the same celestial bridge realm, so they had nothing to fear. Now that it was 2 against 1, they were even more fearless. Seeing these 2 celestial bridge realm cultivators so arrogant, the big black cat was furious. It raised the black shield in its hand and immediately smashed it at the 2 men. One of the men pulled out a sword and faced the black shield. The other man pulled out a silver knife and slashed at the big black cat's back. The 2 men attacked from the front and back. For a moment, the light of the knife and the shadow of the sword filled the entire deep underground space. Bang! A shocking murderous intent flashed in the big black cat's eyes. The black shield in its hand suddenly sped up and whizzed past, knocking the long sword away. Then it quickly turned around and smashed the black shield at the man with the knife. Boom! The black shield and the silver knife collided, making a loud noise. A huge force swept along the knife, and the silver knife in the man's hand instantly flew out of his hand. Go to hell! The big black cat grinned hideously and raised the black shield to smash it. Poof! The demon clan man was immediately smashed into a cloud of blood mist by the black shield. The other man saw that the situation was not good, so he turned around and fled. The big black cat launched an extremely fast charge and beheaded the man directly under the black shield. Damn it, if I don't show my power, you think I'm a sick cat? The big black cat smiled triumphantly, turned around, and was about to return to meet up with Cat Treasure. Suddenly, a white ray of light descended from the sky. Nine-tailed spirit cat, I haven't seen you for 1,000 years. You've really grown up. The treasure in your hand is not bad. The white light dissipated, revealing the nine-tailed demon fox's graceful figure. Nine-tailed demon fox, you're really haunting me. Why are you everywhere? The big black cat waved the black shield in its hand and said with a murderous look, don't try to anger me, or I'll make you suffer. Is that so? The nine-tailed demon fox's watery eyes landed on the big black cat, and a strange light flickered in its eyes. It's coming again, the big black cat cursed in annoyance. The nine-tailed demon fox had unknowingly launched an illusion attack again. The illusions in front of the big black cat surged in layers. He knew that something was wrong and immediately activated the heavenly illusionary eye. Last time, he used the heavenly illusionary eye to break the nine-tailed demon fox's illusion. So this time, he was going to use the same trick again. Tiny rune shadows flashed in his eyes, and a mysterious power surged out. It began to resist the illusions that shot around him. But what the big black cat didn't expect was that the nine-tailed demon fox seemed to be prepared this time. This time, the illusory technique was even more powerful than the previous one. The power of the heavenly illusionary eye was completely wiped out in an instant. The big black cat was about to fall into the illusion. Yi Yin smiled. The nine-tailed demon fox was really shameless. The big black cat had tolerated her so many times. But this little monster was still chasing after the big black cat, determined to snatch the longevity immortal herb from him. Yi Yun's eyes flickered. A tiny rune the size of a star suddenly appeared in the big black cat's eyes. This rune showed a faint purple color and emitted a terrifying light. An indescribable mysterious power swept out, crushing all the illusions in the surroundings. How is this possible? The nine-tailed demon fox was shocked. She clearly had the upper hand and successfully trapped the nine-tailed spirit cat in the illusion. How could the nine-tailed spirit cat suddenly turn the tables? The world spun and layers of illusion swept over like a tide. The nine-tailed demon fox was immediately lost in the depths of the illusions. The big black cat woke up at this time. He shook his head and suddenly realized that he had broken free from the nine-tailed demon fox's illusion. What's going on? Could it be that my heavenly illusionary eye has reached the entry level? The big black cat blinked its eyes and suddenly discovered that in the depths of its left eye, there was a faint purple rune that looked like a tiny star. The big black cat's face was full of shock. He clearly remembered that after cultivating the heavenly illusionary eye for so long, there had never been such a clear rune. But now, a clear rune had appeared. Ha ha ha, it seems that I've really reached the entry level. A rune has finally appeared. The big black cat could not stop laughing and his expression was extremely deranged. He was obsessed with the heavenly illusionary eye. After all, he remembered that his master had said that this divine ability could be cultivated to the divine king realm. Yi Yin saw the big black cat's smug look and gently flicked his hand. The purple rune immediately disappeared. The big black cat suddenly realized this change and his expression changed from excitement to depression. Sigh. My heavenly illusionary eye is still unstable. That rune disappeared again. He said. Dejectedly. As he finished speaking. The big black cat took 2 steps forward and saw that the nine-tailed demon fox was still standing in the same place without any movement. Her 2 eyes were staring at a certain place in the void, as if she was trapped in the illusion and could not extricate herself. The big black cat laughed. Nine-tailed demon fox, I didn't think that you would have such a day. I definitely won't let you off today. The big black cat thought of the old grudge and rushed over. He raised his black shield and smashed the nine-tailed demon fox onto the ground. Bam, this attack was very heavy. The nine-tailed demon fox saw stars and her organs were boiling. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth and she instantly broke free from the illusion. But at this moment, the big black cat was sitting on her back and raised his black shield and slammed it down on her buttocks. Paw, a crisp sound resounded in the dark tunnel. Ah. Then, a shrill female voice was heard. It was like the howl of a fox in the middle of the night. It was extremely tragic and the sound was earth-shattering. Cat Bauer heard this sound from another place and was instantly stunned. Wasn't this the nine-tailed demon fox? She raised the heavenly spirit mirror and injected her magic power but did not see the scene she wanted to see. It seemed that the distance was still a little far. She carefully tried to walk in the direction of the giant magic taro flower. After walking for about 10 feet, an image appeared on the heavenly spirit mirror. In the image, a black-robed youth was sitting on a woman in white. He raised the black shield in his hand and slapped the woman's buttocks again and again. Every slap made a crisp sound. It was accompanied by a sharp howl. Big Brother is too fierce. He actually took care of the nine-tailed demon fox. Cat Bauer saw this familiar scene and could not help but touch her buttocks. There was still a burning pain in her buttocks. Looks like I really can't offend this Big Brother in the future. Otherwise, my buttocks will suffer. Cat Bauer's face was a little pale as she thought with lingering fear. Cat Bauer, I didn't expect you to be here. I really had a hard time finding you. Just as Cat Bauer was in a daze, a deep male voice suddenly came from behind her. This voice was filled with great surprise. Cat Bauer turned around and saw a burly man in black armor standing not far away. It was her fiancé. Iron silly man, why did you chase after me again? You're really haunting me. Cat Bauer frowned, but her body was slowly retreating, getting closer and closer to the giant konjac flower. You're my fiancé, and I'm your fiancé. Both of our parents have already agreed to this. How can you go back on your word? The burly man in black armor walked over with a smile, his eyes filled with fanaticism. Let me think about this matter again. I'll give you an answer in a year's time. Cat Bauer said calmly. Her body was still slowly retreating, getting closer and closer to the giant konjac flower. Cat Bauer, don't retreat anymore. That giant konjac flower will take your life. The burly man in black armor immediately stretched out his hand, wanting to grab Cat Bauer. Cat Bauer suddenly flew up in the direction of the giant konjac flower. Don't tell me you really want to die? The burly man in black armor stomped his foot and immediately chased after her. At this moment, countless golden threads suddenly shot out from the giant konjac flower's bud. They were like spirit snakes flying out. A portion of them wrapped around Cat Bauer, while the other portion wrapped around the burly man in black armor. Cat Bauer shone the heavenly spirit mirror, and a ray of light flew out. Immediately, a portion of the golden threads were fixed in midair. She didn't dare to stay for half a moment, and quickly flew in the direction of the big black cat. The burly man in black armor pulled out his saber and slashed down heavily. Instantly, countless golden threads were cut by him. Cat Bauer, come back quickly. Do you really want to die? The burly man in black armor saw Cat Bauer's body pass by the giant konjac flower's side. Thinking of the terrifying black liquid, he hurriedly reminded her loudly. Whoosh, the white bud of the giant konjac flower suddenly bloomed, and a black liquid spurted out from it. It covered the sky and covered the earth like a large black net covering Cat Bauer. In a hurry, Cat Bauer raised the heavenly spirit mirror in her hand and injected all her magic power into it. Suddenly, a huge dazzling light shot up into the sky, welcoming the black corrosive liquid. This ray of light actually blocked the corrosive black liquid. Cat Bauer took this critical opportunity to escape in the direction of the big black cat. Damn it! The burly man in black armor fiercely stomped his foot, pulled out his saber, and chased after Cat Bauer. It wasn't easy for him to see his fiancée alone. He had to catch her back. The abysmal underground palace was too strange and dangerous. He really didn't want to stay here any longer. Nine-tailed spirit cat, you actually dared to hit me today. Sooner or later, I'll pay you back 10 times, 100 times. The nine-tailed spirit fox turned her head. After letting out another scream, her almond-shaped eyes widened, and she glared fiercely at the big black cat, uttering a threatening sentence. Lord Cat is never afraid of threats. Hee hee, the meat on your butt is quite soft. After being hit for so long, it hasn't swelled into a small mountain. The big black cat smiled evilly. He raised his black shield again, and prepared to smash it down. Big brother, run. The iron fool is here. Just as the big black cat was about to raise his black shield again to give the nine-tailed fox another blow, he suddenly heard Cat Bauer scream from behind him. He turned his head to look. As Cat Bauer flew over, a burly man in black armor who was surrounded by black light chased after her with a saber in his hand. This damned iron fool is here again. The big black cat cursed, and the black shield in its hand fell down. The nine-tailed fox let out another cry of pain. Suddenly, he jumped up, grabbed Cat Bauer, and disappeared in a flash of black light. With the boots of speed, the big black cat had the ability to save his life. Once again, he escaped. Anyway, the longevity immortal grass was already in his hands, and he even gave the nine-tailed fox a good beating. The anger in his heart was more or less vented. Whoosh, the burly man in black armor descended from the sky. He saw a beautiful woman lying on the ground, revealing her sexy white legs. She slowly turned over and looked at him with a resentful expression. This lady is so beautiful, The burly man in black armor stared blankly at the white-clothed girl in front of him, almost drooling. No, this is a seduction technique. He shook his head abruptly, expelling the desire in his heart. Big brother, I was beaten up by that damned nine-tailed spirit cat. Can you come over and help me? The nine-tailed fox felt pain in her butt and used her elbow to support her upper body. She looked at the burly man in black armor with watery eyes and said coquettishly. She was a vixen. She was also a nine-tailed fox with the highest bloodline among the foxes. She was born with a seductive body. Every word and action of hers was extremely seductive. Normal men would find it hard to resist. Only a freak like the big black cat, who had no woman in his heart, could ignore her charm. The big black cat was like this because he and the nine-tailed fox were of the same origin. When he cultivated to the highest level, he would grow 9 tails. Hence, the nine-tailed fox's seduction technique was not very effective on him. The burly man in black armor looked infatuated. At this moment, he was attracted by the nine-tailed fox's seduction technique again. He quickly walked over and was about to help the nine-tailed fox up. Suddenly, the jade pendant hanging on his chest lit up. In the void behind him, a huge shadow of a black tiger's head appeared. The black tiger suddenly roared, waking him up in an instant. That was close, I almost fell for it again. The black-armored man raised his saber and said with a solemn expression, if you dare to use your charm technique on me again, don't blame me for being impolite. The nine-tailed fox was shocked to see the shadow of the tiger-head man in black armor. At this moment, she suddenly stood up and swallowed a medicinal pill in her mouth. Back to the Fox clan to Golden Black Tiger clan. Back then, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Golden Black Tiger clan. Back then, to the Tiger clan to the clan to clan. Golden, back. You're actually a nine-tailed fox? Damn it, I should have known. The burly man in black armor hit his head with his hand and said with some annoyance. His expression immediately changed. Of course I remember. The burly man in black armor nodded heavily and his face became solemn. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was very strong in the Tsangnan continent, even stronger than the Golden Black Tiger clan. 3,000 years ago, they had helped the Golden Black Tiger clan a lot. I heard that there are 7 princesses in the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Which one are you? The burly man in black armor asked respectfully. I am the 7th princess. The Nine-Tailed Fox's small white face showed a proud expression. Greetings, 7th princess. The burly man in black armor was shocked. According to the information he had, the 7th princess's real cultivation should have reached the 7th level of the Fate realm. Her real strength was even stronger than his. But he didn't expect that after entering the abysmal underground palace, her cultivation would be suppressed to the 8th level of the Celestial Bridge realm. She was 1 level lower than him. Fate really made fools of people. That guy in the black robe is a nine-tailed spirit cat. Come with me, let's kill him together. The nine-tailed spirit cat's small white face suddenly showed a strong murderous intent. She had never been spanked in her entire life. It could be said that today was the biggest humiliation in her life. She had to kill the nine-tailed spirit cat. Okay. 7th princess, this nine-tailed spirit cat did the same thing to my fiancé. I want to kill him too. The Golden Black Tiger said with gritted teeth. Let's go. The nine-tailed fox's face was tense. With a wave of her small hand, she turned into a white light and chased after the cat. The Golden Black Tiger turned into a black light and followed closely behind. The 2 monsters, who were once at the Fate realm, joined hands at this moment, ready to deal with the nine-tailed spirit cat together. The deep tunnel was like a maze with twists and turns. It seemed to have no end. The big black cat couldn't tell the direction. After flying for a while, it saw some monsters and strange creatures. For example, the giant magic taro flower, the ghost louse, the python of 9 serenities. This python of 9 serenities had a body length of 400 to 500 feet. It was huge, and when it passed through the tunnel, it made a loud rumbling sound. It was terrifying. According to Maubauer, it could spit out black light. This kind of black light was highly toxic. Once contaminated, it would cause serious damage to the physical body. The big black cat had only seen this python of 9 serenities from afar. At that time, this giant python was chasing after a monster and didn't notice the big black cat and Maobao. As for that horrifying golden humanoid creature, the big black cat didn't encounter it again. This time, in order to shake off the 9-tailed fox and the golden black tiger, it flew for a full 2 hours. When it was about to stop, the big black cat suddenly found that there was an end to this tunnel. At the end of the passageway stood a gigantic bronze door. This bronze door was hundreds of feet tall. It was simple and old, and there were many strange patterns on the bronze door. Why is there a bronze door in this 9 serenities underground palace? The big black cat frowned and looked at Maobao beside it. I've never heard of it before. Maobao shook her head and looked at the bronze door in shock. She said in a low voice, in the past, the 9 serenities underground palace was looking for the longevity immortal grass in the tunnels. No one has ever seen this bronze door. Could it be that there's a new change this time? Let's go take a look. The big black cat quickly flew over, and Maobao followed closely behind. Standing in front of this bronze door, the big black cat suddenly felt as small as an ant. The patterns on the bronze door emitted a green glow. This glow had a magical power that seemed to attract people to push open this bronze door. At this moment, Maobao's gaze changed. She stretched out her white palm and gently pushed on the bronze door. Creak, the incomparably huge bronze door was actually slowly pushed open by her at this moment. The big black cat was shocked. He had a strange feeling that this bronze door wasn't pushed open by Maobao, but opened by itself. What's behind the door? The big black cat was very curious. It immediately stuck its head out and looked into the depths. As far as the eye could see, it was a dark starry sky. The stars in the sky were like countless gems that adorned the night sky, constantly flashing. Borrowing the faint starlight, looking into the distance, one could see a black mountain range that looked like a huge dragon standing on the boundless earth. That majestic mountain range stretched for tens of thousands of miles. It twisted and turned, rising and falling. In the deep valleys of the mountain range, balls of golden light could be seen everywhere, illuminating the dark small world around them. In the golden balls of light, the longevity immortal grass that emitted immortal light grew. Some had 6 leaves, some had 7 leaves, and some had 9 leaves. These golden balls of light were hidden in the winding mountain range. Standing in front of the bronze gate, one could not see them. After all, in the abysmal underground palace, one's divine sense was also limited to a limited range. At the same time, it wasn't just the place where the big black cat was. At this time, at the countless exits of the 9 serenities underground palace, a huge bronze door had appeared. Many cultivators intentionally or unintentionally pushed open the bronze gate and saw the endless black mountain range under the vast starry sky. Everyone was extremely shocked. The scene in front of them was completely out of everyone's expectations. What is this place? The big black cat stared at the black mountain range in the distance. An indescribable feeling of fear rose in its heart. In its heart, the black mountain range was like a black dragon. It was very similar to the black dragon that it had seen in the Xianxia sect. No, how can there be such a big black dragon? The big black cat shook its head and quickly dismissed the thought in its heart. This? Maobao also poked her head out from the side and looked at the new starry sky world with a shocked expression. The bronze gate suddenly appeared. Could it be that it's telling us to enter a new world and look for the longevity immortal grass? Maobao said in a trembling voice. It's very possible. The big black cat raised its eyebrows and replied with a gloomy expression. As soon as it finished speaking, he saw many figures flying out of nowhere, quickly flying towards the black mountain in the distance. Seeing this, the big black cat came to a realization. He was not the only one who encountered the giant bronze door. There should be many others who encountered the end of the tunnel in the 9 Nether underground palace. Some people were very curious and took the lead to enter the Black Mountain range to look for opportunities. Let's go, let's not fall behind. The big black cat gritted its teeth and pulled Cat Treasure over. One step ahead, every step ahead. At this moment, the big black cat activated the boots of lightning without hesitation. Fortunately, he had the god-level pills that his master had given him to maintain his magic power. Otherwise, with the big black cat's current cultivation level, he would not be able to withstand the continuous use of this flying-type emperor weapon. After flying some distance into the Black Mountain range, the two of them stopped in midair. The big black cat looked at the majestic mountain range in the distance. Mao Bauer also took out the heavenly spirit mirror and started searching around. The more I look at the mountain, the more it looks like a dragon. But, how can there be such a huge dragon in the world? The big black cat sighed softly. He looked at Mao Bauer and urged, "Did you find anything?" Mao Bauer kept injecting magic power and activated the heavenly spirit mirror's detection ability, shining towards the depths of the mountain range. A few seconds later, below a huge rock in a valley, there was a ball of golden light. "I found the longevity immortal grass," Mao Bauer shouted in surprise. "Haha, then let's go quickly." The big black cat quickly grabbed Mao Bauer. Under her guidance, they immediately flew towards the golden ball of light. This time, he did not use the boots of lightning. After flying over from the bronze door, the big black cat was already ahead of many people. He also had to take a break now. After all, in order to avoid the nine-tailed spirit cat and that iron fool, he flew for a full 2 hours and used up a lot of magic power. Just as the big black cat was flying towards the longevity immortal grass, Yi Yun in his mind suddenly opened his eyes. The pair of illusory eyes revealed a hint of surprise at this moment. This huge mountain that stretched for thousands of miles was actually the body of a dead dragon, and to have such a huge body, this dragon's level had to be at least divine dragon level. Yi Yun's eyes flickered. Tiny runes were changing like stars. He carefully observed the huge black dragon's corpse, looking for clues. This black dragon had a strange appearance. Its tail was in the direction of the bronze door, closest to it. Its entire body stretched towards the depths of the horizon. In the deepest place, the huge dragon head looked up at the sky. Its eyes were wide open, as if it died with grievances. Yi Yun carefully observed the appearance of this black dragon. He did not even let go of the patterns on its scales. Slowly, the name of a divine dragon appeared in his mind. Evil Demon Dragon. Why would there be an evil demon dragon in the Abyss Underground Palace? This is clearly one of the divine dragons that existed in ancient myths. Yi Yun whispered to himself. His face was filled with disbelief. As the 13th sect master of the Xianxia sect, Yi Yun knew a lot about the divine dragons that had once appeared in the Cangnan continent. After all, the Xianxia sect had many secret manuals that recorded some of the secrets of the ancient, primordial, and ancient times. Yi Yun had read them all. That was why he could identify the origin of this black dragon based on its form. The evil demon dragon was an extremely rare race of divine dragons. Its nature was evil, and it had always been rejected by the divine dragon race. There was a secret manual in the Xianxia sect that described an evil demon dragon that had caused trouble and killed many dragons. It was imprisoned in the 10-directional dragon penitentiary. The 10-directional dragon penitentiary was a prison specially used to punish those dragons who had committed heinous crimes. Whether it was the evil demon dragon or the 10-directional dragon penitentiary, these were extremely secretive secrets. Now that 100,000 years had passed, there was probably no one in this world who knew these two names anymore. Yi Yun recalled the golden humanoid creature. There were remnants of decaying divinity in that creature's body, and this divinity did not come from the evil demon dragon. This place is a little interesting, Yi Yun murmured to himself, an interested expression on his face. This trip to the 9th Underworld Underground Palace was not in vain. He believed that the truth of the matter would surface after a while. The big black cat flew to the sky above the valley and looked at the hazy golden light below with a fanatical expression. Holding the heavenly spirit mirror in her hand, Mao Bauer kept looking around. "Big brother, this place is a little strange. Look at the deep cave over there," Mao Bauer pointed at a place. The big black cat looked over and found that at the bottom of the valley in the southwest of the golden light, there was a black cave. Cold air kept coming out of the black cave. This cave was very tall and very big, and there were some kind of winding traces outside the cave. All of this explained. There was also a snake-like creature living in this cave. I know. Could it be that the 9th underworld python is in this cave? The big black cat said with a serious expression. If he wanted to get the longevity immortal grass, he would have to go through that cave. Who knew if the ninth underworld python would suddenly pop out and attack him? Just as he was hesitating, suddenly, a golden light shot from afar and landed in front of the longevity immortal grass. It was a man wearing a dragon robe with a pair of dragon horns on his head. He was tall and sturdy, with a dignified expression and a powerful aura. Long Zun? Seeing this person, the big black cat's eyes widened. This was Long Zun of the 10,000 Dragon Ridge. He had seen this person outside the 9th Underworld Underground Palace before. This guy was famous in the Celestial Empire and was also a ruthless character. The big black cat did not expect Long Zun to appear at this time and want to snatch the longevity immortal grass that he found first. He was instantly enraged. Wait for me here. I'll go get the longevity immortal grass. The big black cat turned around and ordered Mao Bauer with a gloomy face. Brother, Long Zun is already on the 10th floor of Xianxia. You have to be careful, Mao Bauer said with a frightened face. The big black cat nodded. He knew that Long Zun's cultivation level was far higher than his. Whether it was in the Fate State or the Celestial Bridge State, Long Zun was far superior to him. Trying to snatch the longevity immortal grass from Long Zun was like trying to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. At this moment, the big black cat really hoped that a 9th underworld python would suddenly come out from the deep cave and attack Long Zun. In that case, he might be able to fish in troubled waters. The big black cat activated the boots of immortality without hesitation. He turned into a black light and flew toward Long Zun at an incredible speed. Long Zun looked at the longevity immortal grass in front of him with a surprised expression. This longevity immortal grass in the golden light had a total of 7 leaves. This was the best longevity immortal grass he had ever seen in the 9 underworlds underground palace. Long Zun was about to pick this longevity immortal grass. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind raging beside him. A huge black snake head suddenly poked out from the cave. The black snake's head was as big as a small mountain, and it looked terrifying. Its pair of blood-red eyes were like 2 huge lanterns, illuminating the dark space. Whoosh, the 9th underworld python opened its mouth and spat out a black light that swept toward Long Zun. Long Zun knew that the black light was powerful, but he couldn't dodge it. Otherwise, the longevity immortal grass might be destroyed. 9th underworld python, let me see how strong you are. Long Zun hesitated for a moment. A golden light flashed in his hand and a golden longsword appeared in his hand. Holding the golden sword in his hand, he slashed out fiercely. Whoosh, a shocking sword light whizzed through the air. It collided with the huge black light in midair. Rumble, the sword light forcefully split the black light and fell toward the 9th underworld python. The 9th underworld python wasn't afraid at all. It actually used its huge snake head to slam into the sword light. Rumble, the 9 abyss earth python forcibly shattered the sword light, and a deep crack appeared on its head. The appearance of the crack stimulated the 9th underworld python's ferocious nature. It immediately flew out of the cave and pounced on Long Zun. The heavens are really helping me. The big black cat just happened to fly close. It was pleasantly surprised to see the 9th underworld python attacking Long Zun. It landed on the longevity immortal grass. If it wasn't now, when would it be? Long Zun frowned. He also noticed the black light that suddenly flew over. He didn't hesitate to slash at it with his sword. In the face of the 9th underworld python's attack, he suddenly stretched out his left hand and a golden light bloomed on his arm. At this moment, half of his arm turned into a dragon claw and grabbed at the 9th underworld python. It could be said that at this moment, Long Zun was fighting 1 against 2, showing the demeanor of a supreme demon. The big black cat saw that the sword light was incomparably sharp. It felt a chill on its scalp from afar and was secretly shocked. This Long Zun was indeed worthy of being the master of the 10,000 Dragon Ridge. His strength was much stronger than the 2 Saint Venerables, Golden Eye and Silver Eye. He didn't hesitate to inject his spiritual power into the black shield in his hand and hit it towards the sword light. The black shield suddenly grew in size and became 3 feet tall, completely blocking the big black cat. Rumble, the golden sword light heavily struck the black shield and made a loud sound. The powerful rebound force instantly shattered the sword light. The big black cat continuously rolled in midair. It was forced back by the powerful force. At this moment, a red light flew over from afar. The cat quickly flew towards the golden light. This guy wants to steal it too? The big black cat was instantly enraged. Spiritual power surged out and all of it was injected into the boots of divine travel. Its rolling body quickly rushed forward and turned into a black light, landing in front of the longevity immortal grass. In a short moment, it landed in front of the longevity immortal grass. The cat suddenly turned the heavenly spirit mirror and shone it in the big black cat's direction. The heavenly spirit mirror shone with a layer of light. You dare? The big black cat was furious. It didn't expect the cat to be hiding evil intentions. She actually wanted to use the heavenly spirit mirror to attack it. To think that it had brought her so far. Big brother, quickly dodge. The cat looked in the big black cat's direction in horror and shouted at the same time. The big black cat suddenly felt that something was wrong. It turned around and saw that Long Zun was already standing behind it, reaching out a golden dragon claw to grab it. This guy was too sinister. He actually snuck behind it without any signs. Whoosh, the heavenly spirit mirror in the cat's hand shone brightly. A beam of light shot towards Long Zun. The big black cat hurriedly dodged and avoided the angle of the heavenly spirit mirror's attack. You overestimate yourself. Long Zun let out a cold laugh. His golden dragon claw grabbed at the beam of light. With a boom, it shattered. The big black cat saw this scene and instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. This Long Zun's physical body was perverted, as expected of the dragon race. His physical strength was really too strong. If it really met force with force, it was afraid that Long Zun would take its life in one move. Seeing that Long Zun was getting closer and closer, the big black cat didn't hesitate to activate the heavenly disillusionment eye. In the depths of its eyes, a faint purple rune shone again, releasing an unimaginable mysterious power. This mysterious power instantly descended on Long Zun's body. Long Zun was immediately dazed. He maintained his walking posture and stood there in a daze. Good chance. Seeing this, the big black cat immediately grabbed the longevity immortal grass and kept it in its storage ring. Then, it grabbed the cat and activated the boots of lightning. It turned into a ray of black light and disappeared. The big black cat didn't expect that at the crucial moment, its half-baked heavenly disillusionment eye would save its life. As expected of the supreme mystique cultivated by a god. This heavenly disillusionment eye is really too strong, the big black cat sighed in its heart as it fled in the air. It could be said that the firmament disillusionment eye had saved the big black cat's life again. Last time, the firmament disillusionment eye had done a miraculous job against the nine-tailed fox. Otherwise, how could the big black cat have the chance to spank the foxes? But who knew how many times he had spanked the fox until he vented all his anger from 1,000 years ago. This time, facing the powerful Long Zun, the big black cat relied on the firmament disillusionment eye to snatch the longevity immortal grass and escape. Whoosh, seeing Long Zun in a daze, the 9 Serenities earth python's tail swept fiercely at him. His thick tail, which was covered in black scales, smashed heavily towards Long Zun. Boom, Long Zun didn't feel anything and was instantly swept to the side by the tail. He crashed into the cliff like a cannonball. This collision actually woke Long Zun up from his dreamland. He shook his body, causing the surrounding rocks to rustle and fall. Then, he struggled hard and flew out of the depression in the cliff. The 9 Serenities earth python was furious when he saw that Long Zun was still alive. He opened his mouth and shot out a black light. Long Zun narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the longevity immortal grass. He found that it was gone. The shameless black-robed youth and the red-cloaked girl were also missing. A nameless flame of anger suddenly burned in his chest. Someone actually dared to snatch the longevity immortal grass right under his nose. At the same time, they also plotted against him and used a strange illusion technique to make him fall into an illusion. Then, he was attacked by the 9 Serenities earth python. Fortunately, his body was extremely strong. Even if he was swept by the 9 Serenities earth python, he was still fine. Long Zun had the bloodline of the golden divine dragon in his body. Although it was extremely thin, this bloodline made his physical defense extremely strong. Want to run? Not so easy. Long Zun sneered, a cruel smile on his face. Whoosh, his body suddenly bloomed with golden light, making him look like a golden god of war. His body moved slightly and he disappeared on the spot in an instant. A golden light suddenly fell on the 9 Serenities earth python like a meteor. Long Zun punched the 9 Serenities earth python's head. Rumble, the entire head of the 9 Serenities ground python was smashed deep into the ground. Large cracks appeared on the snake's head, which was covered in black scales, and blood gushed out. The python of 9 Serenities kept struggling, but the more it struggled, the weaker its strength became. After a while, it stopped moving. After dealing with the 9 Abyss Earth Python, the layer of golden flame-like light on Long Zun's body disappeared in an instant. He let out a soft sigh. Just now, in order to end the battle quickly, he used the power of his bloodline and directly killed this detestable 9 Abyss Earth Python. He looked in a certain direction and disappeared in a flash. Before long, Long Zun's body came to an abrupt halt. He discovered that there was a ball of golden light in the depths of the valley in front of him. There were a few demons fighting nearby. A look of joy appeared on his face. Who would have thought that this black mountain range was filled with longevity immortal grass? His desire to chase after the two immediately faded as he flew in the direction of the longevity immortal grass. After all, his main purpose in entering the 9 Serenities underground palace was to obtain the longevity immortal grass. Long Zun landed in front of the ball of golden light. The faint immortal light illuminated his cold face, turning it golden. When the demons saw someone suddenly land in front of the longevity immortal grass, they stopped fighting at the same time and immediately pounced on Long Zun. Scram! Long Zun turned around and snorted, his eyes cold and emotionless. It's Long Zun. The demons also recognized Long Zun. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they turned to flee. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for Long Zun. They could only reluctantly part with the longevity immortal grass. When Long Zun saw that these people had all fled, he revealed a cold and complacent smile. Who in the entire Celestial Empire would dare disrespect the myriad Dragon Ridge? Long Zun reached out and grabbed the longevity immortal grass, then stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. A surge of vitality immediately flowed through his body like a great river, constantly washing over every inch of his body. After the baptism of the longevity immortal grass, Long Zun's body began to become even more terrifying. This feeling isn't bad. Long Zun grinned and couldn't help but let out a long howl. He'd obtained 5 or 6 longevity immortal grasses in the 9 Serenities underground palace. However, the quality of those grasses was relatively low. After swallowing some longevity immortal grass, Long Zun's lifespan had increased by 1,000 years, and his physical body was stronger than before. Long Zun had entered the 9 Serenities underground palace this time with some apprehension. He was afraid that he would die here. However, he hadn't expected to be so lucky. His cultivation level had been suppressed to the 10th floor of Xianxia. His physical body was already very strong to begin with, and his cultivation level had reached the 10th floor of Xianxia. Ordinary demons were no match for him. Even those strange creatures couldn't do anything to him. In particular, after swallowing several longevity immortal grasses, his physical body had become even stronger. This greatly increased Long Zun's confidence. He was even more confident about competing for the longevity immortal grass later. However, Long Zun also knew that too many demons had entered this time. There were more than 1,000 of them in the Fate State alone. Some of them might be lucky enough to be suppressed to the 10th floor of Xianxia. These people would be his competitors. Long Zun's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. He wanted to continue searching for the longevity immortal grass. As for revenge, he had temporarily put it to the back of his mind. Under the starry sky, the Black Mountain Range was extremely vast, both vertically and horizontally. Therefore, once someone escaped, it would be extremely difficult to catch up with them. In another direction, the big black cat landed on the top of a mountain and turned around to take a look. When he realized that Long Zun wasn't chasing after him, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Good heavens! I just escaped from the 9-tailed fox, and now I provoked Long Zun. The big black cat felt that he was getting bolder and bolder. However, he had snatched 2 longevity immortal grasses from the jaws of a tiger twice. This made the big black cat very happy. He put the 7-leaf longevity immortal herb into his storage ring. "I'll leave this for Uncle Ma," the big black cat smiled, then took out the smallest longevity immortal grass and swallowed it on the spot. An indescribable surge of vitality suddenly swept through his entire body. The big black cat couldn't help but open his eyes wide. At this moment, he felt that his body was too comfortable. A powerful force was boiling inside him, and he couldn't help but want to roar. Mao Bauer stared blankly at all this, and there was a look of envy in her eyes. She didn't expect the longevity immortal grass to be so miraculous. Unfortunately, she had already said that she wouldn't touch the longevity immortal grass, so she could only stare helplessly. This place was full of danger. She had to rely on the help of the 9-tailed spirit cat to escape alive. After a while, the big black cat stretched comfortably, and an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. This longevity immortal grass was indeed good stuff. Not only could it increase one's lifespan, but it could also temper one's body. It was really a rare immortal grass. This immortal grass was extremely rare in the Xianxia continent. Every time one appeared, all the major forces would fight over it. "Big brother, your magic power is really strong. I didn't expect the 9-tailed spirit cat clan to be so talented. How many tails do you have?" Mao Bauer suddenly smiled sweetly, and looked behind the big black cat's butt, and her eyes kept darting around. The big black cat suddenly felt his butt tighten, and hurriedly covered it with his hands. "Don't look around. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. What does it have to do with you how many tails I have? Don't ask such personal things in the future," the big black cat said with a fierce face. Mao Bauer's face instantly showed an aggrieved expression. "Big brother, can't I even ask? Aren't you too fierce? Curiosity kills the cat. I think you should know this, right?" The big black cat chuckled. Then, he ignored Mao Bauer and began to look around, trying to find more longevity immortal grass. He now had 2 longevity immortal grasses in his storage ring. The big black cat was going to leave one for Uncle Ma, and the other for one of the sect leaders, Luoli. As a demon beast of the Xianxia sect, the big black cat naturally knew that he had to maintain a good relationship with the sect leaders. Therefore, he had already prepared the longevity immortal grass. Of course, if the big black cat found the longevity immortal grass later, he would naturally leave it for the other 2 masters. As for the old master, the big black cat didn't want to keep it, because he knew that the old master's foundation was deep and unfathomable. He was about to break through from the godly lord realm to the godly venerable realm, so he didn't care about the longevity immortal grass at all. According to his understanding, once he reached the godly realm, his lifespan would be unimaginably long. If he reached the godly venerable realm or the godly king realm, the old master would probably be immortal, right? Haha. Yi Yan could sense the big black cat's thoughts and couldn't help but smile knowingly. This little cat was really quick-witted. However, there was nothing wrong with the big black cat's thoughts. As long as he gave each of the 3 juniors of the Xianxia sect a longevity immortal grass, it would be enough. Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he thought of the Longzuan from earlier. What surprised him was that the little guy had the bloodline of the Golden Divine Dragon. The Golden Divine Dragon was one of the divine dragons of the primordial era. The bloodline that was passed down was extremely rare and extremely rare. When the dragon clan was rampant in the Xianxia continent, there weren't many golden divine dragons. The golden divine dragons had unimaginable physical defense and were extremely strong. They belonged to the dragon clan that specialized in combat. The golden divine dragon bloodline in the Longzuan's body was extremely thin. However, in the current Xianxia continent, dragons with such a bloodline were extremely rare. Yi Yan had an idea. When the Xianxia sect was rebuilt in the future, he wanted to unify all the dragon clan in the Xianxia continent and place them under the Xianxia sect. This would allow the divine dragon clan to have a better continuation. Otherwise, in the past 100,000 years, the dragon clan had been weakened. The dragon tribe was on the decline. The number of humans and dragons with divine dragon bloodline in the Xianxia continent was dwindling. There aren't any giant magic taro flowers in this mountain range, nor is there any black fog, the big black cat muttered to itself. It scanned the area twice and didn't find any trace of the longevity immortal grass, so it left with cat treasure. The divine tear pill he'd taken earlier was still providing him with an endless supply of dermic power. However, it also needed a process of absorption to make up for the dermic power in the big black cat's dantian. So this time, the big black cat flew at a normal speed with cat treasure. Cat treasure was very obedient along the way, but the big black cat was also on guard. The black shield never left its hand. Although cat treasure had helped in the battle with Long Zun just now, the big black cat still felt that it was best to be careful. Cat treasure used the heavenly spirit mirror to search for the longevity immortal grass as they flew. An incense stick of time passed. The two of them then found a longevity immortal grass growing in a valley not far ahead. This longevity immortal grass also had 7 leaves and was of very high quality. The big black cat's eyes blazed as it flew over with cat treasure. They were extremely lucky this time. There weren't any demons fighting over it, nor were there any strange creatures, so the big black cat easily put the longevity immortal grass into its storage ring. There were a total of 3 longevity immortal grasses. The big black cat was excited. It had to find 2 more longevity immortal grasses to complete its mission in the abysmal underground palace. After finding 5 longevity immortal grasses, it was prepared to devour more longevity immortal grasses to refine its body. The 9-tailed spirit cat's body wasn't very strong and couldn't be compared to some demons with powerful innate talents. After keeping the longevity immortal grass, the big black cat and cat treasure continued on their journey. Gradually, they found that there were more demons. After flying for a while, they saw many demons searching for the longevity immortal grass in the mountains. The big black cat was secretly shocked. It did a rough count. It seemed that there weren't many demons killed or injured in the abysmal underground palace. At most, it was about 1/10 of the demons killed or injured. The competition is very fierce, the big black cat sighed. Although his quick travel boots could save his life, if there were too many enemies, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. The two flew forward for a while more. The big black cat didn't find the whereabouts of the longevity immortal grass, nor did he see Long Zun, the 9-tailed demon fox, or that iron fool. This made him relax a lot. A day passed quickly. The big black cat obtained another longevity immortal grass. However, this longevity immortal grass was snatched from him after fighting with a group of demons. Those demons were also very strong, but they weren't as fast as him. With cat treasure's cooperation, the big black cat successfully snatched this longevity immortal grass. Big brother, there are killings everywhere in the mountains. The fight for the longevity immortal grass is very intense. Luckily, I followed you. Otherwise, I would be dead. Flying in midair, cat treasure looked at the heaven spirit mirror and sighed. Don't worry. With me here, you won't die. The big black cat said proudly. The quick travel boots that old master gave him could be said to have allowed him to avoid many dangers. Once activated, no one could catch up. And this was only half of it. If he completely refined it, his flying speed would be even more terrifying. Big brother. There's a longevity immortal grass in front. There are so many people, and ghost lice, cat treasure suddenly cried out in surprise. The big black cat quickly looked at the heaven spirit mirror. He saw hundreds of demons gathered in a wide valley. In the valley, there were countless ghost lice crawling on the ground. They seemed to be protecting the longevity immortal grass in the golden light. Heavens! This longevity immortal grass has 9 leaves. When the big black cat saw the longevity immortal grass wrapped in the golden light, it let out a cry of surprise. Up until now, the longevity immortal grass he had seen had 7 leaves at most. He had never seen an 8-leaf one. However, this longevity immortal grass had 9 leaves. Its quality was unimaginable. Come, let's go snatch it. The big black cat said viciously. He immediately flew towards the valley with Maubauer. Although he spoke fiercely, when the big black cat brought Maubauer to a boulder around the valley, he didn't act rashly. Hundreds of demons had gathered around them. They stared fervently at the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb in the valley, their eyes filled with an indescribable fanaticism. No one had ever seen a 9-leaf longevity immortal herb. They'd seen plenty of 5-leaf and 6-leaf longevity immortal herbs. But everyone knew that the longevity immortal herb in Tartarus underground palace would improve at an unimaginable rate with each additional leaf. Ghost lice blotted out the sky in the valley, densely packed on the ground, guarding the longevity immortal herb. For a moment, no one dared to move. Everyone stared at the immortal herb with burning eyes, secretly drooling. Ghost lice were an extremely terrifying creature in Tartarus underground palace. Along the way, many people died under the sharp teeth of the ghost lice. There are too many ghost lice here. The big black cat stood on the boulder and looked at the sea of ghost lice. His fair face instantly darkened. He had the boots of lightning, which allowed him to fly in and snatch the longevity immortal herb at lightning speed, and he could even use the black shield to block the lice's attacks. However, there were simply too many ghost lice. Once a ghost lice took advantage of a certain direction and landed on him, he would instantly be sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. Whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of light fell from the distance, landing on the high ground around the valley. More and more demons gathered around. Everyone took a wait-and-see approach. No one dared to act rashly. The number of ghost lice in the valley far exceeded the number of ghost lice in Tartarus underground palace's tunnels. Is there a senior demon who can take the lead? One of the demon race men suddenly shouted. Go ahead if you want. There are so many ghost lice guarding the longevity immortal herb below. The first one to charge up will definitely die. A dark-skinned man replied in annoyance. Everyone agreed. There seemed to be a lot of them, but no one who could really take the lead had appeared. The so-called senior demons were those in the Fate realm whose realms had been suppressed to the 10th floor of Xianxia after entering Tartarus underground palace. Not only were these senior demons of high realms, but they were also physically strong. Only by charging to the front would they be able to withstand the frenzied attacks of the ghost lice. The demons talked to each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. Fortunately, the ghost lice had been guarding the longevity immortal herb and hadn't taken the initiative to attack the people at the top of the mountain. The big black cat was calm. He was also waiting for an opportunity. He already had 4 stalks of longevity immortal grass. As long as he could get one more stalk, he would have completed the most basic task. In the future, he could eat it whenever he wanted to temper his body and increase his lifespan. Big brother, do you think that dragon-revered dragon will come here? Melbauer looked around and asked softly. Don't jinx. The big black cat frowned and glared at her in exasperation. Dragon-revered dragon was insanely strong. If he came, he would have one more competitor if he wanted to snatch the longevity immortal herb. Although he was lucky enough to use the heavenly illusionary eyes last time, who knew if it would be so effective the next time? Besides, dragon-revered dragon had already been tricked once. The big black cat didn't believe that he would fall for it again. Just then, 2 figures quickly landed at the edge of the valley. Melbauer panicked when she saw these 2 people. Her eyes widened. Big brother, bad news. That iron simpleton and the 9-tailed fox are together. Melbauer immediately hid behind the big black cat and said in fear. The big black cat's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly turned his head and looked past the shoulders of hundreds of demons. He saw 2 figures standing there. It was the 9-tailed fox and iron simpleton. Enemies are bound to meet. These 2 fellows are really like ghosts that won't go away. The big black cat gritted his teeth. His expression was dark. He was unwilling to leave just like that. However, if the 9-tailed fox and iron simpleton worked together, he was no match for them apart from having an advantage in running away. For a moment, the big black cat's mood was low. At this moment, the 9-tailed fox also saw the longevity immortal herb. Her beautiful eyes were burning with desire. The golden-striped black tiger was the same. The 2 great demons were attracted by the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb. They hadn't noticed the big black cat and Melbauer yet. The big black cat pulled Melbauer's arm and jumped down from the limestone. They mingled in the middle of the crowd. He had to keep a low profile now. He would hide for as long as he could. Who knew what would happen later? Someone might not be able to resist the urge to rush down the valley and light the fuse for the longevity immortal herb. Swoosh! Swoosh! One after another, figures flew over from afar and landed around the valley. More and more monsters were arriving. Many of them were at the Fate Realm. Their realms had been suppressed to the 10th floor of Xianxia. When the Fate Realm monsters arrived and saw the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb, their eyes turned red. 9 was the limit. A 9-leaf longevity immortal herb should be the best longevity immortal herb, right? The Fate Realm monsters also wanted to fight for it. At this moment, the 9-tailed fox retracted her gaze from the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. Then, she began to scan the crowd with her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, her pupils constricted. She saw the 9-tailed spirit cat and the sky spirit cat in the distance. What a pair of bastards. I didn't think they'd be hiding here. The 9-tailed fox remembered the burning sensation on her but when she saw the 9-tailed spirit cat. The injury on her but had healed a long time ago. The 9-tailed fox also obtained 2 or 3 stalks of longevity immortal grass. After consuming 1 stalk of longevity immortal grass, the injuries on her body disappeared without a trace. Who's look over there. Who's that? The 9-tailed demon fox snorted softly and said unhappily. Eh? The golden-striped black tiger looked over and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 2 familiar figures were standing there. One was his fiancée, and the other was the shameless 9-tailed spirit cat that had abducted his fiancée. The golden-striped black tiger's anger was ignited. He drew his saber and prepared to attack. However, the 9-tailed demon fox pulled him back. The most important thing now is the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb. As for those 2, don't worry. The 9-tailed fox whispered. The golden-striped black tiger paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. The 9-tailed fox had done the golden-striped black tiger a great favor. Besides, the 9-tailed fox's status and cultivation were higher than his. He was more than happy to listen to the 9-tailed fox. Seeing that the golden-striped black tiger's anger had subsided, the 9-tailed fox patted his shoulder with satisfaction. Don't worry, I'll avenge you. We're both at the Fate Realm. Do you think we're afraid of those 2? The 9-tailed fox chuckled. You're right, 7th princess. The golden-striped black tiger grinned foolishly. Another figure descended from the sky. The light disappeared, revealing a man in golden robes. When the man landed on the mountaintop, many of the monsters immediately retreated, making way for him. Longzuan is here. Many of the monsters cheered excitedly. The 10,000 Dragon Ridge's Longzuan had the bloodline of the divine dragon. His strength was earth-shattering. He might be the leader. Longzuan's face was expressionless and cold. Hands behind his back, he gazed at the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb in the valley, his eyes burning with desire. This was the first time he'd seen a 9-leaf longevity immortal herb. Therefore, Longzun decided to take the longevity immortal grass for himself. He quickly scanned his surroundings and found a few Fate Realm monsters in the crowd. However, there weren't many monsters close to his cultivation. There were only a dozen or so. Seeing so many demon clan members surrounding the mountaintop and not moving, Longzuan's face suddenly revealed a trace of understanding. It seemed, everyone was waiting for the strong to break the ice. After all, there were too many ghost lice in the valley. No one dared to be the first to rush over. Longzuan sneered. The risk of being the first to rush over was high, but the chances were also the highest. At this moment, he had an idea. However, when his gaze landed on a certain spot, Longzun's gaze froze. He saw the black-robed young man who plotted against him. Longzuan's eyes burned with anger. That abominable fellow, he would definitely capture him later and tear him into 1,000 pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Oh no, Longzuan is here too. The big black cat looked dejected. It was ready to activate the boots of lightning and escape at any moment. Longzuan was too strong. The big black cat was confident that it was no match for him. As for his heavenly disillusionment it didn't work sometimes. He couldn't place all his hopes on it. Melbauer's face was very pale. The 9-tailed fox, Iron Silly Girl, and Longzuan were all here. She didn't know how to end this. However, Longzuan only glared at her before looking at the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb in the valley. Melbauer relaxed a little. Now, everyone's attention was focused on the longevity immortal herb. As for personal grudges, it seemed like they'd put it aside for now. Big brother, Why don't we leave this place first? There are longevity immortal herbs in other places. There might even be a 9-leaf longevity immortal herb. Maubauer tugged at the big black cat's sleeve and said. How can there be so many 9-leaf longevity immortal herbs? The big black cat frowned and gritted its teeth. Since they didn't attack, we don't have to rush to escape. Let's observe the situation first. Anyway, I don't want to give up on this longevity immortal herb. All right. Maubauer nodded helplessly when she saw the 9-tailed fox's determination. After all, her life was in the hands of the 9-tailed spirit cat. In Maubauer's eyes, the 9-tailed fox wasn't strong in combat, but its ability to escape was unparalleled. It had escaped from Tai Nahan, the 9-tailed fox, and Longzuan. That wasn't something an ordinary Yao could do. The big black cat's expression kept changing. His eyes kept jumping between the longevity immortal herb, Longzuan, the 9-tailed fox, and Tai Nahan. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. This time, he was really going to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. It was too difficult to defeat those fate realm Yao beasts and avoid those horrifying ghost lice in an army of thousands of Yao beasts. However, the big black cat was still very excited when he thought about the amazing rewards if he succeeded. Success or failure, it all depended on this one move. Rumble, suddenly, a muffled thunder-like sound came from the bottom of the valley. All of the demon race members were shocked. What's that? Why are there so many flowers growing in the valley? That's not a flower, that's a giant devil taro flower, a strange creature in the Abyss Underground Palace. Everyone was talking, looking at the white plants that suddenly appeared in the valley. Their faces were full of shock. Those white plants broke out of the ground and grew rapidly, forming a very large flower. It was the giant devil taro flower. In the vast valley, hundreds of giant devil taro flowers suddenly grew. Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant devil taro flowers bloomed, and black mist floated out from the flower's mouth, enveloping the entire valley in the blink of an eye. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those terrifying ghost lice were already very difficult to deal with. Now, hundreds of giant devil taro flowers had grown. These terrifying flowers spewed out black mist, completely sealing off the entire valley. This made it more and more difficult to seize the longevity immortal herb. With the fog in the way, their vision would be obstructed. The giant devil taro flowers also had strong fighting strength. Those thin tentacles and corrosive liquid were a nightmare for many Yao beasts. This place is getting more and more terrifying. The golden-striped black tiger looked in the direction of the valley with a grave expression. These strange creatures are guarding the longevity immortal herb. To a certain extent, the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb is worth the risk. The 9-tailed fox stuck out her pink tongue and licked her sexy red lips, the light in her eyes growing more and more intense. The 9-leaf longevity immortal herb was absolutely extraordinary. Long Zun, who had always been strong, had a gloomy expression at this moment. He stared in the direction of the valley, secretly calculating in his heart. He was now somewhat regretful. If he had taken action earlier, he wouldn't have encountered the giant devil taro flowers. But it was all too late now. The sudden appearance of the giant devil taro flowers had sealed off the valley, making it more difficult for him to seize the longevity immortal herb. What's that? Long Zun's pupils shrank slightly. He suddenly saw a golden figure flash through the mist. Long Zun's expression suddenly became grave. After entering the Abyss Underground Palace, he encountered several strange creatures, but he didn't encounter the most terrifying golden humanoid creature in the legends. He didn't expect that there would be a golden humanoid creature in the mist. Long Zun wasn't the only one who saw it. Almost all of the Yao beasts saw it. Everyone's breathing quickened at the thought that the most terrifying golden humanoid creature in the Abyss Underground Palace was also hiding in the valley. The golden humanoid creature was too famous. In terms of savagery, it could be ranked in the top 3 in the Abyss Underground Palace. In addition to the ghost louse, giant devil taro flowers, abyss earth python, and the golden humanoid creature, there were also several extremely rare and strange creatures in the Abyss Underground Palace. But very few people knew about them. All around, everyone's breathing quickened. Everyone stared straight at the valley, quickly calculating in their hearts. Some of the weaker Yao beasts were already thinking of retreating. This valley is too scary. My cultivation level is too low. I'm only at the 3rd floor of Shenzhen. I'd better go somewhere else to try my luck. A young monster clan man's face was pale. He sighed, turned around, and left. I'm only at the 5th floor of Shenzhen. I don't have the strength to snatch the longevity immortal grass. I'd better leave quickly. Another monster clan man also turned around and left. Although I'm at the 8th stage of the Celestial Bridge realm, I'm still too weak compared to those great monsters. I won't get involved in this mess. Another monster clan man left. Just like that, many monster clans left the mountain top one after another. In the end, there were about 200 monster clans left. These monster clans' cultivation levels were relatively high and they were relatively strong. They were ready to fish in troubled waters later. After all, no one could be sure about the opportunities. Once those great monsters fought with each other, someone might have some kind of divine ability to steal the longevity immortal grass. There were fewer people. The big black cat and Mao Bauer were very eye-catching in the crowd. Long Zun looked coldly at the big black cat and said with a smile, "Aren't you leaving?" The big black cat was stunned. Then he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Why should I leave? Everyone has a share of the longevity immortal grass. It's not only for you, Long Zun. Isn't that right?" After that, the big black cat looked around. The other Fate Realm monsters looked gloomy. They didn't speak, but they didn't oppose the big black cat either. Seeing this, Long Zun just licked his lips and smiled meaningfully. If he attacked the big black cat now, he was afraid that someone would rush into the valley to fight for the longevity immortal grass first. Therefore, he had to bide his time and wait for the best opportunity to attack. The nine-tailed fox also looked at the big black cat at this time. She smiled charmingly and said sweetly, "Nine-tailed spirit cat, you're so shameless. Why don't you leave? What are you waiting for? Be careful or I'll spank you." Hearing the nine-tailed spirit cat's words, the Fate Realm monsters around couldn't help laughing. It's not clear who will spank who. The big black cat did not seem to mind at all. Instead, it puffed out its chest and laughed coldly. "Iron fool, hurry up and prove it to me. Did I hit the nine-tailed fox's butt?" The golden-striped black tiger's face instantly turned red. He pointed the big knife in his hand at the big black cat and said fiercely, "Don't talk nonsense here, or I'll cut off your tongue." Seeing that silly boy still dared to threaten it, the big black cat was enraged. He raised a hand and said with a bright smile, "Iron fool, your conscience has been eaten by a dog. You even forgot that I spanked the nine-tailed demon fox's butt. Well, since you forgot, I'll teach you a lesson." He was always on guard against the nine-tailed spirit cat's attack, but he didn't expect the nine-tailed spirit cat's hand to suddenly fall on him. A light slap landed on the cat's buttocks. This slap wasn't very strong. But the sound was so crisp that all the monsters around heard it. Everyone looked at each other as if they couldn't believe their ears. Wasn't this nine-tailed spirit cat too arrogant? How could he spank his fiancée in front of Gold Black Tiger? "Big brother, how could you do this?" Cat Bauer whispered. At this moment, her face was completely red, and the redness had reached her ears. She didn't expect the nine-tailed spirit cat to spank her again. How could she face others in the future? Haha. In the big black cat's mind, Yi Yun's wisp of spirit finally couldn't help laughing. But because of the power of the restriction, the big black cat didn't hear it. Yi Yun didn't expect the big black cat to be so shameless. He actually spanked Cat Bauer in front of everyone. Although the slap was light, it was extremely domineering. Yi Yun's eyes were full of praise. The big black cat was becoming more and more like the #1 bully in Songnan. However, the big black cat's cultivation realm was too low. If he didn't support it, the big black cat wouldn't have lived for more than 3 seconds. "You're courting death." Seeing his fiancée being humiliated, Gold Black Tiger was furious. He pounced on the big black cat. He couldn't take it anymore. Under the watchful eyes of the public, this shameless guy actually slapped his fiancée's butt. Although the slap was light, it was too damaging. Now, Long Zun, who had been gloomy, was very calm. When he saw Gold Black Tiger pounce on Cat Bauer, everyone's eyes shifted at this moment. He flew toward the valley in an instant. Long Zun, how dare you fight for the longevity immortal herb? A Fate State monster immediately realized that something was wrong. He turned around and rushed into the valley. The two disappeared into the fog one after another. This unforeseen event instantly stunned everyone. But everyone reacted quickly. Almost at the same time, they turned into a ray of light and rushed into the valley. Now, it was time to fish in troubled waters. Tiger, come back here. Nine-tailed fox stomped her feet in anger. She directly used an illusion on gold-black tiger. In midair, the golden-striped black tiger suddenly stopped. It turned around and flew back with a dull look in its eyes. Nine-tailed fox waved her hand and flew with gold-black tiger into the fog in the valley. Gold-black tiger was very strong. Its physical defense was also very strong. If the two of them worked together, they would have a high chance of winning the longevity immortal herb. The reason why she was able to control gold-black tiger so quickly with her illusion was because the nine-tailed fox had planted a seed of illusion in the golden-striped black tiger's heart. Because gold-black tiger trusted her, nine-tailed fox secretly left a trick in advance. She was afraid that some unknown situation would occur and she wouldn't be able to control gold-black tiger. Sister, come with me. The big black cat didn't feel embarrassed. He grabbed Cat Bauer's hand and immediately rushed into the valley. At this moment, he activated the quick-step boots. He was extremely fast and quickly surpassed most people. He was the first to enter the black fog. He grabbed Cat Bauer with one hand and tightly held the black shield with the other. Cat Bauer's heavenly spirit mirror could not only help him block some attacks from other directions, but also help him observe the situation around him. She was now the big black cat's right-hand woman. As soon as they entered the fog, the big black cat opened up its divine sense to guard against sudden attacks. The fog was now in complete chaos. Those Fate State monsters were fighting with each other, interfering with each other. No one was allowed to get close to the longevity immortal herb. At the same time, they also had to guard against the golden tentacles and corrosive liquid launched by the giant konjac flower. But there were also some monsters, relying on their strength, who fought and broke through the longevity immortal herb. As soon as many monsters entered the fog, they were immediately attacked by the giant konjac flower's tentacles. For a moment, it was a mess. Those ghost lice on the ground also jumped up and joined the battle. The scene was chaotic and indescribable. The big black cat didn't dare to continue fighting. Whenever there was an attack from the giant konjac flower or ghost lice, he would rely on his extreme speed to escape. He pulled Cat Bauer to charge left and right, but still couldn't get past the big net set up by the monsters and all kinds of strange creatures. What should I do? The big black cat was also very anxious. With the quick-step boots, he was now safe, but he still couldn't get close to the nine-leaf longevity immortal herb. The fog was constantly rolling, and there was a loud rumbling sound. Nearly 200 demons were fighting fiercely in the fog. The sound was earth-shattering. Strong shockwaves constantly flew in all directions. Even some of the ghost lice that jumped up were swept back by the shockwaves. But the ghost lice's defense was very high. The shockwaves couldn't kill them. Instead, they became even more vicious and fiercely pounced again. Some of the monsters didn't have strong defenses, and the ghost lice stuck to them. In an instant, they were sucked dry, and fell from the sky. Immediately, more ghost lice bit into his body, burrowed in, and started sucking his marrow. The whole valley was like hell on earth. At this moment, a golden light flashed, and a strange humanoid creature suddenly appeared in the fog. The golden humanoid attacked from the front. He punched at the big black cat viciously. The big black cat was vexed. Why was this guy always staring at him like a ghost? Left with no choice, the big black cat raised the black shield in his hand and desperately injected magic power. Rumble, the golden fist smashed into the black shield with a loud bang and was rebounded again. The terrifying golden humanoid creature disappeared into the fog. A blood-curdling scream came from the distance. At this moment, a young monster was blasted apart by the terrifying golden humanoid creature. Maubauer saw this scene from the heavenly spirit mirror. Her face was pale and her body trembled. This golden humanoid creature was too terrifying. The big black cat grabbed the black shield and felt his internal organs churn. Hiss, countless golden threads of the giant devil taro flower wrapped around him. Melbauer used the heavenly spirit mirror to shoot out a beam of light and fix the threads in midair. The big black cat heaved a sigh of relief and flew off in another direction. Sha! Hundreds of ghost lice suddenly rushed up from the ground and pounced at the two people. It's these damned things again. The big black cat cursed angrily and hurriedly blocked with the shield in front of his chest. He frantically injected magic power into the shield. The shield emitted a black light and counterattacked the ghost lice. With a series of banging sounds, these ghost lice were all repelled. The attack power of the treasure Uncle Ma gave me is quite impressive. The big black cat was pleasantly surprised. It was also the first time he activated the black shield's attack power. He didn't expect it to be so effective. Just like the boots of lightning, it consumed too much of his magic power. The big black cat didn't dare to use it continuously. After all, the divine level pills in his body couldn't quickly replenish all his magic power. Little cat's cultivation is still too weak. Yi saw the big black cat dashing left and right in the fog with great difficulty and sighed slightly. He lightly tapped with his hand and a portion of the power sealed in the big black cat's body was instantly dissolved by Yi. The big black cat's cultivation was rapidly increasing at this moment. 8th stage of the Celestial Bridge Realm. 9th stage of the Celestial Bridge Realm. The 10th floor of Xianxia. In the time it took to breathe, the big black cat's cultivation rose from the 7th level of the Celestial Bridge Realm to the 10th floor of Xianxia. After doing all this, Yi closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate his primordial spirit great divine power. The big black cat, who was dashing left and right in an extremely nervous state, didn't realize that his cultivation had broken through to the 10th floor of Xianxia. On the other hand, Melbauer was shocked when she felt his aura soar. Big brother, how did your cultivation break through to the 10th floor of Xianxia? Melbauer said in surprise. Really? Don't lie to me. The big black cat was shocked and quickly sensed it. He realized that his cultivation had indeed risen from the 7th level of the Celestial Bridge Realm to the 10th floor of Xianxia. He couldn't believe this huge increase. The heavens are really helping me. The restrictive power of the 9 Nether Underground Palace has weakened at this moment. Haha, my cultivation is also at the 10th floor of Xianxia. This way, I have confidence. The big black cat laughed loudly. After rising to the 10th floor of Xianxia, his magic power had increased by hundreds of times compared to before. His combat strength had also increased by dozens of times. Now that he was using the Boots of Immortality and the Black Shield, he didn't have to worry about not having enough magic power like before. The big black cat glanced at the Heaven Spirit Mirror. After confirming the location of the Longevity Immortal Grass, he turned around and headed toward the fog in the depths of the valley. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A sword light flew over fiercely and viciously slashed at the big black cat. The big black cat was instantly enraged. He immediately raised the black shield in his hand and smashed it fiercely. Boom, the sword light was instantly shattered. The big black cat didn't pay any attention to the person who attacked him because he couldn't care less now. The battlefield was very chaotic now. Perhaps someone would seize the opportunity to snatch the Longevity Immortal Grass at any time. He had to race against time and cut his way through all the obstacles along the way, leaving all the opponents behind. Whoosh! A few more demons flew over and attacked the big black cat. The big black cat didn't hesitate to pour magic power into the black shield and activate the attack power on it. A ray of black light swept over and shook all the demons back. Some of the young demons were caught by the golden tentacles of the giant devil taro flower and pulled back to the flower bud. They were immediately melted by the corrosive liquid. Some of the demons lost control in midair and were swallowed by the ghost lice. The big black cat suddenly felt a series of overlapping illusions in front of him. The entire space became strange. There were also countless women's voices mocking him in his ears. Nine-tailed spirit cat, give up on the Longevity Immortal Grass. You don't have the strength to do so. Scram. The big black cat roared and quickly activated the heavenly eye of disillusionment. In one of his eyes, the purple rune appeared once again, and a mysterious power was instantly reversed. Not only did it break the illusion in front of him, The nine-tailed fox in the distance also grunted and went silent. After dealing with the nine-tailed fox, the big black cat didn't stop and continued to fly in the direction of the longevity immortal grass. A golden light flew out of the fog. The golden humanoid attacked the big black cat again. This time, a golden longsword appeared in the golden humanoid's hand. This darn thing, why is it targeting me again? Big black cat looked at the golden humanoid figure rushing towards it with a long golden sword in his hand and cursed in exasperation. His pupils constricted slightly. At this moment, the big black cat activated the heavenly disillusionment eye again. But this time, the heavenly disillusionment eye was not as effective. The golden humanoid paused in midair for a moment, then rushed over again. It held a sharp golden sword in its hand and swung it down viciously. Just as the golden humanoid moved in the fog, the ghost lice that were attacking the big black cat and the giant magic taro's golden tentacles all retreated at the same time. Damn. This guy can actually scare off other strange creatures? The big black cat exclaimed in his heart. At this moment, he could not dodge and could only desperately inject his magic power into the black shield. Buzz. The black shield emitted a black light and took the lead to attack the golden humanoid. The golden sword light flashed. Boom. The black light was instantly split into pieces. The golden humanoid's facial features were blurry. It held a golden sword in its hand, like a golden demon king, and slashed over again. Mao Bauer was so scared that she bit her lips and did not dare to breathe. Her big eyes stared blankly at the golden humanoid. She did not know if the nine-tailed spirit cat could block it. Whoosh! The black shield suddenly expanded to a full 3 feet in size, protecting the big black cat and Mao Bauer tightly. Boom! The golden sword slashed on the black shield and made a loud bang. The big black cat and Mao Bauer were instantly sent flying by this powerful force. Although Mao Bauer was flustered, she did not forget to use the heavenly spirit mirror to disperse some of the ghost lice that were flying over. The big black cat's internal organs were boiling, and its blood was boiling. An indescribable feeling of weakness appeared in its body. On the other hand, the golden humanoid creature was sent flying and disappeared into the mist. The big black cat couldn't care less about its body. It quickly looked at the black shield in its hand. At this moment, the black shield had returned to its normal size. On the surface of the shield, there was a thin sword mark. The big black cat's heart ached. This was a treasure given to him by Uncle Ma, who would have thought that it would actually be slightly damaged in the 9 Nether Underground Palace. Ghost Louse is here. Mao Bauer's voice rang in his ears. The big black cat knew that this was not the time to be distracted. It quickly activated the boots of lightning and disappeared. He continued to rush toward the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb. The big black cat had already fought with the golden humanoid twice in the fog. It was ready to go all out. It wouldn't give up until it got the longevity immortal grass. In the depths of the fog, with the help of the heavenly spirit mirror, the big black cat saw Long Zun and a dozen great demons from the 10th floor of Shenzhenjing fighting in a chaotic battle. The battle was extremely intense. It was earth-shattering, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. There were also ghost louse wandering around, ready to attack at any time. Although these great demons weren't afraid of the ghost louse, they couldn't let the ghost louse touch them. The big black cat saw the opportunity and forcefully passed by these great demons. A black light flashed by at an incredible speed. The great demons who were fighting realized that someone had beaten them to it. They immediately stopped and directed all their attacks at the big black cat. Mother ****, this is going to kill Lord Cat. The big black cat quickly put the black shield behind its back and desperately injected magic power. The shield suddenly expanded and blocked everything behind it. Boom, boom, a series of violent sounds rang out. The great demons attacked at the same time, causing the black shield to shake in the fog. The big black cat was also shaken by the powerful force and spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly fell in the direction of the longevity immortal grass with Cat Bauer. Cat Bauer's situation wasn't any better. Just now, she used the heavenly spirit mirror to project an attack to help the big black cat relieve the pressure. At the same time, she also suffered a huge backlash. She was now vomiting blood and her organs were boiling. She was seriously injured. The two of them fell in the direction of the longevity immortal grass like meteors. Beside the longevity immortal grass, there were countless ghost louse eyeing it covetously. Around the longevity immortal grass, there were 4 giant magic taro flowers. When they saw the two of them quickly approaching, they didn't hesitate to spit out a black corrosive liquid from their buds. The black liquid covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like 4 overlapping nets, enveloping them from all directions. It's over. The big black cat roared in its heart, but there was nothing it could do. It could only use the black shield to block in front of it. At this time, it was useless to be distressed. It could only rely on the black shield to save its life. It poured its magic power into the black shield again. The black shield suddenly expanded in size, protecting the two of them behind it. And above it, the dozen or so demons, including Long Zun, were chasing this way. They couldn't tolerate someone being 1 step ahead of them. It looked like the black liquid was about to land on the black shield. Suddenly, a golden light broke through the fog. It overtook the big black cat and descended directly above the longevity immortal grass. A golden claw suddenly reached out from this golden light and grabbed at the longevity immortal grass. Because everyone's attention was on the big black cat. The big black cat was dodging the black corrosive liquid from the giant magic taro flowers. No one expected this golden light to suddenly rush in at such an unimaginable speed. The golden claw grabbed the longevity immortal grass and it immediately rose into the air. Puff, the black liquid splashed on the shield, giving rise to a layer of white smoke. Someone stole the longevity immortal grass. It's the golden-winged rock. Cat Bower's shrill voice rang out. Someone stole the longevity immortal grass? The big black cat was fuming with rage. Along the way, it had desperately dodged many attacks before it finally got close to the longevity immortal grass. Unexpectedly, when the crane and the clam fought, the fisherman benefited. It suddenly put away the shield and used all its strength to activate the boots of divine travel. It turned into a black light and chased after the golden light that the golden-winged rock had turned into. The golden-winged rock that stole the longevity immortal grass was also a fate-state demon. After entering the abysmal underground palace, its realm was suppressed to the 10th floor of Xianxia. Therefore, once it used the golden-winged rock's flying ability, very few demons could catch up. But the big black cat had the boots of divine travel. After it crazily injected magic power, the big black cat firmly locked onto the golden-winged rock. A black light chased after a golden light in the sky above the black mountain range, engaging in an intense chase. The big black cat took out another divine-level pill, gritted its teeth, and swallowed it. The previous pill had already been used up a lot. It added another one. Now that the 2 pills were releasing magic power at the same time, the surging magic power was injected into the boots of divine travel. Cat Bower's face was tense as she looked at the golden-winged rock in front of her. She cursed, "How shameless, how dare you steal our longevity immortal grass?" The big black cat didn't say anything. Its face was cold as it desperately injected magic power into the boots of divine travel. It was a little frustrated now. If it had refined the boots of divine travel a little more, it would have caught up to the golden-winged rock. But now, it could only bite on tightly. Now, it was a competition of endurance. Puff, at this moment, the big black cat suddenly spat out a big mouthful of blood. It was heavily injured by the combined attack of the dozen demons earlier. As if it was infected, Cat Bower also spat out a mouthful of blood. The big black cat looked at Cat Bower with an apologetic expression. At the crucial moment, Cat Bower also played a role in blocking. And now, Cat Bower was also heavily injured like it was. The two of them were really a pair of mandarin ducks. Now that it's a few hundred feet away from the golden-winged rock, can I use the heavenly illusionary eyes to slightly affect the golden-winged rock's speed? The big black cat calculated in its heart. This distance was a little far. It had never used the heavenly illusionary eyes from such a long distance before. It didn't know if its half-baked heavenly illusionary eyes would be effective this time. Heavenly spirit, earthly spirit, master, please protect me. This time, the heavenly illusionary eyes must be effective. The big black cat chanted in its heart. It suddenly injected a portion of magic power into its eyes and used the heavenly illusionary eyes. In its mind, When Yin heard the thoughts of the big black cat, he immediately let out a smile. His eyes moved slightly. The purple rune in the big black horse's eyes appeared again. A mysterious force shot out from the big black cat's eyes. It instantly landed on the golden-winged rock that was escaping quickly. This golden-winged rock was instantly fixed in midair. Its golden eyes became dull and lifeless. Haha, it's effective. The big black cat laughed wildly. The distance of a few hundred feet was covered in a flash. It caught up to the golden-winged rock in the blink of an eye. It grabbed the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass from the golden-winged rock's claws. Damn you! The big black cat was very angry when it saw the golden-winged rock. It was about to take out its black shield to smash it when it suddenly stopped in midair. This might not be able to kill this guy, but it would definitely wake it up from the illusion. The big black cat shook its head. It couldn't do that. The best way was to secretly take the longevity immortal grass from the golden-winged rock's body so that it couldn't confirm whether it had done it or not. Thinking of this, the big black cat put away its black shield and flew in another direction in a flash. The golden-winged rock was fixed in midair and confused for a few seconds before it woke up. What happened just now? The golden-winged rock shook its head. It suddenly felt something strange in its claws. It looked down and found that the longevity immortal grass it was holding in its claws had disappeared. Ah! Ah! You stole my longevity immortal grass? The golden-winged rock roared at the sky. It wanted nothing more than to poke a hole in the sky. It had worked so hard to seize such a good opportunity to steal the longevity immortal grass from such a dangerous chaotic battle. But it didn't expect. It didn't know what kind of divine ability it was just now. It was in a daze. After it woke up, the longevity immortal grass disappeared without a trace. Is it that 9-tailed spirit cat? In the void, the golden-winged rock's face was gloomy, and his golden pupils emitted waves of killing intent. What he had just been hit by was a mental attack. According to the information he had, the 9-tailed spirit cat clan should not have this kind of mental attack innate divine ability. If there was. At that time in the valley, the 9-tailed spirit cat would not let him get the longevity immortal grass. Could it be the 9-tailed demon fox? The golden-winged rock placed his suspicion on the 9-tailed demon fox, but after thinking about it, he eliminated the 9-tailed demon fox. The 9-tailed demon fox was also in the valley at that time. In terms of speed divine ability, she could not compare to him at all, nor could she follow him so far. Then who is it? After thinking about it, the golden-winged rock could not figure out who had plotted against him. However, just now, the 9-tailed spirit cat and the heavenly spirit cat had been following behind him. Now that the two of them had disappeared, they should have seen who had stolen the longevity immortal grass. Let's go find the two of them. The golden-winged rock raised his head, flapped his wings slightly, and prepared to find the 9-tailed spirit cat. Suddenly, his pupils constricted slightly. He saw a ball of golden light in the valley a few miles away. In the middle, there was a longevity immortal grass that emitted a faint immortal light. What we lose at the swings, we gain at the swings. A hint of joy appeared in the golden-winged rock's eyes. At this moment, he changed his idea of looking for the 9-tailed spirit cat. Now, there were longevity immortal grasses everywhere in this mountain. He should first collect the longevity immortal grass. After sorting out his thoughts, the golden-winged rock spread his wings and flew over, landing above the valley. With one claw, he grabbed the 5-leaf longevity immortal grass. After swallowing the longevity immortal grass, the golden pool rock flapped his wings and flew to other places. Deep in the mountain range, the big black cat pulled Maubauer down from the sky and landed in a safe valley. Puff, as soon as they landed, the big black cat's body shook and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Maubauer was the same. She also spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of them were seriously injured. In particular, the big black cat's pursuit of the golden-winged rock had worsened his injuries. The big black cat's face was pale, without a trace of blood. It was having difficulty breathing, and its internal organs were in intense pain. "Big brother, are you all right? I have some healing pills here, why don't you take them first?" Maubauer took out a white porcelain bottle and poured out 2 pills. She swallowed one and then passed the other one over. The big black cat shook its head and refused. What if this pill was poison? What should he do? Now that he had finally gotten his hands on the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb, he could not afford to fail again because of Mao Bao. Although Mao Bao and he had gone through life and death together, he still did not dare to trust Mao Bao. The big black cat struggled and sat on a rock to catch its breath. At this moment, blood flowed from the corner of its mouth. It's a pity I don't have any healing pills, but, the big black cat muttered to itself. He suddenly remembered that the longevity immortal herb had healing properties, and an idea came to his mind. Now that he had 5 longevity immortal herbs, his mission in the Abyss Underground Palace could be considered completed. He still had to search for more. However, he was now seriously injured. If he wanted to find more longevity immortal herbs, he had to heal his injuries first. With that in mind, the big black cat took out a longevity immortal herb from its storage ring. This was a 6-leaf longevity immortal herb. Xian saw the big black cat take out a longevity immortal herb and chuckled nonchalantly. What time is this? Why would I take the worst longevity immortal herb? Danger lurked everywhere. The big black cat had offended many people. If he wanted to take it, he would have to take the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb. Xian's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately sent out an imperceptible thought. After this thought entered the big black cat's mind, it began to affect its thoughts. The big black cat was dazed for a moment. He shook his head, raised the longevity immortal herb in his hand, and muttered to himself, this longevity immortal herb seems to be less effective. Should I change to another one? Mao Bao's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly advised that 9-leaf longevity immortal herb has the best effects. Big brother, why don't you take it on the spot? What do you know? 9-leaf longevity immortal herbs are hard to come by. Wouldn't it be a waste if I took it myself? It's best to give it to the sect leader. The big black cat shook its head. As it spoke, its eyes showed that it was struggling. It seemed that its subconscious wanted it to take the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb, but its rationality made it refuse. Sect leader? Big brother, have you joined a sect? Mao Bao asked curiously with a smile. Of course, but don't ask any more. This question ends here. The big black cat raised an eyebrow and said. Xian saw that the big black cat was still stubbornly resisting. His eyes flashed, and another thought entered its mind. The big black cat's eyes changed. Danger is everywhere now. I should take a better longevity immortal herb. Yes, that's what I should do. This is the best choice now, the big black cat muttered to itself. As it spoke, it put the original longevity immortal herb back into its storage ring, and took out the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb. This longevity immortal herb's 9 leaves emitted a faint immortal light, illuminating the dark surroundings. Mao Bao stared at the longevity immortal herb in a daze. Her eyes were burning, and her breathing was a little difficult. It was impossible to say that she was not tempted. But Mao Bao also knew that this was not the time to add insult to injury. The big black cat looked at the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb. There was a faint struggle in its eyes, and finally, it put the longevity immortal herb into its mouth. It closed its eyes, and began to refine the longevity immortal herb. As soon as the longevity immortal herb entered its body, an unimaginable surge of vitality and power burst forth. Whoosh whoosh, the big black cat's body swelled, and it looked like it was about to explode. Mao Bao jumped in fright. She hurriedly retreated a few dozen feet, staring at the ball-like 9-tailed spirit cat in front of her with trepidation. This 9-leaf longevity immortal herb's medicinal power is very strong, Xian smiled faintly. The star-like runes in his eyes flickered, and a rune shadow suddenly flew out and landed in the big black cat's dantian. In an instant, the longevity immortal herb's violent power was tamed. The rune gathered the power into the dantian, and from there, it flowed to every part of the body. It constantly washed over the body. That was so close. Seeing the 9-tailed spirit cat's ball-like body suddenly return to normal, Mao Bao's face showed lingering fear. Fortunately, she did not snatch the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb. Otherwise, even if she consumed it, she would have exploded. After all, she was only in the celestial bridge realm, her physical body was not strong enough to control the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb's medicinal power. At this moment, the big black cat's body gradually became sparkling and translucent, emitting a layer of holy light. It was extremely solemn. Mel Bauer stared blankly at the black-robed young man in the holy light. At this moment, she seemed to have seen a god. I didn't expect there to be a trace of divinity in the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb, Yiyan smiled. Using this trace of divinity to refine the body would be of great benefit to the big black cat. It was indescribable. This strand of divinity in the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass was extremely strange. Yiyan did not discover the existence of divinity in the soil of the valley. But this 9-leaf longevity immortal grass had divinity. This meant that this strand of divinity was deliberately added in by someone. Looks like that existence is not dead. Everything he is doing now is part of a scheme. I want to see what he wants in the end, Yiyan said with a smile. Unlike the Red Dust Immortal Land, there were not many Demon Clan members who died in this Abyss Underground Palace. It did not seem like the Demon Clan members died to feed this side of the Abyss Underground Palace. It looked like there was a deeper meaning. Yiyan was very interested. He wanted to slowly enjoy this good show and see what kind of tricks the guy behind the scenes had. And now the big black cat should have successfully attracted the attention of the mastermind behind the scenes. Presumably, there would be a series of arrangements and designs later. Yiyan had to wait and see. 2 hours had passed. Mel Bauer was on tenterhooks for a long time. Finally, the 9-tailed spirit cat opened its eyes. Poof, she let out a long breath and spat out another mouthful of blood. She was already seriously injured and had to guard the 9-tailed spirit cat in fear that someone would get close. Under the double pressure of physical and mental strength, Mel Bauer was on the verge of collapse. Her body was on the verge of collapse and she suddenly fell to the ground. When the big black cat saw this, it immediately flew over and hugged Mel Bauer. Your injuries are very serious, the big black cat looked at Mel Bauer's face. Her face was ashen, without a trace of blood. Thinking that Mel Bauer had guarded it for so long, the big black cat gritted its teeth and took out a 6-leaf longevity immortal grass. Hurry up and eat this. The big black cat put the longevity immortal grass to Mel Bauer's mouth. This is too precious. I can't eat it. Mel Bauer struggled and wanted to refuse. Don't dawdle. I told you to eat it, so eat it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The big black cat glared at him with a ferocious look. Mel Bauer shuddered and quickly swallowed the longevity immortal grass. The big black cat placed her on the ground and let her sit there to refine the longevity immortal grass. He also sat to the side, his eyes half closed, feeling the condition of his body. Seeing the condition of its body, the big black cat was shocked, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on its face. The 9-leaf longevity immortal grass had improved the strength of his body by dozens of times. And the big black cat's tail had reached the 7th tail. The big black cat was pleasantly surprised by this discovery. As a member of the 9-tailed spirit cat clan, each new tail would greatly increase their strength. After the big black cat was pleasantly surprised, it suddenly opened its eyes, and a vexed expression appeared on its face. I'm such a beast, I actually consumed the 9-leaf immortal grass. This was originally prepared for the sect leader. The big black cat blamed itself very much. It stretched out its hand and gave itself 2 tight slaps. Slap, slap, after the 2 slaps, it seemed to feel that it was not enough and continued to slap himself. Who told you to be greedy? This 9-leaf longevity immortal grass is of the best quality, I should have given it to the sect leader first. The big black cat blamed himself. After a while, Mel Bauer opened her eyes. After she refined the longevity immortal grass, all the injuries on her body were healed, and her physical body was much stronger than before. Big brother, you don't have to blame yourself. Maybe there's another 9-leaf longevity immortal grass here. Let's go look for it now. Mel Bauer could not bear it and hurriedly advised. All right. The big black cat nodded. He also felt that Mel Bauer's words made sense. He had gone into a dead end just now. It was as if he thought that there was only one 9-leaf longevity immortal grass in the entire Abyss Underground Palace. Then, the two of them continued on their way. They had not flown far when they found a ball of golden light in a nearby valley. There was a 6-leaf longevity immortal grass in the golden light. Our luck is too heaven-defying. Looking at the ball of golden light in the heavenly spirit mirror, the big black cat laughed and immediately flew over. After flying over the valley, the big black cat stopped in its tracks. It noticed that near the golden ball of light, there was another golden humanoid creature. This. The big black cat and Mao Bauer looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. The golden humanoid creature found them again. What was this for? This was already the third time. The big black cat looked down and asked coldly, "Why do you always want to find trouble with me?" The golden humanoid creature's facial features were blurry and could not be seen clearly. It stretched out a finger and pointed at the longevity immortal grass, then at the big black cat. "So you're deaf?" The big black cat looked askance and sneered. "You mean to say that I can only get the longevity immortal grass if I defeat you?" The golden humanoid creature nodded. The big black cat was speechless. This guy had fought with him time and time again, and each time, there was no winner. What was it after? The golden humanoid creature waved its hand and a golden sword appeared. It leaped up and slashed at the big black cat. The big black cat gritted its teeth and channeled its dermic powers into the black shield. Then, it charged forward fiercely. Boom! The golden sword slashed on the shield with a loud bang. The golden humanoid creature was sent flying again. It did not attack again. Instead, it used this force to retreat a distance in the air and hid in the black mountain range. It ran away again? The big black cat was speechless. This guy ran away after a fight. What was it after? The big black cat waved the black shield in its hand. Seeing that there was another sword mark on it, its heart ached. But there was nothing it could do. It only had one decent weapon in its hand. Previously in the valley, it used the black shield to block the black corrosive liquid from the giant konjac flower. The big black cat was worried that it would be corroded. But later, it realized that its worries were unnecessary. The liquid from the giant konjac flower did not cause any damage to the surface of the black shield. Instead, the golden humanoid creature's golden sword did the most damage. "Big brother, could it be that it wants to destroy your shield magic treasure?" Mao Bauer said. "That's possible." The big black cat's heart skipped a beat and its face turned cold and gloomy. The golden humanoid had fought with him once, and it was likely that it had sustained some injuries. Who knew where it had run off to recuperate? It was possible that the golden sword in its hand was also affected. When it reappeared, the golden humanoid creature and the golden sword had recovered. Too despicable. The big black cat spat out a mouthful of saliva. If this were to happen a few dozen times or even 100 times, the black shield that Uncle Ma had given him would definitely be destroyed. Boom, boom, in the mountain range in front of them, a violent sound suddenly came. The big black cat was shocked. This sound was not small. It was comparable to the battle of the dozen great demons in the valley. "Can you see clearly in the heavenly spirit mirror?" The big black cat hurriedly looked at Mao Bauer and asked. "I can't see clearly." Mao Bauer injected her magic power into the heavenly spirit mirror but did not see the scene she wanted. "Let's go ahead and take a look." The big black cat suddenly grabbed Mao Bauer, turned into a black light, and tore through the sky. A battle of this scale could only be caused by at least an 8-leaf longevity immortal grass. If it was possible. Perhaps, another 9-leaf longevity immortal herb had appeared. A ray of black light came from afar. It landed on top of a valley. The big black cat looked down at the valley covered in black fog, but there was a loud rumbling sound in its ears. It was as if there were countless people fighting in the fog. There really is a 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. The big black cat turned its head and looked at the image in the heavenly spirit mirror in Mao Bauer's hand. It was surprised and happy. This 9-leaf longevity immortal grass stood on the ground in perfect condition, swaying with the wind and emitting a faint immortal light. In addition to the large number of ghost lice around it, there were also 8 giant devil taro flowers, tightly encircling it. What's that? The big black cat suddenly realized that there were some red tubes among the ghost lice, wriggling like earthworms. This is a red blood earthworm. Mao Bauer's face changed color when she saw the red tube. Red blood earthworm? The big black cat was stunned and looked at Mao Bauer in confusion. "Big brother, this red blood earthworm looks harmless, but it's actually one of the top 3 strange creatures in the abysmal underground palace. Melbauer quickly said. Is it that powerful? The big black cat frowned and looked at the image in the heavenly spirit mirror in disbelief. The red blood earthworm was only a dozen meters long and half a meter thick. It was completely naked and didn't even have fangs. Why was it so scary? Weren't the top 3 strange creatures a little unworthy of their names? The red blood earthworm is known as an immortal creature. It's impervious to fire and water, and it's not afraid of weapons. Even if it's chopped into hundreds of pieces, it can still merge back into one. Once the red blood earthworm gets close to you, it will drill into your body, suck your blood dry, and eat your organs, Melbauer said with a horrified expression. It's that powerful? Hearing this, the big black cat's face revealed a horrified expression. He looked at the heavenly spirit mirror seriously, thinking about how to get this 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. The difficulty this time could be said to be hellish. After thinking for a few seconds, the big black cat suddenly had an idea. This time, not only was it extremely difficult for him, but it was also the same for the other demon clans. To get this 9-leaf longevity immortal grass, even the golden-winged rock would find it hard to sneak attack like last time. The big black cat pulled Melbauer and landed on a rock. He sat cross-legged and squinted his eyes. He looked at the heavenly spirit mirror while refining the boots of Godspeed. Big brother, aren't we going to fight for the longevity immortal grass? Melbauer urged from the side. Don't worry, let them fight it out for a while, the big black cat shook its head. As he refined the boots of Godspeed, he stared at the heavenly spirit mirror. Of the abysmal of. The intensity of the battle in the valley was still as intense as before. Rumbling sounds could be heard incessantly. Some of the greater demons fought until the sky turned dark, and the sun and moon lost their light. A golden figure suddenly sped over from afar and stopped above the valley. Longzuan is here. Melbauer reminded him carefully. The big black cat looked up and narrowed his eyes. Longzuan, whom he didn't want to see, was here again. However, he wasn't afraid of Longzuan now. He was now on the 10th floor of Xianxia. His physical body had been strengthened by the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass and was dozens of times stronger. If he fought with Longzuan again, even if he wasn't his match, he wouldn't be much weaker. Longzuan couldn't compare to him in terms of speed. After half a day of refining, he had a better control of the boots of immortal grass. This meant that he had a faster speed. If the golden-winged rock appeared again, the big black cat would be able to catch up to it with the boots of immortal grass. Longzuan stopped in the void and looked in the direction of the valley. He soon found the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. There's another one. A smile appeared on Longzuan's gloomy face. He thought that the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass from before was a limited edition. It seemed that there were many 9-leaf longevity immortal grasses in the abysmal underground palace. Longzuan suddenly sensed something and looked up in a certain direction. He saw a young man in a black robe and a woman in red sitting on a rock. It was the 9-tailed spirit cat. Longzuan was furious when he saw the 9-tailed spirit cat. Did you get the longevity immortal grass? Longzuan slowly walked towards the big black cat from the void. Longzuan, don't talk nonsense. You saw what happened. The golden-winged rock took the longevity immortal grass. The big black cat stood up and said righteously. Is that so? Longzuan stopped when he was about 10 feet away. He stared coldly at the 2 people in front of him and said threateningly, You're not fated to get the longevity immortal grass. Get out of my way. F***CKU. The treasures in the abysmal underground palace belong to those who are fated to get them. Since when did they belong to you, Longzuan? The big black cat scolded with a straight face. He didn't give Longzuan any face. Do you want to die? Longzuan raised his right hand slowly. A golden dragon claw appeared on his hand. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Don't think that you're so great just because you're from the 10th floor of Xianxia. The big black cat sneered. Longzuan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. He was shocked. Only now did he realize that the 9-tailed spirit cat in front of him had actually broken through to the 10th level of the celestial bridge stage. But he clearly remembered that it was only at the 7th floor. It had only been half a day. How did it break through to the 10th floor? Longzuan stood in the void and didn't say a word. The nine-tailed spirit cat was extremely strange and mysterious. Even if he tried to kill it, he might not be able to kill it on the spot. Just as Longzuan was hesitating, 2 rays of light flew over from afar and landed in front of him. It was the nine-tailed demon fox and the golden-striped black tiger. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow path. Nine-tailed spirit cat, let's see where you can run to this time. The nine-tailed demon fox looked at the 2 people in the distance. Her charming little face was filled with surprise. In the past half a day, she and the golden-striped black tiger were extremely lucky. They had obtained several stalks of 7-leaf longevity immortal grass. The 2 of them had consumed the longevity immortal grass. Their physical bodies were now stronger than before. Therefore, the nine-tailed demon fox was full of confidence when facing the nine-tailed spirit cat. Nine-tailed demon fox, since you have a grudge against him, why don't we work together to kill him? Longzuan said coldly. The nine-tailed demon fox was stunned. She didn't expect the arrogant Longzuan to propose working together. Naturally, she couldn't ask for more. Okay, then let's work together to kill this bastard. The nine-tailed demon fox said happily. The golden-striped black tiger pulled out his sword. A dense layer of black light surged out of his body. Big brother, Mel Bauer's face was pale. Her body trembled. Don't be afraid. The big black cat sneered. He grabbed Mel Bauer's hand and activated the boots of lightning. He turned into a ray of black light and plunged into the fog in the dark valley. Longzuan, the nine-tailed demon fox, and the golden-striped black tiger were stunned. There were dangers everywhere in the valley. Wouldn't the nine-tailed spirit cat die faster if he escaped there? Oh no. He's trying to steal the longevity immortal grass. Longzuan's expression changed. He did not hesitate to charge into the fog. This nine-tailed spirit cat is too cunning. The nine-tailed spirit fox's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. She charged over with the black tiger. In the black fog. Oh no. Mel Bauer stared at the heavenly spirit mirror and said in a low voice, the 3 of them are catching up. Don't worry, I'll play with them. A cold glint flashed across the big black cat's eyes. His lips curled into a sneer. No matter if he flew outside or charged back into the valley, the 3 fellows could not do anything to him with the extreme speed provided by the boots of quickness. The big black cat had entered the valley to drag the 3 of them down with him. After all, in the huge valley, not only were there many great demons fighting, but there were also many strange and ferocious creatures eyeing them covetously. Today, the big black cat had refined another part of the boots of quickness. With his current speed, even the great golden-winged roc could not catch up to him. Therefore, he had the confidence to fish in troubled waters. Rumble, in the fog, the great demons were fighting. Their battle was earth-shattering, and the sun and moon dimmed. Whoosh, the big black cat suddenly flew past the demons like a bolt of black lightning, heading straight for the longevity immortal grass. His current plan was to activate all the ghost lice and crimson blood earthworms on the ground and have them participate in the battle. Otherwise, he would not be able to make a move on the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. You're courting death. Seeing someone sneak past them, a few great demons were enraged. They immediately turned around and attacked him. The big black cat did not dare to continue fighting. He used the boots of quickness to dodge to the side. The attacks missed and did not stop. They fell on Longzuan, who was chasing after the big black cat. Despicable! Longzuan roared. Seeing that the situation was bad, he hurriedly waved his hand. Golden light bloomed from his hand, and with a loud boom, he scattered all the attacks. Longzuan's body swayed a few times, and his chi and blood surged. This 9-tailed spirit cat really has a good plan. Longzuan took a deep breath. Only now did he realize why the 9-tailed spirit cat had fled to the valley. At this moment, there were chaotic battles everywhere. If he wanted to kill the 9-tailed spirit cat in this place, it would be impossible. Longzuan released his consciousness and watched as the cat circled around the valley. Surprisingly, it was heading for the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. Longzuan flew into a rage and rushed over. The 9-tailed fox behind was also in hot pursuit. However, her speed was clearly a little slower than Longzuan's. She could only trail behind. However, the nine-tailed fox had already prepared an illusion attack. As long as that abominable fellow was distracted for a short second, she believed that the two great demons, the golden-striped black tiger and Longzun, would be able to kill the nine-tailed spirit cat. Boom! Boom! The big black cat dashed left and right, forcibly breaking through the line of defense set up by the beasts and approaching the nine-leaf longevity immortal grass. The sudden appearance of the big black cat immediately alerted the strange creatures on the ground that were ready to strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant devil taro flower spat out slender golden tentacles that swept towards the sky like spirit snakes. There were a total of 8 giant devil taro flowers, and the dense threads intertwined together like an airtight net. Scram! The big black cat roared. He poured a large amount of magic power into the black shield. The black shield suddenly lit up with a layer of black light. The light left the shield and rolled back like a wave. Boom! The golden net was broken by the black light with a loud bang. The remaining parts of the net shrank back. As soon as the attack of the giant devil taro flowers was broken, the scarlet blood earthworms that were as thin as blood-colored tubes flew over like blood snakes at lightning speed. The big black cat's heart went numb. This was one of the 3 strange creatures in the abysmal underground palace. He didn't fight them head-on. Instead, he flashed and fled in the direction behind him. At this time, dozens of great demons, including Longzun, were chasing after him. You came at the right time. Let's kill these scarlet blood earthworms together. The big black cat laughed and accelerated towards the great demons. Longzun and the other great demons were startled when they saw the scarlet blood earthworms chasing after them. They naturally knew how terrifying the scarlet blood earthworms were. But they also knew that if they wanted to obtain the longevity immortal grass, they had to kill the scarlet blood earthworms first. Otherwise, no one would have a chance to get close. So the great demons could only brace themselves and attack the scarlet blood earthworms. The big black cat drew an arc in the air and flew to the other side. Nine-tailed spirit cat? At this time, a clear voice came from the fog. The big black cat suddenly felt dizzy. He knew that he had fallen into the nine-tailed spirit fox's illusion again. He didn't hesitate to use the heavenly disillusionment eye. The star-like purple runes in his eyes lit up. A mysterious power swept out and broke the nine-tailed spirit fox's illusion. 7th Princess. The golden-striped black tiger's voice came from the fog. The big black cat sneered and immediately rushed over. He saw the nine-tailed spirit fox hovering in the air with a dazed expression. The golden-striped black tiger was panicking. The big black cat took this opportunity to raise his black shield and smash it. The golden-striped black tiger didn't expect the big black cat's attack to be so swift. He raised his saber to meet the attack, but it was too late. Boom! The black shield heavily smashed the nine-tailed spirit fox's body and smashed her to the ground. A saber light flashed past. The golden-striped black tiger's attack arrived. You stupid fool, you even want to kill your wife? I think you don't want to live anymore. The big black cat laughed loudly. He blocked the attack with his black shield and quickly disappeared in another direction. The golden-striped black tiger didn't chase after him. He hurriedly rushed down in the direction where the nine-tailed spirit fox had fallen. The nine-tailed spirit fox was currently surrounded by some ghost lice. However, a layer of light rose from her body and formed a protective layer, blocking the ghost lice outside. The golden-striped black tiger rushed over to disperse the ghost lice. He grabbed the nine-tailed spirit fox and soared into the sky. The nine-tailed spirit fox woke up at this moment. She broke out in cold sweat when she thought of the situation just now. Fortunately, she had a life-saving talisman on her body. At the critical moment, she narrowly escaped death. Let's go. We don't want to get involved in this mess. The nine-tailed spirit fox said. The nine-tailed spirit cat had broken through her illusion several times. The nine-tailed spirit fox knew that she wasn't a match for him and wanted to retreat. In any case, there were other longevity immortal herbs in this mountain range. There was no need to fight here. The nine-tailed spirit fox retreated with the golden-striped black tiger. However, Longzun was extremely obsessed with the nine-leaf longevity immortal herb. As he fought with the crimson blood earthworms, he was also looking for an opportunity. Boom, boom, the battle in the valley became even more intense. The crimson blood earthworms were indeed one of the top 3 strange creatures. All kinds of attacks that landed on them were negligible. Even if their bodies were cut in half, they would be able to heal quickly. They were also able to quickly heal themselves and were simply unkillable. Once the crimson blood earthworms went berserk, they began to attack all the demons in a frenzy. At this moment, the demons in the valley were secretly complaining. The big black cat darted left and right, trying to find a chance to break through. But after a few attempts, he failed. There were a few times when he was very close to the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass, but he was blocked by the giant magic taro flower, ghost louse, and crimson blood earthworm. There would always be a small group of strange creatures guarding the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. The 9-tailed spirit cat was too fast and slippery. Long Zun couldn't catch up even if he wanted to. In the end, Long Zun gave up on the idea of killing him. After a few failed attempts, the big black cat soared into the sky and left the valley. He finally realized that no one would be able to get close to the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass under the protection of those strange creatures. The best thing to do now was to wait patiently and continue refining the boots of quickness. The big black cat guessed that the commotion here was too big. It would probably attract many powerful demons to fight over it. In that case, the stronger the demons were, the greater the suppression of those strange creatures. Once his boots of quickness sped up, he would have a chance to take advantage of the situation. The big black cat landed on a huge rock and sat cross-legged. He began refining the boots of quickness. Cat Bauer stood quietly at the side and didn't ask anything. She held up the heavenly spirit mirror and kept an eye on the longevity immortal grass. At this moment, figures flew over from afar. Some demons saw the fierce battle here and rushed down without hesitation to join the fight for the longevity immortal grass. However, there were also some demons whose cultivation realms were not high enough. After taking a few glances at the chaotic scene, they left. Other demons stood guard at the side, ready to take advantage of the situation at any time. The big black cat narrowed his eyes and stared at the heavenly spirit mirror, refining the boots of quickness. There was no use in being anxious now. The difficulty of obtaining this 9-leaf longevity immortal grass was even higher than the last time. It was epic level. At this moment, a golden light flew over from afar. In midair, it transformed into a golden-robed man and landed in front of the big black cat. 9-tailed spirit cat, long time no see. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. The golden-robed man looked at the 9-tailed spirit cat and sneered. The big black cat opened one of its eyes and sized up the man in front of it. It smiled faintly and said, "So it's Taoist golden-winged great rock. I want to ask you, who was it that ambushed me that day? Did he steal the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass?" The golden-winged great rock asked indifferently as soon as it came up. "I didn't see clearly. The person was too fast," the big black cat replied with a smile. He would never admit to such a thing. Anyway, there were no outsiders at the scene, so no one would know that he was the one who did it. The golden-winged rock's gaze landed on the big black cat. After looking at it for a few seconds, he suddenly said slowly, "Don't tell me you were the one who did it? Don't slander me." The big black cat lowered its eyelids and said indifferently, "Golden-winged rock, if we really fight, you might not be my match." "Really?" The golden-winged rock was shocked. He carefully sized up the 9-tailed spirit cat. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that the 9-tailed spirit cat, who was originally at the 7th level of the Celestial Bridge realm, had broken through to the 10th floor of Xianxia. What was going on? Why did the restrictive power in the 9 Nether Underground Palace weaken it? If the 9-tailed spirit cat had also reached the 10th floor of Xianxia, the golden-winged rock had no confidence to fight it. If they were at the same level, the two of them were almost on par. Thinking of this, the golden-winged rock immediately extinguished the idea of fighting with the 9-tailed spirit cat. He glanced at the turbulent battle in the valley and suddenly said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, why is there a 9-leaf longevity immortal grass below? Aren't you going to snatch it?" "I tried, but I didn't succeed." The big black cat shrugged and said disapprovingly. The golden-winged rock looked in the direction of the valley again. After a while, he slowly said, "Fellow Taoist, the two of us have great speed. Do you want to join forces?" "Join forces? Are you kidding me? Don't tell me you want to take the grass apart and eat it?" The big black cat shook its head, a mocking smile on its face. "Forget it if you don't want to join forces." The golden-winged rock sneered and suddenly stopped talking. He just said it casually. The nine-tailed spirit cat was extremely cunning. He wouldn't trust it. Now, the battle below the valley was extremely fierce. Those strange creatures and great monsters were fighting each other. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. A day passed quickly. The battle in the valley continued fiercely for the 9-leaf longevity celestial grass. Some monsters retreated, but there were still some great monsters who kept fighting. Although those strange creatures were terrifying, the demon race continued to send in reinforcements, killing many of the strange creatures. As for the crimson blood earthworms, although they couldn't be killed for now, they were killed again, and their healing speed slowed. The golden-winged rock stood with his hands behind his back. Golden light flashed in his golden eyes. He'd been looking for an opportunity. The big black cat looked calm. It closed its eyes and rested, but it was doing its best to refine the boots of speed. Next to it, Maubauer was silent. She stared at the heaven spirit mirror. The situation this time was very dangerous. She was restless, afraid that the strange creatures in the valley would rush out. Then, another figure flew in from afar. It was a middle-aged man in gray robes. He looked around and suddenly saw the 9-tailed spirit cat and the sky spirit cat sitting on a huge rock. His face darkened as if he'd thought of something. "Isn't that the 9-tailed spirit cat?" The middle-aged man rubbed his chin and said in a strange tone. The big black cat opened its eyes when it heard the voice. It immediately recognized the man. He was one of the people who fought for the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass the first time. He used to be a fate state monster. Now, his level was suppressed to the 10th floor of Xianxia. The big black cat's eyes flashed coldly. Its eyes were like two sharp swords. It stared back at the man. "What can I do for you?" The monster looked at the golden-winged rock and said with a cold smile, "Golden-winged rock, you snatched a 9-leaf longevity immortal grass last time. Are you going to do the same thing again? The longevity immortal grass in the abysmal underground palace is ownerless. Anyone can snatch it." The golden-winged rock was unhappy and said firmly. "Well said." The monster sneered. Although he was stronger, he was not as fast as the golden-winged rock. He was even slower than the 9-tailed spirit cat. If he wanted to fight for the opportunity, he had to go to the valley. That was the only way he could seize the opportunity. Collecting his thoughts, the great demon took a deep breath and glared coldly at the two of them. In a flash, he rushed into the fog. 9-tailed spirit cat, it seems like a lot of people are treating us as allies." The golden-winged rock chuckled. "Who the hell wants to ally with you?" The big black cat scolded, "Get away from me." Seeing the 9-tailed spirit cat being so arrogant, the golden-winged rock was furious. It reached out its arm to grab the big black cat. His palm suddenly turned into a golden claw in midair, and a layer of golden luster shone on the delicate scales. Whoosh, it whizzed down from the sky. Seeing that the golden-winged rock wanted to attack it, the big black cat was enraged. It immediately flew up and raised its fist to meet the attack. His physical body had been strengthened dozens of times. He was definitely not weaker than the golden-winged great rock. Boom, the golden claw and fist collided in midair, creating a huge boom. The golden-winged great rock suddenly retreated several hundred feet before stopping. He grimaced and raised his injured palm, watching his blood drip down. This palm was now a bloody mess, and the white bones were exposed. How did the 9-tailed spirit cat's body become so freakish? The golden rock grimaced in pain. He looked at the 9-tailed spirit cat in the distance with a hint of fear in his eyes. The big black cat retracted his fist and put his hands behind his back. He imitated his master's demeanor and looked calmly at the golden rock in the sky. After being tempered by the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass, the big black cat realized that his body was indeed freakishly strong. He hadn't revealed his true form in that punch, but he had completely defeated the golden rock, who had only revealed part of his true form. If he had revealed his true form, he might have been able to break the golden rock's entire arm with one slap. Thinking of this, the big black cat's heart was filled with pride. "Big brother, you're so powerful now." Maubauer's eyes shone with admiration when she saw the nine-tailed spirit cat send the golden rock flying with one punch. The Golden Rock clan was famous in the Tsangnan continent. They had a strong body and were skilled in speed. They had a pair of golden claws that were as sharp as divine weapons. And that was it. The nine-tailed spirit cat's punch had injured the golden rock's claws. It was obvious how strong the nine-tailed spirit cat's body was now. "I know, nine-tailed spirit cat. Did you steal the nine-leaf longevity immortal grass?" The golden rock's eyes widened and he suddenly roared hysterically. He knew what the nine-tailed spirit cat's body was like. It couldn't possibly be as strong as it was now. If it hadn't eaten the nine-leaf longevity immortal grass, the nine-tailed spirit cat would never have such a terrifying body. "Looks like you're not stupid." The big black cat slowly walked forward and said proudly, "The nine-leaf longevity immortal grass is indeed mine. I have indeed obtained the nine-leaf longevity immortal grass and have successfully refined it. Golden-winged great rock, do you still want to compete with me?" The golden rock was speechless in the face of the nine-tailed spirit cat's aggressive attitude. He wasn't stupid. He knew that he wasn't a match for the nine-tailed spirit cat, so he wouldn't act rashly. The golden rock recalled the nine-leaf longevity immortal grass that he had painstakingly obtained, but the nine-tailed spirit cat had taken advantage of him. He was very angry. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The big black cat saw the rock lose his composure and lose his composure. He then looked at the sky mirror. The spirit cat's eyes. The battle had spirit cat's longevity immortal grass. Most of the scarlet-blooded earthworms were suppressed. Great yows were constantly attempting to descend upon the nine-leaf longevity immortal grass. However, there were some strange creatures guarding the longevity immortal grass. Coupled with the conflict between the demon clans, no one succeeded for the time being. The big black cat had a determined look on its face. It grabbed Maubauer's hand, activated the boots of God, and entered the fog of the valley. Seeing that the nine-tailed spirit cat wanted the nine-leaf longevity immortal grass again, the golden rock's face darkened. He shook his body and revealed his true form. He circled above the valley, his golden eyes staring at the changes below. He was ready to attack at any time to snatch the longevity immortal grass. The battle was too chaotic. He might have a chance to win in the chaos. He had to get the longevity immortal grass no matter what. Even if he had to burn his essence blood, he had to get rid of all the demons and find a safe place to eat the nine-leaf longevity immortal grass. The golden rock believed that after he ate the longevity immortal grass, no one in the entire Abyss Underground Palace would be his match. The big black cat used the spirit boots to rush in. Many demons couldn't react in time. By the time they reacted, the big black cat was already close to the longevity immortal grass. As soon as the strange creatures near the longevity immortal grass saw someone barging in, they immediately pounced on him. 7 to 8 red blood earthworms, thousands of ghost lice, and 8 golden tentacles shot out from the giant konjac flower. Scram! Seeing the attack coming at it from all directions, the big black cat let out an earth-shattering roar as it channeled all of its powers into the black shield in its hand like an ocean. The black shield suddenly expanded. This time it had expanded to the size of 4 feet. A layer of ferocious black light shot out from the shield. It swept out in all directions like a black wave. It's time. Above the valley, the golden-winged great ping that had been hovering in the air suddenly swooped down from the sky. Now that the nine-tailed spirit cat had attracted all the attention, he could go steal the nine-leaf longevity immortal grass. Rumble, the layer of black light slammed into the strange creatures, creating a loud rumbling sound. The golden tentacles were all severed. At this time, the pipe-like scarlet blood earthworms were also shaken back. As for the ghost lice, they fell down like raindrops. Suddenly, a golden light flashed and disappeared. The golden rock seized this rare opportunity. He burned all of his essence blood and grabbed at the nine-leaf longevity immortal grass. Kill him. In the air, Longzuan and the other monsters charged at the big black cat. Does the golden rock want to die? He's burning his essence blood. The big black cat cursed and activated the heavenly eye of disillusionment. He could only rely on the heavenly eye of disillusionment to stop the golden rock. Purple runes appeared in his eyes. In an instant, a mysterious energy descended upon the golden-winged rock. At this moment, the golden-winged great rock was only 100 feet away from the longevity immortal grass. Now that he had revealed his true form, he was at least 300 meters tall. Therefore, this distance of 30 meters was something that could be covered in the blink of an eye for the golden-winged great rock. Just as the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass was about to be taken, the golden rock froze in midair. The big black cat saw this opportunity and immediately flew over. He grabbed the longevity immortal grass and stuffed it into his storage ring. The 9-tailed spirit cat took the longevity immortal grass? When the great demons chasing behind saw this scene, they were so angry that their internal organs burned. Longzuan, in particular, shook his body and emitted a golden light. This time, he activated the power of his bloodline and chased after the big black cat. Longzuan's fury was like a tidal wave. The 9-tailed spirit cat was too cunning. She'd taken advantage of another loophole. Ha ha, the big black cat laughed maniacally. He activated the boots of swiftness with all his might and disappeared in an instant. A red earthworm curled around the golden rock's body and was about to suck the golden rock's blood. Longzun just happened to rush over. He raised his hand and sent the scarlet blood earthworm flying. The golden rock suddenly came to his senses. What's going on? The golden rock hurriedly looked in a certain direction and saw that it was empty. The 9-leaf longevity immortal grass was nowhere to be found. Standing beside the golden rock, Longzuan's body shimmered with golden light. He was like a god, exuding a terrifying aura. He roared, the 9-tailed spirit cat stole the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. The other great demons also rushed over and repelled the flying ghost lice and red-blooded earthworms. All the demons' faces were ashen, extremely ugly, and gloomy. The 9-tailed spirit cat is too cunning. The golden-winged great rock's face darkened as he said with hatred, everyone, although I stole the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass last time, the 9-tailed spirit cat still managed to snatch it from me. Now that this guy has consumed the longevity immortal grass, he's even stronger than before. The demons were filled with righteous indignation when they heard the golden-winged great rock's words. The 9-tailed spirit cat had obtained 2 9-leaf longevity immortal grasses. This was infuriating. At this time, the unkillable scarlet-blooded earthworms and the ghost lice also swarmed over, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Boom, all of the great demons attacked with hatred, repelling the strange creatures once again. We have to work together to kill him. Longzuan was infuriated in his heart as he said furiously. All right. The golden-winged great rock was the first to respond. Let's go and find the 9-tailed spirit cat. At this moment, another demon said angrily. Rays of light rose into the sky and left the valley that was shrouded in fog. These demons were originally at the Fate Realm. Their cultivation bases had been suppressed to the 9th or 10th stage of the Celestial Bridge Realm. There were dozens of them. Under revered dragon's lead, they set off in a mighty manner. However, the group only traveled for 2 hours before disbanding. Along the way, the demons saw the longevity immortal grass again. There were 6-leaf and 7-leaf longevity immortal grass. The demons were envious and began to fight for it again. Although they didn't manage to get a 9-leaf longevity immortal grass, they could get their hands on a 6-leaf or 7-leaf longevity immortal grass. It would be of great help to them in tempering their bodies and increasing their lifespan. After the demons fought, they gave up on the idea of looking for the 9-tailed spirit cat. After all, the mountain range was boundless and there were longevity immortal grasses everywhere. Why would they not let go of the 9-tailed spirit cat? Moreover, the 9-tailed spirit cat's speed was shocking. It was difficult to catch it. If they spent too much time on it, even the ordinary longevity immortal grass would fall into the hands of others. All the demons had the same thought, including revered dragon. Later, they dispersed and began to search for the longevity immortal grass. The golden-winged great rock was the most aggrieved one. After being plotted against by the 9-tailed spirit cat twice, he had the urge to go berserk. 9-tailed spirit cat, I'm going to kill you when we get out of here. The golden-winged rock sneered. With a flap of its wings, it disappeared into the air. After the big black cat obtained the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass, it flew for 4 hours without stopping before it landed in midair. Haha, he took a few deep breaths and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was too dangerous just now. That golden-winged great rock almost snatched the longevity immortal grass away. Recalling the thrilling battle just now, Maubauer said with lingering fear. How can that golden-winged great rock be my match? I knew he would do that. The big black cat smirked. Big brother, your divine ability is really powerful. The golden-winged great rock has been hit twice. Maubauer smiled sweetly and said enviously. These few days, she followed the nine-tailed spirit cat through fire and water. Maubauer found that the nine-tailed spirit cat was more and more unfathomable. In particular, there was a strange spiritual attack that was impossible to guard against. To be able to snatch 2 9-leaf longevity immortal grass from so many big demons was definitely not a coincidence. It was a symbol of strength. Who cares about the golden-winged great rock? This time, if Longzuan didn't run so fast, I would definitely teach him a lesson. The big black cat laughed. Now, he was going to put this new 9-leaf longevity immortal grass in his storage ring and never take it out again. As a demon of the Shenlong sect, he naturally had to curry favor with the sect leader. Seeing Maubauer looking at him with admiration, the big black cat's emotions surged. He patted Maubauer's shoulder and said righteously, when that iron fool comes next time, I'll help you teach him a lesson and let him personally cancel your marriage. Really? Thank you so much, big brother. Maubauer was surprised and happy when she heard this. The big black cat chuckled, and then began to look around. Maubauer understood and quickly took out the heavenly spirit mirror. She injected her spiritual power and looked around. Suddenly, she found a ball of golden light in a certain place. Big brother, there's more there. Maubauer pointed in a certain direction and said excitedly. Let's go. The big black cat laughed and grabbed Maubauer and left immediately. In a valley, he obtained another 6-leaf longevity immortal grass. In the next few days, the big black cat and Maubauer were all over the mountain range, moving around like ghosts. In the end, he found more than 10 longevity immortal grasses. To thank Maubauer for her efforts, the big black cat generously gave her a longevity immortal grass. Right now, there were close to 20 longevity immortal grasses in his storage ring. However, only one was a 9-leaf longevity immortal grass. The rest were all 5-leaf, 6-leaf, and 7-leaf. There was no 8-leaf longevity immortal grass. The big black cat didn't think much of it. His body was strong now, so he wasn't in a hurry to consume all the longevity immortal grass. Originally, he planned to consume all the longevity immortal grass he obtained after he had more than 5 longevity immortal grasses. Later, he swallowed a 9-leaf longevity immortal herb, which strengthened his body by dozens of times. The big black cat felt that he didn't need the longevity immortal grass for the time being. He might as well leave them all to the sect master. After all, the longevity immortal grass was extremely rare and couldn't be found anywhere else in the Sungnon continent. If the Shenlong sect stored some longevity immortal grass, it would be very helpful to the sect. You're worth teaching. In the big black cat's mind, Yiyan let out a sigh of admiration. Back then, the big black cat had only eaten the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass because of his intervention. Yiyan didn't expect that after the big black cat obtained so many longevity immortal herbs, it didn't consume them. Instead, it kept them all and prepared to hand them over to the sect. Yiyan was very gratified by this. The strength of a sect naturally couldn't be concentrated on a single person. With unity, they could once again build an eternal sect. Just as the big black cat was harvesting the longevity immortal grass, the various demon clans in this mountain range also reaped a lot of benefits. In the process of harvesting the longevity immortal grass, many monsters died under the fangs and claws of the strange creatures. Although the mountain range was vast, it would eventually come to an end. Slowly, many monsters began to approach the end of the mountain range. Among the monsters, the big black cat was the fastest, so he and Cat Bauer were the first to reach the end of the mountain range. The mountain range is gone, we've reached the end. Looks like our training this time is about to end. The big black cat stood in midair, looking at the pitch-black, ferocious-looking huge mountain peak and the ground in the distance. and sighed softly. Big brother, don't you think this mountain peak looks like a dragon? Especially those two pillars in front that look like dragon horns? Cat Bauer looked at the black mountain peak in shock, suddenly feeling an inexplicable fear. I feel the same way. The big black cat nodded solemnly. From the moment he entered the bronze gate, he felt that the mountain range here was like a black dragon. Now that he was near the end, he felt that the mountain peak in front of him was like a black dragon's head. He grabbed Cat Bauer and flew forward quickly. After passing the mountain peak, the big black cat stopped 10,000 meters in the air, turned around, and looked at the ferocious-looking mountain peak. When his vision became clear, his breathing quickened. Wasn't this a black dragon's head? It really is a dragon, a black dragon that has been dead for who knows how many years, the big black cat muttered to himself, and for a moment, he lost control of his emotions. As soon as he stepped through the bronze gate, he had this magical feeling. Now that he had reached the end of the mountain range, this feeling became real. This was an incomparably huge black dragon head, looking up at the sky, its eyes wide open, as if it was filled with unwillingness. As if before it died, the black dragon wanted to fight for something. Big brother, I feel that this black dragon is very scary. Mel Bauer's eyes were filled with fear as she trembled at the side. The big black cat nodded its head with a serious look on its face. Although this huge black dragon head had been petrified, one could still vaguely see the scales that were as black as ink, shining with a cold light. Its expression was dignified, and it exuded a ferocious aura. This ferocious aura seemed to be able to devour everything, devour all life. Anyone in front of it would feel a sense of fear, and their heart would beat wildly. With such a huge body, this dragon was definitely a divine dragon when it was alive. Its cultivation level is unimaginably high. The big black cat's expression was solemn as he muttered to himself. But with such a high cultivation level, how could a divine dragon die? Mel Bauer said with fear and trepidation. How would I know? Anyway, it said that there was a huge battle in ancient times, and most of the divine dragons died in that battle. The big black cat glared at her unhappily. Regarding the ancient times, he also heard rumors, and did not know if it was true. Big brother, what do we do next? Mel Bauer asked. Let's wait here for a while. I feel that this place is not so simple, and there should be some opportunities. The big black cat's heart moved, and suddenly said softly. Mel Bauer nodded. She also had a strange feeling, and was unwilling to leave this place. The big black cat sat cross-legged, floating in mid-air, closed his eyes, and began to refine the boots of lightning. Mel Bauer stood at the side, holding the heavenly spirit mirror with one hand while looking around, and at the same time helping to protect him. In his mind, Yi Yun naturally felt the will in the unseen world. He smiled softly as if he had understood something. It seemed that the test was not over yet. He wasn't in a hurry, and he didn't use any divine ability to change this will. He also wanted to see what kind of tricks the mastermind would play in the end. Another day passed. More and more demon clan members began to arrive. Every demon clan member who arrived could not help but feel inexplicably shocked when they saw the gigantic black dragon head. While he was shocked, he was also frightened by the baleful aura emanating from the dragon's head. It was hard for him to control himself. However, none of the demon clan cultivators left after they arrived. Everyone felt a kind of will in their hearts, as if it was intentionally telling them to stay here and wait for other opportunities to appear. In short, it was a mysterious feeling. Therefore, many of the demon race also found a place to land and waited quietly. This golden light flew over from afar. The golden light disappeared, revealing Long Zun's tall and sturdy figure. This is? Long Zun looked at the huge black dragon head. Other than shock in his eyes, there was also an indescribable feeling. It was actually a divine dragon. His blood was filled with reverence for this divine dragon. Long Zun knelt on the ground without hesitation and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the huge black dragon head. A faint light suddenly shot out from the dragon's eye and landed on Long Zun's body. Long Zun's aura became stronger again. What is this? Why can Long Zun be baptized by the light from the dragon's eye? Could it be because he also has the bloodline of the divine dragon? The demon clan members next to him discussed with envy in their eyes. Did you guys notice that Long Zun's cultivation has reached the peak of the 10th floor of Shenzhenjing? He's half a step away from the Fate Realm, a young demon clan member said in shock. It's true. What was that light just now? It actually raised Long Zun's cultivation from the 10th floor of Shenzhenjing to half a step away from the Fate Realm in an instant? Another demon clan member said in shock. Everyone was discussing and could not believe what they had seen. Another demon clan member imitated Long Zun and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed 3 times to the black dragon, but no light appeared. Stop dreaming. You don't have the bloodline of the divine dragon. Long Zun stood next to him with his hands behind his back and looked coldly at him. Sigh, the demon youth sighed and hid in a corner with his tail between his legs. Haha. The other demon clan members burst into laughter. With this little interlude, no one coveted the black dragon's head anymore. The 9-tailed spirit cat should be here too, right? Long Zun turned around and looked around. He saw 2 familiar figures in the void in the distance. Who else could it be but the 9-tailed spirit cat? Long Zun's eyes flashed with a cold light. He was thinking, should he fight with the 9-tailed spirit cat now? He was already half a step away from the Fate Realm. The 9-tailed spirit cat might have devoured the second 9-leaf longevity immortal grass and tempered its body. If he fought with the 9-tailed spirit cat now, it would be hard to say who would win. Long Zun thought for a moment and gave up on the idea for the time being. There was something magical about this place, as if an earth-shattering opportunity was about to appear. There was no need for him to fight to the death with the 9-tailed spirit cat first. At this moment, beams of light descended one after another as more and more greater demons arrived at this place. Many of them had competed with the 9-tailed spirit cat for the longevity immortal grass, but none of them made a move. Each of these great demons had their own plans. The 9-tailed spirit cat had obtained 2 9-leaf longevity immortal grasses and its body had been tempered to a terrifying degree. In addition, the 9-tailed spirit cat's cultivation was at the 10th floor of Shenzhenjing and it had the ability to move at a terrifying speed. If they fought, they would be the ones to suffer. None of the demon clan members went after the 9-tailed spirit cat for revenge. It was as if the cat didn't exist. Although it was refining the boots of quickness, the big black cat spared a portion of its consciousness to observe its surroundings. The big black cat felt smug when it saw that none of the demon clan members came to find trouble with it. These guys thought it had devoured 2 9-leaf longevity immortal grasses, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Haha, what a joke! One after another, more and more people from the demon clan arrived. 3 days passed. There were tens of thousands of demon clan members below the black dragon's head and in the void around it. The big black cat was shocked when it saw the scale of the demon clan members. Perhaps all the demon clan members in the Tartarus underground palace had gathered here. A faint golden light suddenly shot out from the top of the black dragon's head. 10 golden figures appeared in the golden light. Golden humanoid creatures? The demon clan cultivators exclaimed. Many demon clan members hadn't seen the golden humanoid creatures before, but they had a deep impression of the legendary golden humanoid creatures. After all, it was one of the top 3 mysterious creatures in the Tartarus underground palace. But what they didn't expect was, 10 mysterious golden humanoid creatures appeared above the dragon's head. It was terrifying. Oh my god! How can there be so many of them? The big black cat's heart was pounding. It was terrified. 1 golden humanoid was already too much for it to handle. If there were 10 of them, it would have to run away as soon as possible. Rumble, a loud noise came from the distance. A huge dome of light suddenly covered the dragon's head and all the beasts in the area. This sudden turn of events frightened everyone. Was the dragon trying to catch a turtle in a jar? Just as everyone was still in a state of shock, they suddenly saw the black dragon's huge mouth suddenly open. At this moment, everyone was shocked again. Is the dragon going to come back to life? Everyone was scared out of their wits. Even the beasts that had once been at the Fate state didn't know what to do. After the dragon opened its mouth, it suddenly stopped moving. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a huge ball of golden light rose from the dragon's mouth. That ball of golden light was 30 meters tall. Inside the golden light was a herb that was 50 meters tall. That herb was many times larger than any of the others. It was translucent and glowed with a dazzling light. What was even more surprising was that this stalk of immortal grass had actually grown 10 leaves, a 10-leaf longevity herb. When they saw the shape of the longevity immortal grass, all the demon race members were in an uproar. Many of them had seen a 9-leaf longevity herb before. They had thought that was the limit. They didn't expect that there would be a 10-leaf longevity herb in the dragon's mouth. How strong will a 10-leaf longevity herb become after eating it? The increase in lifespan will be unimaginable. Long Zun murmured to himself. His eyes were burning with passion. High in the sky. The big black cat looked at the 10-leaf longevity immortal herb and its breathing quickened. He had eaten the 9-leaf longevity immortal herb before, so he knew what kind of benefits it would bring him. A 10-leaf longevity herb was 100 times taller than a 9-leaf longevity herb. That meant that it was at least 100 times more effective. The big black cat was tempted. Even if there were 10 terrifying golden humanoid creatures eyeing him from the dragon's head, he was determined to get his hands on the 10-leaf longevity immortal herb. Rustle, a familiar voice came from the depths of the dragon's mouth. When the demons heard this voice, their expressions changed. Ghost louse, in the depths of the dragon's mouth, there was actually a large number of ghost lice. The rustling sound grew louder and louder. At first, it sounded like a small stream, but in the end, it sounded like a surging tide. A black torrent gushed out of the dragon's mouth and fell from the sky onto the ground. He crawled towards the surrounding demons. "This is not an ordinary ghost louse?" one of the demon clan youths exclaimed. These ghost lice were dark red in color and had horns on their heads. They were bigger than the previous ones and looked even more ferocious. Whoosh, 5 terrifying golden humanoid creatures jumped up from the dragon's head and charged towards the demon race. Boom, the golden humanoid was too fast. It arrived in an instant and smashed a young monster to pieces with a single punch. The 5 humanoid creatures began a massacre among the Yao clan. Kill. Seeing this, the Fate Realm monsters couldn't bear it any longer and finally all attacked. With these powerful great demons at the front, the rest of the demon clan also joined the battle. Trapped in the center of the formation, there was no way to retreat. With the ghost louse and the golden humanoid creatures, the demons had no choice but to fight back. However, the good thing was that there were a lot of demons, numbering in the tens of thousands. They weren't any weaker than those strange creatures. On the dragon's head, another golden humanoid creature charged towards the big black cat. "It's you?" The big black cat sneered. Although the golden humanoid creatures all looked the same, this humanoid creature was holding a golden longsword. It was the golden humanoid creature that had fought against the big black cat several times before. The big black cat grabbed Mao Bauer with one hand and held the black shield with the other. It charged forward. Now that his cultivation and physical body were strong, he didn't have to be as afraid of these golden humanoid creatures as before. He poured magic power into the black shield and it expanded. Rumble, the golden sword collided with the black shield, creating a loud bang. The golden humanoid creature was knocked away. The big black cat stood still. "Haha. You're no match for me now." The big black cat charged at the golden humanoid creature with the black shield. That guy had ambushed him several times and he was going to pay him back. Whoosh, relying on his extreme speed, he arrived in front of the golden humanoid creature in the blink of an eye. He raised the black shield and smashed it down. The golden humanoid creature hurriedly raised its sword to block, but it was still knocked away. Boom, the golden humanoid creature crashed into the dragon's horn. The horn was so tough that it bounced the golden humanoid creature back. The big black cat rushed over and kept hitting the golden humanoid creature with the black shield. Some nearby demons saw how ferocious the big black cat was and couldn't help but stay away from it. In another direction, Long Zun displayed his might and golden light radiated from his body as he forced a golden humanoid creature to retreat. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 more golden humanoid creatures flew over from the dragon's head. One of them merged with the golden humanoid creature that Long Zun was fighting. As for the other one, it had fused with the golden humanoid creature that the big black cat was chasing. What was going on? The golden humanoid creature could merge with itself. The big black cat was given a fright and smashed the shield in its hand without hesitation. A sword projection suddenly lit up. Boom, it slashed down on the black shield. The big black cat felt an indescribable force attack it and it couldn't help but retreat over 100 feet. The golden humanoid creature, on the other hand, only retreated a few dozen feet. How is this guy so strong after merging with itself? The big black cat was shocked. It hurriedly looked at the black shield and found that a large crack had appeared on it. Holy F***ck, the big black cat was so angry that it wanted to curse. It seemed that its black shield was going to be destroyed by the golden humanoid creature. The golden humanoid creature attacked again with a flash of golden light. The big black cat hurriedly met the attack and blocked the golden humanoid creature's sword with its black shield again. Boom, it was sent flying again. Seeing that the golden humanoid creature was really powerful, the big black cat couldn't fight it and turned to fly in another direction. The golden humanoid creature chased after it. The big black cat observed its surroundings as it flew and found that the inside of the light barrier was now hell on earth. The ghost lice that appeared in the dragon's mouth were all extremely ferocious and their combat strength was many times stronger than before. Many demons with lower cultivation realms fell to the ghost lice's sharp teeth. Not only were they sucked dry. The dark red ghost louse had actually eaten up the demon's body. Seeing this, the big black cat felt a chill run down its spine. Most of the demons are going to die here today. The big black cat's expression darkened when he thought of this possibility. If the light shield formed by the formation outside was kept active, no one would be able to escape. If they wanted to live, they had to kill all these terrifying creatures. But how could it be so easy? He didn't know what kind of creature the golden humanoid was. Its defense was extremely high, its strength was limitless, and it could move as fast as lightning. It was too terrifying. If 10 golden humanoids combined into one, wouldn't no one be able to defeat it? The big black cat's heart sank when he thought of this possibility. His body was as fast as lightning, constantly shuttling through the surroundings, attracting the pursuit of the golden humanoid. He wanted to lure the golden humanoid as far away as possible, then return to the dragon's mouth to try to snatch the 10-leaf longevity immortal herb. In terms of speed, the golden humanoid was naturally no match for the big black cat. Therefore, the big black cat deliberately slowed down in the beginning. By the time he crossed the chaotic battlefield and reached the periphery of the battle, the golden humanoid was close behind him. The big black cat turned around, charged with the black shield in hand, and engaged in a fierce battle with the golden humanoid. Cat Bauer looked nervous. She raised the heavenly spirit mirror from time to time and shot out a series of attacks at the golden humanoid. Even when the two of them worked together, they were still no match for the golden humanoid. The big black cat saw that the situation was bad and immediately turned to flee. This time, he used the fastest speed of the boots of swiftness. Like a streak of light, he shot from afar toward the dragon's mouth. The golden humanoid pursued him relentlessly, but it was too late. The big black cat saw the 10-leaf longevity immortal herb in the dragon's mouth getting closer and closer, and a fanatical look appeared in his eyes. There were still 3 golden humanoids on the dragon's head, guarding the 10-leaf longevity immortal herb. They saw the big black cat charging over. 2 of the golden humanoid creatures immediately attacked from the left and the right in a cross formation. Haha! The big black cat laughed maniacally. It seemed like these golden humanoid creatures all had their own consciousness. The 2 golden humanoids in front of him had never fought him before, so they didn't know how powerful he was. If the 2 of them combined, the big black cat would not be able to break through. However, if they did not combine, the big black cat could send them flying. Success or failure, it all depends on this one move. The big black cat poured all of its magic power into the black shield, and the shield once again grew to a size of 15 meters. There was also a layer of black light outside the shield, which smashed towards the 2 golden humanoid creatures. The golden humanoid's fist smashed into the shield's light. With 2 loud bangs, the black light immediately rolled back. The 2 golden humanoid creatures were sent flying by a huge force. Now, without hesitation, the big black cat charged towards the 10-leaf longevity immortal grass. What a despicable 9-tailed spirit cat. Longzuan, who had been watching the 10-leaf longevity immortal grass from afar, roared angrily and attacked from afar. When Maobao saw this from the heavenly spirit mirror, she immediately poured all of her magic power into it without hesitation. A dazzling white pillar of light met Longzuan's attack. Rumble, the white pillar of light was instantly shattered, and the attack shot towards the big black cat. However, there was a slight deviation, and the big black cat dodged it in a flash. When the light hit the dragon's mouth, it disappeared with a loud bang. At this moment, the big black cat finally approached the 10-leaf longevity immortal grass. He suddenly reached out and grabbed at the 10-leaf longevity immortal grass in the golden light. When he touched the longevity immortal grass, it suddenly burst out with a blinding golden light, enveloping him and Maubauer's bodies. Not good? The big black cat was shocked. This was not the case when they fought for the 9-leaf longevity immortal grass in the past. Could it be that this 10-leaf longevity immortal grass was a fake? A wave of dizziness came over him, as if he had just traveled through space. In the next moment, the big black cat found itself in a dark and gloomy hall. Big brother, there's no 10-leaf longevity immortal grass. We've been tricked, Maubauer said anxiously as she looked at the cold hall. The air in this place was filled with a cold and decaying aura, which made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, we've been tricked. We shouldn't have fought for this 10-leaf longevity immortal grass, the big black cat slapped its head and said with a frustrated expression. A golden figure slowly walked out of the gloomy hall. Although there's no 10-leaf longevity immortal grass, there's an even better inheritance waiting for you, nine-tailed spirit cat. The golden figure walked out of the darkness, his body glowing brightly and dispelling the endless darkness. In an instant, the entire hall seemed to be dazzling with gold and jade. The big black cat was shocked. The golden figure opposite him was enveloped in golden light and could not be seen clearly. He was very similar to the golden humanoid creature. But there was a slight difference. Because this golden figure could speak the human language, while the others before could not. The mastermind has finally appeared, in his mind. Yi Yin opened his eyes and smiled without batting an eyelid. He did not take any action. He wanted to see what this guy was planning. Just as the golden figure said the first word, the big black cat suddenly felt something strange beside him. He turned around and found that Maubauer had fainted. The big black cat was shocked and hurriedly supported Maubauer's body with his other hand. Sir, what are you trying to do? The big black cat mustered up his courage and asked. He knew that he was no match for this mysterious golden figure. But now that things had come to this, he could not admit defeat. She's just an unrelated passerby. What I'm going to talk to you about, it's best that you don't let her know, the golden figure smiled faintly. All right. The big black cat took a deep breath and stared at the golden figure. He said in a deep voice, Sir, who are you? The golden figure said proudly, I'm the Supreme Emperor of 9 Serenities, the master of the 9 Serenities underground palace. Supreme Emperor of 9 Serenities? The big black cat blinked. He had never heard of such a person. If you accept my inheritance, I'll naturally tell you many mysteries, the golden figure smiled. The big black cat pretended to be calm and asked, Why do you want to give me your inheritance? You're already so powerful, why do you have to find an inheritance? Because I'm about to die, and I need you to make a trip to the Divine Land, the golden figure said casually. Divine Land? The big black cat's heart skipped a beat. Where was the Divine Land? Why had he never heard of it? Before you accept my inheritance, let me ask you a question. Do you have a sect? The golden figure asked solemnly. Of course I do. The big black cat said without hesitation. Which sect are you from in the Xianxia continent? The golden figure stared at the black-robed demon youth and asked again. I'm from the Xianxia sect. The big black cat said proudly. What? The Xianxia sect? The golden figure's voice suddenly changed and contained a monstrous anger. P.S. Brothers, please give me a 5-star rating. Thank you. That's it. The big black cat was dumbfounded. He didn't know why the 9th Serenity Emperor was so angry when he mentioned the Xianxia sect. Yi Yin was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that the 9th Serenity Emperor, who was called a god, would have such a big reaction after hearing the name of the Xianxia sect. Logically speaking, the Xianxia sect had never had any contact with the 9th Serenity Emperor. At least Yi Yin, the 13th sect master, didn't know about the 9th Serenity Emperor at all. In his impression, Even the first patriarch of the Xianlong sect had no contact with the Ninth Serenity underground palace. It seems that there's a secret hidden here. Yi Yin smiled faintly and immediately took action. The big black cat's consciousness suddenly disappeared. This wisp of his spirit dominated the big black cat's body. The big black cat's consciousness fell into a deep sleep at this time. Yi Yin didn't want the big black cat to know too much about the secrets of the Xianlong sect, because the more it knew, the heavier the burden would be. These juniors were far from being able to bear such a heavy responsibility. So Yi Yin took over the big black cat. He wanted to talk to the Ninth Serenity Emperor in front of him. Your Excellency, is there anything wrong with the Xianlong sect? Yi Yin asked faintly. The Ninth Serenity Emperor was so excited that he didn't realize that the big black cat's tone of voice had changed slightly. Anyone in the entire Xiangnan continent can do it, except for the Xianlong sect. You've been eliminated. I have to find a new successor from the demon clan outside. The Ninth Serenity Emperor said angrily. Why? Yi Yin shrugged and pretended to complain unwillingly. I've worked so hard to come here. You have to give me a reason, right? The Ninth Serenity Emperor fell silent. After a few breaths, he finally made up his mind and said slowly, there's no harm in telling you. I would like to hear the details. Yi Yin said in a deep voice. 10,000 years ago, when the Nine Nether Underground Palace opened, do you know who was the one who finally won and obtained this seat's inheritance? Nine Nether Sovereign said angrily. I don't know. Does it have anything to do with Xianlong sect? Yi Yin blinked innocently. He suddenly felt that this matter was very interesting. Could it be that the successor of the Xianlong sect won in the opening of the Nine Serenities underground palace 10,000 years ago? However, Luo Li and the others didn't know that. Yi Yin looked at the Nine Nether Sovereign expectantly, waiting for him to continue. That's right. That man is from the Xianlong sect. He's a sinister and cunning guy. He cheated me of my trust and made me wait for thousands of years in vain. Nine Nether Emperor said angrily. As he spoke, the aura on his body became unstable. The golden light that blossomed also trembled, causing the entire hall to flicker. Your Excellency, you must be mistaken. The people of the Xianlong sect have always been open and aboveboard. They always keep their word. They will never deceive you. Hearing the Nine Nether Sovereign's evaluation of the successor of the Xianlong sect, Yi Yin, the ancestor, felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't help refuting. I don't care about the other people of the Xianlong sect, but this guy named Long Xian is definitely not a good person. You are also from the Xianlong sect. Don't you have any memory of this Long Xian? What's his position in the Xianlong sect? Nine Nether Sovereign looked at Yi Yin and asked a series of questions. He also wanted to know what Long Xian had done through the successor of the Xianlong sect. Hearing the Nine Nether Sovereign's words, Yi Yin was stunned. Long Xian, this name suddenly appeared in his mind. The 250th sect master of the Xianlong sect. He had once offended a very powerful force, causing the descendants of the Xianlong sect to be hunted down for more than 40 generations. It could be said that he was a sinner in the history of the Xianlong sect. What Yi Yin didn't expect was, tens of thousands of years ago, Long Xian had entered the Nine Nether underground palace and obtained the inheritance of the Nine Nether Sovereign by chance. However, according to Luo Li, Long Xian had been dead for a long time. How could Long Xian die so easily after obtaining the inheritance of the Nine Nether Sovereign, who on earth was his opponent? There was a moment of silence. Yi Yin thought for a moment and said, Long Xian was the 250th sect master of the Xianlong sect. He had once offended a very powerful force, and now he has been dead. What? You said he has been dead? How is that possible? Long Xian was cunning and had outstanding talent. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had experienced an unimaginable bloody battle in the Nine Nether underground palace and finally obtained the inheritance. How could such a person die so easily? The Nine Nether Sovereign roared angrily and kept waving his fists in the air. He seemed to be unable to accept the news of the death of his successor, Long Xian. In his impression, Long Xian was a peerless genius with extraordinary aptitude and a demon-like mind. Such a person who had obtained his inheritance would never die so easily. In the Xiangnan continent, no one could be Long Xian's opponent. He has indeed been dead. I have no reason to lie to you. It was because he had offended an enemy that the previous sect masters of the Xianxia sect had been hunted down by the enemy, Yi Yin sighed softly. Long Xian was really a bastard. The inheritance of the Xianxia sect was already extremely powerful. He had also obtained the inheritance of the 9 Nether Sovereign. Long Xian should have soared to the sky. How could he have died? The 9 Nether Sovereign was silent. He was secretly digesting the news that Yi Yin had passed to him. Impossible. Long Xian could never have died. After a while, the 9 Nether Sovereign raised his head again, and his voice sounded a little crazy. He waved his hand, and 7 light spots fell from the void above his head. Each light spot was like a star. These 7 light spots instantly formed the shape of the Big Dipper. What are you doing? Yi Yin asked in a low voice. The Big Dipper gave him a familiar feeling, but it was completely different from the Big Dipper formation he had seen before. I want to calculate whether Long Xian is still alive or not. The 9 Nether Sovereign said in a low voice. Yi Yin said no more. The 9 Nether Sovereign's divinity had decayed to this extent, but he still wanted to use this kind of heaven-defying divination. Wasn't he courting death? He probably wouldn't be able to live long after the divination was done. Yi Yin didn't stop the 9 Nether Sovereign. Since this guy wanted to do the divination, he would let him do it. Yi Yin also wanted to know the result of the divination. Long Xian had obtained the inheritance of both the Xianxia sect and the 9 Nether Sovereign. Yi Yin also felt that he shouldn't die so easily. The mysterious Big Dipper formation began to operate. The 9 Nether Sovereign kept injecting golden divinity energy, and the Big Dipper formation began to emit a faint golden light. Yi Yin nodded to himself. The 9 Nether Sovereign was worthy of being a godlike figure. This kind of divination was really amazing. As time passed slowly, whoosh, a dazzling light rose from the Big Dipper formation and condensed into a phantom in midair. It was an illusory figure, but there was only a back view. He was wearing a mask in front of him, making it impossible to see his true face. Yi Yin narrowed his eyes and looked at the man's figure. He suddenly found that the figure was very familiar. In the past, when the Big Black Horse and the Big Black Cat went to the Xianxia sect to explore, they found an ancient painting in the deepest part of the treasure house. There was a man's back in the ancient painting. The back of the man in the painting was 90% similar to the back of the man in front of him. Was the man in the painting Long Xian, the 250th sect master of the Xianxia sect? Just as he thought of this, the man suddenly turned around and looked at the 9th Serenity Emperor with a pair of ruthless and cold eyes. You're not dead, Long Xian? The 9th Serenity Emperor looked at the man in front of him, breathing rapidly. Bang, the next moment, the 9th Serenity Emperor's golden body, full of decaying divinity, suddenly exploded under the gaze of the man in the mask, like fireworks scattering in the whole hall. The light of the 7 stars formation began to dim. The masked man lowered his head, and as the light weakened, he suddenly disappeared. Seeing this sudden and unexpected scene, Yi Yin couldn't believe everything in front of him. There was no doubt that, according to the words of the 9th Serenity Emperor before his death, the man in the mask in front of him was definitely the 250th sect master of the Xianxia sect, Long Xian. After 10,000 years. This guy was not dead. His illusory figure only glanced at the 9 Nether Sovereign, and his body suddenly exploded. Very strong, Yi Yin crowned Long Xian with this word in his heart. He couldn't tell the cultivation level of Long Xian in that shadow. But Long Xian had inherited the inheritance of the 9th Serenity Emperor and could use the same magical power to attack the 9th Serenity Emperor. It had to be said. The 250th sect master of the Xianxia sect, Long Xian, was indeed powerful. The student surpasses the master. Looking at the empty hall returning to darkness, Yi Yin stood in the darkness, his eyes shining. He was thinking about all this. Long Xian didn't die, which was obviously completely different from what Luo Li and the others knew. Not only did he not die, but he also possessed world-shaking divine abilities. In a place like the Cangnan continent, even eternal-level sects wouldn't dare to do anything to him. But why didn't he dare to return? Could it be that he had provoked an unimaginable opponent? Yi Yun's face darkened when he thought of the person behind the scenes who targeted the Xianxia sect. For the mastermind behind the scenes to be able to make Long Xian so apprehensive, the strength behind him was simply unimaginable. In any case, Long Xian, your performance is not satisfactory. As the sect master of Shenlong's sect, you betrayed him and inherited the inheritance of Emperor Jiuyou, but you never came back. You let the disciples of Shenlong's sect wander about. You are not a qualified sect master, Yi Yan smiled faintly and said to himself. As the ancestor of the 13th generation, Yi Yan would never forgive this traitorous disciple of Long Xian. Although the Nine Nether Emperor was already dead, Yi Yan did not obtain any more information. However, the Nine Nether Emperor once said that after Long Xian inherited his inheritance, he promised to go to the Divine Land. It seemed that Long Xian was living a carefree and happy life in the Divine Land. Now that 10,000 years had passed, with Long Xian's monstrous talent and resources, his current cultivation might not be worse than the Nine Nether Emperors. In other words, Long Xian's cultivation might have reached the ultimate god realm. His cultivation was higher than Yi Yan's. Interesting. The people surrounding the Shenlong sect are getting more and more interesting. Once I'm done with the Cangnan continent, I'll go to the Divine Land to have a look. Yi Yan made up his mind and immediately relaxed. He glanced outside. With the death of the Nine Nether Emperor, the golden humanoid creatures had long disappeared. The golden humanoid figures in the hall were condensed from the Nine Nether Emperor's remaining divinity. As for the Nine Nether Emperor's true body, it had already turned into this secret realm. The ancient evil beetle demon dragon in the secret realm was equivalent to being in the Nine Nether Emperor's body. It was equivalent to the Nine Nether Emperor using a supreme secret technique to forcibly trap the evil beetle demon dragon in his own body. The longevity immortal grass growing in the Nine Nether underground palace was condensed from the evil beetle demon dragon's life essence after its death. As for the only two 9-leaf longevity immortal grass, the Nine Nether Emperor had specially injected divine energy into them for the successor to choose. As for the other longevity immortal grass, they did not have any divine energy. When Long Zun kowtowed to the evil beetle demon dragon, there was a ray of light that weakened the restrictive power on Long Zun's body. At that time, Yi Yan discovered that the evil beetle demon dragon still had a little bit of consciousness left. Now that the Nine Nether Emperor was completely dead, the evil beetle demon dragon was the only place to find some clues. A ray of sacred white light suddenly appeared in the dark hall and formed Yi Yan's illusory primordial spirit. The big black cat's body stood straight on the spot, while cat treasure lay on the ground. Yi Yan ignored the two of them. He raised his eyes and looked around, a strange light flashing in his eyes. He was looking for the evil beetle demon dragon's remnant consciousness. After a few seconds, Yi Yan's body suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Yi Yan appeared in the space inside the black dragon's head. In this space, there was a round ball that emitted a black light. There were some runes carved on the surface of this ball, as if sealing something. Yi Yan activated the heavenly illusionary eye. The runes on the seal peeled off layer by layer, and eventually disappeared. He took a step forward and appeared inside the ball in the next moment. A weak black dragon shadow lay on the ground, a small sword still stuck in its body. Evil beetle demon dragon, are you still alive? Yi Yan stood beside the black dragon's shadow, but his gaze was sizing up the small sword. The sword was as black as ink and of extraordinary quality, it had already reached the low emperor grade. It was this sword that firmly nailed the evil beetle demon dragon's primordial spirit, causing it to become increasingly weak. After hundreds of thousands of years, only a little bit of consciousness was left, and it was not far from collapse. Yi Yan reached out and pulled out the sword. The black dragon shadow suddenly swam and circled around Yi Yan's body. You saved me? The evil beetle demon dragon looked at the primordial spirit in front of it, unable to hide the shock in its eyes. The outer layer of the seal was personally set up by Supreme God Nine Nether, and it could not be broken without the cultivation of a supreme god. However, the young man in front of it had broken it. To be able to do this with just a primordial spirit shadow, his strength was really terrifying. It seems that you won't be able to live for long. I have some questions to ask you. Yi Yan's gaze swept across the evil beetle demon dragon's weak body and said with a slight sigh. After this sword was pulled out, the remaining primordial spirit of the evil beetle demon dragon would soon dissipate. I don't know much either. Because of this sword, my memories are already incomplete, the evil beetle demon dragon sighed and looked at the sword in Yi Yun's hand sadly. Yi Yun nodded. This sword was no ordinary sword. It was the abysmal Supreme Emperor who had used it. Not only had it pinned to the evil beetle demon dragon's primordial spirit, but it had also destroyed its memories. Yi Yun had seen this technique many times. This also meant that there was an invisible hand trying to cover up something behind the scenes. However, the evil beetle demon dragon was a divine dragon from ancient times. It was too far away from the Shenlong sect. The mastermind couldn't be the same person, could it? Many thoughts flashed through Yi Yun's mind. He looked at the evil beetle demon dragon and sighed. The abysmal underground palace has appeared in the Sungnan continent for hundreds of thousands of years. This means that you've been dead for hundreds of thousands of years. Tell me everything you know. It's been hundreds of thousands of years? The evil beetle demon dragon was shocked. It had been sealed in this place and could no longer feel the passage of time. Yi Yun nodded. The evil beetle demon dragon was a little dejected. The Songnan continent you just mentioned was actually called the Hidden Dragon Continent in ancient times. At that time, there were countless divine dragons living on this continent, and they all lived on this continent under the leadership of Zhu Long. Was there a soul-stirring battle that led to the extinction of all the mystical dragons? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat as he asked. The dragon tribe on the Hidden Dragon Continent was extremely powerful. Cultivators outside the divine lands didn't dare to fight with us to a certain extent, so our two factions lived in harmony. However, one day, the ancestral dragon suddenly disappeared. No one knew where it had gone. The 10 super-mystical dragons below began to fight among themselves. A war broke out between the mystical dragons. Back then, I was still young. There were many things that I did not know. Later on, I made a mistake and was locked up in the 10-directional dragon penitentiary. A million years later, the 10-directional draconic penitentiary's restriction disappeared, and I escaped. Only then did I realize that almost all of the divine dragons were extinct. In my grief, I began to kill the innocent on this continent, causing great suffering. The evil beetle demon dragon said faintly. So the 9 Nether Emperor came to the Hidden Dragon Continent to kill you? Yi Yun asked. That's right, the 9 Nether Emperor came to the Hidden Dragon Continent from outside the Divine Land. We fought for 10,000 years, and there was no clear winner. Later, he found this dragon-slaying sword from somewhere and nailed my primordial spirit. At the same time, he used some kind of unimaginable magical power to seal me in his body and perish together with me. The evil beetle demon dragon stopped here. It looked at Yi Yun and sighed, that's all I know. Many secrets seem to have disappeared. But I have a feeling that the disappearance of the ancestral Graygon involves a shocking secret. I see. Yi Yun nodded. He suddenly reached out with his other hand and grabbed the evil beetle demon dragon. What are you doing? The evil beetle demon dragon asked in horror. Its incomplete primordial spirit was already so weak. It was no match for the mysterious young man in front of it. I'll let you live a little longer. Yi Yun took out a piece of soul-nurturing wood and attached the primordial spirit to it. The evil beetle demon dragon's primordial spirit, which was about to dissipate, immediately stabilized. Tiny star-like runes began to rise in Yi Yun's devilish eyes again, like the birth and death of the stars in the universe. At this moment, he activated the heavenly illusory eye and caused the evil beetle demon dragon to fall into a state of deep sleep. At the same time, Yi Yun also read the evil beetle demon dragon's memories. Everything was as the evil beetle demon dragon had said. It had not lied. In the evil beetle demon dragon's incomplete memories, Yi Yun saw the magnificent scene of the primordial era. The primordial era's Hidden Dragon Continent was many times larger than the current Songnan continent. Countless divine dragons lived in different parts of the continent. Some lived in the sky, some in the mountains, some in the depths of the sea, and some in the center of great lakes. Zhu Long's cultivation had reached the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. As for the 10 super divine dragons under the ancestral dragon, each of them had a shocking cultivation base. They had all reached the Divine King realm. As for the most powerful divine dragons, they were almost at the godly venerable realm. The evil beetle demon dragon's cultivation had also reached the godly venerable realm before it was imprisoned in the 10-directional dragon penitentiary. It could be said that the primordial era's divine dragon clan was unimaginably powerful. The hidden dragon continent of that era was unimaginably rich in spiritual energy. However, all of this was due to Zhu Long's disappearance and the internal strife among the 10 supreme divine dragons, which eventually led to an earth-shattering war. As a result, the entire hidden dragon continent had shrunk by millions of times. The spiritual energy was also not as rich as before. It's a pity that the evil beetle demon dragon was imprisoned in the omnidirectional slaughter prison and did not know much about it. Otherwise, I would have been able to learn more about the secrets of that shocking change. Yi Yin sighed and put the soul cultivation wood back into the warehouse. He would keep the evil beetle demon dragon's remaining primordial spirit for the time being. It might be useful in the future. As for its body, it had long been petrified and was no longer useful. At this moment, Yi Yin looked outside. Due to the death of Supreme God Nine Serenities, the secret realm in the Nine Serenities underground palace had undergone a shocking change. The demons who were in the midst of battle were suddenly teleported out. Following a series of loud bangs, the space began to become unstable and seemed to be on the verge of collapsing at any time. Those strange creatures scurried about in the space, trying to break out of the small world. Yi Yin waved his hand and the space immediately stabilized. He could not let the strange creatures in the Nine Serenities underground palace wander into the Sungnon continent. Otherwise, it would bring about an unimaginable disaster. Yi Yin returned to the original hall in a flash and entered the big black cat's body. He controlled the big black cat's body and left the Nine Serenities underground palace with Cat Bower. When he appeared outside the Nine Serenities underground palace, many demons stood around and looked at the Nine Serenities underground palace in shock. Inside the carriage, Yi Yin formed a seal with both hands and injected it into the void. This spell landed on top of the Nine Nether underground palace and immediately formed a seal. The projection of the Nine Serenities underground palace in the sky disappeared. With a rumbling sound, the Nine Serenities underground palace completely sank into the depths of the earth. From then on, it was sealed forever and would never appear in this world again. Yi Yin's primordial spirit fell silent again. The big black cat regained its original consciousness. It looked at the familiar surroundings and suddenly froze. What happened? With a chirp, Cat Bower slowly woke up. Big brother, weren't we in a hall? Why were we suddenly teleported outside? Cat Bower said with a confused face. How would I know? The big black cat was also a little helpless. It felt like it had just had a big dream. In the dream, it seemed to have gone to a place and saw a blurry golden figure. The golden figure seemed to have said something to it, but the big black cat could not remember what it said. Nine-tailed spirit cat, did you get the 10-leaf longevity immortal grass? At this time, Longzun walked over and coldly looked at the big black cat and questioned. Hearing Longzun's words, all the monster race turned their attention to him. That's right. At that time, most of the monster race saw the 10-leaf longevity immortal grass in the dragon's mouth, but it was snatched away by the nine-tailed spirit cat. Later, it disappeared in a mass of light. No one knew where it went. Longzun's words were like a stone thrown into a lake, arousing the indignation of everyone present. All the monster race stared at the nine-tailed spirit cat with burning eyes. They seemed to want to find out what happened. Not long after the nine-tailed spirit cat disappeared, something happened in the abysmal underground palace, and all of them were teleported out. Could it be that the nine-tailed spirit cat obtained the inheritance? The nine-tailed spirit cat was only at the 3rd level of the Fate realm. If it obtained the inheritance of the abysmal underground palace, didn't that mean that they could also compete for it? For a moment, all the monster race's eyes changed when they looked at the big black cat. Some of them were short of breath, and some of them had red eyes. Almost all of them were ready to secretly snatch the inheritance of the abysmal underground palace. What the hell? Tens of thousands of monster race's eyes were fixed on the big black cat. The big black cat couldn't help but shudder. Longzun, that old guy, was really a jerk. As soon as he came out, he pulled all the hatred onto himself. It was too much. Nine-tailed spirit cat, do you still want to run? Hurry up and tell us the truth. Did you take the 10-leaf longevity immortal grass or not? Where did you go just now? Did you obtain the inheritance of the abysmal underground palace? The nine-tailed spirit fox also walked over, crossing her arms in front of her chest with a sneer on her beautiful face. There were countless monster races around, and many of them were at the Fate Realm. Now that there was no level suppression, the nine-tailed spirit cat, who was only at the 3rd level of the Fate Realm, was nothing. The golden-striped black tiger raised a shiny saber and shouted, "Maubauer, come here quickly, or no one will be able to protect you when the fight starts." Maubauer shook her head with a pale face. Seeing so many Fate Realm monster races around, she felt uneasy. After all, this wasn't the abysmal underground palace. Without the suppression of their levels, those great demons had all returned to their original cultivation realms. If he wanted to escape, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The golden-winged great roc walked over with his hands behind his back. He sneered and said, "Nine-tailed spirit cat, you stole 2 of my 9-leaf longevity immortal grasses. I'm going to settle the score with you now." "That's nothing. Your Lord Cat has already eaten the longevity immortal grass. If you still want to eat it, you'll only have a chance if your Lord Cat pulls you out." The big black cat chuckled. His eyes darted around desperately, searching for the possibility of a breakthrough. There were too many great beasts in the area, and all of them had recovered their Fate Realm cultivation. For example, the golden-winged roc was already at the 8th level of the Fate state. Even if the big black cat had the arch artifact, the divine running boots, it would still be difficult for it to escape. The nine-tailed spirit fox's cultivation realm was also higher than his, including that iron fool. Long Zun was even more terrifying. He had reached the 10th level of the Fate state. Although the big black cat spoke fiercely, it was actually panicking inside. It couldn't wait for Uncle Ma to hurry over and save its little life at this moment. In all honesty, that 10-leaf longevity immortal grass was a fake. It had been teleported to a large hall as soon as it touched it. Then, it seemed to have had a dream in the hall before it was teleported out. It hadn't obtained anything. These great beasts all thought that it had obtained an incredible opportunity. How unlucky! The big black cat knew that even if it said it, these great beasts wouldn't believe it. It was better not to explain so much and just fight to the death. Yi Yun, who was in the carriage, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. The big black cat was definitely no match for the great beasts. Yi Yun stretched out a hand and tore the void, grabbing the big black cat fiercely. Cat Bauer was the same, she was also caught by him. The big black cat, who suddenly appeared in the carriage, panted heavily. Seeing Old Master in front of it, it hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. "Thank you, Old Master, for saving my life," the big black cat said emotionally. Cat Bauer was already stunned. Just now, the stars had changed and time had changed. Then, she appeared in this carriage. What exactly happened? The young man in white next to her was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. He was like a celestial in a painting, his whole body was filled with an elegant aura. She glanced at him and felt that her eyeballs couldn't move. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel down and kowtow." The big black cat saw that Cat Bauer was in a daze and hurriedly pulled her. Cat Bauer then seemed to wake up from a dream. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Yi Yun. "Cat Bauer greets Old Master. Both of you, rise." Yi Yun released a wave of dermic powers and lifted the 2 of them up. He looked at the big black cat with an approving expression. "You did well this time." Receiving Old Master's praise, the big black cat instantly smiled. He hurriedly took out the longevity immortal grass from his storage ring and only left 1 stalk for Uncle Ma. The big black cat smiled. "Old Master, this is my spoils of war. I'll hand it over to the sect now." Yi Yun shook his head and smiled. "No need to hand it over to me. Hand it over to Luoli." With that, he waved his hand. A light flashed and Luoli suddenly appeared in the carriage. "Greetings, sect master." The big black cat bowed respectfully again and handed over the longevity immortal grass in its hand. "What is this?" Luoli looked at the longevity immortal grass that was emitting immortal light in confusion. "Sect master, this is the longevity immortal grass that I obtained from the Abyss Underground Palace. I'll hand it over to the sect now," the big black cat hurriedly said. Luoli glanced at Yi Yun, only to see him nod and smile. "Take it." Only then did Luoli accept it and place it into her storage ring. "Little cat, you did well this time. You've made a great contribution. I'll remember it for you." Luoli said with a smile. Then, she really took out a small notebook and began to make notes. The big black cat's eyes shone. Since the sect master had spoken, it seemed that it had really made a great contribution this time. In the future, apart from Uncle Ma, it would be the #1 pet of Shenlong's sect. After Luoli finished recording, Yi Yun let her go back to cultivate. Go find little Ma. He's been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Yun looked at the big black cat and waved his hand. In the next moment, the big black cat and Mao Bauer left the carriage and appeared outside. Seeing the big black horse, the big black cat's expression immediately became excited. It hurriedly took out the last longevity immortal grass from its storage ring. Uncle Ma, this is little cat's filial piety to you. The big black cat respectfully handed it over with both hands. He had left a longevity immortal grass with 7 leaves in his storage ring, but he didn't hand it over to the sect master. After all, before he went to the Abyss Underground Palace, he had promised Uncle Ma. Moreover, Master was beside him at that time and knew about it. So the big black cat hid this longevity immortal grass. This horse? Mao Bauer's eyes narrowed when she saw the big black horse. She couldn't tell the cultivation level of the big black horse. The big black horse's gaze fell on the longevity immortal grass. It glanced at it and said with a smile, "Little cat, you did well. You still remember your Uncle Ma. How was your trip to the Abyss Underground Palace this time?" "Not bad. I got a few longevity immortal grasses," the big black cat said with a smile. Immediately after, his expression became dejected. He reached out and took out the black shield. "Uncle Ma, look at this shield. It's almost broken." The big black cat wanted to cry but had no tears. Outside the 9 Serenities Underground Palace. Looking at the 9-tailed spirit cat and sky spirit cat that suddenly disappeared. All the fiends looked at each other. Where did they go? Under the eyes of tens of thousands of great fiends, the 9-tailed spirit cat and sky spirit cat mysteriously disappeared. They disappeared without any warning. Someone saved them. Revered Dragon said with a gloomy face. "Humph. Don't let me find you. 9-tailed spirit cat. Our grudge will be settled sooner or later." The golden-winged rock roared. The 9-tailed fox's face was also gloomy, and cold chi was emitting from her body. She originally wanted to snatch the opportunity from the 9-tailed spirit cat, but she didn't expect the two to be saved unknowingly. The other party's methods were too powerful. It should be a life and death realm expert. "Let's go. Let's go." When some celestial bridge realm demons saw this, they shook their heads and turned to leave. Some of the fate state beasts suddenly felt bored and flew away. The helpless revered dragon's face was ashen. With a grunt, he also left. The last to leave was the golden-striped black tiger. Before leaving, he used a saber to fiercely slash the ground, creating a deep trench to vent his anger. Beside the carriage, the big black horse saw several cracks on the black shield and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "Little cat, it seems very dangerous inside. The shield I gave you was damaged to this extent." Hearing Uncle Ma's words, the big black cat immediately cried, "Yes. Uncle Ma, it's too dangerous inside. There's a strange golden humanoid creature. It's too powerful." At this point, the big black cat recounted everything that had happened in the 9 Serenities Underground Palace. The big black horse also felt a little apprehensive. With his cultivation and knowledge, the big black horse knew that there was definitely a true immortal realm existence inside. He later found out that the big black cat did not seem to remember what happened in the hall. The big black horse knew that his master must have made a move. However, he would not tell the big black cat about this. If old master did not make a move, the big black cat would probably have died in the 9 Nether Underground Palace. The big black horse opened its mouth and swallowed the longevity immortal grass. It smacked its lips a few times and chewed with relish before swallowing it. This longevity immortal grass was good stuff, so he definitely wouldn't miss it. Whoosh, as soon as the longevity immortal grass entered his stomach, a surge of vitality gushed out from his body, surging toward his internal organs and meridians. Burp. The big black horse burped comfortably. The taste of the longevity immortal grass was simply amazing. "Kitten, give me the shield. Uncle Ma will fix it for you." the big black horse said with a smile. The big black cat quickly handed the black shield over. The big black horse sucked the black shield into its mouth, chewed it a few times, and spat it out. The black shield that was spat out was as clean as new, and all the cracks on it had disappeared. Taking the shield, the big black cat was overjoyed and thanked him. The big black horse licked its lips, revealing its white teeth. It glanced at the handsome heavenly spirit cat and chuckled coldly, "Kitten, you're good. You managed to kidnap a wife." The big black cat quickly shook its head and said awkwardly, "Uncle Ma, don't misunderstand. This is not my wife. This is someone else's wife." "Someone else's wife? Why did you kidnap her? You're really good at stealing someone else's wife." The big black horse chuckled. Mel Bauer's face was red with embarrassment. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. The nine-tailed spirit cat respected the big black horse so much. She knew that the big black horse's cultivation must be very high. Mel Bauer couldn't help but be curious about the identity of the white-robed man in the carriage. Who were these people? Not only were they mysterious, but their cultivation was also unimaginably high. Hee hee. The big black cat, who was constantly teased by Uncle Ma, laughed awkwardly. He explained, "Uncle Ma, Mel Bauer is the fiancé of the golden-striped black tiger. But she didn't want to marry him, so she ran away. She didn't expect to meet me." The big black horse narrowed its eyes and chuckled, "I think you two are quite suitable. You're both from the cat race, a match made in heaven." The big black cat shook its head and said loudly, "Uncle Ma, I won't find a Tao companion. If I want to find one, I have to at least cultivate to your level." "Haha." The big black horse laughed, curled its lips and said nothing more. The big black cat put away its black shield and pulled Mel Bauer onto the carriage. With a shake of his body, he turned back into a big black cat, lying lazily on top of the carriage. Mel Bauer looked at the nine-tailed spirit cat in confusion, not knowing what to do. The big black cat hurriedly urged, "Hurry up and transform. Do you still want to stay in human form?" Mel Bauer was stunned and asked stupidly, "Big brother, why must I transform into a cat?" The big black cat was stunned and said angrily, "This is the rule. Hurry up, don't talk nonsense." Mel Bauer had no choice but to transform. With a flash of light, she turned into a big white cat and lay on the carriage, less than a foot away from the big black cat. The big black horse turned its head and saw that the black and white cats lying on the carriage were very pleasing to the eye. It couldn't help but smirk and chuckle. "TSK TSK. What a good match. If you two can't do it, then become Tao companions. Or if you can't become Tao companions, then become siblings." The big black horse came up with another bad idea. The big black cat shook its head. "Uncle Ma, Mel Bauer has a marriage contract. I won't touch her." "You dare to touch her without a marriage contract?" The big black horse immediately checkmated the big black cat. "If I don't have a marriage contract, I won't touch anyone. If I don't cultivate to Uncle Ma's level, I won't think about love," the big black cat said solemnly. Mel Bauer's face was red and her heart was thumping. She didn't know what to say. After a while, she suddenly remembered something and asked in a low voice, "Big brother, didn't you promise me that you would let Tai silly girl break the engagement? Did you forget?" The big black cat raised its paw and patted its head. It suddenly realized something and said, "Oh, I really forgot. The situation was a little urgent, so I forgot about it." "Then big brother, why don't we make a trip to the golden-striped black tiger clan and cancel this marriage? How about it?" Mel Bauer said expectantly. "Breaking off the engagement? That's actually not a problem, but cat treasure, you have to know that without master's orders, I can't go out as I please." The big black cat shook its head awkwardly. "I see." Mel Bauer's face was filled with disappointment. Inside the carriage, Yin saw the two cats and one horse bickering happily. A relaxed smile appeared on his face. The carriage wasn't small. If there was a white cat, it would be very eye-catching. Yin was ready to accept this little sky spirit cat at this moment. He lifted the door curtain and walked out. "Master." Hearing this, the big black cat hurriedly called out respectfully. Mao Bauer also knew that this master in white was extremely powerful and hurriedly called out respectfully. Little white cat, it's not difficult to break off the engagement. Are you willing to join our Shenlong sect? Yi Yan put his hands behind his back and asked the sky spirit cat with a smile on his face. Join the Shenlong sect? Mao Bauer was stunned. She had heard that there was a Shenlong sect in the Celestial Empire. However, it was only a low-grade sect and was far inferior to the Sky Spirit Cat clan. If she joined the Shenlong sect, would she be expelled from the clan by the ancestors? Seeing Mao Bauer's confused expression, the big black cat immediately became anxious. Master actually proposed to let Mao Bauer join the Shenlong sect. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mao Bauer was still in a daze and quickly agreed. Paw, the big black cat suddenly stretched out its paw and heavily slapped Mao Bauer's head. This slap was very strong, causing Mao Bauer to see stars. She almost fainted. Big brother, why did you hit me? Mao Bauer asked in confusion. Hurry up and agree. The big black cat glared at her and said fiercely. Mao Bauer was stunned. She blinked a few times and nodded dizzily. Master, I agree to join the Shenlong sect. Yi Yan smiled and looked at the rolling mountains in the distance. He said softly, let's go. Let's go to Wanlong Ridge first, then to Godly Tiger Mountain. Yes, master. The big black horse quickly responded and pulled the carriage forward. Yi Yan returned to the carriage in a flash. Wanlong Ridge was Longzuan's nest. Yi Yan saw some interesting things in Wanlong Ridge, so he took Longzuan in as well. After experiencing some things in the abysmal underground palace, Yi Yan felt that he should gather all the descendants of the divine dragon bloodline in the Sunnan continent, as well as the humans with the divine dragon bloodline, into the divine dragon sect as much as possible. It could also be considered as providing a better environment for the descendants of the divine dragons. Godly Tiger Mountain? Mao Bauer immediately became excited when she heard this and couldn't help but meow. The big black cat smiled at the side. Master has already agreed to go to Godly Tiger Mountain after Wanlong Ridge and find the golden-striped Black Tiger clan to cancel your marriage. In the future, you will be a demon of the Shenlong sect. Haha, this is an extremely glorious thing. The big black cat said with a laugh. Mao Bauer nodded excitedly. Then, she thought of something and asked mysteriously, Big brother, what is Master's cultivation level? Don't ask about that. The big black cat said with a profound expression, take your time to experience it. Mao Bauer was rebuffed and shook her head helplessly. Kitten, when are you going to kidnap a wife for me? The big black horse turned around and asked with a smile as it walked. Uncle Ma, with your cultivation level, ordinary people are not good enough for you. I'm only in the heavens mandate realm. Where can I find an eternal realm great demon for you? The big black cat said with a sad face. What? Eternal realm? Mao Bauer was stunned. The nine-tailed spirit cat had inadvertently let slip a sentence, which made her realize a very frightening problem. Was this dark horse pulling the carriage in front of him an eternal realm great demon? Big brother, is Uncle Ma an eternal realm great demon senior? Mao Bauer asked softly. The big black cat nodded and patted Mao Bauer's head with a paw. It pretended to be a senior and said earnestly, our Shenlong sect has a deep foundation. It's the first eternal realm sect in the Sunnan continent. After a while, you'll be familiar with it. Oh, Mao Bauer nodded in shock. This big black horse was indeed an eternal realm great demon. This was just too terrifying. It was hard to believe. Even the horse pulling the carriage was an eternal realm great demon. Then, the white-robed master's cultivation level must be even higher. God, master must be a true god. Mao Bauer's body trembled at the thought. There was a true god in the Shenlong sect, it was terrifying. Mao Bauer finally understood why the nine-tailed spirit cat was so anxious to get her to agree. If she joined the Shenlong sect, which had a true god realm great demon, wouldn't the marriage contract be easily settled? Little cat, it doesn't have to be an eternal realm great demon. Life and death realm great demon is also fine. The big black horse pursed its lips and said. Uncle Ma, please wait a little longer. I'll find one for you after I reach the life and death realm. The big black cat raised two paws and begged for mercy. The big black horse laughed and turned around to focus on the road. The big black horse didn't walk fast. This was also secretly ordered by Yi Yun. If they walked too fast, Longzuan wouldn't have returned to the 10,000 Dragon Ridge. 3 days later, the big black horse pulled the carriage to the foot of the 10,000 Dragon Ridge. "Master, we've arrived at the 10,000 Dragon Ridge," the big black horse said in a low voice. Yi Yun looked in the carriage and said meaningfully, "Let's go up and take a look." The big black horse answered and pulled the carriage to the top of the mountain. They walked to the mountain gate. Immediately, several Nirvana Realm great demons rushed out. "Who's there?" These few Nirvana Realm demons blocked the entrance of the mountain with an aggressive look. The big black horse only raised its head to take a look, and these demons fainted on the spot. "Uncle Ma, your sky disillusionment eye is getting more and more powerful." The big black cat looked up and said enviously. "It's SOSO. I'll just make do." The big black horse smiled and continued forward. Along the way, the big black horse looked at all the demons who tried to stop them and made them faint. When the carriage reached the top of the mountain, Yi Yun suddenly walked out of the carriage. The big black horse was shocked. Was Master going to personally deal with the small 10,000 Dragon Ridge? Yi Yun looked around calmly. "Little horse, come with me." With his hands behind his back, Yi Yun walked slowly along the mountain ridge into the depths of the mountain. The big black horse turned into a man in a black robe and followed closely behind Yi Yun. The big black cat looked at the two figures disappear with a look of horror in its eyes. "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Mao Bauer asked in surprise. The big black cat looked around and said warily, "There's something strange about this place. Otherwise, Master wouldn't let Uncle Ma go with him. What's strange?" "The Dragon Sovereign of the 10,000 Dragon Ridge is only at the 10th level of the Fate Realm. He can't be compared to Uncle Ma," Mao Bauer said thoughtfully. "I'm afraid there's an eternal realm great demon in this place. That's why Master let Uncle Ma go with him." The big black cat suddenly thought of something and its eyes lit up. "Master is so powerful. He can just make a move." Mao Bauer shook her head and said. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll slap you to death." The big black cat slapped Mao Bauer's head. Mao Bauer's head collided with the carriage, making it dizzy. Mao Bauer's big sapphire-like eyes suddenly became watery. The nine-tailed spirit cat bullied it again. Ever since it turned into a cat, it had hit it several times. What kind of person is Master? Can he make a move so easily? Think about it. Who in this world is qualified to make Master make a move? Grow a brain in the future, silly cat. The big black cat said disdainfully. It didn't have the slightest intention of showing mercy. "Oh," Mao Bauer lowered her head helplessly, but a thought appeared in her mind. "Is Master a true god?" The two figures walked slowly along the mountain ridge. It seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. Soon, they arrived near an abyss. Looking at the pitch-black entrance to the abyss, Yi Yun stood at the edge of the abyss and calmly looked inside. The big black horse stood beside him. "Do you feel anything?" Yi Yun smiled and asked the big black horse behind him. "Master, there's a strong dragon chi at the bottom of the abyss," the big black horse said in shock. "That's right. Not only is there dragon chi above the abyss, there are also many unexpected things." Yi Yun smiled without batting an eyelid. With a light leap, he landed lightly on the ground. Hearing that there were unexpected things below, the big black horse instantly became excited. Old Master had called him up so that he could put in some effort. The big black horse had been pulling the carriage all day and was bored. Now, he finally had a chance to use his skills. He hurriedly jumped down and fell towards the abyss with Yi Yun. The two of them were not very fast. They floated down like leaves. Yi Yun was not in a hurry. There was no need to tear the void in such a small place. After descending for thousands of feet, a faint layer of light blocked their path. "There's actually an array," the big black horse chuckled and prepared to smash the array with a punch. Yi Yun shook his head. Tiny runes the size of stars rose from his devilish eyes. The power of life and death fluctuated, and the great array vanished in an instant. The big black horse resentfully withdrew his fist. Old Master was still the strongest. This great array was annihilated at the drop of a hat. There was not the slightest bit of movement. Old Master's strength had exceeded the limits of his imagination. The two of them once again fell into the abyss below. This time, they floated for a long time. After a full hour, the big black horse finally saw the shocking scene below the abyss. 8 towering black pagodas rose from the ground. Each of them was thousands of feet tall. They were simple and unadorned. Their auras were shocking. Many Buddhist characters were carved on the pillars. There was also a huge stone Buddha between the 8 pagodas. It was 2,000 to 3,000 feet tall and was firmly rooted to the ground. The Buddha statue on the stone Buddha statue had its hands crossed to form a Buddha seal. The statue had a solemn expression and vaguely gave off a feeling that it was both a Buddha and a demon. The dragon chi below the abyss was extremely dense. It was at least 100 times denser than at the top of the mountain. The big black horse's eyes were sharp. He was shocked to find that all the dragon chi was floating out from under the stone Buddha statue. Was this stone Buddha suppressing the dragon chi? The big black horse suddenly thought of this possibility and found it unbelievable. At this moment, his gaze shifted, and he discovered that Longzuan was sitting on one of the stone Buddha's palms, quietly cultivating with his eyes closed. Longzun didn't notice anyone trespassing. After all, he was only at the 10th level of the fate state. The formation outside didn't give any warning, so it was impossible for him to know that at this time, not far above his head, 2 figures had appeared. Yi Yan looked at Longzuan and felt the golden dragon bloodline in his body. He smiled and said, "Little Ma, go and talk to Longzuan. Find a way to let him join our Xianxia sect." The big black horse nodded and quickly agreed. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Longzuan in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he was standing on the other hand of the stone Buddha. Yi Yan looked at the huge stone Buddha and then at the 8 black pagodas. A faint smile appeared on his face. Then, without batting an eyelid, he seemed to have merged into the void. No one could sense his existence anymore. The big black horse deliberately released a wisp of aura so that Longzuan could sense it. He chuckled and said, "Longzuan, wake up quickly." Longzuan was startled when he heard the voice. He quickly opened his eyes, only to find a strange man standing in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Who was this person? Longzuan turned pale with fright. To be able to break through the formation outside without anyone noticing, this person's cultivation must be far above his own. "Who are you, sir? Why did you break through the formation and enter?" Longzuan suddenly stood up and looked at the black-robed man in front of him cautiously. "I'm from the Xianxia sect, and I'd like to invite you to join our Xianxia sect. What do you think?" The big black horse went straight to the point and said with a faint smile. "Xianxia sect? Isn't that a large low-rank sect? You must be joking. I'm a great monster at the 10th level of the fate state. How can I join such a large low-rank sect?" Longzuan sneered disdainfully. "This Xianxia sect is not the Xianxia sect." The big black horse shook his head and continued, "The Xianxia sect you're talking about is a fake and has been destroyed. I'm now the real representative of the Xianxia sect. Our sect wants to recruit you, a dragon with divine dragon bloodline. What do you think, sir?" "Impossible. My myriad dragon ridge is blessed by nature. Why would I want to join your Xianxia sect? You'd better leave quickly." Longzuan refused without any hesitation. The dragon chi in this abyss was so abundant that he could cultivate here like a fish in water. Why would he need to go anywhere else? It would be easy for him to break through to the life and death realm. As for the Xianxia sect the black-robed man was talking about, he had no interest in it at all. "Since you don't agree, I'll have to use force." The big black horse rolled up his sleeves and was ready to attack. Longzuan looked like he was facing a great enemy. He stared at the black-robed man in front of him and formed a seal with both hands, injecting it into the stone Buddha. "Huh?" The big black horse's pupils shrank slightly. Was Longzuan activating some array? As soon as the thought appeared in his mind, he felt the ground shaking, as if a huge monster was about to emerge from the ground. A powerful aura soared from the ground. At this moment, the huge stone Buddha beneath his feet began to sway slightly. A golden Buddha's light suddenly shot out from between the stone Buddha's eyebrows and floated in midair, revealing an old monk in red clothes. The old monk's face was skinny like a skeleton. His body exuded a layer of faint red blood light. Tiny dragon shadows could be seen swimming in the immortal light. Eternal realm? The big black horse was shocked when he saw the old monk in red. The old monk's cultivation was on par with his. When Yin saw the sudden appearance of the old monk in red, a mocking smile appeared in his eyes. Evil Buddha sect, the old monk's aura was extremely evil. It was completely different from the orthodox Buddhist cultivators. He was from the famous Evil Buddha sect. The Evil Buddha sect had a mysterious origin and few disciples. 100,000 years ago, Yin had killed a disciple of the Evil Buddha sect. Therefore, he was very familiar with the unique aura of the Evil Buddha sect's cultivators. Ba. I didn't expect a Fate Realm monster to come. Your presence brings light to the 10,000 Dragon Mountain range. The old monk in red put his palms together and lowered his eyelids as he spoke lightly. The big black horse stared at the old monk in red with interest. He was not a monster native to the Tsangnan continent, so he naturally couldn't recognize him. He just felt that the old monk's aura was extremely strange and evil. When Longzuan saw the old monk, he immediately bowed and said respectfully, "This person wants to force me to join the Shenlong sect. Master, please help me. Don't worry. With me here, no one can do anything to you." The red-clothed old monk smiled faintly and said nonchalantly. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 black pagodas around them flashed with a layer of faint black light. Countless divine dragon shadows flashed in the black light. The big black horse bared his teeth and rolled his eyes. He also felt the subtle change of the 8 black pagodas, but he didn't think much of it. He looked at the red-robed old monk and asked with a smile, "You are a human cultivator, why did you become a monster's master? There must be some unspeakable secret." "Nonsense." The red-robed old monk opened his old eyes, shooting out 2 sharp rays of light. He waved his hand, and a blood-red Buddha circle appeared in his hand. He smashed it in the direction of the big black horse. The blood-red Buddha circle bloomed with layers of bloody light. In an instant, the entire bottom of the abyss was shrouded in bloody light, as if doomsday had arrived. "Good timing." The big black horse sneered. His body bloomed with bright light, and he punched fiercely. Boom, the fierce fist smashed into the blood-red Buddha circle, and the big black horse's body was knocked back. He took 2 steps back in the air before stabilizing himself. Then the blood-red Buddha circle suddenly spun in the air and smashed again. "I didn't expect your treasure to be so hard." The big black horse laughed wantonly and punched again. A layer of faint black dragon scales suddenly appeared on the surface of his fist. Boom, with an earth-shattering sound, the big black horse stood still this time, but the blood-red Buddha circle was knocked back. The red-robed old monk caught the Buddha circle and looked at it. He looked at the black-robed man in shock. He licked his lips, and a bloodthirsty killing intent appeared in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to be an eternal realm demon dragon. Old monk, you have some skills. You can see some details about your Uncle Ma. Come, let's fight for 300 rounds." The big black horse roared, and layers of fine dragon scales appeared all over his body. In an instant, he looked like a dragon-shaped warrior wearing a layer of armor. What a powerful bloodline power! Longzun, who was at the side, was secretly shocked. The concentration of the divine dragon bloodline released by the black-robed man was extremely high. It actually made him feel an indescribable sense of fear. It was a kind of pure bloodline suppression. "Don't be afraid. Watch how I capture him." He seemed to have noticed Longzun's strange behavior. The red-clothed old monk glanced back at Longzun and smiled. Then, he turned around and disappeared. He held a Buddhist ring in one hand and a golden Buddhist staff in the other. The golden Buddhist staff was shrouded in a bloody aura. Within the bloody aura, there was an aggressive shadow of a dragon. With the power to destroy the heavens and earth, it rapidly smashed towards the big black horse. The big black horse was not afraid at all. It fought the old monk with its bare hands. Rumble. Rumble, a series of earth-shattering noises came down from the sky, and powerful shockwaves spread out in all directions. However, layers of light suddenly surged out from the 8 pagodas to block the shockwaves. Longzun breathed a sigh of relief. The array set up by his master was unimaginably powerful. Otherwise, with his Fate Realm cultivation, it would be impossible for him to survive at such a close distance. It's too fast. Long Zun looked at the sky in shock. He couldn't see anything. A battle between two Eternal Realm cultivators was not something a Fate Realm cultivator like him could see clearly. Rumble, the loud noises were endless. The battle was extremely fierce. Long Zun was a little worried. The black-robed man's origin was unknown. He had the divine dragon bloodline, which was far stronger than ordinary Eternal Realm cultivators of the human clan. He didn't know if his master was a match for that guy. After all, he had never seen his master fight in person. Old monk, hurry up and show me what you're good at. Otherwise, you won't be a match for this uncle. The big black horse laughed. Covered in dragon scales, he was now in a half-transformed state. At this moment, his defense and strength were unimaginably strong. The big black horse didn't even use his most powerful thunder attribute divine ability. Now, he was fighting with the old monk with his physical strength. The old monk's face was livid with anger. He didn't expect the demonic dragon in front of him to be so powerful. In the Tsangnan continent, the divine dragon bloodline was very thin. Why was this demonic dragon's bloodline so strong? It was far stronger than Long Zun's. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to cultivate Long Zun, a dragon with the golden divine dragon bloodline. He originally wanted to cultivate him to the Eternal Realm and then sacrifice him with the secret method of the evil Buddhist sect. This way, he could break through to the true immortal realm. But this plan would take a long time. Fortunately, in the 10,000 dragon pit in the 10,000 dragon ridge, tens of thousands of divine dragons had been buried in ancient times. It could continuously release dragon chi to speed up Long Zun's cultivation. The big black horse saw the old monk's livid face and didn't speak. He laughed loudly and attacked wildly. For a while, the old monk was beaten back. 8th Division Heavenly Dragon, rise. The old monk was forced to activate the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon array that suppressed the 10,000 dragon pit. Buzz, the 8 pagodas suddenly emitted a dazzling black light, instantly enveloping the abyss. Rumble, a world-shaking formation was formed. A huge pressure suddenly came from the array. The big black horse felt his strength being suppressed. Countless divine dragons roared in the air and attacked him continuously. The big black horse was also a little angry. He could see that these divine dragons in the abyss seemed to have a great background. As half a member of the dragon clan, the big black horse naturally felt aggrieved when he saw the dead dragon clan being refined into a part of the array. He abruptly pulled out a golden axe and raised it up high. As he moved the golden axe, the surface of the axe began to emit golden lightning bolts. Bolts of golden lightning shone brightly, instantly preventing those divine dragon silhouettes from getting any closer. What Dharma treasure is this? The old monk was shocked when he saw this. While he was still in shock, the big black horse swung the golden axe at him fiercely. The old monk hurriedly raised his Buddhist ring and golden staff to block the attack. Rumble, a huge force suddenly sent him flying. The golden lightning bolts passed through the two treasures and into his body. A sizzling sound was heard. The layer of red light outside the old monk's body was destroyed by more than half. Puff, the old monk spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He stared at the golden axe with a horrified expression. Old monk, you are no match for me. The big black horse held the golden axe and sneered. This axe was formed by the old master's reincarnation thunder. He naturally knew how terrifying the reincarnation thunder was. Even though he was an Eternal Realm great demon of the thunder element, he could only refine a trace of the reincarnation thunder into his body. Your axe is not bad. I must have this treasure. The old monk licked his lips, and a layer of red light suddenly bloomed on his wrinkled old face. Under the illumination of the bloody light, his old face appeared abnormally terrifying. The big black horse was slightly startled. What other trump cards did the old monk have? Do you have the ability? The big black horse sneered at the old monk's words and raised the golden axe in his hand. Bolts of lightning flashed on the axe, emitting a terrifying aura. Those divine dragon silhouettes dodged far away. At the same time, evil Buddha descends. With a roar, the red-clothed old monk's body suddenly cracked. His skin cracked and blood gushed out. The blood that gushed out was like a river, spreading across the entire void. Splash, it formed a sea of blood, and the sound of waves could be heard. When the big black horse saw this, he was slightly shocked. The old monk's technique was too strange. This move again. Seeing this familiar scene, Yiyin shook his head. The evil Buddha sect was called Evil Buddha because they walked the path of slaughter. Therefore, every successor of the evil Buddha sect had killed countless people in their lifetime. It was because of this unique cultivation method that the evil Buddha sect was despised by all the major sects in the Tsongnan continent. Once they appeared, they would be attacked by everyone. Even so, the evil Buddha sect was passed down from generation to generation. After each generation, the sect master of the evil Buddha sect would leave behind a blood sarira after death. This blood sarira was left for the disciples to continue cultivating. The sound of waves could be heard in the void, and the blood waves surged. The momentum was shocking, like the bloody hell of the 9 hells. As the blood waves surged, an angry Buddha with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes suddenly appeared. Interesting indeed. It seems that I have underestimated you before. The big black horse grinned and smiled indifferently, then charged over. The golden axe drew a golden arc in the air and slashed fiercely at the evil-looking Buddha with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. The Buddha with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes was naturally the old monk in red from before. At this moment, he revealed the evil Buddha Dharma idol. The so-called 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes were 10 heads that grew on top of his head, and each head had many pairs of eyes. The 10 heads were stacked on top of each other like a pagoda, and each eye emitted an evil light. Countless arms grew out of his shoulders, and each arm held a different magic artifact. Kill. The red-clothed old monk's body was blooming with boundless bloody light. The surrounding sea of blood was constantly roaring, making him look like an extremely evil demon god. The red-clothed old monk stepped on the waves of the blood sea and waved his 1,000 hands, charging towards the big black horse. At this moment, his 1,000 eyes shot out beams of blood-red light, shooting towards the big black horse like sharp swords. At the same time, the various magic tools in his hands also bloomed with a bright light. His arms swayed and smashed down like wind and fire wheels. Sizzle, the golden axe slashed out countless golden lightning bolts. These lightning bolts were the terrifying reincarnation lightning. Rumble. Rumble, the reincarnation lightning collided with the old monk's attack, creating an earth-shattering boom. The golden axe cleaved open the sea of blood with an unstoppable force, cutting off the bloody light and splitting apart all the attacks. This axe is too strong, isn't it? The red-clothed old monk was shocked. His body quickly shrank back into the blood sea. He did not expect his first attack to fail. Longzuan, who was standing on the stone Buddha's palm, saw this scene and trembled all over. He did not know what to do. He had never imagined that his master, who was invincible in his heart, would actually be forced to retreat step by step. A white figure suddenly appeared beside him. Who are you? Longzuan looked at the white-clothed young man who suddenly appeared, and an indescribable fear appeared in his eyes. The other party did not seem to have any cultivation, but appeared silently in front of him like a ghost. This kind of cultivation was far beyond his. Could it be another Eternal Realm great demon? While Longzuan was feeling uneasy, Yiyin looked at the battle above and smiled faintly. You have the golden dragon's bloodline in your body. Longzuan's breathing quickened, and his face turned pale. Did the other party want to kill him and take his divine dragon's bloodline? A layer of golden light instantly burst out from Longzuan's body, making him look like a golden demon god. He raised his arm, which had turned into a golden dragon claw. Although he knew he was no match for the other party, Longzuan would never resign himself to death. Yiyin turned his head, glanced at Longzuan indifferently, and said softly with a smile, "You're just a little golden dragon. You want to fight with me?" Longzuan braced himself and said, "I'd rather die than live in dishonor." "You're thinking too much." Yiyin smiled faintly, shook his head, and said, "I don't want to take your life." Longzuan was stunned for a moment and quickly asked, "Then what do you mean?" Yiyin smiled. "I just want you to join the Shenlong sect." The Shenlong sect is just a low-rank sect, and their sect master is only at the 4th level of the Fate Realm. How can a Fate Realm demon like me join the Shenlong sect? Longzuan said stubbornly. The Shenlong sect in the Celestial Empire is a fake and I've destroyed it. The real Xianlong sect is not what you think it is. Yi Yan smiled. In an instant, a wisp of Zhu Long's aura flowed out from his body. This wisp of Zhu Long's aura was extremely powerful. Even though it was only a wisp, Longzuan's face immediately changed when he felt it. Plop, he knelt on the ground. The powerful bloodline power made him unable to resist in an instant. Longzuan prostrated himself on the ground, prostrating himself on the palm of the stone Buddha statue, not daring to move anymore. His body kept trembling, but he was roaring in his heart, "What kind of divine dragon bloodline is this?" Seeing Longzuan prostrating himself on the ground, Yi Yan nodded faintly. Zhu Long's bloodline had suppressed all dragons since ancient times. No dragon in the world dared to disobey it. Even if he only released a wisp of Zhu Long's aura. Even the legendary 10 supreme divine dragons had to kneel and kowtow before him. This was Zhu Long. Yi Yan's body was 99% Zhu Long's bloodline. To put it bluntly, he could transform into a huge Zhu Long at any time. Once he transformed into Zhu Long's true body, he would be even more terrifying. However, Yi Yan was already very powerful now. There was no need for him to transform into Zhu Long's true body. He only released a wisp of Zhu Long's aura to make Longzuan submit to him. "Are you willing to join the Xianlong sect now?" Yi Yan asked again. "I'm willing." Longzuan's heart was trembling as he spoke. "You have to agree whether you're willing or not. As a dragon, you have to obey this order." Yi Yan's face suddenly stiffened as he spoke with a stern expression. Longzuan was sweating profusely in an instant. He felt an indescribable fear. Yi Yan took out a bracelet and put Longzuan into it with a raise of his hand. He would lock him up for a few days first. When the Xianlong sect was rebuilt, he would let Longzuan out. Yi Yan looked at the sky again. At this moment, the big black horse was holding the golden axe formed by the reincarnation lightning. It was attacking the red-clothed old monk from the evil Buddha sect until he was pissing his pants. However, the red-clothed old monk's special ability was strange and ever-changing. He could still hold on by relying on the blood sea. Yi Yan looked in the direction of the underground again. He raised an eyebrow and smiled. Hee, interesting. In the depths of the abyss. Yi Yan's eyes flickered, penetrating through the ages. He saw tens of thousands of skeletons of giant dragons, crisscrossing each other, their corpses strewn all over the ground. Although millions of years had passed, those giant dragon skeletons were still not destroyed by time. Especially those spotlessly white dragon skeletons, which were still releasing divine light from time to time. These dragon skeletons constantly released dragon chi. Even though it was suppressed by the 8-division heavenly dragon array, some still flowed out. Longzuan absorbed this small amount of dragon chi to cultivate. This dragon chi was helpful to any cultivator. But it was also very risky. The energy contained in this dragon chi was extremely domineering and violent. It could easily cause one to go berserk. Only the descendants of the dragon clan or the human clan who possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon could rely on the power of the bloodline in their bodies to cultivate with the help of the dragon chi without any side effects. This place shouldn't be called the 10,000 Dragon Ridge. Perhaps it's more appropriate to call it the 10,000 Dragon Pit. Yi Yan sighed. There were tens of thousands of divine dragons buried here. They were probably all caused by the great battle in ancient times and were buried deep underground. There was also a seal on it. With the passage of time, the seal gradually weakened. Large amounts of dragon chi began to drift out. Fortunately, there was the 8-division heavenly dragon array of the evil Buddha sect suppressing it, so it did not drift out. The old monk in red of the evil Buddha sect also used the dragon chi to cultivate. Of course. Not only did he use the dragon chi to cultivate, but he also used some kind of secret technique to collect some remaining divine dragon soul fragments. Therefore, there were dragon souls swimming in the blood chi outside his body. This dragon soul was naturally not the real dragon soul of a divine dragon. It was just pieced together from some dragon soul fragments. Its power was so weak that in Yi Yan's eyes, it was almost negligible. If it was a real dragon soul, even if it was only a dragon soul, the big black horse would definitely be no match for it. Yi Yan's eyes flickered as he stared in the direction of the underground. He muttered to himself, interesting. What kind of divine dragon is this? After thinking about it, he could not think of the answer he wanted. It's coming out soon. Let's ask it later, Yiyin chuckled. Any divine dragon, whether dead or alive, would have to bow down and worship Zhu Long. Even if the guy in the depths of the underground had changed his form, he would still kowtow and worship Yiyin when he saw him. Rumble, the big black horse chopped the old monk with his golden axe and sent him flying again. Many of Thousand Hands' fingers had already been cut off. 2 layers of the pagoda-like head were chopped off as well. It could be said that the red-clothed old monk's fate was extremely miserable. At this moment, the big black horse was like a god that had descended to the mortal world. It was killing to its heart's content. Old monk, didn't you want my axe? Where did all your skills go? The big black horse was in high spirits as he swung his axe and taunted loudly. The red-clothed old monk's face turned extremely ugly. He did not expect that even after revealing his Buddha true form with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes, he would still be no match for the guy in front of him. He could also tell that the guy in front of him was not much weaker than him. He was completely relying on that golden axe. Although he wanted to take this treasure, he was no match for him even if he used all his strength. At this moment, the red-clothed old monk was thinking of retreating. Whoosh, a monstrous sea of blood instantly drowned his body. He turned around and prepared to rush to the stone Buddha and leave with Long Zun. However, he soon realized that Long Zun was no longer in his original position. He had disappeared without him knowing. However, a young man in white was standing where Long Zun had been. The young man in white was handsome and had deep facial features. His eyes were like stars, and he exuded an indescribable aura. At a glance, this young man seemed to be in a painting. Who is this person? An extremely dangerous feeling instantly emerged from the bottom of his heart. He saw that the red-clothed old monk from the evil Buddha sect was terrified and turned to flee when he saw him. Yiyin found it a little funny. At this moment, he activated the heavenly disillusionment eye. The red-clothed old monk realized that a large formation had risen around him, firmly binding him. He attacked it fiercely, but he could not break through it at all. This made him panic. Master is making a move again. The big black horse chuckled at the side and did not attack again. The red-clothed old monk in front of him was constantly making all sorts of attacking moves in the air. He looked flustered and exasperated. It was obvious that he had fallen into an illusion. Master, should we kill him? The big black horse shouted in the air. No need to kill him first. He's just a chess piece, Yiyin smiled lightly. Chess piece? The big black horse was shocked and hurriedly looked deep underground. However, it found that its divine sense was bounced back and could not penetrate the depths of the ground. Is there an even stronger existence underground? At this thought, the big black horse's relaxed demeanor disappeared. It gripped the golden axe tightly as if it was facing a great enemy. Yiyin laughed inwardly. It seemed that his words had scared the big black horse. Master, what's under the ground? The big black horse waited for a while and found that there was no movement. It could not help but feel a little impatient. There's a divine dragon. Yiyin touched his nose and said with a smile. A divine dragon? The big black horse was shocked. It was considered a half-dragon and had the bloodline of the dragon race. It naturally knew how powerful and terrifying a divine dragon was. If this divine dragon was even more powerful than the red-clothed old monk, then it was afraid that it would really experience an unimaginable battle in its life. Rumble, a muffled sound of thunder came from the ground. The surrounding mountains shook as if some huge creature was about to emerge from the ground. The big black horse immediately became nervous. It gripped the axe tightly and prepared to attack at any time. Don't worry. Wait for it to come out first. Yiyin said with a smile. Yes, master. The big black horse hurriedly agreed. It then took a deep breath and tried to calm itself down. It felt a terrifying aura coming from the ground. It contained the familiar aura of a divine dragon. However, this divine dragon's aura was a little evil. It gave it an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The fine scales on the big black horse's body flickered with blue lightning. Zap! Zap, zap! 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 The big black horse automatically activated the lightning superpower in its body. Only then did the uncomfortable feeling in its heart relax. On the carriage. Hearing the rumbling sound, the big black cat stretched its neck and looked in a certain direction. Its face was filled with shock. Oh my God, what kind of terrifying monster is about to be born? The big black cat said in shock. Big brother, Uncle Ma is over there. It should be fine, right? Melbauer said with a smile. I also hope it's fine. However, the enemy this time is unexpectedly strong, the big black cat sighed. It scratched the carriage with its paws and said in a deep voice, I think only Master can solve all of this. In the abyss of the 10,000 Dragon Ridge. With a loud bang, a 100,000 feet long blood light broke through the seal and suddenly drilled out from the depths of the ground. This is? The big black horse looked at the 100,000 feet long blood light and his pupils suddenly constricted. His entire body trembled and he immediately felt an indescribable fear. This was actually a blood dragon, its entire body was covered in a monstrous blood light, releasing an endless murderous aura. This murderous aura was sharp and ferocious as if it could devour everything in the world. Hee hee. After this huge blood dragon appeared, it immediately let out a strange laughter that only humans had. When it saw the sea of blood in the void, it opened its mouth wide and swallowed it. At this moment, the red-clothed old monk abruptly came to his senses. What is this? The old monk in red looked at the blood dragon in front of him in horror. His eyes were about to pop out. He had stayed in the 10,000 Dragon Ridge for so long, but he had never seen this blood dragon. He looked in the direction of the ground and found that there was a big hole there. The muscles on the monk's face kept twitching. He immediately knew the origin of this blood dragon. Buried deep underground was a divine dragon from ancient times. Who would have thought that he was still alive? However, he had never discovered the existence of this blood dragon. That bald human, we've been neighbors for many years. You didn't expect it, did you? The blood dragon circled in the air and looked over with its fierce eyes. Its voice was cold and arrogant, and its cold eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. It was as if the old monk in red was about to become a delicacy in its eyes. What exactly are you? The old monk in red asked in horror. I'm a divine dragon, a standard divine dragon. The blood dragon laughed out loud. The next moment, it pounced on the old monk in red. The old monk in red had a terrified expression on his face. He turned around and fled, but his speed was far from enough in front of the blood dragon. In an instant, a blood light flashed through the space, and the old monk in red disappeared into the void. A few seconds later, the figure of the blood dragon reappeared in the air. The blood dragon chewed twice and said with a smile, It's been a long time since I've eaten a real human. This taste is really delicious. You're really cruel. The big black horse grinned. He raised the golden axe in his hand and prepared to fight. You're also a dragon, right? The blood dragon's ferocious gaze swept over the big black horse, and there was a hint of bewilderment in its eyes. Why have I never seen a dragon like you before? The big black horse was a little embarrassed by blood dragon's question. He only had half of the divine dragon's bloodline. Cut the crap. Let me see what makes you so arrogant. The big black horse raised its axe and issued a challenge. You're only at the 3rd level of the Eternal Realm. You're no match for me. Since you're also from the Dragon Clan, why don't you become my subordinate in the future? Blood Dragon laughed arrogantly. Scram. When the big black horse heard this, it immediately felt insulted and rushed towards the blood dragon. The big black horse couldn't see through the blood dragon's cultivation. Because its aura was constantly undergoing various strange changes, it was difficult to distinguish. The blood dragon rushed over and stretched out its blood-red claws to grab the golden axe. Boom, the golden claws grabbed the axe, and suddenly, golden lightning exploded on the axe. The blood dragon was immediately blown away by the golden lightning. However, the big black horse wasn't any better. He was also hit by a ferocious force and flew back. What kind of axe is this? The lightning on it is even more powerful than Lei Long's lightning? The blood dragon said with a look of surprise. He looked at his claws. The lightning was full of unimaginable destructive power, and half of his claws had been blown away. He shook his claws, and in the next moment, they returned to normal. I've taken a liking to this treasure of yours. The blood dragon's eyes revealed a greedy look. He laughed and rushed towards the big black horse again. In the air, a white figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the blood dragon. When the blood dragon saw the sudden appearance of the white figure, he was shocked and quickly stopped in the air. There was a person here, and he didn't even notice his existence. Where did he come from? Master, I can do it. Let me have a good fight with him? The big black horse flew over from behind and stood beside Yi Yun. He raised his axe and said. Although he suffered a loss just now, the big black horse was not convinced. You're not its match for the time being, so don't waste your energy, Yi Yun smiled faintly. This blood dragon's cultivation was higher than the big black horse, and his talent was amazing. The big black horse was not its match now. If one day he cultivated the reincarnation lightning god art, the big black horse would be able to compete with him. After being said this, the big black horse's face turned red. In fact, he also knew that he had encountered a difficult opponent. As a half-dragon, he knew how terrifying the dragon race was. And this time, he happened to meet a mysterious dragon. This blood dragon was very strange. Even he couldn't tell what kind of dragon it was. Who are you? The blood dragon looked at Yi Yun warily and didn't attack. I'm the 13th sect master of the Shenlong sect. Yi Yun said with a smile. The sect master of the Shenlong sect? The blood dragon shook his huge head. He didn't seem to think of any information related to the Shenlong sect. You don't have to think about it. There was no Shenlong sect in ancient times. Yi Yun smiled. You stopped me. Do you want to fight with my divine dragon race? The blood dragon asked in a deep voice. He had just been resurrected and his cultivation realm was relatively low. He really didn't want to fight with the mysterious young man in white in front of him. You dare to fight with Master? I think you're out of your mind. Come, come, come. Uncle Ma will fight with you for a few moves. Seeing that the blood dragon was so arrogant, the big black horse raised the golden axe in his hand again. Yi Yun reached out and pressed down on the big black horse. He looked at the blood dragon and asked indifferently, what kind of divine dragon bloodline do you have? If you win against me, you'll be qualified to know my bloodline. The blood dragon said with a cold smile. How difficult is it to win against you? Yi Yun chuckled and gently pointed down with his finger. In an instant, it was as if countless mountains had been added in the surrounding void, pressing down on the blood dragon. The blood dragon's body suddenly couldn't move. He felt an indescribable vast force that pressed down on his body until he couldn't breathe. Divine Venerable Realm? How is this possible? The blood dragon looked at the young man in white in front of him with a shocked expression in his eyes. The young man in white simply reached out and suppressed him, making him feel powerless as if he was facing a divine venerable realm expert. In ancient times, the powerful divine dragons had reached the divine venerable realm. Haha, Yi Yun shook his head and revealed a faint smile on his face. Even in divine venerable realm divine dragon was still nothing in front of him. Tell me, what kind of divine dragon bloodline do you have in your body? Yi Yun's eyes flickered as he said. I'm the blood chief demonic dragon. The blood dragon, who couldn't move, had an arrogant look in his eyes when he said this. Blood chief demon dragon? Yi Yun's lips moved slightly as he muttered these words. Suddenly, his gaze flickered and his eyes shone brightly. In an instant, the entire abyss seemed to be illuminated. He remembered. The blood chief demon dragon was one of the 10 super divine dragons under Zhu Long. It was once a powerful existence at the Divine King realm. Yi Yun looked at the blood dragon and said calmly, the blood chief demon dragon is one of the 10 super divine dragons. Its bloodline is pure and noble, far from the chaotic and coarse bloodline in your body. You have a hybrid bloodline, right? So what if I do? The blood chief demon dragon said angrily. It hated to hear others call it a hybrid dragon. Its bloodline was indeed mixed, but it also had the blood of the blood chief demon dragon. However, this bloodline was very thin in its body. I see. Yi Yun smiled. No wonder he couldn't tell the origin of this blood dragon. It really was a hybrid dragon. There were many hybrid dragons in ancient times. The dragon race was promiscuous by nature, so there were many dragons with mixed bloodlines. These dragons were passed down from generation to generation and interbred with each other. As a result, their bloodlines became thinner and less pure. The blood dragon in front of him had a very mixed bloodline. Fortunately, it had the bloodline of a super divine dragon, the blood chief demon dragon. It could suppress the other bloodlines in its body. It was because of this bloodline that it was able to revive after dying in battle in ancient times. The blood chief demon dragon was known as an immortal dragon. It could be revived with a drop of blood and was known as an immortal super existence. It was one of the most powerful divine dragons among the 10 great divine dragons in ancient times. The blood chief demon dragon was warlike by nature. In ancient times, it was said that even Zhu Long had accepted a challenge from the blood chief demon dragon. It was clear that the blood chief demon dragon's personality was lawless. It's the blood chief demon dragon. I didn't expect to lose so well. The big black horse muttered to itself. At this moment, it finally admitted that it was no match for the blood chief demon dragon. No matter how mixed the bloodline of a hybrid dragon was, it still contained the blood chief demon dragon's bloodline. It was the power of the undying bloodline that allowed it to cross over 1,000,000 years and come back to life. When the big black horse thought of this, it also felt a little incredulous. Yiyan stared at the blood chief demon dragon before him, his deep eyes flickering. He chuckled softly and said, "A little mixed blood dragon like you has such a thin bloodline of the blood chief demonic dragon, yet you were able to be reborn after 1,000,000 years. I think that the true blood chief demonic dragon of your ancestor is probably still alive, right?" "How would I know?" The blood chief demon dragon lowered its head, as if it had been touched on a sore spot. It was clearly in low spirits. Its ancestor, the blood chief demonic dragon, was also one of the 10 great super divine dragons. It was famous and had terrifying combat strength. Even among the 10 great divine dragons, he was one of the top few. However, in the infighting of the 10 ancient super divine dragons, his whereabouts were unknown. No one knew if he had fallen. It was one of the first batch of dragons to die, so it wasn't very clear about many things that happened later. After he died, the thin bloodline of the blood chief demon dragon in its body allowed its body to continuously absorb the life essence energy of other divine dragons. After a long time, it finally broke out of its cocoon and became a butterfly, obtaining a second chance at life. After it was reborn, it was still very weak at first. It had been hiding in the abyss to cultivate until it saw the old monk in red. However, the old monk in red didn't discover it, and it had already locked onto the old monk as its future prey. It was waiting for the day when it would break the seal and eat the old monk in red. The blood chief demon dragon was in a daze for a moment. It didn't know that in this short moment, its memory had been read by the young man in white. Yiyan was silent. In the memories of the blood chief rogue dragon, he saw that there were countless species of mystical dragons living on the hidden dragon continent. That kind of majesty and vastness was really hard to describe with words. However, the battles between the divine dragons were also extremely tragic. This little mixed blood dragon was only at the true god realm back then. In the end, it died in a battle between the dragons. "Are you willing to join the Xianxia sect?" Yiyan stared at the blood chief demon dragon with a burning gaze and asked in a deep voice. "Xianxia sect?" The blood chief demon dragon was stunned for a moment, then it asked instinctively, "What sect is that? Is it a sect established by the human race?" Yiyan nodded. "I'm just a divine dragon. How can I join a puny human sect? That's absolutely impossible. Even if you kill me, I won't agree." The blood chief demon dragon seemed to have crossed the line and roared hysterically. Yiyan wasn't angry. He just smiled slightly. He could understand that any dragon clan was a proud existence, especially those divine dragons from ancient times. In ancient times, the human race was very insignificant, especially the human race on the hidden dragon continent was even more insignificant. In the eyes of the divine dragons, they were all inferior creatures. However, things had changed with the passage of time. Now, everything was different. Although the blood chief demon dragon was somewhat capable, it didn't stand a chance against the powerful human forces on the divine land. Yiyan didn't want the blood chief demon dragon to be sacrificed for no reason. After all, its bloodline was extremely rare and had to be protected. As a transmigrator, Yiyan had naturally seen the news about wildlife conservation that was often broadcast by the media. What he was doing now was saving the divine dragon race from extinction. Seeing the Blood Chief Demon Dragon so stubborn, the big black horse revealed a look of exasperation and said coldly, "You really don't know what's good for you." "So what if I don't know what's good for me? You want me to join a sect established by human cultivators? That's absolutely impossible." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon roared angrily. "Is that so?" Yi Yin didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled, his expression nonchalant. His body trembled slightly, and a wisp of Zhu Long aura surged out like a tsunami. The bloodline of Zhu Long had the power to suppress all eternity. No divine dragon in the world would defy it. The rich and immense power of the bloodline rolled in. When the Blood Chief Demon Dragon sensed this power, it was dumbfounded. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon hesitated for a moment, then suddenly shouted. "This is Zhu Long's bloodline?" At this moment, it stared at Yi Yin so intently that its eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Never in its wildest dreams would it have imagined that this ordinary-looking human in front of it would possess Zhu Long's bloodline. How was this possible? Zhu Long was high and mighty and had never intermarried with humans. How could this human possess such rich and pure Zhu Long's bloodline? Impossible? Zhu Long disappeared a long time ago. It's impossible that Zhu Long's bloodline still exists in this world, much less a human cultivator with Zhu Long's bloodline. You must have cast some kind of illusion on me." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon roared with grief and indignation. At this moment, it was extremely agitated. After all, it had been so long. Even if this was an illusion, it could still sense the rich aura of Zhu Long's bloodline. It couldn't control its emotions. "Master, I'm afraid this guy's brain isn't working properly." The big black horse twitched its lips, shook its head, and sighed. "It's not that its brain isn't working properly, it's just that its pride prevents it from lowering its noble head." Yi Yin smiled faintly. He waved his hand lightly, dispelling the incredibly heavy spatial pressure around the Blood Chief Demon Dragon. Once it regained control of its body, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon shook its body vigorously. It carefully sensed its surroundings and discovered that it hadn't fallen into any illusions at all. How was this possible? Why did this white-robed young man have Zhu Long's aura? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon glared at Yi Yin and charged at him. "What are you doing?" The big black horse immediately raised its axe and stood in front of Yi Yin. It was afraid that the demon dragon would lose control and attack its master. "Don't be afraid. It just wants to feel Zhu Long's aura up close." Yi Yin reached out and gently pushed the big black horse away. A beam of blood-red light shot over from the distance. When it was about 70 or 80 feet away from Yi Yin, it prostrated itself on the ground. It prostrated itself at Yi Yin's feet. "It's hard to imagine. This really is Zhu Long's aura. How did you do it? Could it be that Zhu Long left behind descendants with humans?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon muttered to itself. Its tone was no longer as arrogant as before. It prostrated itself at Yi Yin's feet, its body trembling uncontrollably. It was just a tiny mixed blood dragon. Although it had the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's bloodline, it was extremely thin. How could it possibly withstand Zhu Long's aura? Why I have Zhu Long's bloodline is not something you have the right to ask. Yi Yin glared, two cold rays of light shooting out of his eyes. In that moment, he increased the output of Zhu Long's qi deficiency by a sliver. In that instant, an even more violent Zhu Long's aura rolled over, bringing with it an unparalleled pressure. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was stunned. It was too pure. It was as if Zhu Long had appeared in front of it. "Greetings, Zhu Long." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon shook its body and transformed into a young man in a blood-red robe. It knelt respectfully on the ground and kowtowed without any hesitation. "Get up." Yi Yin smiled faintly. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon had finally made the right choice under the pressure of Zhu Long's bloodline. Any dragon in the world would have to submit to Zhu Long when they sensed his aura. This was the rule hidden in the depths of the dragon's bloodline. "Just call me master from now on," Yi Yin said after thinking for a while. "Yes, master." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon quickly nodded. When he looked up at Yi Yin, his eyes were filled with fanatical worship. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that he would one day be able to stand beside the successor of Zhu Long's bloodline. In ancient times, a mixed-blood dragon like him had been too weak. Forget about Zhu Long, he had only seen the blood chief demon dragon among the 10 great divine dragons. During the mobilization meeting before his death, his ancestor, the blood chief demon dragon, had appeared and given them a few instructions. That was all. As for Zhu Long, even the 10 great divine dragons had a very slim chance of meeting him. Therefore, most people would not be able to understand the blood chief demon dragon's current feelings. His body trembled uncontrollably. The excitement in his heart was like a raging tsunami that could not be stopped. I am the 13th sect master of the Shenlong sect. From now on, you are a demon beast of the Shenlong sect. Do you hear me? Yi Yan looked at the blood chief demon dragon. His voice carried a trace of unquestionable authority. I understand, master. The blood chief demon dragon's eyes were a little moist. He wiped the corners of his eyes and said emotionally, I was immature just now. Please forgive me, master. Yi Yan nodded. He then looked at the depths of the ground, where the 10,000 divine dragons were buried. The dragon chi in that place was still extremely dense. Yi Yan's eyes flashed. He thought that it would be a good idea to keep the 10,000 dragons ridge and make it a mystic realm for the disciples of the Shenlong sect to cultivate in. He began to search the warehouse, preparing to find a treasure to take away the entire 10,000 dragons ridge. When the big black horse saw that the blood chief demon dragon had also turned into a human, he laughed and walked over. He patted the dragon's shoulder and grinned. Senior, from now on, we will be brothers of the same sect. The blood chief demon dragon glanced at the big black horse. He felt a sense of closeness when he sensed the dragon bloodline in the other party's body. Yes, I will follow you from now on. The blood chief demon dragon said with a smile. The big black horse shook his head repeatedly. He looked terrified and said, Senior, you have lived for too long. I am just a junior. You should be the boss in the future. No, I have just been reborn. In terms of age, I am much younger than you. You are the boss. I will be the second. The blood chief demon dragon laughed. The tension in his heart gradually relaxed. Hearing the conversation between the two, Yi Yan shook his head. According to the information in his mind, the blood chief demon dragon was brave in battle, but at the same time, he was cunning. This was determined by his bloodline. The reason why the blood chief demon dragon was so close to the big black horse was probably because of his cunning personality. But Yi Yan did not think so. There were so many dragons in the ancient times, and there were all kinds of personalities. They all lived in peace under the rule of Zhu Long. Even if the blood chief demon dragon had a bad nature, it wouldn't be able to do anything in front of him. After a few breaths, Yi Yan finally found a treasure that could put down the entire 10,000 dragon ridge. A green bead appeared in his hand. The big black horse immediately opened his eyes and looked over curiously. He felt that this bead was not ordinary. It contained rich spatial power. Let's go up first. Yi Yan looked at the two people in front of him. His body suddenly flew toward the top of the abyss. The big black horse and the blood chief demon dragon hurriedly followed behind. They flew out of the abyss and stood in midair. Yi Yan waved his hand. The black horse carriage on the 10,000 dragon ridge suddenly rose into the air and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. This sudden change scared the big black cat and Mao Bauer on the horse carriage. They thought that they had been attacked inexplicably. But when they saw their master and Uncle Ma beside them, the two cats' hearts dropped from their throats. Yi Yan held the green bead in his left hand and gently tossed it into the air. The green bead suddenly floated in midair, releasing a mysterious green light. What treasure is this? The big black cat's eyes widened as he stared at the green bead. Yi Yan reached out his right hand and gently grabbed the 10,000 dragon ridge. Rumble, the 10,000 dragon ridge, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles, was suddenly uprooted at this moment. The huge mountain range rose into the air and flew toward the green bead. This mountain, Mao Bauer's eyes widened at the unbelievable scene in front of her. She was so shocked that she was almost petrified. Not only was the entire mountain range pulled out, but the roots of the mountain range, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles, were also pulled out. How vast and mighty must one's power be, to be able to do this? The blood chief demon dragon's breathing was rapid. His blood was boiling. He felt a trace of Zhu Long's power being released from his master's body. It was this power that could easily grab a huge mountain. The power of Zhu Long suppressed the universe, it was too terrifying. A green pearl was emitting a mysterious green light. It was so powerful that it covered the sky and the earth. It was vast and boundless. It instantly covered the 10,000 Dragon Ridge. Then, the huge mountain range shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, the entire huge mountain range shrank into the green bead and disappeared. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak when they saw the scene. This bead turned out to be an incredible spatial treasure. It was able to store such a large mountain range inside it. After doing all this, Yi Yun grabbed the green bead with a wave of his hand. The bead's light disappeared and it turned back into an ordinary bead. Yi Yun put the green bead back into the warehouse. Then, he looked at the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and pondered for a moment. He decided to let it follow the team for a while. After all, this guy was from the Dragon Clan from the ancient times. It had been too long since then, and its thoughts might not be able to keep up. It was better to let it experience the local customs of the Sungnan continent along the way. It could also be considered as building its EQ again. You can follow Little Horse from now on. Yi Yun glanced at the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and instructed calmly. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon quickly nodded and said with a smile, "He's my big brother from now on. I'll follow him." The big black horse nodded speechlessly. He suddenly realized that although the Blood Chief Demon Dragon was from the Dragon Clan, its shamelessness was very profound. He didn't know what to say. But he also understood what his master meant. He wanted him to restrain the Blood Chief Demon Dragon more. Hiss! When the big black cat saw that there was another member, all the hair on its body stood on end. It kept sizing up the red-robed young man. As soon as it sensed his aura, the big black cat wilted. This red-robed young man's aura was similar to Uncle Ma's. It could be seen that he was strong and it couldn't afford to offend him. Melbauer blinked and felt that the red-robed young man's strength was unfathomable. She didn't know where her master found him. The big black horse turned back into a black horse and pulled the black carriage. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon came over and looked at the carriage from top to bottom, as if trying to find some clues. Yi Yun smiled at the side and didn't say anything. In a flash, he stood on top of the carriage, lifted the curtain and walked in. So it turns out that Master is riding this carriage. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon blinked and immediately understood what was going on. No wonder the big black horse was pulling the carriage. It was the Master's ride. He immediately understood his position. At this moment, the Blood Chief Phantom Dragon looked at the two cats, one black and one white, lying on the carriage. That black cat's cultivation is not bad, it has already reached the fate state. But the white cat's cultivation was too low. She was only at the Divine Bridge realm. Looks like Master likes to raise some demonic beasts. After observing for a while, the Blood Chief Robe Dragon came to this conclusion. Seeing these Yao beasts transform into their Yao forms, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon rolled its eyes. It felt that it could no longer maintain its human form. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to its master. With a shake of its body, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon turned into a small red dragon and lay down beside the big black cat. With a dragon lying beside it, the big black cat was scared out of its wits. "Big brother, your cultivation is too high. Can you stay away from me? I'm so scared," the big black cat said in a trembling voice. "Don't worry, I'm also a Yao beast of the Shenlong sect. From now on, we'll be brothers of the same sect," the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon said with a smile. It tried its best to appear amiable and didn't use its Eternal Realm demonic aura to oppress the little black cat in front of it. It knew that since there were two cats in its master's carriage, they must be his pets. And as a mixed blood dragon, it had to keep a low profile for the time being. The big black cat was speechless. It didn't know how to get along with this Eternal Realm Dragon Clan senior. Melbauer, on the other hand, was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. She blinked her sapphire-like eyes and looked at the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon curiously. "Senior, what's your cultivation level?" "My cultivation level is quite low. I'm only in the Eternal Realm," the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon said embarrassedly. After its rebirth, its cultivation level was very low. If it was in the ancient times, it would be a stepping stone. In the ancient times, only true immortal realm divine dragons had a little bit of status. I didn't expect you to be in the eternal realm too. Just like Uncle Ma, Maubauer was stunned. The big black horse turned its head and pursed its lips. It bared its white teeth and said, "Little white cat, you're wrong. This senior's cultivation level is several realms higher than mine." "Is that so?" Maubauer was even more shocked when she heard Uncle Ma's words. Seeing an eternal realm great demon lying less than a meter away from her, Maubauer felt very uncomfortable and didn't know what to do. In particular, this eternal realm senior had transformed into a mini version of the divine dragon, which made it very scared. The blood chief demonic dragon looked at the big black horse and said respectfully, "Boss, don't joke with me. I only reached my current realm because of my bloodline. In fact, in terms of qualifications, I'm far inferior to you. I'm the second, and you're the boss." He looked at the big black cat and said with a smile, "The little black cat is the third, and the little white cat is the fourth." Yiyan couldn't help but laugh when he heard the blood chief demonic dragon's explanation. The pets in the carriage were getting more and more harmonious. He believed that he wouldn't be lonely for the rest of the journey. He seemed to have thought of something. Yiyan suddenly pointed his finger and the blood chief demonic dragon was enveloped in a ball of light. "What's wrong with me?" The blood chief demonic dragon was shocked, but it found that it couldn't break free at all. The next moment, the light disappeared. The big black cat and Maubauer opened their eyes wide and stopped breathing. They were so shocked that they were speechless. The little red dragon in front of them had disappeared. In its place was a red cat. The big black horse didn't know what to say when he saw this scene. He knew that it was all the master's doing. In the carriage, Yiyan's voice came faintly. "Blood chief demonic dragon, it's inconvenient for you to walk the world as a dragon. It's better for you to keep a low profile in your current form for a while." "Yes, master." The blood chief demonic dragon replied with tears in its eyes. Never in its wildest dreams would it have thought that its master would actually turn it into a little red cat. It had looked down on these two kittens a moment ago. It didn't expect that it would turn into a cat as well, and a red one at that. Now, there were 3 kittens in the carriage, 1 black, 1 white, and 1 red. The big black horse pouted and wanted to laugh, but it tried hard to hold it in. Although the blood chief demonic dragon recognized it as its boss, the big black horse still respected this senior who had lived from ancient times to the present. So it didn't laugh out loud. Looking at the 3 black, white, and red kittens lying on the carriage, it was very eye-catching and very interesting. The big black horse quickly turned its head away. It didn't dare and couldn't bear to look anymore. If it looked any longer, it probably wouldn't be able to hold back its laughter. The big black horse pulled the carriage slowly towards the godly Tiger Mountain. As it walked, it laughed in its heart. This time, the blood chief phantom dragon was completely suppressed by the old master. A blood chief demon dragon was turned into a little red cat by its master. "How interesting," Maubauer stuttered. "Senior, there's nothing wrong with being a cat. Look, you're just like me. I'm used to it." "Is that so?" The blood chief demon dragon lay on the carriage in a bad mood, looking at the sky outside with empty eyes. The big black cat came back to its senses and knew that this was a good time to curry favor with its senior. It quickly smiled and said, "Senior, it's not bad to be a cat. You can experience it for a while. After a while, maybe master will change you back." The blood chief demon dragon wanted to say, "It's better to be a dragon." But when it thought of its master sitting in the car, it swallowed the thought back to its stomach. "It's not bad to be a cat." The blood chief demon dragon suddenly laughed. The big black cat looked at its face suspiciously and found that the smile was very sincere. It couldn't help but whisper to itself. Could it be that this senior of the dragon clan was really willing to be a cat? It thought to itself. "Senior, where did you come from?" Maubauer looked at the little red cat in front of her and felt very close to it. She actually dared to ask about the blood chief demon dragon's origin. The blood chief demon dragon was about to speak, but suddenly closed its mouth. It had already become a cat. It was better not to talk about the ancient times. I was cultivating in seclusion in the 10,000 Dragon Mountains. I happened to meet Master, so I followed him back. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon explained helplessly. So that's how it is. Mao Bauer hurriedly nodded. Looking at Mao Bauer's cute look, the big black cat wanted to reach out and slap her head. This fellow was really presumptuous. In front of an Eternal Realm senior, she dared to say anything. She was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. Suddenly, Mao Bauer's face lit up. She looked at the big black horse and asked, "Uncle Ma, are we going to Godly Tiger Mountain next?" The big black horse laughed, "Yes, we're going to Godly Tiger Mountain. Didn't Master promise you that he would annul your engagement?" When Mao Bauer heard this, she immediately laughed excitedly. After leaving the 10,000 Dragon Ridge, the carriage pulled by the big black horse descended from the sky. After all, the original 10,000 Dragon Ridge had become an unfathomable abyss, so the big black horse flew in the air. Along the mountain path, cultivators saw a black carriage and couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Look, there are 3 cats lying on the carriage. You can see how much the owner loves cats. Yeah, along the way, the Blood Chief Demonic Dragon was being pointed at by many people and felt a little uncomfortable. However, it did not dare to show the slightest anger. Master was Zhu Long's body. In its heart, he was a sacred existence like Zhu Long. It was now thinking about what happened after Master Zhu Long disappeared. What made the white-clothed master in front of it become like Zhu Long? Thinking about it, it felt as if its mind was about to explode. It simply buried its head into its soft stomach and fell asleep. Anyway, it was a cat now, so no one would say anything about it acting like this. The big black cat saw that its senior had fallen asleep and couldn't help but pout. "Mao Bauer, how far is it from here to Godly Tiger Mountain?" The big black cat asked softly. "About 2 to 3 days of travel." Mao Bauer felt the carriage's speed and silently calculated. "That's good. Let's cultivate for a while." The big black cat laughed. Thus, it closed its eyes and began to cultivate the heavenly illusionary eye. This time in the 9 Abyss underground palace, the heavenly illusionary eye saved its life several times. Therefore, the big black cat was very interested in this ability now. It cultivated diligently day and night, trying to learn it as soon as possible. Mao Bauer also felt very bored and could only cultivate on the spot. The big black horse closed its eyes and hurried on. As it hurried on, it secretly cultivated the heavenly illusionary eye. It was also very attentive to this ability. After all, it had seen the power of this ability with its own eyes. The journey was very smooth, and no cultivators came to disturb it. 3 days later, the black carriage drove to the foot of Godly Tiger Mountain. "We're finally here." Mao Bauer looked at the familiar black mountain and stood up excitedly. The big black cat also stood up. It promised Mao Bauer that it would help her break the engagement this time. This time, it had to charge in front. If it was not strong enough, it would ask Uncle Ma to help it that time. Godly Tiger Mountain stretched for thousands of miles. The mountain was like a huge tiger lying on the ground, and its aura was very shocking. The big black horse pulled the carriage into the depths of the mountain. About 2 hours later, they saw the place where the golden-striped tiger tribe lived. "Who is it?" 2 golden-striped black tiger tribe youths suddenly appeared and blocked the way. Mao Bauer shook her body and turned into the image of a charming woman in red. "It's me," Mao Bauer said with a cold face. "I'm here to find your tribe leader, quickly go and inform him." When the 2 young men saw the beautiful Mao Bauer, they immediately recognized her. The person who came was from the Heavenly Spirit Cat tribe, their young master's fiancé. Yes. The 2 of them did not dare to delay at all. One of the youths immediately turned and reported. The big black horse did not stop and continued to pull the carriage inside. The other youth also did not dare to stop it. The big black cat also shook its body and turned into the image of a black-robed youth. "Just let me know when you need my help." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon raised its head and shouted at the big black cat. It was bored on the way here, and it wanted to participate in such an interesting event like the annulment of an engagement. The big black cat turned its head and said with a smile, "Senior, why don't you come in with me?" "Sure." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was excited. It leaped up and landed on the big black cat's shoulder. Its body moved slightly, shrinking even smaller than before. It was like a mini version of a little red cat, squatting on its shoulder. It was small and very cute. Don't call me senior in the future, it sounds too old. Just call me second brother. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon shook its head and said. Second brother? The big black cat was shocked and hurriedly shook its head. That won't do, senior, the rules can't be broken. Fine, fine. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon shook its head helplessly. The carriage went in and finally stopped in a square. Mel Bauer and the big black cat jumped down from the carriage and walked toward the main hall in front of them. At this moment, a burly man in black armor quickly walked out from inside. The big black cat was delighted when it saw the man. It saw Iron Silly Boy again. The golden-striped black tiger saw Mel Bauer and its eyes lit up. It said with a smile, Mel Bauer, you came back just in time. Otherwise, I would have gone to the Heavenly Spirit Cat tribe to look for your parents. Look for my parents? Mel Bauer's face immediately turned cold. Parents' orders and matchmakers' words. We're already engaged. All that's left is for us to consummate our marriage. The black tiger crossed his arms and said with a smile. He didn't care about the cat at all. As far as he was concerned, the cat was 3 levels lower than him and would be no match for him. Right now, they were surrounded by their clan members, as well as some of the clan elders. All of them had shocking cultivation bases, and the 9-tailed spirit cat couldn't even withstand a single blow. The black tiger glanced at the black carriage that was parked in the distance. The carriage was very ordinary, and the big black horse pulling the carriage was also ordinary. It did not arouse his interest at all. In the end, he fixed his eyes on the red kitten that was lying on the cat's shoulder. It was small and cute. The black tiger curled his lips and thought to himself, the cat has a strong taste. The black tiger was so arrogant that he wanted to talk to his parents. The cat was enraged. She put her hands on her hips and shouted, I'm here to ask you to cancel the engagement. Cancel the engagement? How is that possible? Call your parents over. Let's see if they dare to say that. The golden-striped black tiger laughed wildly. Some burly young men, all of whom were at the fate state, swarmed out from the surroundings. There were more than 10 of them, and they were aggressive as they surrounded the 9-tailed spirit cat and Mel Bauer in the middle. The golden-striped black tiger, on the other hand, was even more fearless. He was fearless in his own territory. He would kill anyone who dared to make trouble. The big black cat put his hands behind his back and recalled his master's style. He said slowly, silly boy, you have to cancel the engagement whether you like it or not. Who are you? How dare you talk to my brother like that? At this moment, a burly young man rushed over from the side and threw a punch at the big black cat. The wind howled. Bang, the big black cat retaliated with a punch, and the 2 fists collided in midair with a loud bang. With a single strike, the burly youth was actually forced back. How can this guy be so strong? The burly young man bared his teeth and stared at the 9-tailed spirit cat. Brother, although you're at the same level, this guy ate a lot of longevity immortal grass in the abysmal underground palace. His body is very strong now. The golden-striped black tiger patted him on the shoulder and said softly. Realization dawned on the burly young man's face. Don't be afraid, brother. I'll take revenge for you. The golden-striped black tiger took 2 steps forward, and a series of cracking sounds came from its joints. He stared at the cat and sneered, Cat, don't you want to cancel the engagement? Come, let's fight. If you can defeat me, maybe I'll agree. Is that so? The big black cat sneered and walked forward fearlessly. Brother, be careful. The cat, whispered. Don't worry. The big black cat smiled. Would he be fine? Absolutely not, there was an Eternal Realm big demon squatting on his shoulder. It was not an ordinary Eternal Realm big demon, but a dragon. It was more powerful than Uncle Ma. What was there to be afraid of? At the very least, Uncle Ma was still eyeing them covetously from behind, and there was an even more powerful master in the car. His foundation was unimaginably deep. The big black cat knew he was not strong enough, but he represented the Shenlong sect to deal with the cancellation of the engagement. Therefore, he absolutely could not show the slightest bit of fear. Maubauer, whose fiancé are you? Why are you so close to the cat? When Gold Black Tiger heard what Cat Bauer had said, it became very jealous. It roared angrily. Whose fiancé is none of your business? The big black cat sneered. Nine-tailed spirit cat, did anything happen between you and Maubauer? The golden-striped black tiger roared. At this moment, his joints were cracking and a thick layer of black light surged out of his body. He was ready to attack the cat. Everything is as you wished. What should have happened has happened. The big black cat smiled and said shamelessly. I'm going to kill you. The golden-striped black tiger roared and immediately pulled out its snow-white saber and slashed at him. The big black cat took out a black shield and infused it with magic power to meet the attack. Boom, the saber slashed down on the shield, and a huge force came crashing down. The big black cat was actually forced to retreat backwards. The golden-striped black tiger stood where it was, unmoving. The big black cat was shocked. His body was so strong now, but he was still not the opponent's match. It seemed that there was still a gap of 3 realms between them. Little Black, throw me over. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon sent a voice transmission. Throw Senior over? The big black cat was stunned. It was not a good idea to throw him over. This was an Eternal Realm dragon. Swoosh, there was a flash of saber light. The golden-striped black tiger once again viciously slashed at him. This time, saber light filled the sky and poured down like a tsunami. The big black cat couldn't dodge, so it used its shield to block in front of its body. Then, with a grab of its other hand, it immediately flung the little red cat off its shoulder. A red kitten seemed to have turned into a red ball in the air as it crashed into the dow light that filled the sky. Boom, a red shadow smashed through the saber lights in the sky and crashed into the chest of the golden-striped black tiger. Puff, the golden-striped black tiger spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and its body suddenly flew backwards. When the spectating youths saw this scene, they were shocked. Immediately, a few of them flew over and caught the golden-striped black tiger. The black tiger widened his eyes and watched in disbelief as the red light flew toward the big black cat. What kind of cat is this? How can its body be so hard? Big brother, are you okay? A young man beside him asked. I'm just a little injured. The black tiger took out an elixir and swallowed it. He struggled to stand up. He had suffered some injuries that were not serious, but they had affected his battle prowess. Just as he was about to continue fighting, an old voice sounded. Who dares to break into the territory of the Black Tiger clan and hurt my clansmen? The golden-striped black tiger immediately stopped when it heard this. Several black-robed old men descended from the sky. Greetings, clan leader and elders. The surrounding youths hurriedly bowed in respect. These elders were the elders and patriarchs of the golden-striped black tiger clan. The black tiger looked at the black-robed old man with 3 golden stripes on his face and said angrily, Father, someone bullied your son. The black-robed old man looked at the 9-tailed spiritual cat with his sharp eyes. Are you the one who hurt my son? The old man was surrounded by black light. He was like a towering mountain. The aura of an expert at the peak of the 10th level of the Fate realm pressed down. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon raised its tiny red claw and scratched the big black cat's shoulder gently. The pressure that was surging toward them instantly disappeared. The big black cat stood where it was and didn't feel anything at all. It just stared at the black-robed old man with sharp eyes and let out a mocking laugh. So what if I hurt you? Are you still going to take advantage of your seniority and gang up on me? The big black cat laughed. You're underestimating the golden-striped black tiger clan. Clan leader, let me teach this arrogant guy a lesson. An old man jumped out. He was a beast at the 8th level of the Fate state. Very well. The black-robed old man nodded. He also wanted to see what the black-robed young man was capable of to hurt his son. That guy was only at the 3rd level of the Fate state, which was at least 3 levels lower than his son. Dad, you must be careful of that red kitten on his shoulder. It was the one that hurt me just now. The golden-striped black tiger hurriedly said. Is that so? The black-robed old man narrowed his eyes and sized up the red kitten. He found that the red kitten was just an ordinary kitten. There was nothing special about it. While he was puzzled, the elder next to him had already rushed over. The old man used a long sword as his weapon. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows. The sword light was so eerie that it could cut through metal and crack stones. The big black cat was experienced enough to know what was good for him. When he saw the old man attack, he knew that he was no match for him, so he knew his limits. He didn't hesitate to grab the blood chief demon dragon on his shoulder and throw it out. A blood-red ball of light immediately smashed into the sword shadows. Boom, the sword shadows that filled the sky disappeared at once. A red ball of light smashed into the old man's shoulder at an extremely fast speed. Pfft, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was suddenly sent flying. The black-robed old man's eyes widened in disbelief when he saw this. What kind of monster was this red kitten? Why was it more powerful than a magic weapon? Someone at the side immediately caught the injured elder. After 2 consecutive victories, the big black cat smiled proudly and said, "You must be Iron Silly's father. This time, I'm here to cancel the engagement on behalf of Cat Treasure." "Do you think the engagement can be cancelled so easily? Besides, this was decided by me and Maubauer's parents. It's not up to an outsider like you to tell us what to do," the black-robed old man said with a cold face. For a moment, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he kept looking at the red mini kitten lying on the black-robed young man's shoulder. Other than being cute, there was nothing about this kitten that made him feel fierce. If it was truly a peerless great demon, he should have been able to sense a trace of demonic chi. However, there was none. This had puzzled him for a long time. "My marriage is decided by me. What you say doesn't count." Maubauer felt aggrieved as her eyes turned red. She looked at the black-robed elder and shouted with clenched fists. "Maubauer, don't be so stubborn. If your parents find out, they'll be very sad," the black-robed old man tried to persuade her. "Don't talk nonsense." The big black cat saw that Maubauer was a little agitated. It quickly stood in front of her and stared at the black-robed old man with bright eyes. "Maubauer, this engagement is cancelled. We've already gotten together. What should have happened has already happened." "What did you say?" Hearing the black-robed young man's words, the black-robed old man was instantly enraged. He abruptly raised his palm and slapped it in the direction of the big black cat. He was a half-step life and death expert. This slap was earth-shattering, like a dark cloud pressing down. The big black cat didn't hesitate to throw the red kitten on its shoulder away. "Senior, I'm really sorry. I still have to use you." The big black cat didn't forget to send a voice transmission to the blood chief demon dragon when it threw the kitten away. It was afraid that this senior would hold a grudge against it in the future and seek revenge. The blood chief demon dragon laughed heartily and replied, "Don't be afraid, little black. As your senior, I have to cancel this engagement for you no matter what." "Then, thank you, senior," the big black cat said gratefully. Rumble, the red ball of light hit the palm and was immediately sent flying. The blood chief demon dragon didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, it spun in the air and rebounded back, landing on the big black cat's shoulder. He felt a burning pain on his palm. The black-robed old man looked at his palm and found that it was completely red. He was immediately shocked. What kind of monster was this red kitten in front of him? Even he, a half-step life and death expert, couldn't beat it. The other gold-striped black tiger elders saw this scene and their expressions changed greatly. The red kitten was too strange. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen such a strange cat. The big black cat looked at the black-robed old man and sneered, "Old man, you can't even beat me, and you still don't want to cancel the engagement? Don't provoke me, or I'll flatten your godly tiger mountain." The big black cat's words were very impassioned, and its aura was so strong that it scared the surrounding youths into retreating. The black-robed old man squinted his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. A few seconds later, he took a deep breath and took out a token. It was a green-black token. The token was very simple, and there were some ancient runes carved on it. The gold-striped black tiger saw that his old man was about to use this green token, and couldn't help but be shocked. "Old man, are you going to use the blue spirit token?" the gold-striped black tiger asked. "That's right. That little red kitten is a little strange. We can only use the blue spirit token, the black-robed old man said with a serious expression. The other gold-striped Black Tiger clansmen saw the blue spirit token, and their faces also showed a sacred expression. Inside the carriage, Yi Yan looked at the token with interest. What use could a small token have? Could it summon an expert to descend? Yi Yan couldn't help but look forward to it. The black-robed old man placed the blue spirit token in front of his forehead, and said with a sacred expression, "May the god of the blue spirit world descend and give me a hand." After saying that, the token suddenly turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into thin air. What's he doing? The big black cat looked at the black-robed old man's dazzling methods in shock. Was he going to summon a helper? He wasn't afraid of summoning a helper. What kind of helper could a small gold-striped Black Tiger clan summon? At most, they would be at the life and death realm. If they could summon an eternal realm great demon, they would be considered powerful. A ray of light disappeared into the void, and in 2 to 3 breaths of time, another ray of light fell from the void. However, this ray of light was a dazzling white light, and it landed on the black-robed old man's body. In an instant, the black-robed old man's appearance changed drastically. His entire body turned into the image of a man wearing golden armor. The man held a long spear in his hand, and he looked majestic. He gave off a powerful aura, as if he could hold back 10,000 enemies. What's this? The big black cat was dumbfounded. The blood chief demonic dragon licked his lips, and looked at the man in golden armor curiously. This method was very mysterious, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. Was this the black-robed old man's mystique, or did someone forcefully possess him? The big black cat quickly sensed the man's cultivation base and found that he was already at the 3rd level of the life and death realm. This shocked it even more. With just a beam of light, not only did the man's appearance change, but his cultivation base had also increased. What kind of magic was this? Old man, are you still you? Suddenly, the big black cat asked tentatively. Nonsense. The man in golden armor suddenly roared and pointed his spear at the big black cat. It's still the main body. The big black cat couldn't see through him anymore. Then, the man in golden armor's expression changed, becoming extremely majestic and domineering. He roared, "Take my spear." As he spoke, a beam of golden light pierced over. Boom, the void shattered. It was obvious that this spear was unimaginably powerful. The big black cat was shocked. The voice just now was clearly different from the black-robed old man's. Could it be that there was another soul in this body? The spear was too fast, so fast that the big black cat couldn't react in time. At this moment, the blood chief demonic dragon suddenly soared from his body and crashed into the spear. Boom, the indestructible silver spear stabbed into the blood chief demonic dragon's body and was immediately repelled. How is this possible? The man in golden armor looked at the little red cat that was repelled and revealed a shocked expression. All the other gold-striped black tigers were also shocked. At the same time, an indescribable fear surged in their hearts. This little red cat. Where did it come from? Even their clan's most mysterious Great Spirit descending art couldn't deal with this little red cat. After the Great Spirit descending art took effect, their clan leader's cultivation base had soared to the 3rd level of the life and death realm. With this cultivation base, no one in the entire Celestial Empire was his match. At this moment, Yi Yan's pupils shrank. He actually saw a familiar shadow in the man in golden armor spear technique. Qin Clan's Overlord Spear. Qin Clan had a total of 3 ultimate techniques, and one of them was the Overlord Spear. Once the Overlord Spear was used, it had the power to hold back 10,000 enemies. That's strange. Why does the golden armored man have the Qin Clan's Overlord Spear? Yi Yan muttered to himself. Suddenly, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. The man in front of him was not a physical body, but a spiritual body. With a thought, Yi Yan entered the warehouse and came to the side of the reincarnation lightning pool. He sent out a thought, and a piece of soul nurturing wood floated out. An illusory image of a beautiful woman appeared on the soul nurturing wood. It was Qin Yao. Qin Yao, I actually saw the Qin family's Overlord Spear art outside. Yi Yan said directly. What? Big brother Yun, did you see the Qin family's Overlord Spear? Could it be that after 100,000 years, there are still descendants of the Qin family alive in this world? Xianxia said with surprise and joy. That's not his real body. Instead, it's a kind of spiritual body that descended upon the golden-striped black tiger's body to unleash the Overlord spear. Yi said. Xianxia rolled her eyes and thought for a while before saying, Big brother Yun, I died early. I don't know if the Qin family suffered any revenge after my death. Therefore, I don't know if there are any descendants of the Qin family still alive in this world after 100,000 years. Yi nodded slightly. Then, his figure flashed and floated to Xianxia's side. He used his hand to gently caress the illusory Xianxia's forehead. With a gentle smile, he said tenderly, then you continue to cultivate here. I'll come back to tell you after I've figured out the situation. Okay, big brother Yun. Xianxia smiled considerately. Very obediently, she turned into a ray of light and entered the soul-nurturing wood again. The soul-nurturing wood sank into the reincarnation lightning pool again. With a thought, Yin returned to his body. At this moment, the big black cat was looking at the golden-armored man proudly and said with a smile, You're no match for me. Let's just call off this marriage. At this moment, the golden-armored man's expression was uncertain. He looked at the red cat and hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, he turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. As the light disappeared, the golden-armored man's image also disappeared and was replaced by the black-robed elder. At this moment, the black-robed elder's aura was a little weak. His expression was also extremely ugly. He never expected that even after using his strongest spirit subduing art, he still couldn't do anything to the red cat. This was really too unbelievable. Old man, if you don't call off the marriage, I'll smash you to death. The big black cat said viciously. At this moment, he wanted to take advantage of the situation and settle the matter of calling off the marriage. Alright, let's call off this marriage. The black-robed elder thought for a long time and sighed. All his efforts were in vain. He might as well just give up on this marriage. The golden-striped black tiger stomped his feet in anger. However, he had no choice. Although he was a little simple and honest, he wasn't ignorant of the big picture. This time, the nine-tailed spirit cat brought a mysterious red cat over and defeated the entire golden-striped black tiger clan. If he still didn't call off the marriage, he was afraid that his clan would be in danger of being exterminated. He definitely wouldn't tie his marriage to the danger of his clan. Mao Bauer, the marriage is called off. Now you're free. The big black cat turned around and patted Mao Bauer's shoulder lightly. Thank you, big brother. Mao Bauer's eyes were red and there were sparkling tears at the corner of her eyes. What are you crying for? The big black cat said to her unhappily, the marriage is called off. Shouldn't you be smiling at this time? Yes, yes, yes. I should be smiling. Mao Bauer smiled through her tears again. Her face was as bright as a summer flower. Seeing Mao Bauer smile through her tears, the big black cat's mood was very good for no reason. He turned around and walked towards the carriage. Since the golden-striped black tiger clan had already called off the marriage and admitted defeat, then this matter was over. He didn't need to force the golden-striped black tiger clan to death. Mao Bauer followed closely behind him. The two of them walked to the side of the carriage and immediately turned back into two kittens, one black and one white, lying on the carriage. The red kitten landed on the side. Thud thud, the big black horse licked its lips, raised its four hooves, and pulled the carriage down the mountain. Soon, it disappeared. The black-robed elder looked at the carriage in the distance. He only felt like he was in a dream. He suddenly realized that the big black horse was probably not ordinary. As for the person sitting in the carriage, he was incomparably terrifying. His strength was unimaginable. The carriage left Godly Tiger Mountain. Yin suddenly walked out of the carriage. He looked at a certain direction in the void and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Let's go. I'll bring you to a mysterious place. Go to a mysterious place, hearing the master's words, not only the restless big black cat, but also the big black horse, who had always been cold on the outside, became excited. Master, where are we going? The big black cat stretched its neck and was the first to ask with a smile. Yin didn't say anything, but he was focused. He just looked at a certain place in the sky, his eyes twinkling with tiny runes. At the same time, the entire carriage rose into the air and flew toward a certain place in the sky. You talk too much. Smack, the big black horse's tail swung over and slapped the big black cat onto the carriage. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was amazed by this scene. He didn't expect Boss Ma to be so cruel and not care about Little Black Cat's reputation. Grandpa Ma, please spare my life. I won't dare to talk nonsense again. The big black cat lay on the carriage and held its head with both hands, begging for mercy. The big black horse pursed its lips and said with a smile, "It's good that you know the rules." Then, it looked toward a certain direction in the sky. The big black horse released its powerful consciousness and scanned the void in front of it, but found nothing. Yi Yan's eyes were still changing runes, as if he was calculating something. The big black horse raised its head and waited quietly. "Big brother, watch your mouth in the future," Mao Bauer snickered and suddenly patted the big black cat's head with her cat paw. The big black cat slapped its paw on Mao Bauer's head. Smack. Mao Bauer, how dare you lecture me? Be a good girl and shut up. The big black cat angrily sent a telepathic message and then pretended to lie down. Mao Bauer was slapped by the nine-tailed spirit cat. She saw stars and her eyes turned red. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon couldn't stand it anymore. The little black cat was at the 3rd level of the Heaven's Mandate realm, but it kept bullying a little cat at the Celestial Bridge realm. This made the old man feel a little apologetic. "Little Blackie, don't always bully other girls. I remember you saying that everything has happened between the two of you. This can be considered as a real couple, right?" The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon sent a telepathic message. "Senior, I was very gentle. I didn't hurt it at all." The big black cat giggled as it transmitted its voice nonchalantly. "Anyway, it's better not to bully girls." The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon reiterated its stance. "Senior, don't worry. As the saying goes, beating is affection and scolding is love. I will take good care of Cat Treasure." The big black cat smiled and shamelessly covered up this matter. Anyway, this senior came late and didn't know what happened between it and Mao Bauer, so it just casually brushed it off. All of a sudden, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon sensed a strange aura. It raised its head and looked into the void. It saw a faint shadow appear in the void. This layer of shadow was like a thin membrane, emitting a strange power. It was this power that allowed this membrane to hide in the void. "Master, what is this?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon asked hurriedly. Yi Yan glanced at it and smiled faintly. "Do you feel any familiar aura?" "I don't feel anything." The Blood Chief Demon Dragon thought for a moment and shook its head. It didn't know what its master was referring to. Yi Yan nodded calmly. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. At this moment, it was as if all the stars in the universe were emitting light, shooting out from his eyes. It was unusually bright and resplendent. "Master, what is this?" The big black horse, who had seen its master use the heavenly illusionary eyes, couldn't help but be frightened by this scene. Its master had never used such a powerful heavenly illusionary eyes. What was its master doing? Could it be that he wanted to break through that layer of membrane? Just what kind of membrane was that? All sorts of thoughts flashed through the big black horse's mind. "Open." Yi Yan growled. An extremely small crack suddenly appeared in the membrane. At this moment, Yi Yan's body emitted a holy white light, enveloping the entire carriage. Then, he transformed into a streak of light and flew into the crack. Immediately after, the crack closed again. The membrane trembled slightly in the void and disappeared once again, as if nothing had happened just now. "We've entered a small world," the big black horse came to a sudden realization the moment the stars moved. There was actually a small world behind that membrane. A ray of white light descended from the sky and finally stopped in the void, revealing a black carriage. Yi Yan sized up the small world that was as beautiful as a paradise before his eyes. There were green mountains and clear waters in the distance, and lush green grass nearby. The air was fresh and pleasant, and the spiritual energy was extremely rich. A few red birds flashed across the sky. There was a large river below. The river water was jubilant, and fish constantly jumped out of the water. On the other side of the river, rows of trees stretched towards the mountains in the distance. Wow, this is actually a small world. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon clicked its tongue in admiration, and stretched its neck to look around. Yiyan stood in place, silently sensing the energy around him. Suddenly, he looked at the big black cat and said calmly, "Little cat, is there any change in your body?" The big black cat heard its master's words, and immediately became alert. It sensed for a moment, then widened its eyes and said in shock, "Master, why do I feel like my body is being affected by some kind of energy, like it's gradually disappearing?" Yiyan nodded. At this moment, Melbauer also cried out in shock, "Master, me too, I feel like this disappearing speed is very fast. Perhaps in less than a day, my body will disappear. You two go back to the carriage first." Yiyan waved his hand gently, and sent Melbauer and the big black cat, who had the lowest cultivation level, into a certain space in the carriage. There was indeed a strange energy in this peach garden mystic realm that could make a person's physical body disappear. This was a kind of disappearance that was similar to the disappearance of the body after being eroded by the energy. If the body is gone, can the primordial spirit still be preserved? Yiyan showed a faint smile on his face. He looked into the distance and saw a small mountain village at the foot of the mountain. There was a stone tablet erected at the entrance of the mountain village. There was a big word carved on the tablet. Qin. Is it really a descendant of the Qin family? Yiyan's heart skipped a beat, and he was somewhat excited. If he could find a descendant of the Qin family, it would be a kind of comfort for Xianxia. "Master, I also felt that kind of illusory energy. It's really terrifying." While thinking, the big black horse also exclaimed. Even though it was an eternal realm great demon with the bloodline of the dragon clan, it could not resist this kind of illusory energy. It even felt that it would not be long before its body rapidly weakened, and then it would turn illusory and eventually return to nothingness. "Me too, Master. What kind of energy is this?" As soon as the big black horse's voice fell, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon also exclaimed in shock. "I don't know what kind of energy it is, but it gives me a familiar feeling." Yiyan smiled and pointed into the distance. "Let's go ahead and take a look." After Yiyan finished speaking, he tapped lightly with his finger. Two rays of white light shot out from his fingertips and landed on the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black horse. The two demon beasts shuddered and immediately felt a powerful force inside their bodies. It was as if a mountain had been erected. This force was filled with a divine aura and stopped the force that was making their bodies immaterial. At this moment, the big black horse heaved a sigh of relief. "Master is so strong, such a strange illusory power was useless in front of old Master." Yiyan turned to look at the horse carriage beside him and realized that the horse carriage was also slightly affected by the immaterial force. What kind of force is this? It's so strange and powerful. Yiyan was slightly shocked. He waved his hand and immediately put the black horse carriage back into the warehouse. "You two, transform into your human forms and walk in with me." After taking care of the horse carriage, Yiyan instructed. "Yes, Master." The big black horse and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon hurriedly transformed into their human forms. Yiyan descended from the sky and strolled toward the village at the foot of the mountain in the distance. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black horse followed closely behind. Yiyan did not walk very quickly. As he walked, he admired the beautiful scenery inside the Peach Blossom Spring Mystic Mirror and constantly exclaimed in admiration. This place was really a good place to live in seclusion. It was just that the immaterial force was too strange. No one could stay here any longer. However, although this force was strange, it did not affect Yiyan at all. He did not even use the supreme divine power in his body. The moment the immaterial force invaded his body, it was neutralized by Zhu Long's blood. The entire process was miraculous. This made Yiyan click his tongue in wonder and a suspicion rose in his heart. Could it be related to? A vague guess appeared in his heart. This guess might have something to do with the Dragon Clan. Thus, Yiyan prepared to explore the depths of the mystic realm. Firstly, he wanted to see the descendants of the Qin family. Secondly, he had to figure out the secrets of the secret realm and find the source of the voidification power. An hour later, Yiyan brought the big black horse and the Blood Chief Phantom Dragon to the entrance of the village. There was a small river at the entrance of the village, which was flowing joyfully. A wooden bridge crossed the river. It stretched from one side of the river to the other. Yi Yun stood at the head of the bridge and looked at it for a few seconds. Then, he shook his head slightly at a stone tablet. After that, he stepped onto the wooden bridge and slowly walked to the other side of the river. A young man walked out of his house. When he suddenly saw Yi Yun and the other two, he was immediately shocked. "Who are you? Why do you look so unfamiliar?" the young man asked as he looked at Yi Yun in shock. Yi Yun did not answer his question. He gazed into the depths and said with a chuckle, "Is your patriarch here? Go and tell him that a guest is here." "Just you wait." After replying, the young man hurriedly ran away. Looking at the young man's receding figure, Yi Yun was deep in thought. The young man's body had long ceased to exist. His physical body had been completely destroyed by the voidification power. Right now, he was a spiritual body. However, this spiritual body had revealed a body that was not much different from that of a normal human being under the effects of the mysterious power of the secret realm. "Can the two of you tell what's different about this young man?" Thinking of this, Yi Yun asked in a low voice. The big black horse and the blood chief phantom dragon looked at the young man who had disappeared into the distance. They could not tell what was wrong. "Master, I can't tell. The young man's cultivation is not high. He's only at the Nirvana realm," the blood chief phantom dragon said. Yi Yun smiled and didn't say anything else. Even the blood chief phantom dragon, who had the highest cultivation, could not tell what was wrong with the young man. It seemed that the voidification power of this place was indeed incomparably mysterious. With his hands behind his back, Yi Yun slowly continued to walk inside. Soon, an old man quickly came from afar with many clansmen, blocking the entire path. When the old man saw Yi Yun, his face immediately revealed a shocked expression. "Could your surname be Yi?" The old man seemed to think of something and asked excitedly. "I'm Yi Yun." Yi Yun nodded and said without hiding anything. It seemed that these people in front of him were indeed from the Qin family. Someone had recognized him. "It's really that person." The old man stared straight at the immortal-like young man in white. His heart was in turmoil. In the secret chamber of the Qin family, there were two ancient paintings hanging on the wall. One was of a female ancestor of the Qin family. The other was of the sect master of the Shenlong sect 100,000 years ago, who was known as the #1 expert of the Eternal Realm in the Sunnan continent. As a descendant of the Qin family and the current patriarch of the Qin family, he naturally knew many secrets of his ancestors. These two paintings represented two extremely powerful figures. The female ancestor was Xianxia. She and Yi Yun, the sect master of the Shenlong sect, were a pair of immortals. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yun and Xianxia's relationship was not a secret in the Qin family. Yi Yun had also been to the Qin family. At that time, the entire Qin family was very familiar with Yi Yun. "Senior, aren't you dead? How come you're alive again?" the old man asked excitedly. "I'm just cultivating in seclusion," Yi Yun said softly. He looked at the piles of spirit bodies in front of him and frowned slightly. Since Xianxia's disappearance, how many generations has the Qin family been passed down? Hearing Yi Yun suddenly mention Xianxia's name, the old man hurriedly knelt on the ground. He knew that the young man in white in front of him was the #1 expert of the Eternal Realm in the Sunnan continent 100,000 years ago. He was also the sect master of the Eternal Level sect, the Shenlong sect. He was said to be the most promising person to step into the true immortal realm before the age of 30. Seeing the old patriarch suddenly kneel down, the other clansmen hurriedly knelt on the ground. Clatter, suddenly, a large number of people knelt down. Yi Yun was indifferent. These were all juniors. In front of him, an ancestor, it was natural for them to kneel on the ground. "Senior, the Qin family has been passed down for nearly 50 generations since our ancestor, Xianxiao," the old man said. Yi Yun was slightly stunned. Only 50 generations? The Shenlong sect outside had been passed down for 298 generations. Could it be that after turning into a spirit body in this secret realm, their lifespan was also several times longer than before? "Senior, this secret realm has greatly extended our lifespan. So after 100,000 years, only 50 generations have passed." Perhaps the old man saw the doubt in Yi Yun's eyes, so he hurriedly explained. Yi Yun said indifferently, Do you know that you have already been turned into nothingness by this mystic realm to the point that you no longer have a physical body? Senior, after the first generation of the Qin family entered the secret realm, we discovered this situation. At that time, most of the clansmen were affected by the force, but we couldn't get out. The old man's face darkened as he said this. Yi Yan looked around and asked again, this secret realm is so strange. Where did the Qin family get it? Senior, after our ancestor, Qin Yao, disappeared 100,000 years ago, her good sister, Nangongyu, came and gave us a bead. Later, we accidentally activated this bead. A ray of light fell, and then all the clansmen were transmitted into this bead, the old man explained in a soft voice. What? Nangongyu, even Yi Yan, who had always been good at keeping his composure, was a little moved at this time. P.S. 2 updates today. Nangongyu, why did she come to the Qin family? She drove the primordial troll to kill Qin Yao. Why did she leave the Qin family a mysterious bead? Why did she do that? Could it be that Nangongyu gave the Qin family a bead so that they could avoid danger as a form of repentance? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Yi Yan believed that the Qin family's accidental activation of the bead was part of Nangongyu's plan. After the bead was activated, the entire Qin family was brought into the mysterious secret land. Thus, the Qin family was prevented from being wiped out. Just where did Nangongyu obtain this pearl from? Why had he never heard of it 100,000 years ago? What exactly happened to this little girl after he had fallen? Why did her personality change so much? Yi Yan also felt that things were getting more and more strange. Nangongyu was also shrouded in layers of doubt. Senior, how did you find this secret land? The old man asked in a low voice. Their secret realm had been hidden in the void for 100,000 years, and no one had discovered it. The only time it was targeted by an eternal realm expert. However, when that guy broke through the outer space of the secret land, the mysterious energy shot out from the secret land turned his body into nothingness on the spot. After that expert's primordial spirit escaped, he did not dare to come to the secret land again. The patriarch of the Qin family was very curious. How did the senior in front of him find this secret land and come in at the same time? As far as he knew, even a true God realm expert could not enter. I saw the descending spirit on the patriarch of the golden-striped Black Tiger clan. After tracking that spirit, I found such a wonderful small world hidden in the void. Yi Yan said with a smile. I see. Senior, you are really amazing. No wonder you were the #1 eternal realm expert in the Cangnan continent. The old man suddenly understood and showed a look of admiration on his face. The big black horse frowned and said coldly, Old man, don't talk nonsense. 100,000 years have passed. My master is no longer an eternal realm expert. Oh, I'm sorry, Senior. The old man was shocked and quickly apologized. Yi Yan casually waved his hand and said with a smile, It's not your fault if you don't know. After that, Yi Yan looked at the old man and asked, What about the Chenglin token? Seeing Yi Yan ask about the Chenglin token, the old man quickly said, Mister, we are trapped in this mystery land. Although there is no danger, it is extremely boring. Tens of thousands of years ago, we accidentally found a descending secret technique in the depths of the mountains. Only then did we have the opportunity to allow our spirit bodies to descend into the bodies of living beings in the outside world. Only then could we understand the situation of the outside world. At the same time, we were able to obtain some resources from the outside world to maintain the operations of the entire family. After listening to the old man's explanation, Yi Yan nodded. He raised his eyebrows and asked, The resources you obtained are all physical. Can you spirits consume them? The old man revealed an awkward expression and explained, We can't at the beginning. We have to wait for it to materialize before we can consume it. I see. Yi Yan nodded. He was getting more and more interested in this mystery land. This kind of illusory power was very mysterious and very powerful. Mister, we didn't just find the golden-striped Black Tiger clan. We also found a few other clans to target our spirit bodies. We are in a mutually beneficial relationship. If they are not strong enough, they can use the Chenglin token to summon our spirit bodies. We can help them deal with strong enemies. The old man said. Yi Yan nodded and smiled slightly. The spirit body technique mentioned by the old man of the Qin clan was nothing more than finding some monster clan or human clan cultivators with lower cultivation. This way, the two clans would have a basis to cooperate. As for the Qin clan, there were quite a few people in the clan. The highest cultivation was only at the peak of life and death realm level 10. None of them had broken through to the eternal realm. Even so, with their cultivation, if they found some monster clan or human clan cultivators from big clans and used the Zhonglin token as a promise, this was an irresistible temptation. After all, once the spirit body descended, their cultivation realm would break through several times. The increase in battle power would be unimaginable. At this moment, Yi Yan looked into the depths of the mountain again. His expression changed. Without blinking, he began to observe. The big black horse also stretched its neck to look in that direction, but saw nothing. "Second brother, did you find anything?" the big black horse asked in a low voice. "I didn't find anything," the Blood Chief Demon Dragon said after observing for a while, depressed. The two of them spoke through voice transmission, so no one in the Qin clan heard them. Seeing Yi Yan in a daze, after a while, the old man couldn't help but say, "Mister, there's something strange in the depths of the mountain. Even after 100,000 years, we still don't dare to enter that place." "Is that so? Didn't you get your spirit body's divine power from here?" Yi Yan smiled casually. In the depths of the mountain, he saw something interesting. "Mister, the power to materialize in the depths of the mountain is especially strong. If we spirit bodies go too deep, we'll be at risk of dying. Once we die, we'll completely turn into nothingness. Even our spirit bodies will disappear." The old man looked into the depths of the mountain and said with a face full of fear. Yi Yan nodded and said with a smile, "Since it's so dangerous, that's exactly what I want." With that, he slowly walked in the direction of the mountain. "Mister, it's too dangerous in there. You'd better not go," the old man hurriedly called out from behind. Yi Yan waved his hand and laughed, "There's no place in this world that I can't go. Just wait here for now." The big black horse and the Blood Chief Demon Dragon followed closely behind Yi Yan. The old man looked at Yi Yan's back in shock and was speechless. This senior had been cultivating in seclusion for 100,000 years. What kind of earth-shattering level had his cultivation reached? Not only did he easily break through the layer of restriction in this world, but he also went deep into the mountains to find the source of the power to materialize. It was really admirable. No wonder he was the #1 expert in the Zhongnan continent who had defeated all the Eternal Realm experts. His boldness was really unparalleled and invincible. After Yi Yan disappeared, all the clansmen took a deep breath. Except for the old clan leader, the others did not know Yi Yan's identity. The clansmen gathered around and started to ask questions one after another. The old clan leader did not hide anything. He told them about Yi Yan's identity and the identity of their ancestor, Xianxia. "Oh my God! This senior in white has lived for 100,000 years?" A middle-aged man was so shocked that he could not close his mouth for a long time. Clan leader, 100,000 years ago, this senior was already the #1 expert in the Eternal Realm. Now that another 100,000 years have passed, I'm afraid he's already a true god? A young man next to him asked. "That's right. He must be a true god." The old man's eyes shone brightly with an incomparable fanaticism. "Master, this spirit summoning technique is truly miraculous." The big black horse followed behind Yi Yan, gazing at the mountain range in the distance. "The spirits of the Qin clan can use the Zhonglin token to descend upon the bodies of living beings outside and raise their cultivation by a few small realms. This technique is truly miraculous. It does have some tricks up its sleeve. However, the living beings whose spirits have been summoned will also lose blood essence and magic power. They'll have to recuperate for a long time. The longer the spirit is summoned, the greater the damage to the body. That's why the chief of the golden-striped Black Tiger clan would only use the Zhonglin token to save his clan when the clan was in danger." Yi Yan smiled, walking slowly with his hands behind his back. "Master," the Blood Chief Demon Dragon gazed into the depths of the mountain range, its eyes flashing with a bloody light. He said worriedly, "I can feel that the ethereal power is stronger than before." Of course. The closer we get to the depths of the mountain range, the stronger the ethereal power. Yi Yin nodded. He didn't mind, because this power had no effect on him. Once the ethereal power invaded his body, it would be neutralized by Zhu Long's bloodline. This process was extremely miraculous. However, the two demon beasts beside him were in for a bit of trouble. The three of them continued forward. Yi Yin didn't walk very fast. As he walked, he observed the mountain range around him. He looked here and there, as if searching for something. The big black horse and the blood chief demon dragon were confused, but they didn't dare say anything. After a full hour, the big black horse was the first to give in. The powerful ethereal power had already shaken the divine mountain that Master had built in his body. This ethereal power is too strong. Master, I'm afraid I can't hold on any longer. Cold sweat beaded on the big black horse's forehead. Yi Yin glanced at him and gently patted his body with his hand. After a stream of divine power was poured into him, the mountain of divinity in his body stabilized again. This divine mountain sat within the big black horse's body, preventing him from being disturbed by the incorporeal power. Because the blood chief demon dragon had a higher cultivation level and possessed the blood chief demon dragon's bloodline, it was able to hold on for the time being. After venturing deeper into the mountain range for a while, even the blood chief demon dragon could not hold on any longer. Pa, Yi Yin also patted him on the back. This place is too strange. After stabilizing its body, the blood chief demon dragon looked at the surrounding mountains with a shocked expression. At this moment, the surrounding mountains also showed layers of illusory state. Although they were not completely illusory, they seemed to be hidden by countless voids, giving people an extremely dreamy feeling. Yi Yin continued to walk slowly with his hands behind his back. Along the way, he didn't see a single living being. The illusory power was getting stronger and stronger. The illusory power released from the depths of the mountain was growing stronger and stronger. It was so strong that the surrounding mountains had already become illusory. In Yi Yin's opinion, this kind of power had already touched upon some kind of law. Roar. Suddenly, a sound like a dragon's roar came from the depths of the mountain range. The big black horse and the blood chief demon dragon looked at each other, their faces filled with shock. Could there be a dragon in this mountain range? How was that possible? Yi Yin looked ahead and walked slowly. He smiled and said, "Little dragon, you also lived from the primordial era. Can you tell what kind of dragon it is from this dragon's roar?" The blood chief demon dragon recalled the dragon's roar and thought carefully. Then, he shook his head with an awkward expression on his face. "Master, I can't tell." "All right." Yi Yin smiled and continued to walk forward. The signs that appeared so far were getting closer and closer to his guesses. Yi Yin was also getting excited. It was time to reveal the secret. The big black horse and the blood chief demon dragon followed closely behind. Both of them were also feeling uneasy. They didn't expect that there would be a dragon in the depths of the mountain range. How powerful would a dragon be to be able to live in this kind of illusory power? After walking for a while, the dragon's roar came from the distance again. This time, the sound was clearer than before. But the blood chief demon dragon still couldn't tell. What kind of divine dragon was this? As the illusory power grew stronger, all the mountain ranges in front of them disappeared. In the space in front of them, a dreamlike energy flowed through the void like water. Others couldn't see this illusory energy, but in Yi Yin's eyes, this illusory energy was emitting a rainbow-colored light. This light was very beautiful, but it was also very deadly. Yi Yin guessed that even if a true divine Lord Realm cultivator entered this place, they wouldn't be able to survive. "Master, I can't hold on any longer." The big black horse suddenly couldn't move. The powerful illusory energy was beginning to disintegrate the mountain of divinity in his body. The blood chief demon dragon's situation wasn't much better. At this moment, he couldn't move either. The mountain of divinity in his body was also beginning to collapse. The illusory energy in this place was too strong. If it weren't for the mountain of divinity in Yi Yin's body suppressing them, they would have been reduced to nothingness long ago. Yi Yin looked back and saw the two demon beasts' pained and terrified expressions. He smiled carelessly and stretched out his hands to gently tap their heads twice. An unimaginably ancient and enormous power poured into their heads from the top of their heads and fell into their dantian, forming an indistinct divine dragon. This divine dragon coiled around the mountain of divinity, immediately making the mountain incomparably sturdy. The incomparably violent illusory energy quickly receded like the tide when it saw this divine dragon. It seemed to have met its nemesis. The big black horse heaved a long sigh of relief. He looked in shock at the illusory divine dragon in his body. At this moment, he felt like prostrating himself in worship. What the hell was this? The blood chief demon dragon also looked at the divine dragon coiling around the mountain of divinity in a daze. He didn't understand what was going on. Yi Yin smiled. These were two little dragons formed from Zhu Long's blood essence. He had concealed their auras. These two little dragons coiled around the mountain of divinity and dispersed the illusory energy. Yi Yin didn't intend to take back these two little dragons. After all, to him, they were equivalent to 2 drops of Zhu Long's blood. These two little dragons would guard the bodies of these two demon beasts. They would be their greatest trump card in the future. Splash splash, a sound like that of lake water rang out. Yi Yin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this sound. That guy was really coming out. He looked into the distance expectantly. His pair of demonic eyes became incomparably deep at this moment. He saw 1,000-foot-long illusory dragon slowly swimming out from the void. It exuded a terrifying divine aura and bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Only Yi Yin could see this illusory dragon. As for the two demon beasts beside him, he couldn't see them at all. In front of them, there was nothing but emptiness. The illusory dragon seemed to be moving slowly, but it was actually very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had swum to 1,000 feet away. It stared at Yi Yin with wide eyes, as if it couldn't believe that such a terrifying illusory energy couldn't destroy the three of them. Who are you? It spoke in an old voice. Due to the illusory energy, this voice was different from a normal voice. It was faintly discernible and indistinct. At this moment, only Yi Yin could hear it clearly thanks to Zhu Long's supreme bloodline. Haha, one of the 10 ancient super divine dragons, the ancient void dragon. Is that you? Yi Yin asked calmly with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of disdain and his expression was calm. What? An ancient void dragon? The blood chief demon dragon and the big black horse froze as soon as Yi Yin finished speaking. The blood chief demon dragon, in particular, stared blankly and its breathing quickened. There was actually an ancient void dragon hidden in this illusory energy. Although it had been born in the primordial era, the blood chief demon dragon had never seen the ancient void dragon, one of the 10 great divine dragons. The ancient void dragon was the most mysterious of the 10 great divine dragons. Apart from Zhu Long, very few of the 10 great divine dragons had seen its true form. It was born in the illusory and cultivated in the illusory. From the moment it was born, it rarely revealed its true form in the world. Even if it did occasionally reveal its dragon form, no one below the divine king realm would be able to see it clearly. Such a mysterious super divine dragon was a legendary existence among the dragon clan. A small mixed blood dragon like the blood chief demon dragon had never had the chance to see one. They had only heard rumors about it. Although it was very mysterious, it did not stop the ancient void dragon from being famous and awe-inspiring in the dragon clan. The 10 great divine dragons had all reached the divine king realm. Each of them was unfathomable and their combat strength was unimaginable. It could be said that the 10 great divine dragons had not appeared in the primordial era. The hidden dragon continent had been ruled by the 10 great divine dragons. The big black horse was as still as a stone statue and could not hide its shock. As a half-dragon, it had naturally heard of the ancient void dragon before. But it had never imagined that there would be an ancient void dragon in the depths of this pocket dimension. Could it be that the ancient void dragon had not truly died in the primordial era and had been hiding in this pocket dimension all this time? The big black horse suddenly had this thought. It widened its eyes and stared ahead, but still could not find any trace of the ancient void dragon in the illusory space. Can you see it, second brother? The big black horse sent a telepathic message. I can't see it either, the blood chief demonic dragon replied dejectedly. Just as the two demonic beasts were doing their best to search for the ancient void dragon that was swimming in the surging waves of illusory energy suddenly stopped. It did not expect that the white-clothed young man in front of it would be able to see it at first glance. This made it extremely shocked. At this moment, the ancient void dragon roared, "Human, why can you see me?" Who are you? Yi Yin did not say anything. His gaze continued to scan the ancient void dragon's body. After a few seconds, he suddenly smiled. You're a little different from the legends. Divine Lord Stage Ancient Void Dragon, where did you come from? What? You can still see my cultivation? The ancient void dragon was shocked again. Its huge dragon eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The strangeness and mystery of the man in front of it was beyond its imagination. As an ancient void dragon, it possessed unimaginable voidification abilities. If it deliberately hid its cultivation, even a supreme divine dragon would not be able to sense its cultivation. Other than Zhu Long, there were very few dragons in the world who could sense its cultivation. Yi Yan put his hands behind his back and looked at it coldly. Tell me where you came from, you incomplete ancient void dragon. He had long seen that the ancient void dragon in front of him was poles apart from the true supreme divine dragons of the primordial era. Although the ancient void dragon in front of him also possessed voidification abilities, Yi Yan felt that it was incomplete. This feeling naturally came from the memories of Zhu Long's bloodline deep in his body. How dare you? You lowly human, how dare you humiliate me like this? You're courting death. With that, the ancient void dragon roared angrily and stretched out its illusory claws to grab Yi Yan. You overestimate yourself. Yi Yan's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. Whoosh, he slapped out with one hand and his palm collided with the ancient void dragon's claws in midair. His palm was solid, but the dragon's claws were illusory. When the two collided, there was still a loud bang. A huge force swept over and the ancient void dragon was sent flying by Yi Yan's palm. Master is fighting with the ancient void dragon? The big black horse and the blood chief demon dragon looked at each other. They could not see anything from the side and were like blind men. But that earth-shattering sound just now really gave the two of them a fright. Following the loud noise, the illusory energy started to sway, making it seem even more dreamy and illusory. This human is so strong. After being sent flying, the ancient void dragon was terrified and did not dare to stay any longer. It turned around and flew into the depths. Yi Yan smiled faintly. He looked at a certain place in the depths. His eyes shone with tiny runes that were like stars that were constantly changing. After observing for a moment, he chuckled, let's go and check it out. To think that there would be some surprises. Surprises? The blood chief demon dragon and the big black horse were stunned for a moment. Then, they followed Yi Yan and flew into the depths. Yi Yan's speed was not fast. He walked slowly through the illusory energy that was like a river. It was as though he was strolling through the long river of time. Everything was like a dream. It was neither real nor fake. At this moment, the big black horse and the blood chief demon dragon were speechless. Due to the influence of the illusory energy, the scenery around them was completely distorted. It was so distorted that it was beyond normal. They could feel their hearts palpitating. If not for the fact that the old master was beside them, they would not have dared to enter such a horrifying place even if they were beaten to death. An hour later, Yi Yan suddenly stopped in his tracks. He raised his head and looked around, sizing up his surroundings with interest. Old master, just what's around here? The blood chief demon dragon asked curiously. This is the source. The source of the illusory energy in the entire secret realm, Yi Yan smiled faintly. The blood chief demon dragon looked dejected. Our cultivation is really too low. We can't see anything. It muttered to itself. Do you want to see? Yi Yan asked with a smile. Yes, old master. The blood chief demon dragon and the big black horse answered in unison. Very well. I'll let you broaden your horizons and see what kind of world this is. With that, two purple runes floated out of Yi Yan's strange eyes. He tapped them lightly with his hand and injected 2 strands of divine energy. Then, the 2 runes floated into the eyes of the blood chief demon dragon and the big black horse. In the blink of an eye, the world before the eyes of the 2 demonic beasts suddenly underwent a tremendous change. In front of them, about 10,000 feet away, was a huge black sphere. The black sphere was ancient and covered in runes. It was in a distorted state, between illusory and real. It constantly released illusory energy like ripples in water. What's this? The blood chief demon dragon blurted out involuntarily with widened eyes. This black sphere gave him a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. An ancient void dragon? I see an ancient void dragon. Suddenly, the big black horse's voice sounded. He stared excitedly at the center of the black sphere. He saw a semi-illusory divine dragon entrenched in the depths of the black sphere. Its huge dragon eyes were fixed on the outside, emitting rays of fierce light. Yi Yan looked calmly at the ancient void dragon in the black sphere. There's no use hiding in there. You don't have the right to refuse me. As soon as he finished speaking, rumble, a series of loud booms suddenly sounded, as if some huge creature was about to emerge from the ground. Yi Yan's expression changed slightly. He had thought that the ancient void dragon was hiding in the black sphere, ready to attack him at any time. However, he did not expect that there was a great mystery hidden in the depths of the ground. Before Yi Yan could look in the direction of the underground, rumble, 7 gigantic bronze pillars that reached the heavens suddenly broke out of the ground and surrounded the black sphere, their bodies glowing with a faint black light. The 7 bronze pillars were huge and connected the sky from the ground to the top of the mystic realm sky. It was a magnificent sight. Mysterious black energy flowed on each pillar. Yi Yan took a look. He realized that the 7 bronze pillars were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. It was similar to the Big Dipper array under the Shenlong sect and the Big Dipper array set up by the 9 Serenities Supreme Emperor in the 9 Serenities Underground Palace. Yi Yan's expression became gloomy when he saw the Big Dipper array. Had the mastermind behind the scenes extended all the way to this mystic realm? Could it be that 100,000 years ago, this killing array had already been set up, creating a deadlock? Master, is it the Big Dipper array again? The big black horse looked at the Big Dipper array formed by the 7 bronze pillars and his expression changed. Yi Yan nodded. This Big Dipper array looked different from the previous one. This time, it used the black sphere as the core of the array and had undergone some changes. When the ancient void dragon saw the 7 bronze pillars, its eyes were filled with shock. Its expression was instantly captured by Yi Yan. It seemed that the incomplete ancient void dragon did not know that there was a Big Dipper array hidden in the depths of the ground. Whoosh, the 7 bronze pillars suddenly shot out a black light and formed a black light ball in the air. The black light ball wriggled for a while and finally turned into a black human figure. The black human figure's face could not be seen clearly. However, after it appeared, it kept twisting its body as if it was still adapting to the transformation process. Yi Yan had his hands behind his back and his expression was cold. He coldly observed all of this, not in a hurry to make a move. At this moment, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon and the big black horse became nervous. The powerful aura emitted from the black figure's body actually suppressed the two of them to the point that they couldn't breathe. Damn it! That guy is actually at the peak of the 10th level Divine Monarch realm. The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon exclaimed in shock. The big black horse pouted and glared at him. So what if you're at the peak of the 10th level of the Divine Monarch realm? Second brother, don't flatter others. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was suddenly enlightened. It nodded and said, yes, I was wrong. I'm sorry. After saying that, he actually slapped himself a few times on the face. Yi Yan smiled snappily. At such a serious time, these two fellows still had the mood to joke around. A burst of sinister laughter suddenly came from the black figure. Haha. I've waited in this damned place for 100,000 years. Now, I've finally found the right person. I was wondering what kind of 3-headed, 6-armed figure it was. So it's just a puny divine monarch. The black figure stood with his hands behind his back. His face still couldn't be seen clearly. His body moved and he let out a wild laugh. Rumble, his laughter caused the entire secret realm to tremble along with it. Meanwhile, in the Qin family's village, everyone felt an indescribable heavenly might descend. They all turned pale with fright and couldn't stand still. Some of the weaker cultivators were forcefully pressed to the ground by the heavenly might and couldn't move. Patriarch, what's going on? A middle-aged man hurriedly asked the old man. The world is going to change. That senior is no ordinary person. The old man's eyes flashed with fanaticism. Even if there were often unknown forbidden powers in the depths of the mountains, he believed that he was no match for that senior. 100,000 years ago. When that senior was 24 years old, He had already conquered the entire Sunnan continent and no one was his match. Now, 100,000 years later, he was even more invincible. Eh? Yi Yun put his hands behind his back and looked at the black figure in the distant void. He smiled indifferently and said, "Where did you come from, little reptile? You're about to die, but you're still so stubborn." The black figure stared at the young man in white below and let out an arrogant laugh. "After killing you, my lord will no longer have that inexplicable scruple. From then on, there will no longer be any unstable factors in the entire Hidden Dragon continent." Hearing the black figure's words, Yi Yun's eyes flickered. At this moment, he seemed to have caught a lot of information. "Your lord is quite capable. He has already predicted what will happen 100,000 years ago?" Yi Yun smiled indifferently. "That's right. Now that things have come to this, I'll let you die with a clear understanding." The black figure's face still couldn't be seen clearly, as if it was an illusory body formed by black light. He laughed out loud. 100,000 years ago, my lord had a premonition that after 100,000 years, an extremely dangerous person would appear on the Hidden Dragon continent. Not only would it cause chaos on this continent, it would also have an impact on the God's land. So he set up a secret plan in advance, just to wait for you, this unknown person, to appear. At first, I didn't believe it, but after waiting for 100,000 years, you really appeared. Speaking of this, the black figure paused for a moment, then said proudly, "You should know that not everyone can enter this place. The only one who can enter this place is the dangerous person that my lord predicted." "Dangerous person?" Yi Yun was slightly taken aback, then laughed out loud. "What right does your lord have to make such a conclusion? Presumptuous." The black figure was furious. "A mere divine lord is about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. This 7-star illusionary killing formation uses the ancient void dragon's eyeball as the core of the formation. The power it can unleash is unimaginable. Even if your cultivation has reached the ultimate god realm, you will still be reduced to ashes." "This is the ancient void dragon's eyeball?" Yi Yun nodded and smiled lightly. The black figure's words were almost the same as his judgment. Ever since he saw the membrane outside the void, he knew it was an eye membrane. After entering the depths of this secret realm, he saw the ancient void dragon hiding in a huge black sphere. Yi Yun concluded that this secret realm was the ancient void dragon's eyeball. However, the mastermind behind this was indeed very powerful. To be able to find the ancient void dragon's eyeball as the core of the 7-star illusionary killing formation, this formation could indeed kill an ultimate god expert. "Oh my god, it's the ancient void dragon's eyeball," the blood chief demon dragon murmured to himself as if he couldn't believe it. Hiss, the big black horse sucked in a breath of cold air. He had heard every single word that the black figure in the sky had said. He did not expect this trap to have been set up 100,000 years ago. It was truly terrifying. What was the cultivation of that lord? How could he sense that his master would appear on this continent 100,000 years later? Hee, I've said what I needed to say. You dangerous person, rest in peace. After you die, the Hidden Dragon continent will be peaceful." At this moment, the black figure let out a sinister laugh and waved his hand violently. The 7 bronze pillars simultaneously emitted rays of black light that gathered in the black eyeball. Buzz, the huge black eyeball suddenly trembled. Seeing that the black eyeball was about to attack, Yi Yun still had his hands behind his back. He remained calm and collected, but a trace of mockery flashed across his eyes. If he wanted to use the illusory power of the ancient void dragon to deal with him, it would have no effect. The 7 stars formation used the ancient void dragon's eyeball as its core. It only amplified the ancient void dragon's innate divine ability. However, the innate divine ability was now suppressed by Zhu Long's bloodline. It would not cause any harm to Yi Yun. Buzz, the black eyeball suddenly trembled violently. A strong illusory beam of light flashed from the eyeball and shot towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun's expression was indifferent. He stretched out his palm and pushed it towards the air. At the same time, a light shield appeared in front of him, enveloping him and the other 2 demonic beasts. That illusory beam of light bombarded down fiercely and fell on the light shield, but it disappeared in an instant. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was like a message. How is this possible? The black figure could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. What kind of divine ability did this white-robed youth use? His light shield was able to block the attack of the ancient void dragon's void transformation divine ability. It was really hard to understand. You're just an ant with shallow knowledge. Yi Yan smiled indifferently. He stepped out of the transparent light shield and appeared in front of the black figure in an instant. The black figure turned pale with fright. He suddenly shook his body and split into 7 rays of black light. They landed on the 7 bronze pillars and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Eh? Yi Yan was slightly surprised. He felt that this guy was a little interesting. This body was not the real body, nor was it a doppelganger in the ordinary sense. It was more like the doppelganger had merged with the 7 bronze pillars of the 7 stars formation. Rumble, at this moment, the entire formation began to operate violently. In an instant, black light filled the air. The rolling black fog was like dark clouds lingering around. The entire space became dark and chaotic. The black eyeball floated up and rotated continuously, emitting a strong illusory light. Its power seemed to have increased further. As for the ancient void dragon, it was still in the depths of the eye. It was panicking and constantly swimming about, but it seemed to be trapped and unable to escape. Die! Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out from the formation. Wang, the black eyeball abruptly shrank and shot out another illusory beam of light. This beam of light was at least 10 times thicker than the previous one. It could be seen that its power had reached a terrifying level. Even a hierarch cultivator would not be able to withstand this horrifying voification energy. Oh my god, this formation is too terrifying. In ancient times, I'm afraid that only a super dragon would be able to withstand it. Inside the light shield, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon's face turned pale. He looked at the illusory beam of light shooting towards his master, and a look of horror flashed across his eyes. After all, he was a dragon from ancient times and had seen a lot of the world. He could sense the power that the formation was exuding. He did not know how his master would withstand the sudden increase in power of the formation by 10 times. The big black horse's expression changed slightly, but he was still calm. He believed that his master would be able to withstand it. Good timing. Yi Yan laughed. His black hair danced in the wind, and his eyes blazed. A layer of faint white divine light burned all over his body. He immediately swung his fist and smashed it out. Rumble, the gigantic illusory beam of light was instantly destroyed by Yi Yan's punch. Boom, Yi Yan threw a backhand punch, and the 7 bronze pillars shattered, turning into countless fragments that flew in all directions. However, they only flew for a few hundred feet before they were turned into nothingness by the enormous illusory energy. Suddenly, streaks of black light gushed out from the fragments and finally formed a black figure. The black figure stared at Yi Yan and roared in disbelief. Impossible. You're a human cultivator from 100,000 years in the future. How can you be so strong? Why is it impossible? Yi Yan laughed coldly. The next moment, he suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of the black figure. Yi Yan stretched out a hand and immediately grabbed the black figure. Who's the master behind you? If you tell me the truth, I can still spare your life. Yi Yan said indifferently. The black figure was caught in Yi Yan's hand, and his dermic powers were sealed. He could not move at all. He turned pale with fright, but he still kept his mouth shut. He stared fiercely at Yi Yan and did not say a word. You're not going to tell me? Yi Yan suddenly increased the force in his hand. In an instant, the black figure felt the arrival of death. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Just give up. The black figure laughed arrogantly, as if he did not take Yi Yan's threat to heart. Little ant. Yi Yan laughed. His eyes turned illusory, and he instantly activated the heavenly disillusionment eye. Bang! When the power of disillusionment affected the black figure's primordial spirit, a strange power suddenly exploded in his primordial spirit. The black figure's head immediately turned to ash and dissipated. After losing his head, the black figure's body also immediately disintegrated. Finally, it disappeared into thin air. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Yi Yan nodded and did not think much of it. He had seen it once in the Shinheng sect. The mastermind had set up a trap for every chess piece. Once a chess piece fell into the hands of the mastermind, it would self-destruct, and would not give the mastermind a chance to search its soul. Yi Yan turned and came in front of the huge black eyeball. He looked at the ancient void dragon in the depths of the eye and smiled faintly. Come out. Sensing the disappearance of the Great Seven Stars formation, the ancient void dragon's expression became much calmer. It shook its body and swam out. However, it did not leave the black eyeball. It only swam near the eyeball and looked at Yi Yan. Thank you for breaking this formation and returning my freedom. The ancient void dragon said gratefully. Is the real ancient void dragon dead? Yi Yan's eyelids drooped. Rays of divine light shot out from his eyes and landed on the ancient void dragon's body. He seemed to have found some clues. I don't know if the original body is still alive. This broken body of mine is only a clone born from one of the original body's eyes. It has no connection with the original body at the moment. The ancient void dragon sighed and said. So that's how it is. Yi Yan silently nodded. According to the legends of the future, the 10 super divine dragons had all fallen. However, from the looks of it, this legend might not be true. The fact that one of the ancient void dragon's eyeballs could give birth to a clone showed how heaven-defying the super divine dragons of the Divine King realm were. Perhaps they all had some means of rebirth. Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat. He asked in a low voice, who handed your eyeball to Nangongyu? Nangongyu? The ancient void dragon was stunned for a moment. Yi Yan stretched out his hand and magic power swept out. The image of a beautiful woman appeared in front of it. So it's this girl. I remember her. She was the one who sent me to the Qin family, the ancient void dragon muttered to itself. Its eyeball looked at a certain spot in the void. It recalled and said, this eyeball has been separated from my original body for a long time. It was passed around the divine land and eventually fell into the hands of a divine king. End of chapter 233. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.